Chapter 3365. I came to offer my sword with the sudden arrival of Unfettered Z. The surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on Unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs. What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that Unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the Unfettered One's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless. It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiaoyao Zi arrived, Zhang Yi, the clan elder of the War Clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose. The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke. Even Fairy Inxia, who had the soul-entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Zhang Yi did not believe that Unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in the next moment. The hint of ridicule at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze. All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves. After Unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all. He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation. At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding Unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the Unfettered One had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense nine-colored mist and vanished completely. First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field. In less than 2 breaths of time, the Unfettered One had already passed through them, as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinong cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned. To his surprise, Fairy Inxia did not leave. However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vajras, Wuchenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Inxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 Great Vajra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all. It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak, in the distance, Inxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Inxia Fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian, sizing him up from head to toe. With a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiao Zi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening, bloody, demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop, because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon versus Scarlet Blood. You want to kill me as a sacrifice? Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the Farmer God Cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand. One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. he planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the Farmer God Cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan, and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his butt had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him, revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop. Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyaozi, curled his lips, and mocked. It sounds quite scary. However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyaozi's Scarlet Blood Chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Screech. Although the withered demon blood blade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the Scarlet Blood Chop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the withered demon blood blade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain 2 tigers. 2 unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the withered demon blood blade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these 2 supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your Scarlet Blood Chop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon blood blade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon blood blade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate, ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon blood blade and Xiaoyaozi's Scarlet Blood Chop fight a battle of supremacy between the 2 supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Xia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had 2 appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these 2 supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron, who were guarding the void around the great space trap array, were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shinong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiaoyaozi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these two blades fight? What about you and me? Ling Huchong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheath my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiaoyaozi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits, and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you. Hearing this, Gong, Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiaoyaozi was too arrogant before. After Feiyin Xia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young master Linghu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh, screech, boom. Chapter 3367. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool Whoosh, screech, rumble. While all the experts in and out of the Shinnon Cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the unfettered one finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the unfettered one did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the unfettered one was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan, who suddenly appeared not long ago, were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These 4 competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. 2 of them were even like Yi Xian from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, D-Air had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the 3rd universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the 2nd universe, the 1st universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. D-Air had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them, and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the 3 universes. Apart from Yixian, the only system hosts that had been born were the 4 peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Inxia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Yixian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Yixian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the 2 system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Inxia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Yixian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host and translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Inxia's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Inxia's translation, when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation 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 is translation translation is translation 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 is translation is translation 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 is translation 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 is translation translation on translations is translation 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 is translations translation translation at the same time. Fairy Inxia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe she didn't want either one of them, but that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the 2 peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon bloodblade and the crimson blood chop. Yixian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning in terms of battle weapons and magic treasures. They were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Yixian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the Headless Infant Corpse, the Right D Seal, the Fallen Sky Bow, and so on. Yixian had the withered demon bloodblade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the crimson blood chop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only 1 step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Yixian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the Purplish Warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary as a support-type primordial treasure. Once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Yi Xian, constantly circling around Yi Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Yi Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the unfettered one's figure. During this period of time, Xiaoyaozi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Yi Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yi Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai D seal in the dark, purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yi Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yi Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yi Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 33:68. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown. When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yi Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from spinning top pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of spinning top pavilion clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the spinning top pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar. "You want to provoke me? Ling Hucheng, you did it!" Roar. Screech. With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yi Xian's head, The withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded one's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing. At this moment, whether it was Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths. Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing. One was from the primordial era, while the other was from the current era. Both of them were supremely ferocious blades. Kacha! It was also at this moment that Yi Xian took advantage of the Unfettered One's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation. A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in midair, but it was impossible to see what was happening. On the ground below, Wuchenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yi Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening. Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head. And so it was a woo. Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in midair. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory, and now this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the Unfettered One's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void. His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked. Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet. In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shinong Cauldron. Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here. But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Xian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the Unfettered One appeared. "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward." Puff! A fool from the tortoise pavilion? Hearing this, The unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes. In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain. Alas, another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad, how lamentable. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Inxia frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened, she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Chapter 3369. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation A. Wolf-like weapon. God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed. In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person. Who can stop the rise of young Master Linghu? The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined, even worse than that of Fairy Inxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes. Nobody can stop him. Yes, yes, yes. He is going to be famous. I want to be struck by lightning. Sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Linghu's shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal. With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly. Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Master Linghu. It's tailor-made for him. Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm. Even those in the universe would be struck a few times. Although it wouldn't hurt them. Their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined. So, this young Master Linghu has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right? My brother is so powerful. As Unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, he used his heavenly feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the masters of Starry Sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the 2 peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen. On the other side, the battle had already been decided. Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the unfettered one could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him. There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the 2 peerless blades' collision was more exciting. The masters in the universe were nervous again, and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Shinnon Cauldron, where the battle was taking place in the sky, clang! Screech, the second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon Bloodblade. However, the unfettered one's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end. In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the unfettered one stood. It was the red blood slash. What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half. Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much. Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation subsequently. Within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged, and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling. Buzz. The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the unfettered one, and it circled above the unfettered one while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear. What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away in the air 50 kilometers away. Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk. He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand, and pointed towards Yi Xian as he cursed, "Ling Huchong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty? You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty. This. You are really jackals of the same tribe. Both the master and the weapon are like this. Why did you play dirty?" At the end of his speech, the unfettered one raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wuchenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed. If this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy." There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Yi Xian suppressing the unfettered one. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Inxia, and this was not the first time that Yi Xian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the starry sky were not surprised that the unfettered one was almost suppressed. However, the fact that the Scarlet Blood Slash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck. I'm really speechless. The unfettered pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away, and so was his weapon. How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Linghu and his weapon were the same? His side is clearly the same, okay? Ha. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon blood blade. It's so powerful. A divine weapon of the same level, and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled. Young Master Linghu is truly amazing to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away, like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible, vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious, too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Shinnon Cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Yi Xian, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the Scarlet Blood Slash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean? Chapter 3370. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The bet no one knew what Yi Xian meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy In Xia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Yi Xian, Fairy In Xia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy In Xia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Yi Xian in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man, not to mention being slapped. Even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Shinnon Cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Yi Xian would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Yi Xian frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat? You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there. In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you." At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, "Although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce. Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Zhan Tu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Shinon cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations, but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Inxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that John too personally invited can enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space-trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Inxia. Although she can easily enter your Shinon cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space-trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of Starry Sky Masters outside the Void Trap Grand Array, eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the Void Trap Grand Array, with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Zayayozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little, and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today, you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate, your sister, who said I'm going to be suppressed and die. Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, smiling tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless. You actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words, and even said such *T words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Pooh! In the distance, Zayayozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey, Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the Void Trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards? This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the Void Trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Ling Hu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky, as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method, and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power, which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and above board, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it. Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiao Zi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, there will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet? Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while, but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging. There's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron." Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. "This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet." The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Yi Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact it was not. Once the unfettered one and Yi Xian walked out of the Shinnong cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Yi Xian was encumbered by many firms, and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But since Yi Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. "Are you all ready?" Yi Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force." But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind. "So you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the 9-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vajras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years, you will be my men. As for you, at the end of his words, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us." This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory. This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours. The previous title of servant girl is cancelled. Fairy Inxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Yi Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard. If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side. She would definitely be angered to death. 100 miles away, Xiaozi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth. After listening to Yi Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish. At the same time, in the void around the Shinon cauldron, the experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily opened passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Master Linghu had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the heaven and earth ancestor, Zhan Tu, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the 2 powerful figures of the heaven and earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron. Even if young Master Linghu had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured heaven's prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages, and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Inxia or even Xiaozi and let these 2 people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Master Linghu was talking to Xiaozi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiaozi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment had basically listed Xiaozi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhani agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Linghu or Xiaozi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then, there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Chapter 3372. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit. 3 breaths with the opening of this temporary passage. A large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tau Insight realm. The total number of people was close to 1,000. Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Jean E. of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again. The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance. If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Linghu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiao Zi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Mo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, Zhuofengtai, the demon slave of Yi Xian, and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Zhuofengtai's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, 2 figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These 2 figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhan Tu. The other person was also a man around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a super void loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhan Tu and Ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void, where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shinong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron. Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vajras. These guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the three girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Inxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Xiaozi left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Xiaozi was closely related to her. Fairy Inxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field inside the Shenong cauldron. Then, they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vajras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later, you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning, they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vajras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vajras were sincerely attached to him, not to mention 100 years. Even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave, because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint: be at ease and do your job diligently, because in the future you will be bestowed with good fortune. Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Yi Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaozi, Inxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, "You'd better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care." After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he suddenly shouted, "Now, go." Chapter 3373. What a big hole! In the void of the space trap Great Array, in the Central Territory, the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void. Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void realm masters and even Genesis realm old monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe. Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao. Xiao. It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling nine-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron. In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Linghu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shinong treasure cauldron into his body. Then his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot toward Xiao Yaozi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time, Xiao Yaozi had just rushed out of the cauldron, and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible. In this way, the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Yi Xian say such words, Xiao Yaozi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiao Yaozi. He was only a few dozen meters away. However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiao Yaozi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely, he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because in this way, the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Linghu would be able to quietly and calmly leave. Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet. Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Linghu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time? Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the order step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were Void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph, humph. Just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man. And the others? Today, I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right. You dare to join forces with that little bastard, Linghu Chong, and become enemies with us. Today, you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the Spinning Top Pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him. Suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise, and a tortoise at that. Everyone, watch him closely. Don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Xiao, rumble. With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiao Yaozi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiaoyaozi, whose face was green. Puff, F*CK your sister, what a big trap! Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the unfettered one's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound, as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumbhead and tophead in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene, and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiaoyaozi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the spinning top pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the 3 main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shinong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast, and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other Heaven's Pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shinong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young masterling whose methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiaoyaozi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Inxia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiaoyaozi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of inside his body. Not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young masterling who really going to defy the heavens? Chapter 3374. This venerable's hatred. You bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates. Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls, and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap great array. He could come and go as he pleased, as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment, there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th great realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th great realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, Even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so, he was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent Unfettered One from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Linghu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Linghu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Linghu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xenorace elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the Unfettered One, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. "Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Ha ha, aren't you the little idiot from Wang Ba Ge? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Linghu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately." The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Linghu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Linghu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Linghu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him, unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Linghu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Linghu He would be laughed at afterwards and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Linghu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Linghu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Linghu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way, it was even more advantageous for Yi Xian to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed, there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array, but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Yi Xian's plan, now that his spirit source core had reached level 7. With the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shinong cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand, it would reduce the chances of Unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Yi Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now, he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Yi Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with Unfettered Z was over, Yi Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Yi Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhang Yi, who was outside the space trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where Unfettered Z was trapped. Chapter 3375. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Yi Xian. They shouted and asked Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the Colored Python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice, "Sure enough, they are all in this together. What happened today was a trap from beginning to end." Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound. Young Master Linghu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where Unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy In Xia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Yi Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body, he charged in. After that, he left the void trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Yi Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiao Zi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe, and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Master Linghu had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Linghu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time, he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Linghu. At the same time, outside the Void Trap Array, as soon as the Purplish Warbler and the others rushed out of the Space Trap Array, Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and Cho Dofu immediately shouted, "Close the array channel immediately, quickly." Yes, Linghu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time. He hit the wrong person. Xiao Yaozi is innocent. He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the starry sky masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhan Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid. He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. "Ah, this is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash." While roaring, Zhan Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Yi Xian's mocking laughter sounded. "Ha ha ha! Old bastard. You are so right. This young master deeply agrees. These guys are basically all good-for-nothings." As the words sounded, Yi Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson. Ghost. Oh my God, it's so scary. Run. As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Ji how immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run. How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race? They had already been scared to death by Yi Xian and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away. How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson. Yi Xian sneered and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts. Boom, boom, ka-cha-cha. Explosions of energy rang out one after another as the Tenjong tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gong Wu Exan, Wu Chenzi, and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gong Wu Exan, Wu Chenzi, and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Yi Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment, he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxin and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war, who had just walked out of the space trap array, immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void, where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiaoyaozi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed. Ha ha ha. Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you. With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned Unfettered Z, turned around and rushed toward the void, where Yi Xian was. At the same time, they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Old guys from the War Clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages, and let us out. That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage. Quick, quick, quick. This old man is so angry. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Zhan Yi, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Zhan Yi's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding dripping nonstop. It was too painful. This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing. Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared? They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away. Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards. They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end, it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Jean too, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up. No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled. Jean-E was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable. He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wuchen-Zi on the spot. Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yi Xian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Jean-E. Now, as Yi Xian took the initiative to appear, and after Jean-E of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire, who were guarding all the nodes of the array, to withdraw the array and attack. The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance. The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world. But now, all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yi Xian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void, where Yi Xian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yi Xian for a time. The entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yi Xian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yi Xian completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiao Yaozi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl. This young master will protect you." "Bah, do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yi Xian's infuriating look, Xiaoyaozi suddenly became angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry. This venerable is a man of his word. I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yi Xian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yi Xian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world. Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others. What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity. This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing. We can't let him take out his warship and escape." Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped. Chapter 3377. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Life. Wang. Soon as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped. Yi Xian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire. Yi Xian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time. This was definitely a big deal. Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the starry sky masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yi Xian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yi Xian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the starry sky masters of various forces and sects who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. "Do you think you can trap this young master like this?" Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses. How effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of starry sky masters roaring towards him, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand, as he spoke. "You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared. Otherwise, won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha, Kacha, Kachacha Kacha, as Kacha Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio Kacha, Studio 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 in such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators. Even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of starry sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, but there was no need to worry about Yi Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of this secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yi Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Yi Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yi Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yi Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound, but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest, because they had moved first. They were the closest to Yi Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. Awoo! Awoo! Little bastard, where is he? This old man. We'll skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Come out and die. Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you. Awoo! The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment, he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yi Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. Wah, damn it, little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out. Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square. The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance, who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail. Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 Starry Sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away. Chapter 3378. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Dragon War in the Starfield 2 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Yi Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the Starry Sky Masters, who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yi Xian. This was the first battle of Long Yi Xian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yi Xian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter-long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yi Xian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the worldworm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Ha ha! Brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone. I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000. That's unheard of. That's right. Now, this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastardling who has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young master, Linghu. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the Second Universe's allied forces. This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger. We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces, as the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored. Many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yi Xian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot. But in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the two sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yi Xian's life fortress, Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. On the two sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers. Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall, like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the purplish warbler Duamu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru thought so, although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes. It hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The Purplish Warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was confident enough to do this, the Purplish Warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the two sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the Second Universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the Wild Dragon battleship, the voice of the Inji race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Ha ha! At the end of his speech, the elder of the Inji clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Long Yi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. Then there was the miserable howl of young Master Ling Hu, like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard! This young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words. But now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Inji race elder to stop laughing, Yi Xian's casual voice came from the Wild Dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold against 13 large and small strongholds actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Chapter 3379. Star space level technology. The Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship, even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m. The concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship, all of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress. Its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it. Two 100,000 m long fortresses. One of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal, or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon, but even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function. It wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship. It would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple, and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had four. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these four main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now, there were two main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together, they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long. What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these four main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles. So how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities. Concealment arrays, space oscillators wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens, for main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all 4 cannons was more than 20,000 meters. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have 4 main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even 4 starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has 4 main cannons, it can at least fight against 6 starfield fortresses of the same level. Only 4? Fellow Taoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is 4 too little? The caliber of the 4 main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the 4 main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against 6 starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom. Boom. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon. For energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the starfield ship's terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon. But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it. And there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons. Then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange for antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Chapter 3380. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had one main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield, for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw, and this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all. They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1. This was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face. However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed. The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space. Who can tell this old man what happened? This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress? 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress, whereas its antimatter light energy generator. Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Inji race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Inji race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield. Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its second recharge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again. Boom! Boom! A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time, it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe. The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters. Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world. Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right. He even has this kind of star sky black technology. What else can young Masterling who not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine tools, an array. He is invincible in realms. Even star sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the three universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying. In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed. All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together. We have to kill him. They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side. After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, the remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were. As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wuchen-Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago, including the purplish warbler Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru. The 3 women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them. However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by star sky black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem. The so-called star sky black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress. It was alive. What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it? If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the 3 women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star sky killing weapon, a Demon King level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void. Chapter 3381. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji Clan the Demon Battleship, had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the Demon Battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the Starry Sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan. Not only the human clan, but even the Wanluo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be enemy attack? Enemy attack. This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Masterling who's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much, and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz, along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon, they formed a larger circle surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield battleship and the Demon battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand and gave a new order for Art battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Attack. Buzz. The Starfield battleship, the Starfield battleships, the four-cannon battleship, the battleship field battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the four 20,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared. Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just Star Sky Black technology. This was simply a dream, all right? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were four main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters. Is this a magic trick? They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous four main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battlehorn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise. What? This small fortress? Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber. That's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had four main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Long Yi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense. Long Xian? You mean young Masterling who is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible. Boom. Right at this moment, the Long Yi Fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the Second Universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the Second Universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time, they were serious. They couldn't let the Long Yi Fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the First Universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Long Yi Fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Long Yi Fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Long Yi Fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Long Yi Fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed, we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm Core member of the Heaven's legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 33, 82. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect. Rumble! Boom! In the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects, and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Starfield was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around, and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time, the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge seven-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battle Cry Fortress from the first universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battle Cry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battle Cry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battle Cry, such as the AI Center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life, just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire Magic Battle Fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's legacy race. Even in the first universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, D.E. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, D.E.'s direct subordinates, were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the Magic Battle Fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the Magic Battle Fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the Magic Battle Fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini fortress-level supermech. The one who entered and fused with this supermech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha! 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the Magic Battle Fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the Magic Battle Fortress. It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini fortress-level mechanical life form. The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the Magic Battle Fortress. The shape of the entire Magic Battle Fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha! 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 The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the Magic Battle Fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the devil battle cry had turned into a mechanical war bug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the Magic Battle Fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in midair. This was definitely fatal. When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it. However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blades slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, De. Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity. As Di Yi's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young masterling who, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered Starry Sky level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, That giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed. It can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble! Kachacha, amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air, traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the Life Fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction suitable for Life Fortress? Yi Xian was stunned. Then he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's Wild Star ship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now, there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the Wild Star ship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the Wild Star ship itself. Of course, even though the Wild Star battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil Battle battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the Wild Starship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble! Boom! A large number of explosions rang out, and the Wild Star ship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the Wild Star ship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the Wild Star ship could not do the same. So why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the Wild Star ship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the Wild Star ship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, a meal's time had passed. During this entire process, the Wild Star ship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the Wild Star ship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy, this was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the starry sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the Wild Star ship was basically gone. Young Master Linghu would be finished soon. He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy. It was just a matter of time. Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc. Chapter 3384. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug. Kacha. Kachacha. Right at this moment, the Wild Star, which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons, suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds. This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug. It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the starry sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over. The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the Wild Star also began to change. Long mechanical arms extended out, and the shape of the ship rapidly changed. From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug. This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouth part of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion. There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battle bug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange, and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race. Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock. Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh *T Tianji clan. As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood. Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation, as long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple. It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yi Xian's starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong. This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the number 1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan. But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, It was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above. The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the Starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the Starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical Dow Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dow Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385, The Legend of the Living Battleship. Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battle bug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous. This is preposterous. Following Mo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The Wild Star ship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, D.E., were given this method. Moreover, even the number 1 confidant of D.E. hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of D.E.'s trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of DE, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under DE of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again? This time, his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now, the opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI. Impossible. Mo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it. On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battle bug doesn't seem to require too much technology, but in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy, as the AI, a battleship is a dead object. How can it change its internal structure and appearance? Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Mo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader D.E. Xingbo, who was also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship. This is a mystery. No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself, but the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard one-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell, and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in the starfield and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away, but that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid, and he was somewhat certain. It seems that Brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called Young Master Linghu. TSK, 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 as expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear, whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian, or young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that Brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash. But who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship? Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That Brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree. Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered, "In any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp. This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly." Chapter 3386, Blade Mantis versus Demon Bug, Success. Ha ha ha. As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, Its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him, this success wasn't as simple as the Starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tian G race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the Starfield, and even the Devouring System. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain, and today's success had given Yi Xian and the Devouring System this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the Starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps, in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the Starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the Starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the Starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the Starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the Starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now he was going to suppress all of them. Screech, you bunch of shameless bastards. You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful, and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devil bug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today, this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devil bug. Just nice. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless. I'll definitely beat you all to death. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devil bug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble! Boom! For consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out, just as the mechanical devil bug's body landed. 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chila, chila, boom. Rumble, 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter-tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress, it was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half. Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability. It was just that right now. The mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have. Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much. Enraged Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battle horn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation. Well, let's do it this way. You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally. Boom. Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed 2 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake. Who do you think you are? Even your Tianji clan leader, DE, may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this. Do I need to talk to you? Chapter 3387. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation when Xing is not dead. Boom. The scorpion tail on the mechanical bug's tail was like a giant meteor hammer, and its speed was even faster than a meteor. It shot forward, tearing through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it smashed into one of the mechanical bug's legs. There was a huge roar and explosion. The mechanical blade puppet's leg bent down at a strange angle. Although it was not directly broken, it was severely damaged. Even if it could be repaired, at least this leg would temporarily lose a part of its function. Ah, Ling Huchong, you deserve to die. Inside the mechanical bug, Sha Baofeng roared crazily with hatred and fury. He had fully integrated with the Devil Battle battleship, and the Devil Battle battleship was like his body. Now, that one of its legs was broken, although it was the Devil Battle battleship that was damaged. Sha Baofeng had to bear the pain. After all, the Devil Battle battleship was only a small steel fortress without life. Although Sha Baofeng was a mechanical life form, He could feel pain from the moment he gained self-awareness. Otherwise, a life form without pain, even a mechanical life form, would not be complete. Although the mechanical bug had many legs, one of its legs was broken during the fierce battle with the hundreds of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses, causing it to temporarily lose part of its function. Now that the second leg was also broken, the mechanical bug's movement was greatly affected. Sha Baofeng roared furiously. Perhaps it was because of this, or perhaps it was because of Yi Xian's sarcasm, but he was infuriated that De, the patriarch of the Tianji clan, did not even put him in his eyes. "You are not qualified to say such things to this young master. It seems that I will have to teach you a good lesson." Yi Xian's cold voice sounded out once again from the long mouthpiece of the mechanical demon insect. At this moment, the tail clamp hammer that had just shot out like a meteor hammer and smashed one of the mechanical demon insect's legs to the point of fracture had already been retracted. However, the mechanical demon insect's enormous body had already abruptly shot up. With a light leap, it crossed hundreds of miles in the void and landed on top of the mechanical bug. Is this a mechanical bug? I think that's all there is to it. Just a casual smash, and one of his legs was broken. He can't even take a beating. Yi Xian's mocking words rang out. Immediately afterwards, two of the mechanical devil bug's large number of legs suddenly chopped out. Shockingly, they were also two saber slashes. Swish, slash, two rapid sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The mechanical demon bug's two slashing arms instantly hit the mechanical demon bug's body, splitting open two cracks. For a time, a burst of dazzling electric sparks flashed on the mechanical demon bug's body. Just like that, two 10,000-meter-long gashes appeared on the huge body of the mechanical blade puppet, making it look extremely miserable. Inside the gap was a spacious hall, and inside, a large number of demon dweller masters were staring at the void outside through the two gaps with dumbfounded expressions. The two compound eyes of the mechanical demon bug just so happened to be facing these two terrifying holes. Therefore, Yi Xian could see everything inside, clearly. It was also because of this that the mechanical demon bug's body clearly slowed down for a moment. The two energy wings that were originally stretching out from its back instantly stopped in the air. Originally, these two death rays condensed from antimatter light energy were going to directly slash down and completely finish off the mechanical demon bug in one strike, but now Yi Xian changed his mind because he saw the scene in the vast plaza within the blade puppet space. Among the large number of demon dweller rankers, there were actually many familiar faces. Yi Xian did not know the names of most of the demon dweller, but he had seen them before, but there were two of them who had a close relationship with him. One of them was the great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuofengtai, who was Yi Xian's demon slave. His cultivation was previously at the 4th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, but now he had reached the 9th stage of the 9th stage of the origin, the 9th stage of the origin. It seemed that during this period of time, he had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, the slave imprint in his mind was still there, so there was no problem. He was still under Yi Xian's control. At this moment, when Yi Xian's eyes caught sight of Zhuofengtai's figure, the slave imprint in the latter's mind clearly reacted. When it looked at the mechanical demon bug, where Yi Xian was, it emitted a blazing light. Yi Xian immediately comforted it with his mental power source core, ordering it not to be exposed. The blazing light in Zhuofengtai's eyes dimmed and quickly returned to normal. The other guy was actually the Demon Emperor planet's imperial uncle, Mo Qigong. His cultivation had originally been at the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but now he had reached the 12th stage of the Void realm. This was definitely not something that could be explained by a fortuitous encounter. It could only mean that Mo Qigong's cultivation level was actually concealed. If he thought about it in a different way, It was very likely that the Demon Emperor, Mo Wentian, and the others' cultivation levels were also concealed. Following this sudden speculation, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. White sweat instantly crawled out of his back. If this was really the case, then Old Devil Wenxing had most likely concealed his cultivation level. The cultivation level he had displayed at that time was the same as the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian and the Imperial Uncle Mo Qigong, which was also the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, although he had just entered this realm. If everyone else had concealed their cultivation levels, how could he be the only one with a real cultivation level? If he hadn't been in the 10th stage of the Heavenly Passage realm, but had been in the 12th stage of the Void realm, then the cannon from Naples definitely wouldn't have been able to kill him. In other words, Old Devil Wenxing had most likely faked his death to escape. Not only had Yi Xian been fooled, but even the human race and the myriad Luo Federation had been fooled. If this was true, then no matter what Old Devil Wenxing's motive was, this person was too terrifying. But all of this was just speculation at the moment and had not been confirmed. Besides, the current situation was not suitable to investigate this matter further. Yi Xian quickly put it to the back of his mind, but in his heart, he planned to investigate it in the future. While Yi Xian suddenly thought of the first high priest of the Demon Imperial City, Wenxing, at the center of the first universe, which was a whole universe plane away from here, in the depths of the first universe, a super starry sky fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters or 1,000 kilometers in the hinterland of the Tianji clan's headquarters. An old man who seemed to be in closed-door cultivation suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed across his eyes, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. It was as if he had suddenly sensed something at this moment. But he didn't say anything, and soon closed his eyes again, entering a state of seclusion. This person was the high priest of the Demon Imperial City, Wenxing, Universe 3, near the star field of the Tianqian Empire. After temporarily putting aside the matter of Old Devil Wenxing, Yi Xian's eyes quickly caught Mo Qigong's grin in the gap. Yi Xian was startled, and then sighed inwardly. This old man actually guessed my identity. Chapter 33, 88. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Remembering old times, the smile he gave Yi Xian now was exactly the same as when Yi Xian appeared in front of him as Zhang Wuji in the Demonkin Star region. Not to mention that his identity had already been recognized by the other party. Even if he didn't, Yi Xian wouldn't continue to attack. Zhuofengtai was his demon slave and still had great use. Although Mo Qigong was the emperor of the demon race, he was still pretty good to Yi Xian. If he destroyed this mechanical blade, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape if they fell into the hands of the humans. With this in mind, Yi Xian immediately changed his mind. Not only did he not plan to destroy the demon battleship, but he also wanted to help it break out of the encirclement of the warships. Once it reached the periphery, with the size of its small stronghold, it would definitely be able to jump and escape. Considered this a favor for the sake of their old friendship. However, he could not do all of this too obviously. If he did, young Master Linghu would definitely be identified as a spy of the Tianji race. Moreover, it would be an irrefutable fact. Although Yi Xian did not care, he was not willing to do so. If he did not care about this, he could simply grab the mechanical puppet and break out of the encirclement and help him escape. However, he could only do so in a more subtle way. Boom. Rumble, as he thought about it. The pincers on the mechanical puppet's tail smashed out again and again, causing the body of the mechanical puppet to sway incessantly. However, after a dozen or so pincers, the huge hole that Yi Xian had cut into its body was forcibly closed by this brute force. Although there were still some small gaps, they were no longer a problem. At the very least, in the next large jolt, These small gaps would not allow the people inside to fall out. It hurts so much. Ling Huchong, this sovereign will definitely kill you, definitely. Every time the pincers smashed out, Sha Baofeng's miserable howls immediately rang out. He was in so much pain that he regretted merging with the demon battleship, because it would be too big of a target. Every time he was in pain, he would be the one to bear the pain in the end. Everything was not supposed to be like this, but because of the appearance of young Master Ling Hu, everything changed. He was supposed to crush all of his enemies, but now he was being beaten in public. This was too humiliating. Sha Baofeng was so angry that he could only let out mournful howls and roars again and again. Seeing all of this, all of the warships, fortresses, and star experts in the surrounding space, all of them were already shocked. How strange was this scene? They had seen and participated in the so-called interstellar wars before. No matter how large the scale of the interstellar wars was, they would at most be shocked, but definitely not shocked. However, everything that was happening in front of them really shocked them, to the point that they were dumbfounded. What were the two translation? What was translation? What? If it were two giant dragons or ferocious beasts, it would be easier for them to accept it. However, what was fighting fiercely in space at this moment was clearly two gigantic mechanical battle insects. Mechanical battle insects that were as large as small planets. Moreover, both of them were transformed from two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters in front of everyone. Neither the human race nor the Wan Luo Federation had ever seen such mechanical battle insects before, but today, not only did they see two of them at the same time, but they were also fighting in space. A small part of the space was disturbed, which shocked a large number of starships that had besieged them and forced them to retreat. These two mecha battle bugs were too terrifying, especially the mecha devil bug. Even though it was currently beating up the other mecha blade, in truth, as long as it was willing, it could easily free itself to attack the surrounding human warships at any time. The four huge soft tubes with a diameter of 20,000 meters represented four antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Once they fired at the same time, even a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would be destroyed in an instant. In addition, the pair of black antimatter light beams on the back of the mechanical battle insect was equally terrifying. The light beams made of antimatter energy could cut a small fortress in half with a single slash. This was a mechanical god of slaughter. This was a consensus. Did they not see the other mechanical battle insect being savagely beaten up by it? The latter was able to fight fiercely against hundreds of various types of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses for a long time without being at a disadvantage at all. Instead, it destroyed dozens of starships. But now, under the mechanical battle insect's savagery, it was unable to fight back at all. This truly demonstrated the strength of the mechanical battle insect. It was too chilling. Boom. Boom. Ling Huchong, I'm going to kill you. Boom. Just like that, amidst Sha Baofeng's furious roars, the huge mechanical battle insect attacked again and again. It was no longer slashing, but simply bombarding. The mechanical battle mantis, which was already close to being crippled, was blown far away again and again. Along the way, all the warships, fortresses, and small fortresses hurriedly avoided the mechanical battle insect, as if they were avoiding a ghost. They could see that young Master Ling Hu was truly enraged. He was clearly going to smash this mechanical battle mantis from the Tianji clan into pieces and kill it on the spot. Under such circumstances, they were not in a hurry to attack for the time being. Although there were more than 1,000 warships in the surroundings, in the process of fighting these two freaks at the same time, nearly 100 of them had already been destroyed. Against these two freaks, at the same time, more than 1,000 warships of various types were really not enough. Now, these two freaks were fighting on their own, and it seemed like the outcome would be decided soon. One of the mechanical battle insects was about to be beheaded, so they were more than happy to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. They would only attack after the battle was over. At that time, the 1,000 warships would concentrate their firepower to crush a single mechanical battle insect, increasing their chances of victory. What was not to be happy about? It was precisely because of this consideration that all the warships would immediately retreat as soon as the 2 mechanical battle insects in the middle of the fierce battle approached. After all, young Master Linghu was the one who had the upper hand. This guy was too arrogant and had never thought of running away. He had already shown himself twice before, which was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, they were not worried at all. They simply did not think that this was Yi Xian's strange plan. He was secretly assisting the mechanical battle cry in this way, helping it escape the encirclement of the 1,000 warships. And this was something he did very quickly. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the 2 pairs of mechanical battle insects finally broke through the encirclement of the 1,000 warships after repeated bombardments. They had already left the area affected by the void tremors. Yi Xian did not warn him, as that would expose himself. However, Sha Baofeng was not really beaten senseless. Just as the mechanical battle mantis was sent flying several dozen li by the mechanical battle insect's hammer and finally shook off the area affected by the void tremors, Sha Baofeng's angry roars stopped. Chapter 3389. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation John 2 was dumbfounded. Then, Sha Baofeng, a core member of the Heavenly Fate clan with a swollen face, appeared in the interior of the demon battleship fortress. He was in such a sorry state that he could not walk without a limp. The disadvantage of this kind of mechanical fusion was that the Heavenly Fate clan member who had fused with the ship would be affected to a certain extent even if the ship itself was damaged. Sha Baofeng was in such a situation. Ling Hucheng, just you wait. Sha Baofeng, will never let you go. After uttering the last sentence, the demon battleship fortress instantly activated a space jump and disappeared. *CKU, stay here and fight for another 300 rounds, if you dare. In the void, the mechanical demonic insects were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they clamored. This scene happened to be seen by 2 figures who were rushing over from the distant void. In an instant, their heads buzzed, and they were both dumbfounded. The 2 figures had powerful auras, and were both powerful beings of the 15th realm of heaven and earth. One of them was Ancestor Zhan II of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan. The other was a man in his 60s. He had a white face and no facial hair. He had triangular eyes that flickered with ruthless and feminine light. This man was called Ancestor Wu Mei. He was an itinerant cultivator in the starry sky. However, he was highly valued because he was one of the few remaining array grandmasters in the human race's science and technology camp because of his expertise in array formations. Although he was an itinerant cultivator, even Ancestor Zhan II of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had to pay him a visit in person to show his respect. Right now, the eyebrowless ancestor had finally arrived. However, when he arrived, he didn't see the expected void trap array. Instead, he saw a chaotic battlefield. In the surrounding void, there were a large number of damaged starships. With a casual glance, he found that at least 100 starships of various types had been destroyed and turned into cosmic garbage in the void. Some of the wreckages were from small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. They had been destroyed long ago, and only a few corners were left. Judging from the scene, these small fortresses were obviously caused by antimatter death-like cannons. However, there was not a single space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters in the surrounding void. Even the largest warship was only a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. I wonder where these antimatter death ray cannons are fired from. One had to know that every antimatter death ray cannon needed to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and its size would not be smaller than the antimatter cannon. Therefore, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters could not be equipped with it. Only true interstellar fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be equipped with it. But this wasn't the most shocking part. What was most shocking was that other than the disappearance of the space trap array and the star cauldron, there were also a large number of starships that had been destroyed by the antimatter death ray cannons. There were also 2 enormous mechanical battle insects. In fact, whether it was the Tianji race of the first universe or the human race of the third universe, both of them had built such mechanical battle insects. However, they were basically fixed defensive forces on the inner cities of the various administrative planets. It was impossible for it to be deployed into the void of the universe. This was because it was impossible for them to transform. However, just now, Jean II and the eyebrowless ancestor clearly saw that one of the 2 mechanical battle insects had transformed into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters within a short period of 10 breaths. Although it was badly damaged, it did not lose its basic abilities. Before the 2 of them could react, it had already performed a space jump and escaped far away. The remaining mechanical battle insect was still clamoring. Jean II vaguely felt that the voice that came from it was a little familiar. Jean I, Jean II, get out here. Where's the space trap array? Where's the star cauldron? You bunch of good-for-nothings. How long has it been since I left? How did it become like this? At this moment, Jean II and the eyebrowless ancestor were still quite far away, tens of thousands of miles away. The reason why they could clearly see everything that was happening in the battlefield was because the 2 of them sensed extremely strong energy waves coming from the void in front of them. It was because they had performed some kind of divine ability. At this moment, the 2 of them quickened their pace and were rushing over at top speed. However, Jean II's voice had arrived in advance and reverberated in the vast void of the battlefield. Everyone trembled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the roar from afar. Some were pleasantly surprised, some heaved a sigh of relief, and some were inexplicably excited because they knew that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor Jean II had finally returned. This was the Heaven War Empire's 15th great realm master Qian Kuan. With his arrival, no matter how monstrous young Master Linghu was, he would be suppressed this time. Although his mechanical demon insects were powerful, they would definitely not be able to withstand the Heaven War Empire's means. Of course, young Master Linghu could immediately summon the Star Cauldron, but that would be useless, perhaps after hiding inside. It could stop the Heaven War Emperor clan's ancestor Jean II's footsteps, but it would definitely not be able to stop the means of the Heaven War Emperor clan's old friend that the Jean II ancestor had invited. If this person did not have this ability, he would not have come with the Jean II ancestor today. In their line of sight, the group of starry sky experts looked into the distance and could clearly see that there were 2 streaks of light rapidly approaching from thousands of miles away. The Jean II ancestor had indeed visited his old friend. The 2 Heaven War Empire's 15th great realm master Qian Kuan were about to arrive. Damn! The old bastard is actually back. What made everyone's jaws drop was that after hearing the Jean II ancestor's thunderous roar, everyone's hearts trembled. However, young Master Linghu, who was inside the mechanical demon insect, did not show any fear at all. He actually cursed on the spot and opened his mouth to curse the old bastard. Moreover, he did not deliberately suppress his voice at all. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately shouting loudly. All the starry sky experts in the void of the battlefield could hear him clearly. With such a commotion, It was impossible that the two Heaven War Empire's mighty figures who were rushing over from thousands of miles away did not hear him. This kind of arrogance and audacity stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. This brat's guts were really extraordinary. Seeing that the Heaven War Empire's ancestor was about to arrive, he actually dared to provoke him so presumptuously. Did he not know how to spell the word death? Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, as Yi Xian's words rang out, the gigantic mechanical demon insect began to change again. The crisp and dense sound of mechanical operation resounded throughout the world. In less than 3 breaths, the mechanical demon insect returned to its original state and turned into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the starry sky experts in the surrounding void changed greatly. The Void Tribe's Zhan E, and Zhan C of the Heaven War Emperor clan exclaimed one after another, "Oh no, this brat is clearly going to escape. Immediately activate the space oscillator with all your might. Don't let it perform a space jump to escape this place." Chapter 3390. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Qianquan's fury destroys the void faced with the arrival of 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Yi Xian's only choice was to escape immediately. Anyway, it was not shameful. He was only in the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, faced with 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. If he did not escape, would he stay and fight them to the death? Everything he had done before was already enough to deter them. Presumably, this group of people would absolutely not dare to provoke him again, and take the initiative to provoke him again. From this point of view, Yi Xian had actually achieved his goal this time. However, although he had to leave, he needed to make a decision on how to leave. If the other experts of the starry sky were to find out that Yi Xian actually had more than one way to leave when facing 2 supreme beings of the 15th realm, they would probably be shocked to the point that their eyeballs would fall out. In fact, if Yi Xian did not want to leave, he was fully capable of scaring away the 2 powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. Whether it was the Headless Infant Corpse or the Rai D Seal, they both had the ability to do so. Even the Fallen Sky Bow, after Yi Xian's cultivation had reached the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, could pose a certain threat to the powerful beings of the 15th Grand Realm. In addition, when it came to escaping, he also had more than one choice. The fastest way was to activate the Universal Coordinate Jumping ability attached to the system title. Once he did so, the 2 powerful beings of the universe would be instantly dumbfounded. They would not even understand how Yi Xian had disappeared. Although the void teleportation formation could be used to teleport a very long distance, once it was used, even the powerful divine sense of the 15th Grand Realm would not be able to capture it. However, Yi Xian's universal coordinate jumping ability did not rely on the teleportation formation. On the surface, it looked more like teleportation. No matter how far the starry sky masters of the 10th Grand Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm could teleport, they could not exceed the range of the divine sense of the powerful beings of the universe. What's more, the void had once again fallen under the sealing effect of the space oscillator, making it impossible for the starry sky masters to teleport and teleport. Therefore, the moment Yi Xian used his universal coordinate jump ability to leave, this matter would definitely attract the attention of a large number of powers and experts. It was equivalent to exposing one of Yi Xian's trump cards. In the future, there might be people who would come up with countermeasures to guard against this. For Yi Xian, the loss outweighed the gain. Because of this, Yi Xian gave up on the idea after a slight hesitation. He decided that it would be more cost-effective to leave in a conventional manner. After all, the Starfield's abilities were already exposed, so it wouldn't hurt to expose a little more. That's right, he was planning to use the ability of the Wild Star to escape. At this moment, The open star continued to transform after removing the mechanical bug form and returning to its 50,000-meter diameter small fortress form. The experts in the surrounding void were all dumbfounded by this scene. They were all dumbfounded by this scene. Kacha, kacha, the sound of the mechanical operation continued to resound. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the open star's size rapidly shrunk. In a short span of 3 breaths, it had shrunk from its original 50,000-meter diameter to 10,000-meter diameter. It didn't stop. Everything was still going on. Another 3 breaths passed, and the open star's 10,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 1,000-meter. This wasn't the end. The last 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye, and the 1,000-meter diameter had shrunk to 100-meter diameter. At this point, the starfield was practically a solid sphere, and its density had reached a terrifying level. The space inside was only 10 meters wide, and Yixian was standing in the center of this 10 meters wide core space. The 50,000-meter diameter fortress had shrunk to its limit and finally became a 100-meter diameter sphere with a 10-meter space inside. The density of this sphere was unimaginable. Moreover, its surface was covered with a 50-meter thick energy shield. This was an extremely sturdy shell, and Yixian was hiding inside it. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of security. This wasn't just a feeling. He even activated the engulfing system in his body and started to calculate and calculate. The final result was that even if the open star stopped here and didn't move, it would still be bombarded by the 15th stage universe realm level 9 supreme being. It could still hold on for more than 2 hours. Within these 2 hours, Yixian wouldn't be damaged at all. After 2 hours, the reason why the open star wouldn't be able to provide him with any protection was because the energy stored inside had been depleted. The energy that the World Bug Evolution Group temporarily extracted from the evil spirit slimes nest wouldn't be able to withstand the energy shield and the depletion of the countless micromolecules of the World Bug Evolution Group. If this energy supply could keep up with the depletion rate of the bombardment, then this 2-hour time limit could be extended further. With this result, Yixian was completely relieved. At this moment, Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor, who were originally tens of thousands of kilometers away, finally came within 1,000 kilometers. The 2 old guys were a little dumbfounded, and their minds were in a daze. What kind of monster did they encounter today? Previously, it was a terrifying giant mechanical demon bug. Then, it changed its shape and turned into a 50,000-meter diameter small fortress. Before they could digest what they saw with their own eyes, the small fortress that was 50,000 meters in diameter turned into a 100-meter round sphere covered by a 50-meter thick energy shield. Just one look was enough to tell that its defensive power was insanely high. All of this made Zhan Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor feel a little confused. What the hell? Since when did the human race's starship construction ability become so abnormal? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters could be transformed into a mechanical demon worm, and its defensive capabilities could be reduced to a diameter of 100 meters. It was a dense little tortoise shell. This was simply F*King unheard of black technology. Little B** starred. Do you think you can escape unscathed like this? Looking at the small sphere in front of them, not only did they not know where to attack, but it was also rapidly moving toward the periphery of the area surrounded by a large number of starships. Due to its small size, the effect of the void oscillator on it was almost negligible. At this speed, this 100-meter sphere would be able to break out of the encirclement very soon. Then it would perform space transmission and escape instantly. Zhan Tu was so angry that his beard was trembling. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then he turned around and looked at the eyebrowless ancestor next to him. He said gloomily, "Old friend, I'm afraid this tortoise shell can't be opened in a short period of time." I have a suggestion. Let's work together. The two of us will attack at the same time. We'll tear apart the void and banish it to the space turbulence. What do you think? That's great. The eyebrowless ancestor's eyes glittered. Then he and Jean too attacked at the same time. Boom, boom. The two of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, two giant energy palms that were as big as the sky suddenly slapped down, covering the void where the 100-meter sphere was. Chapter 3391. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Slaughtering. The stars rumble. Boom. A huge explosion was heard. This scene was too shocking. Heaven and earth collapsed. The universe almighties were enraged and attacked with all their might. The entire void seemed to be destroyed. As the two sky-like energy palms slammed down, the void where the 100-meter-long ball was completely shrouded. As the energy surged, the void was torn apart. Endless void turbulence leaked out, and a terrifying suction force was released. Amidst the surging waves, the 100-meter-long sphere, which was like the peak of a huge wave, was instantly drawn into the void. One of the two giant energy palms instantly condensed, turning into a palm-shaped imprint, and pursued at an extremely fast speed. In the end, before the void crack could close, it broke through the 50-meter-thick energy shield and turned into a blood-red palm imprint, imprinting itself on the body of the Starfield ship. Immediately after, the void crack that was blasted open by the two 15th-tier Universe Almighties was completely closed. From then on, the dust had settled. In this battle, young Master Linghu was finally exiled to the boundless void at the cost of over 200 battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of human forces and sections. If there were no accidents, he would never be able to return. As for the Tianji clan's small fortress that could transform into a mechanical knife, although it managed to escape, it was basically half destroyed. Even so, the Universe Almighties in the surrounding fleets were still in a heavy mood. Even if there were a few who had smiles on their faces, it was a bitter smile. This battle could not even be considered a Pyrrhic victory. It could only be considered a loss for both sides. Especially the Second Universe's allied forces. They had suffered heavy losses. Several of the young clan leaders of the various clans were eaten. Even a few of the clan elders of the various clans were killed. Even the small fortresses where they were located were destroyed. Even the dynasty's immortal army from the immortal planet had lost two 10,000-meter diameter fortresses. The Federation's Overwatch Council's Blue Army had lost a small fortress. And this was because Yi Xian did not know that Hongdo Liefeng was the commander of this Blue Army. Otherwise, the entire Federation's Overwatch Council's fleet would have been annihilated. This time, Hongdo Liefeng had gotten lucky and escaped this disaster. The fleets of the various major forces dispersed one after another. What followed was the impact of this battle. This battle had shocked the entire Wanluo Federation. Young Master Linghu's monstrous talent and ability made all the major forces sigh. This person was really too monstrous. The three ultimates of alchemy, craftsmanship, and array were just a facade. He must be hiding an even bigger secret. Not only was translation, it was the invincible god of war whose clone it was still unknown was. Furthermore, they had a terrifying small fortress that was far more advanced than the current technology of the human race. His attack could transform into a mechanical demon worm, and his defense could shrink to 100 meters in diameter. This was simply unheard of black technology. If such a genius could be used by the human race, the profound significance would be unimaginable. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the end and was exiled into the endless void, never to return. In addition, The terrifying transformation ability that the Tianji clan's small fortress had displayed in this battle had also aroused the vigilance of the human race and the Wan Luo Federation. The entire Federation was surging with undercurrents. Countless experts in the field of warship manufacturing gathered together to discuss countermeasures on the immortal planet. In this battle, the advanced technology that the Tianji clan had displayed made the human race and the Federation very worried. If all the Tianji clan's small fortresses had this kind of ability, then in the upcoming all-out war, the human race and the Federation would have no chance of winning. The entire battlefield would fall into a situation of being beaten up. That was too shocking. Many people didn't hold any hope and sighed endlessly. At the conference, many human experts in warship construction angrily rebuked the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, saying that they were the ones who had forced the human race's peerless genius, young Master Linghu, to rebel. Otherwise, with the starry sky-black technology in his hands, the entire human race's technological prowess would have leaped to a whole new level. Even if there was still a certain gap between them and the Tianji clan, at least they would have been able to fight. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Faced with this kind of rebuke, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan sneered and didn't express any opinions. Furthermore, the only person guarding the fortress, Ancestor Zhan II, had disappeared completely after the battle. Damn it, I acted too hastily and made a mistake in my deduction. The exit of that void crack was actually shifted to a certain star field in the second universe. In a vast void, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's Ancestor Zhan II and Ancestor Wu Mei were standing in the void. The latter was holding an ancient astrolabe in his hand and seemed to be deducing something. In the end, his face darkened, and he muttered a few words unhappily. He turned his head and glanced at Zhan II, who was frowning. There's no other way. It seems that you and I have to go to the second universe again, and we have to move quickly. Otherwise, once that kid rushes out from the other side of the void crack, even if I left a mark on that strange small fortress, in case the other party keeps this fortress in his storage magic treasure, all senses will disappear. At that time, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack, and I'm afraid this matter can't be hidden for too long. Soon, the powerful figures of some forces should be able to see that what you and I jointly opened that day wasn't some banished void, but a void passage with a clear location. On the side, Zhan II nodded in agreement. At that time, I'm afraid there will be people looking for you and me. They won't be willing to let all the good fortune of young Master Linghu be taken by us. There's no time to lose. Let's move immediately. After that, the two didn't stay any longer. Their figures flickered and rushed to the graveyard star field. There were two natural universe wormholes, one leading to the first universe and the other leading to the second universe. Not long after Zhan II and Ancestor Wu Mei disappeared, there was a faint light that flashed past in different directions around the void where the two of them were originally standing, at the same time in a certain border star field of the Heavenly Battle Empire. Although this place belonged to the territory of the Heavenly Battle Empire, it was a border area of a small country under the Empire's rule. Because the nearby star fields were relatively barren, and even the more precious minerals were not produced, this star field basically did not have many starry sky powerhouses. It was a star field with a very low population of powerhouses. At this moment, the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng led his 108 high-level Bloodline Universe zombies and quietly appeared at the edge of this star field. 109 universe zombies, all with red eyes, stared at the quiet administrative planet in front of them. Chapter 3392. Zombie Crisis reappears at this time. Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng and his 108 elite zombies were all floating in the void, standing far away from the atmosphere of this administrative planet. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the seemingly tranquil planet. Although it was located in a remote area, this administrative planet also had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was a must. All the residential administrative planets in the dynasty's territory had a star defense array set up in the atmosphere. This was because there would occasionally be some void, ferocious beasts descending in the void of the universe. Without the star defense array, the entire planet would be undefended, and the ferocious beasts could descend at any time. The only difference was the strength of the star defense array. This administrative planet's star defense array wasn't strong. After all, there weren't any powerful void beasts running rampant in this area. The entire administrative planet wasn't very big, belonging to the type of ordinary small administrative planet. If it didn't have an atmosphere, and the interior environment was suitable for human habitation, it wouldn't have been chosen as an administrative planet to be inhabited. The entire administrative planet's atmosphere only had 4 entrances and exits located in 4 different directions of the atmosphere. Although there were ships patrolling the exits, they were just ordinary shuttles. This planet belonged to a small country. This small country was located at the border of the Heavenly War Empire, so its economy wasn't developed. Below that, the small country's administrative planets were even weaker in terms of military power. This administrative planet didn't even have a large fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. There were only 10 3,000-meter-long star-level battleships and dozens of 1,000-meter-long star-level battleships. Moreover, these battleships were usually docked in the inner part of the planet and weren't in operation. This place was located in the hinterland of the Heavenly War Empire's territory, not a strategic frontier. Coupled with the backward economy, the daily necessities of the battleships were somewhat insufficient. "King, can we begin the operation?" After observing for a while, a bald man walked out from behind Tuobalinfoam. Although he was a zombie, he didn't look any different from an ordinary starry sky powerhouse. His cultivation was around the 6th great realm, Nebula Realm. These 108 elite zombies were all like this. Their zombie bloodline had evolved to a very high level, and they had the ability to transform. They also had their own intelligence and thoughts, and could communicate with people normally. In short, on the surface, they looked like ordinary starry sky experts. However, if they were allowed to manifest their zombie form, they could take all kinds of forms. Some of the elite zombies could even transform into mountains of flesh and devour everything. They were definitely a nightmare for starry sky experts. Divide into 4 groups and wait for my signal. Attack the 4 spatial tunnels outside the planet's atmosphere at the same time. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tuobalinfoam quickly issued the invasion plan. After taking down the 4 space channels, immediately shut down the Star Network signal relay station in the atmosphere and cut off the star's connection with the outside world. After that, leave 2 people behind to guard the passage and prevent any experts from leaving. The rest of you are to enter the planet immediately and take care of the powerful military department first. After that, when I remove the Star Web Artificial Intelligence Hub in the planet, everyone who enters the planet is to gather immediately and carry out a unified massacre. In the shortest time possible, we have to turn all the creatures in the entire planet into our own kind. Then, let them devour each other and select the elite zombies to take away. After the arrangement was completed, the entire elite zombie army was immediately divided into 4 groups and rushed to the 4 different atmospheric tunnels of the planet. They quickly occupied the tunnels and shut down the Star Web signal relay station in the atmosphere. Since then, the planet had completely lost contact with the outside world. Roar. Screech. Immediately after, 2 elite zombies were left behind to guard the 4 atmospheric tunnels to prevent starry sky experts from escaping. The other elite zombies all rushed to the planet's interior. a terrible disaster instantly befell. 100 elite zombies all manifested their zombie form. Their body size was around 10 to 100 meters. Some were ferocious humanoid beasts, while others were disgusting squirming mountains of flesh. Their bodies were covered with fleshy tentacles, and as they waved around, they constantly poured out venom. Some of these poisonous liquids were strong acid, and some were even a kind of black corpse flame, but without exception, they all had a strong infectious property. The slaughter was unfolding, and the undying and indestructible poison began to rapidly spread through the interior of this planet. Gradually, half a day passed. The entire planet had turned into a barren land. There were no more living creatures, but it was still bustling with noise and excitement. The creatures that originally lived here had all turned into the lowest level of universe zombies. Under the influence of the Zombie King, Tuoba Linfeng's brainwave boots, a large number of low-level zombies in the planet's interior began to devour each other. At the same time, the 108 elite zombies also joined in. They also needed to continue to transform and strengthen. This scene was too tragic, and people couldn't bear to watch. From this moment onwards, the entire planet had turned into a true boundless hell. No one knew what happened here. After 2 full days, the Zombie King Tuoba Linfeng set off again. This time, the number of elite zombies following behind him had reached 200. All of them had evolved their own consciousness and were able to conceal their aura. Their appearance was no different from a normal universe expert. Very quickly, this elite zombie squad once again left, disappearing into the boundless void of the universe. No one knew where they went, and no one even knew of their existence. And on this planet that they had just ravaged, in fact, not all of the low-level zombies had been devoured. There were still some wandering around. Time slowly passed, and another 3 days passed. Among the remaining universe zombies on the planet's interior, some of them finally obtained a certain degree of evolution. Although they hadn't developed their own consciousness, they had the ability to fly. After all, some of these zombies were originally infected by universe experts. After obtaining the ability to fly, these universe zombies left the planet through the atmosphere passage in the sky and entered the void of the universe outside the planet. At first, there were very few of them, but slowly their numbers increased. These universe zombies wandered in the void. Their strong sense of hunger made them increase their speed, drifting further and further in the void. Gradually, hundreds of thousands of universe zombies spread out over a large area. Finally, some of the universe zombies encountered a starship sailing in the void. This was a commercial fleet. There were only a dozen star-level commercial ships with a length of 3,000 meters. Their destination was a small administrative planet in front of this starship, and they would arrive in 3 days.
Chapter 2241, Anna's Might. Once Shafone gave the command, Anna raised her staff and began to chant an incantation. 2 gigantic magic arrays, both with a 30-yard radius, appeared beside Anna, one pitch black and one silvery white. The instant these 2 magic arrays appeared, the surrounding mana rapidly gathered to Anna. What a powerful spell. Astonished, Lifeless Thorn turned to look at the personal guard, who had remained idle near the rear line thus far. Although he wasn't a magical class player and wasn't so sensitive toward mana, he had seen powerful NPCs cast their spells before, yet not even the Tier 3 NPCs he had seen could manipulate this much mana with their spells normally. The amount of mana a spell manipulated was indicative of the spell's strength. The more mana the spell affected, the stronger the spell would be. In other words, the spell Anna was casting was even stronger than a Tier 3 magical class NPC's spells. Meanwhile, Yang Ya, a druid, could detect mana far better than a berserker like Lifeless Thorn. In fact, her ability to perceive mana could be considered above average among the many magical class experts on the raid team. She specializes in both light and darkness. Yang Ya stared at Anna for a moment, a little surprised. Normally, magical class NPCs and players only specialized in one element. For example, Some elementalists specialized in fire-type spells, while some specialized in ice-type. Although elementalists could use other element spells, those spells were generally weaker than those of the caster's main element, and yet, Anna was absorbing a frightening amount of both light and darkness-type mana from her surroundings. It was clear that the personal guard specialized in both elements. Specializing in two elements wasn't as simple as being able to use spells from two different elements. A caster needed to be capable of merging both elements' spells as well. If one were successful, the resulting power of their spells would be exponential. Yang Ya could only think of two magical class players that specialized in dual element casting, and both commanded an astonishing amount of combat power. The Fire Dragon Empire's magical class players had dubbed both players dual dragons, and there were rumors that these two had the combat power to rival Tier 3 NPCs of the same level. However, she now learned that Anna was similarly a dual element caster, as well. She was even rarer than Dark Gold guards. Before anyone could shake off their shock after sensing the mana surge Anna had caused, the NPC in question raised her staff and completed her spell. 36 magic arrays appeared around the Frost Monarch, some black and some white. Yin-Yang spears then shot forth from these magic arrays. Every Yin-Yang spear was powerful enough to tear apart space itself. When the 36 Yin-Yang spears pierced the Frost Monarch's body, the world boss could not help but cry out in agony. 510-354, -503,474. A series of damages exceeding -500,000 appeared above the Frost Monarch's head, stupefying everyone present. With just one spell, the Frost Monarch's HP, which had barely budged before, had visibly fallen. Anna's DPS easily surpassed the entire team's. Is she a Tier 3 NPC? Lifeless Thorn voiced his thoughts. Starting at Anna, Azura's members hadn't even dealt -20,000 damage with each attack, yet just one of Anna's attacks had dealt over -500,000. She was 10 levels higher than they were, but the difference between their damage outputs shouldn't be that large. The only reasonable explanation was that Anna was a Tier 3 NPC. However, there was no doubt that Anna was only level 96 and wore a Tier 2 class insignia. This proved that Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC, which confused Lifeless Thorn. Anna's performance even stunned Zero Wing's main force members. None of them had thought that she would be this powerful. Only Shifeng remained unperturbed after witnessing the display. Anna was an epic guard. Moreover, her growth potential had risen from 105 to 113 points after she became a peak-class Yin-Yang Saint. It was the highest growth potential he had seen in any NPC. Anna had only been a level 80 NPC when she had changed classes. Now that she had reached level 96, the boons her growth potential provided were massive. After factoring in her Yin-Yang Saint class's other abilities, she had even greater combat power than ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. This was why Shifeng dared to challenge the Frost Monarch with such a half-baked team. Initially, he had wanted Anna to summon her monsters to assist in the battle, but he had decided against that since controlling so many summoned creatures would waste some of Anna's energy. That would prevent Anna from exhibiting the full strength of the Yin-Yang Saint class. Moreover, he had Kite to tank the world boss, so summoning a Lord or Great Lord into battle would be meaningless. As the Tier 2 curse, Yin-Yang Baptism, ended, Anna followed up with the Tier 3 spell, Yin-Yang Burst. This was also the legacy spell Anna had learned after reaching level 90. Anna raised her left hand as two energy balls appeared in her grip. The energy balls then transformed into beams of light that slammed into the Frost Monarch. 1-434-884, -1,441,067. Everyone was flabbergasted once more when they saw these two damages. Her damage can practically cover the entire team's. As Solitary 9 watched Anna bombard the Frost Monarch with one powerful spell after another, he gained a newfound appreciation for magical classes. Even if Azura and Zero Wing's members stopped attacking, Anna could likely finish this raid by herself with the damage she could deal. She might just need a little more effort to defeat the world boss. With Anna's participation, the raid team's confidence skyrocketed. They turned their attention to dodging the Frost Monarch's AoE attacks, rather than risking death to deal more damage. Time passed quickly, and the Frost Monarch's HP eventually fell to 20%. After such a long fight with the Frost Monarch, the raid team's members had to admit that world bosses had a variety of skills. Even with Kite tanking the Frost Monarch, players had died from time to time. Moreover, the power of frost that continued to seep into their bodies had rapidly depleted their stamina and concentration reserves. Despite fighting for less than 30 minutes, They all had less than 30% of their stamina remaining. Without Anna's help, this raid would have been impossible. The boss is going berserk. Everyone, activate your berserk skills and attack with everything you've got. Shifeng shouted when the Frost Monarch's frost spear suddenly vanished. The Frost Monarch would become even more terrifying when it went berserk. It would directly manipulate the power of frost around it to layer its attacks. Normally, a team would need around 6 MTS to stop these layered attacks, but among the MTS present, only Kola was capable of surviving one of these attacks, and that was if he had already activated his berserk skill. The world boss would instant kill the rest of the MTS, whether or not they had activated their berserk skills. The only option they had left was to kill the boss before it slaughtered the team. The Frost Monarch bellowed as soon as Shifeng finished issuing his orders. The power of frost began to grow turbulent as it gathered to the world boss. Not only did this significantly increase the Frost Monarch's defense, but it also manifested 6 gigantic hands of frost energy around the world boss. These 6 gigantic hands began to swat at the offending players. Every hand was as powerful as the frost spears the Frost Monarch had thrown at the start of this raid. Only, the hands' attack speed wasn't as high as the frost spears. In exchange for the reduced speed, the hands had a much larger attack range, with each possessing a 12-yard radius AoE. The moment the 6 hands descended, 3 Azura members died instantly. However, the Frost Monarch's increased defense shocked the raid team's members far more than the 6 gigantic hands. They had already activated their berserk skills, yet they dealt less damage than they had earlier. As expected of the Frost Monarch, its famed defense wasn't an exaggeration. When Shifeng's sword struck the Frost Monarch's body, his entire arm went numb from the impact. Getting past the Frost Monarch's frost armor with dark gold weapons had already been quite difficult, and now that it had entered its berserk state, even Shifeng's killing ray barely left a scratch as several more players died. Shifeng knew that he couldn't afford to hold back, and he ordered Anna to use Summon Angel. Within seconds, a spear-wielding Valkyrie dropped from the sky, and everyone felt their bodies grow heavier as her horrific aura washed over them. Before anyone could react, the Valkyrie had appeared before the Frost Monarch and swung her Spear of Thunder at the world boss Peng. The Valkyrie's spear sliced through the Frost Monarch's armor like a streak of lightning before cracks began to form across the previously indestructible ice armor. The Frost Monarch cried out as it stumbled several steps back, and a damage of over -6 million appeared above its head. The Valkyrie was even several times stronger than Anna. When Azura's members saw the Frost Monarch stumble backward, their jaws nearly hit the ground. The Valkyrie's attacks were extremely fast. Even after transforming its 2 hands into sharp blades, the Frost Monarch had failed to defend itself. It had been forced to use the 6 gigantic hands it had summoned against the Valkyrie's attacks. However, a Tier 4 Valkyrie was no easy opponent, and her life rating was considerably higher than the world boss's. Even while using the 6 colossal hands to protect itself, the Frost Monarch took one hit after another. The world boss was utterly helpless against the Valkyrie. When the Valkyrie's 10-second duration was almost up, she went berserk and used Thunder's Judgment. A purple lightning bolt then shot down from the sky and through the Frost Monarch's body, dealing over -15 million damage. Good. The boss is heavily injured. Everyone, focus on your attacks. Shifeng hurriedly shouted as the Frost Monarch's aura weakened. The surviving raid team ignored the world boss's 6 hands and desperately bombarded the monster. 12%, 10%, 8%. As the Frost Monarch grew closer to its death, it began a frenzied slaughter. By the time there were less than half of the original 200-man raid team, the Frost Monarch had 2% of its HP remaining. Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru, and Violet Cloud stopped holding back and used their strongest moves: Myth of Light, Frost Flame Hell, Dimensional Fracture. As these attacks struck the Frost Monarch, its HP bar visibly shrunk. When the world boss had less than 1% of its HP left, Shifeng activated Divine Providence, Flame Burst, and Lightning Slash. I am immortal, human. You will not get away with this. The Frost Monarch snarled, its voice echoing throughout the purple frost field, as its HP fell to 0, and its crystalline body crumbled to the ground. Chapter 2242, Frost Monarch's Loot. The instant the Frost Monarch died, everyone's experience bars exploded. The level 90 world boss had provided a bounty of EXP. Lifeless Thorn and Azura's other members instantly climbed to level 80. Although Zero Wing's main force members didn't level up, having already reached level 86 and 87, their experience bars did grow by a large chunk. They had earned enough EXP to cover more than a full day of grinding. It's finally dead. As their experience bars filled, the raid team members breathed a sigh of relief. They celebrated their survival throughout the raid. When the Frost Monarch had gone berserk, its attacks had become faster as its HP decreased. They hadn't been able to keep up, relying on luck to survive. Fortunately, their overall DPS had been high enough for this raid. Had the battle continued for another 30 or so seconds, they might have lost their lives before the Frost Monarch died. Once they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned toward the numerous items scattered around the world boss's corpse. So many items drop. We're rich. That's the loot of a level 90 world boss. That's right. Based on how much mana is gathering around those items, they must be extraordinary. The survivors' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the Frost Monarch's loot. With a casual glance, they could count more than 10 pieces of dark gold equipment and a few rare dark gold weapons. After level 50, monsters' drop rates drastically decreased. High-ranked items like dark gold equipment became very difficult to acquire. Normally, players had to challenge 100-man, Hell Mode team dungeons to acquire weapons and equipment of such rank. Moreover, players would be lucky if a single piece of dark gold equipment dropped from each of the dungeon's bosses. One raid wouldn't even be enough to fully gear a player, not to mention a 100-man team. Most of God's Domain's expert players would be envied among their peers if they had a single piece of up-to-date dark gold equipment. Even among the Azura Adventurer team, the main force members only wore a few pieces of level 75 dark gold equipment. Despite being one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams, yet the Frost Monarch had dropped more than a dozen dark gold equipment pieces. Its drop rate was many times higher than the bosses in 100-man, Hell Mode team dungeons. Naturally, the weakest piece of equipment the Frost Monarch had dropped was for level 90. Even the various superpowers only dreamed of acquiring level 90 dark gold weapons, and players could likely rely on these weapons even after they reached level 100. The world boss had even dropped epic equipment. The chances of such equipment dropping in a 100-man, Hell Mode team dungeon were abysmal. Players would only have a reasonable chance of acquiring such items if they secured the first clear. All right, healers, resurrect our fallen comrades. We'll distribute the loot once you're done, Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the hunger in everyone's eyes. There likely wasn't a single player in God's Domain who wouldn't be tempted by a world boss's loot. World bosses represented the peak of power among monsters of the same level, and any random item they dropped could raise a player's strength by a considerable margin. Shifeng's reminder snapped the healers out of their daze, and they promptly went to work, resurrecting their fallen allies. Meanwhile, Shifeng turned to organize the Frost Monarch's loot. The rest of the raid team took a seat and watched Shifeng with eager looks since they didn't have anything better to do. Even Kola stared at the pile of items in the snow. The healers finished resurrecting the fallen players after a short moment, and Shifeng quickly appraised the items, sharing the statistics in the team chat. Isn't this world boss's loot a little too generous? This loot is 10 times better than the items a Hell Mode team dungeon's final boss drops. Zero Wings members were no strangers to a world boss's loot, so they, more or less, held their composure when they saw shared information. However, Azura's members were a different story. They were ecstatic after reading the loot's details. The Frost Monarch dropped a total of 115 items, far more than what ordinary mythic bosses typically dropped. Among the 115 items, there were 17 pieces of dark gold equipment and 3 dark gold weapons. The world boss hadn't even dropped one fine gold weapon or equipment piece. They'd likely have to raid 8 or 9 mythic bosses in Hell Mode team dungeons to acquire so many pieces of dark gold equipment. Unfortunately, team dungeons had very long cooldowns, and players couldn't raid them as often as they'd like. Furthermore, every dark gold weapon and equipment piece the Frost Monarch had dropped was top tier. This Golden Razor's attributes are just as high as an epic weapons, Kola said, astonished as he inspected a dark gold ranked greatsword. Although the Golden Razor was only dark gold rank, its attack power and strength were on par with epic ranked two-handed weapons. Most importantly, the Golden Razor had a passive skill that allowed players to wield it as a one-handed weapon as long as they had the required 1800 strength. In other words, players could wield a one-handed weapon with the attributes and attack power of a two-handed greatsword. This passive skill alone placed the Golden Razor at the top among level 90 dark gold weapons. Although the required 1800 strength was relatively high to ordinary tier 2 berserkers, it wouldn't be an issue for expert players of Kola's caliber. In fact, Kola already met the requirement, Despite being a Guardian Knight under level 90, he couldn't help his growing excitement when he thought about wielding a two-handed weapon alongside his shield. That's nothing. Take a look at the Extreme Frost set. It's practically made for berserkers. The 4-piece set effect even lowers the level requirement by 5 levels, on top of increasing the wearer's ice resistance by 100 and maximum stamina by 10%. The 6-piece set effect even increases the user's strength by 20% and all berserker skills by 1 tier. Blackie nearly drooled as he examined the Extreme Frost set's attribute bonuses and set effects. He even wished he had chosen the berserker class, instead of becoming a cursemancer. Moreover, the Frost Monarch had dropped the complete Extreme Frost set. This meant that berserkers could equip the set at level 85, and the armor would forcibly elevate all berserker skills by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 3. Tier 3 skills. Tier 3 skills were far more powerful than Tier 2 skills. Zhao Yueru had already made that much clear. Despite the fact that Gentle Snow and Fire Dance had higher basic attributes, Zhao Yueru had dealt considerably more damage in the raid than her companions. Her total damage had almost been as high as Shifeng's monstrous damage. If a Tier 2 berserker equipped the Extreme Frost set, they'd be on par with an actual Tier 3 berserker, not including their basic attributes and physique. Indeed, this Extreme Frost set's effects are truly amazing. The berserkers in the team have just won the lottery, Yang Tianxing chimed in. Even he was moved when he saw the Extreme Frost set. If the set were meant for assassins, he wouldn't have hesitated to replace 3 of his epic equipment pieces for the set. Tier 3 skills would drastically increase a player's combat power. If the Extreme Frost set's effects were specialized for assassins, Yang Tianxing would even be confident of contending with Sword Demon. While the team discussed the Extreme Frost set, Shifeng shared the next item's attribute panel. When they saw this item, every one of them gasped. This next item was a weapon, and one the team recognized and feared. This weapon was none other than the icy blue spear the Frost Monarch had used against them throughout the raid. Chapter 2243, Winter Spear. The entire raid team had personally experienced how powerful this spear, which the Frost Monarch had manifested with condensed power of frost, was. The Frost Monarch's extraordinary strength and speed hadn't been the main reason that the raid team had struggled against it. They had relied on Kite as the lead MT, and the NPC was more than capable of surviving the world boss's attacks, taking barely any damage. Rather, the Frost Monarch's Frost Spear had been the main reason that these players had had so much trouble. Despite the Frost Monarch's focused attacks against Kite throughout the raid, it had used its attack's residual power to assault the players, sapping their stamina and concentration. This, in turn, had steadily decreased the team's combat power, and to make matters worse, they hadn't been able to block or dodge this residual power. If Anna hadn't been so powerful, the team would have died from exhaustion before they could kill the world boss. It's even possible for such a weapon to drop. Its attributes are insane. The team's berserkers have truly hit the jackpot. When they saw the Frost Spear's attribute panel, everyone on the team felt jealous. Even Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, who both used an epic weapon, couldn't help their desire for the spear. Its attribute bonuses were just that awesome Winter Spear, Replica, Spear, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement, Strength 2100. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2550, Level 50. Strength plus 301, Agility plus 210, Endurance plus 270. Attack speed plus 12. Attacks carry the power of frost. When attacking, all attacks reduce the target's stamina, and concentration attacks have 30% chance to deal frost damage to all enemies in a 10-yard radius. 20% chance to trigger frost possession, increasing strength by 20% by 3 seconds. During this time, attacks also deal an additional 270% frost damage and reduce target's movement speed when struck by 30% when equipped. Main attribute increased by 25%. All secondary attributes increased by 15%. Reaction speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All berserker skill effects increased by 30%. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Chaotic battle, strength, attack speed, and movement speed increased according to the number of enemies hit. Each enemy hit will grant a 3% increase for 5 seconds. Bonus can stack to 30%. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Ice Guard, When HP falls below 50%, Power of Frost triggers to improve the user's physique by 15%, main attribute by 15%, and defend skill by 3 levels additional active skill dash. Frozen Century converts a 100-yard radius into a frozen realm, using the power of frost to corrode all enemies in range. At the same time, the user creates 2 frost doppelgangers, each with 115% of the main body's strength duration, 5 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Even Shifeng was relatively surprised to see the Winter Spear replica drop. The original Winter Spear was a legendary weapon, but even a replica would be extraordinarily powerful. The epic ranked replica could likely rival an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon's strength. In terms of attack power, this replica was even stronger than Gentle Snow's Glorious Will. The only difference between the Winter Spear's replica and Glorious Will's was that the latter could be upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, while the former could not. Even so, the Winter Spear was the best weapon under fragmented legendary rank for berserkers at level 100 or below. If current players wielded this spear, their attack power would be among the best in God's domain. Moreover, players wouldn't have to worry about fighting groups or a single opponent with the Winter Spear's effects naturally. Every berserker on the raid team grew restless after seeing the Winter Spear's attribute panel, and they all turned toward Shifeng almost as one, waiting to learn how he intended to distribute the weapon. According to Shifeng's rules, everyone that participated in the raid would have a chance of competing for any dark gold weapon. Unfortunately, those rules didn't hold true for epic ranked weapons. Even the various superpowers treated epic weapons and equipment as a part of the guild's foundation, and not even the guild's upper echelons could claim such an item simply because they wanted it. Guilds had strict inspections and evaluations before they'd assign an epic item to their members, especially when it came to a top-tier epic weapon like the Winter Spear. The Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set will go to Lifeless Thorn, Shifeng announced after giving the matter some thought. Although he was Azura's commander, Shifeng hadn't contributed to the adventurer team recently since he'd been so busy with Zero Wing. As a result, Lifeless Thorn had taken full responsibility for leading the Azura adventurer team and the massive Adventurers Alliance. By now, many superpowers had begun to compete for resources and player population in the Ice Crystal world. If the Adventurers Alliance wished to maintain its standing, it needed to rely on more than a flowing water realm expert like Lifeless Tom. The Alliance would need a peak expert, at the very least, to defend its commander. Lifeless Tom stared at Shifeng, moved. He had never expected his commander to hand him the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Not even superpowers upper echelons had the privilege of using such high-quality weapons and equipment, yet despite being Azura's vice commander, he had earned the right. Adventurer teams weren't nearly as restrictive as guilds, and even though Lifeless Thorn was Azura's vice commander, he enjoyed far more freedom than large guilds' elite members. Moreover, Zero Wing's members wouldn't be pleased to hear that their guild leader had given him such powerful items. The consequences were just too high. Lifeless Tom couldn't understand what Shifeng was trying to do, and yet, despite carrying an epic weapon and multiple pieces of epic equipment, he was sorely tempted to wield and wear the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. Refusing such a generous offer wasn't easy. Naturally, Shifeng understood what Lifeless Thorn was thinking. Taking the initiative, he said, "There's no need to say anything. Zero Wing isn't like other guilds. Azura may only be Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer team, but it's still a part of Zero Wing. As long as you perform well, I have no problems giving you weapons and equipment of this quality. I hope that you will use this weapon and set equipment to improve Azura further." Zero Wing was quite different than the various superpowers. It didn't have the support of major corporations, and it wasn't as attractive to expert players. If Zero Wing wanted to contend with super first-rate guilds and super guilds, subordinate, independent organizations like the Azura adventurer team were necessary. Furthermore, if an adventurer team wasn't led by a powerful expert, it would struggle to develop. Although Azura was impressive enough to become one of the Fire Dragon Empire's top 10 adventurer teams, that was its limit. Growing any stronger would be an incredible challenge for the adventurer team. Unless Lifeless Thorn increased his strength, it would only be a matter of time before another adventurer team, one with a powerful background, surpassed Azura if possible. Shifeng wanted to help Lifeless Thorn reach the Void Realm, but doing so wouldn't be easy. One would have to improve their senses on a qualitative level, which couldn't be done by simply improving one's combat standards. If it were that easy, The various super guilds would have more than just a few peak experts among their ranks. After Shifeng's comment, Lifeless Thorn turned to Zero Wings members to see their reactions, but to his surprise, none of the main force members seemed dissatisfied with the situation. They didn't actually seem to care who received the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set. When Azura's other members saw this, they couldn't help but feel a little ambitious. As players that had chosen to join an adventurer team, they had knowingly forsaken the resources a guild could provide in exchange for more freedom. However, enjoying the freedom of an adventurer team, as well as access to a guild's important resources, was better than they could have hoped for in that moment. Azura's members silently decided that they would become an even more powerful adventurer team in the future. Even if they couldn't obtain top-tier epic weapons like the Winter Spear, they'd still have a chance of securing ordinary epic weapons. Such a situation was normally unthinkable for adventurer team members like them. While everyone secretly envied Lifeless Tom, Shifeng revealed a playful grin as he shared the attribute panel for a jade flute. When the raid team saw this item, their jealousy of Lifeless Thorn vanished. Crap. Am I seeing things? This is a flying mount. Chapter 2244, Another Flying Mount. Upon seeing the summoning flute decorated with blue runes, every member of the raid team was ecstatic. Thanks to the flying mount that had appeared in the Sea of Death, players were no longer strangers to the concept of flying mounts. News of that mount had spread across God's domain, giving countless players a new dream of obtaining one for themselves. Even Aqua Rose and Zero Wings, other main force members, who already knew that Shifeng was the owner of that mysterious flying mount, were at a loss for words. Not to mention Azura's members. Except for Shifeng, they hadn't heard of any player owning a flying mount at this stage of the game. In other words, this summoning flute was only the second flying mount found in God's domain. Epic weapons and equipment might be incredibly precious, but not even the top-tier epic weapon, Winter Spear, was worth 1/10 of a flying mount. They had already experienced the benefits flying mounts had to offer, and their travel speed was simply unbelievable. A flying mount could even cross a large-scale map in no more than 2 or 3 hours. Most importantly, flying mount's combat power was incredible. Take Shifeng's Thunder Eagle, for example. The Thunder Eagle was a bona fide Tier 3 combatant with the ability to contend with level 100 Great Lords. If they had a flying mount, they'd have their own powerful companion in battle. I won't say much about this flying mount. If you want it, fight for it. The starting bid will be 300,000 GCPs or 300,000 Azura contribution points. The highest bid wins, Shifeng said, chuckling as he glanced at the excited crowd before him. In truth, even Shifeng had been quite surprised to see the Frost Monarch drop a flying mount. Even a common flying mount was easily worth several level 100+ epic items. Although this Frost Bone Dragon, the flying mount the Frost Monarch had dropped, wasn't as powerful as his Thunder Eagle, it was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount. It was even more valuable than ordinary fragmented legendary items. Initially, he had intended to give the flying mount to someone of his choosing to maximize its usefulness, but everyone's intense desire for the mount had changed his mind. Hence, he had resorted to an internal auction. 300,000 contribution points was exceedingly cheap for a flying mount like the Frostbone Dragon. Normally, he should have set the starting bid at 3 million CPS, but since this was an internal auction, he didn't mind lowering the price. Moreover, the sooner one of his players was spotted using the flying mount, the more Zero Wing or Azura could benefit naturally. There was no chance of some low-rank player claiming the Frostbone Dragon. 300,000 contribution points was an astronomical amount for both Zero Wings and Azura's members. Not even ordinary core members could afford that price. Of the 200 players participating in this raid, only a dozen or so had enough CPS to bid for the flying mount. Every member of the raid team stared at Shifeng in astonishment. They had never expected him to sell off the flying mount in an internal auction. He had even assigned the Winter Spear and Extreme Frost set to a specific player, yet the flying mount would go to the highest bidder. Most importantly, Shifeng was actually allowing them to compete for it, not keeping such a precious flying mount for himself. No other guild leader or commander would be as generous as Shifeng. It didn't take long for the raid team members to snap out of their daze after Shifeng's announcement. "I bid 300,000 GCPs. Blackie shouted, placing the first bid. "In that case, I'll bid 310,000. Cola shouted, not willing to concede. "Commander, I bid 320,000 CPS. Solitary 9 shouted, unable to help himself from participating in the auction. Azura's contribution system was similar to Zero Wings, and earning contribution points wasn't easy. Of course, as one of Azura's 2 vice commanders, he could afford to hand over 300,000 plus CPS. I bid 350,000 CPS. Lifeless Thorn announced. Although Lifeless Tom had already acquired a top-tier epic weapon and dark gold set equipment, the idea of owning a flying mount was simply too tempting. A flying mount would also affect his development rate, so he couldn't just give up this chance. Zero Wing and Azura's members frantically bid on the Frost Bone Dragon, the price quickly climbing to 450,000 CPS. Once the price rose that high, Azura's Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 had to drop out of the auction. Unlike a guild, there were fewer means for adventurer team members to earn contribution points. Adventurer teams didn't have access to guild quests, for example. Now, only Zero Wing's upper echelons could compete over the flying mount. In the end, Gentle Snow had won the Frost Bone Dragon for 580,000 contribution points. Although Shafong didn't prohibit his players from borrowing points, they had silently agreed to rely on their own contribution points due to the importance of a flying mount. Their contribution points, after all, represented how much they had contributed to the guild or adventurer team. The player who had contributed the most deserved something as important and valuable as a flying mount. After the auction, Shafong handed Gentle Snow her new Frost Bone Dragon summoning flute, and she rejoiced. Ideas of how to use this flying mount swam in her head. Shafong then let the raid team members bid for the remaining dark gold weapons and equipment, and every item had been auctioned off in less than 10 minutes. As for the other items the Frost Monarch dropped, Shafong didn't share their information or add them to the internal auction. These items touched on guild interests. The Bronze Shop promotion order, for example, had to be kept a secret. Moreover, since the Frost Monarch was a bloodline lord, it had dropped a bloodline. Normally, Shafong would have let his players take a look at an ordinary bloodline. It's not like they were a secret among the various superpowers anymore, and some were even available for purchase in the World Summit's Divine Shrine. If players had enough points, they could even purchase a peak bloodline. However, the Frost Monarch's bloodline was special, and Shafong couldn't afford to reveal it casually. Arctic bloodline, special bloodline, can be fused with a normal bloodline to produce a new bloodline. The resulting bloodline has one opportunity to evolve, and the evolution's benefits depend on the bloodline power the resulting bloodline has absorbed. The more bloodline power absorbed, the more benefits the resulting bloodline will provide. Can absorb a maximum of 100 bloodline power. Current bloodline power absorbed, 0 points. Warning: the resulting bloodline will automatically bind to the user after using the Arctic bloodline. It cannot be traded and can only be stored in the user's bag space. If the user dies, the bloodline will drop and be forever lost. System: do you wish to fuse with the Arctic bloodline? System: you have 1 hour to decide. If you fail to decide or refuse the fusion, the Arctic bloodline's power will be lost. Although Shafong trusted these players, he had no plans to inform them of the Arctic bloodline. While the team rested, Shafong wandered off to find a place to sit. He then agreed to fuse with the Arctic bloodline. Chapter 2245, New Bloodline. The instant Shafong agreed to the fusion, the Arctic bloodline in his bag shot through his body and began to merge with the Dark Iron bloodline. Thus far, Shafong had been quite satisfied with the Dark Iron bloodline. Although it was only a basic bloodline, it was the perfect bloodline for melee classes, far more valuable to melee players than other basic bloodlines. In fact, Shafong wouldn't necessarily trade the Dark Iron bloodline for a bona fide advanced bloodline if given a chance. Compatibility was incredibly important, and the Dark Iron bloodline improved his compatibility with his melee skills. It was a rare attribute. Although the Dark Iron bloodline's attribute panel didn't clearly outline how much the bloodline improved his compatibility, Shafong had discovered, through trial and error, that his bloodline improved his skill completion rates by roughly 2%. While 2% might not seem that high, and even some epic equipment could provide a similar bonus, Shafong's skill completion rate was already impressive. Shafong was very close to 100% skill completion rate with his Tier 2 skills. For any other player, the Dark Iron bloodline would likely increase their skill completion rate by more than just 2%. Even so, a 2% improvement was extremely valuable for Shafong. As God's domain evolved into a more perfect game, higher-tiered skills and spells would become increasingly difficult to use properly. A player who had a 100% completion rate with their Tier 1 skills wouldn't be guaranteed to perform as well with Tier 2 to 6 skills and spells. Take Fire Dance, for example. When she had been a Tier 1 player, she had executed her Tier 1 skills with a 95% or higher completion rate, but after reaching Tier 2 and the Flowing Water Realm, she barely achieved a 90% completion rate with her Tier 2 skills. If she wanted to increase her skill completion rate, she had to continue her training and find more inspiration in reality. Not even Domain Realm experts fared better than Refinement Realm experts with skill or spell completion rates. Completion rates depended on a player's physical control and their understanding of the skill or spell in question. Refinement Realm experts already had precise control of their bodies, and Domain Realm experts' physical control wasn't that much better. Domain Realm experts merely had superior perception. Shifeng only had such a high completion rate with his Tier 2 skills because he had already grown incredibly familiar with the various Tier 2 skills in God's domain. Not a single player in the game could compete with his experience in this regard. Moreover, the Dark Iron Bloodline would offer greater benefits as he continued to level up and reach higher tiers, particularly as he rose through the tiers. Although he had already absorbed the Dark Iron Bloodline, he couldn't yet fully exhibit the Bloodline's power. Bloodline's strength was simply too great for low-tiered players like him to tolerate. He could only unlock more of the Bloodline's abilities as he increased his tier. Otherwise, Bloodlines wouldn't have been as valuable as fragmented legendary and legendary items, becoming one of the best tools to support God's Domain's players as they became powerhouses. As the Arctic Bloodline continued to fuse with the Dark Iron Bloodline, Shifeng felt an indescribable power spread throughout his body. This power felt violent and cold, the sensations mixing within him. If he hadn't deliberately concealed his aura with the Nightwalker's cape, Fire Dance and the others would have sensed his transformation after 10 seconds. The turbulent power within Shifeng had calmed. The moment it did, the crisp sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations. You have successfully fused the Arctic Bloodline and Dark Iron Bloodline. The Frost Iron Bloodline has now bound with you. Eagerly, Shifeng inspected the resulting bloodline. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline. Increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Can absorb bloodline power to evolve once. The more bloodline power absorbed, the greater the evolution's effects will be. Can absorb up to 100 bloodline power. Currently absorbed bloodline power, 0 points. So, this is a fused bloodline? As he inspected the Frost Iron Bloodline's attributes, Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes. He had assumed the fusion would only improve the Dark Iron Bloodline's inherent attributes, not birth an entirely new ability. The Frost Iron Bloodline could practically rival advanced Bloodlinesel. The only real difference was the increased basic attributes. Fortunately, the missing basic attributes weren't that important to Shifeng. He valued the Bloodline's ability far more. Especially the Frost Iron Bloodline's new ability. Increased reaction speed would be significantly helpful. Happy Smiley. Players' their improved reaction speed would be especially useful when fighting monsters. Unlike players, monsters' reaction speed continued to increase with their levels, which was why higher-leveled monsters were so difficult to deal with. Normally, the only way players could improve their reaction speed was by increasing their basic attributes and physique, but the resulting improvement would be minor. Meanwhile, weapons and equipment that increased reaction speed directly were painfully difficult to acquire. Now that the Frost Iron Bloodline could do just that, it was easily more valuable than the advanced Bloodlines players could buy from the Divine Shrine. Amazing. Truly amazing. With this boost, my reaction speed is just as fast as true Tier 3 classes. Shifeng was ecstatic when he sensed the change to his reaction speed. The Tier 3 promotion quest was far more difficult to complete than the Tier 2 version, and players' results would largely influence their future development. Shifeng had hoped to obtain an advanced bloodline before Tier 3 promotion quest to increase his chances of securing a good result. After all, his Blade Saint class was one of God's Domain's 10 Great Saint Legacies, and his promotion quest would be considerably more challenging than other classes. Now that he had the Frost Iron Bloodline, he was far more confident of clearing his Tier 3 promotion quest. If this bloodline is so powerful after the fusion, just how powerful will it become after evolving with 100 points of bloodline power? Anticipation overwhelmed Shifeng as he read the Bloodline's attribute panel again. To obtain Bloodline power, players had to extract it from Bloodline creatures or archaic species. Unfortunately, the former were incredibly rare in God's domain. It seems I'll have to find some time to explore the Thunder God's secret land. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided that hunting in the Thunder God's secret land would be the most reliable way to collect Bloodline power. Although he knew where to find a few low-level Bloodline creatures, the main God system wouldn't give him any chance to exploit such a loophole. His chances of extracting Bloodline power from low-level Bloodline creatures would be abysmal. To increase his chances, he had to hunt Bloodline creatures in the Thunder God's secret land. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to gain access to the secret land. He would need an entry pass, and entering the secret land by himself wouldn't be efficient. He'd need to obtain enough entry passes for a group of players. As a result, Shifeng decided to prioritize Zero Wing's development in the Sea of Death. However, he hadn't come to that decision simply because he wanted entry passes to the Thunder God's secret land. After level 100, the various major powers would turn their attention to the sea due to its many available resources, and if Zero Wing wanted a cut of that pie, it would have to secure a foothold in the Sea of Death as soon as possible. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng's gaze drifted toward the bronze shop promotion order in his bag, his desire to upgrade the Wanderer's shop as soon as possible growing. The naval resources he obtained through his partnership with Phoenix Rain wouldn't be enough for Zero Wing to establish itself in the Sea of Death, and Zero Wing still had to deal with Starlink's harassment. Once the raid team had rested, Shifeng returned to White River City alongside his companions. Chapter 2246, Turmoil at Dragonheart City. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Hashes of light illuminated the teleportation hall as Shifeng's team returned to White River City. After Monarch raid, they had spent almost all of their stamina and concentration. Although they had rested in the purple frost field for some time, they were visibly exhausted. How strange. I'm back in the city, yet my stamina still feels like it's barely recovering. Aqua Rose muttered as she concentrated on her physical state. Fire Dance, Yang Tianxing, and the other Refinement Realm experts felt the same. Once players reached the Refinement Realm, they gained more precise control over their bodies, and when they lacked stamina, it subtly influenced their physical performance. Hence, Refinement Realm experts could sense how much stamina they had remaining based on their physical condition. Normally, players' stamina rapidly regenerated when they returned to a town or city, yet Aqua Rose and her companion's stamina had barely changed. Their stamina recovery rate was surprisingly slow. Don't worry about it. It's just the result of the power of frost that infected your bodies. Once the power of frost dissipates, you'll return to normal, Shifeng explained. Not only were high-level maps dangerous, but they also inflicted lasting negative effects on the players that dared to explore them. Even among high-level maps, the purple frost field was considered a special place. All forms of energy, with the exception of the power of frost, had been expelled from the map. Not only would players' stamina deplete far faster than usual if they remained in the map for a long time, but their stamina recovery rate would also be affected. Fighting a world boss like the Frost Monarch would only make their condition worse. In their current state, these players would need to rest in a city for at least 10 hours to recover fully. Doesn't that mean that we'll have to rest for a long time, unable to do much else? Gentle Snow asked, frowning. She had just obtained the Frostbone Dragon, and she wanted to lead a team to grind field bosses in unexplored high-level maps as soon as possible to utilize this advantage and secure a large stock of high-level equipment. Zero Wing's main force members had reached such a high level, but most of their weapons and equipment hadn't. If they had had up-to-date weapons and equipment in their competition with Starlink, securing their victory would have gone much smoother. But it can't be helped. High-level resource maps aren't like they were before, Shifeng responded with a shrug. Reaching level 100 in God's domain wasn't difficult. The true difficulty lay in obtaining top-tier weapons and equipment that corresponded with their levels. The Purple Frostfield was one of the best places to acquire top-tier level 90 equipment. Not only did the map have its own level 90 world boss, but it was also home to quite a few level 90+ mythic bosses. Unfortunately, maps like the Purple Frostfield had their own form of special energy, so grinding for top-tier weapons and equipment was even harder than normal. In reality, the Purple Frostfield's harsh environment was gentle compared to the various maps available at that level. Some environments even affected players' physiques and basic attributes. This was also why the various minor powers and adventurer teams had survived in God's domain in Shifeng's previous life. Grinding in these special maps for long periods was impossible due to their environments, and as a result, the various major powers hadn't been able to monopolize these maps' field bosses. To dominate these maps, God's domain's major powers would need a lot more manpower. This was precisely why Shifeng wanted to develop the Azura Adventurer team, using it to attract more expert players. Although Zero Wing had an incredible main force, the guild's other teams lagged far behind them. Gentle Snow's and Aqua Rose's frowns deepened. This meant that their level and mount advantages weren't as great as they had thought. Forget about farming top-tier weapons and equipment for now. You should help our other members level up. Once the power of Frost's effects wears off, you can organize teams to raid team dungeons and get our raiding progress up to speed, Shifeng said, chuckling. Collecting a large stock of top-tier weapons and equipment wasn't a walk in the park. If it were, the various superpowers would have squashed the game's minor powers and adventurer teams. They wouldn't have poured so much attention into nurturing lifestyle players and grinding for resources. Either I'll do that, then. Gentle Snow felt helpless. She had no choice but to accept Shifeng's suggestion and take things one step at a time. After their conversation, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose left the teleportation with the rest of Zero Wing's members. They planned to take the guild's members out to power level in high-level maps. Shifeng, on the other hand, led Azura's members to the Candlelight trading firm and loaded them up with advanced mana armor kits, all-round devices, and other consumables that the trading firm only sold internally. He also instructed Melancholic Smile and her team to produce some resistance equipment for the adventurer team members to help them develop at a higher rate. Shifeng then found a special forging room before using the Abyss Pendant to teleport to Dragonheart Island in the blink of an eye. Shifeng appeared in an alleyway in Dragonheart City's outer area, but for some reason, Dragonheart City seemed livelier than during Shifeng's last visit. Hardly any players had spent their time in the city's outer area before, but now, he noticed a large number of players in this area of the city. Moreover, most of these players were neutral race players, not human. Why are so many neutral players here? Shifeng was astonished when he saw how many neutral players roamed the street. These neutral players were very high-leveled, with most of them at level 76 or higher. There were even quite a few level 78 players. Mainstream players had just reached level 72 and 73 at this stage of the game, so these neutral players' levels were surprising. Even most large guilds' peak experts had only just reached this level. Meanwhile, Dragonheart City was located in the Sea of Death's inner region, and the closest neutral city was very far away. There should only be a small number of neutral players that would bother traveling this far. Neutral experts weren't the only players in the city right now. There were also large crowds of experts from the various major powers and many from second and third-rate guilds. As Shifeng observed the passing players, he noticed a familiar group. It was none other than Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who loved to vanish from the guild, and they seemed to be in the company of Melody and a few other Ninth Heaven members. Since Shifeng was still disguised as Black Flame, Thoughtful Rain and her companions quickly recognized him. You're here, too, Big Brother Black Flame? Blue Bamboo promptly walked up to Shifeng as soon as she saw him. Guild leader Black Flame, the half-elf Melody greeted. Why are you guys here? Shifeng asked, surprised. The fairy country, Melody's home country, was quite a distance away from Dragonheart Island. Traveling so far was a major challenge. Oh? You don't know, Guild leader Black Flame? Melody asked, giving Shifeng an odd look. No what? Shifeng asked. We're here because we've received news that a pathway to the Western Continent has appeared in Dragonheart City. All of the various major powers are heading this way to test their luck and see if they can make it to the Western Continent, Melody explained. Chapter 2247, Wanderer's Shop promoted. A pathway to the Western Continent. Shifeng was surprised to hear the news. God's domain consisted of two main continents, separated by a massive distance. Even with a flying mount, it would take several days to travel from one continent to the other. To make matters worse, one would encounter many level 180 and 200 plus sea monsters and flying monsters. Even after players reached Tier 3 during Shifeng's previous life, very few people had been strong enough to travel between the continents normally. Players would have to rely on teleportation arrays or special paths that had survived since ancient times. Take Starlink, for example. The guild must have secured a teleportation array that only it, alone, knew of. However, Shifeng had never heard of a path leading to the western continent in Dragonheart City during his previous life. Shifeng was also certain this wasn't because of a weakness in his information network or his guild's inability to learn it. If a path had appeared in the middle of a city, it would have shaken every power on the continent. The current situation was the best proof of this. Guilds from the eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires were rushing to Dragonheart City after learning of the pathway. Even the various neutral powers were making the trip. It would be very difficult not to learn of this pathway's discovery. A pathway between the two main continents represented unimaginable opportunities and wealth. The two continents had different cultures and development goals, which was why neither Unyielding Heart nor Crimson Emperor was a match for Starlink's economic development. I'm not sure about the exact details. I came here with a friend who is trying to find out more about the situation, Melody explained. Big brother Black Flame, why don't you come with us and take a look at this pathway? Rain and I have explored so many places, but we've never visited the western continent. Blue Bamboo invited Shifeng. My friend has been in Dragonheart City for quite some time now, so his connections and information network are quite impressive. I'm sure he'll find the facts soon, Melody said, nodding in agreement. She had considered inviting Shifeng to join them as well, but it wouldn't be proper to invite another guild leader without a good enough reason. Since Blue Bamboo had taken the initiative to invite him, she might as well go with the flow and use this opportunity to develop. The relationship between Ninth Heaven and Zero Wing had prospered lately, and because of that, the Death God workshop had calmed quite a bit in the fairy country, allowing Ninth Heaven to develop peacefully. Since Shifeng clearly didn't know much about the western continent, she could use this opportunity to earn a favor. All right, but I have some matters to see to before I can join you, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. A pathway to the western continent was indeed a tempting issue. If he could visit the western continent this early, Zero Wing could gain access to endless wealth and resources. Since Melody was trying to do him a favor, likely to earn one back, he didn't mind taking advantage of this situation. That won't be a problem. In any case, my friend still needs some time to investigate. We'll be wandering around this area of the city in the meantime, Melody said. She secretly rejoiced when she heard Shifeng's answer. Zero Wing was already incredibly strong as a guild and was almost guaranteed to become a superpower in the future if Ninth Heaven could secure a close relationship with the guild. Now, Ninth Heaven would only benefit later. Once Shifeng and the others agreed on where to meet later, he hurried toward the Wanderer's shop. Due to news of the pathway, the street the Wanderer's shop occupied, which had been deserted during Shifeng's last visit, was crowded with players. Everyone was here to learn more about this mysterious path to the western continent. Although I'm surprised that someone has discovered the pathway, it has saved me a lot of trouble in luring customers to the shop. With a quick glance, Shifeng realized that most of the players on the street were experts. These expert players were either from guilds or well-known adventurer teams. Naturally, they'd have stronger information networks than ordinary experts. Shifeng had been worried about how to lure in customers after upgrading the Wanderer's shop. Without enough customers, he wouldn't be able to sell the black market teleportation slots for a good price, but it seemed that he no longer had to worry about that. He immediately headed into his Wanderer's shop. The Wanderer's shop had a total of 3 floors, and the building itself was quite old. The items it currently sold were of little value, as well. Not even ordinary players would be interested in these items, much less expert players. The only customers currently in the shop were NPCs, and when Shifeng checked the daily transaction volume, it was pitifully low. System: Bronze shop promotion order detected. Do you wish to upgrade the Wanderer's shop? Upgrade. Shifeng chose to upgrade the shop without hesitation. The bronze shop promotion order sitting in Shifeng's bag transformed into particles of light and disappeared. As it did, the shop itself began to change. The changes were not visible from outside the shop, but internally, the Wanderer's shop underwent a metamorphosis. Although the shop's first floor still looked old and tattered, the system replaced the old, garbage items. Now, the shelves held magic tools that could even tempt expert players, including Tier 2 magic scrolls. Among the various new items, one stood out to Shifeng, surprising him: the Spirit Stone. The Spirit Stone was a special type of gemstone, a consumable. It was incredibly rare, and when equipped, it would improve players' mana perception. The improved mana perception would be useless to physical class players, but to magical class players, the Spirit Stone was a priceless treasure. Their mana perception directly affected their spell completion rates. Unlike skills, casting a spell didn't rely on physical movement. Instead, it relied on players' control over mana. Naturally, a caster with stronger mana perception would have better control of their spells. Once God's Domain's magical class players discovered the Spirit Stone, they'd go crazy over it. However, when Shifeng saw the Spirit Stone's price, he broke out in a cold sweat. Each Spirit Stone actually cost 400 ancient gold. The Spirit Stone was a consumable item and would vanish after 7 days of use, but even incredibly powerful experts would need several months to earn 400 ancient gold as expected of the black market. The prices are all fraudulent. Shifeng realized that earning ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop alone wouldn't be as easy as he had hoped. Although the Wanderer's shop's merchandise was incredible, very few players would be able to afford any of it. As for the black market teleportation slots, the 2-star shop would only sell 20 slots each day, and the minimum price for each slot was 200 ancient gold, 10% of which would go to the shop's owner. Even if all 20 sold for the minimum price, Shifeng would earn 400 ancient gold from the Wanderer's shop each day. It was an absurd amount. Players would be lucky to earn 200 ancient gold from ordinary 2-star grocery stores or smithies each day. With the Wanderer's shop, on the other hand, a player could earn double that through the teleportation slots alone. And that was only the beginning. As the shop's traffic and transaction volume increased, more teleportation slots would become available for purchase, increasing the shop's total income. It's no wonder why the various superpowers were so desperate to own a Wanderer's shop. Every Wanderer's shop is a goldmine. The daily profit from one of these shops can rival 1/5 of the income from a newly captured fortress in the Gravity Mountain range. As Shifeng browsed the shop's wares, he determined that he could earn 500 ancient gold per day if sales were good. Even the well-established first-rate powers in Dragonheart City only earned that much ancient gold per day. As for the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses, players couldn't just capture one on a whim. Unlike other fortresses, a power would need a large number of experts to garrison the Gravity Mountain range's fortresses long-term. Swarms of monsters would attack the fortresses every day, and the amount of manpower needed to run a fortress was no trivial matter. Not even ordinary superpowers would have the necessary strength to secure and profit from one of these fortresses. In comparison, the Wanderer's shop could generate 1/5 of a newly captured fortress's income without any risk. System: the Wanderer's shop has been upgraded. Do you wish to open it to the public? Chapter 2248, Blackheart's shop. Shifeng immediately agreed to open the Wanderer's shop to the public after hearing the system notification. Although it was possible to hire more NPC staff and renovate the shop after the upgrade to 2-star status to lure in more customers, Shifeng did not have the money to do so. He only had 1,000 ancient gold remaining, and every item and service in Dragonheart City cost ancient coins. Players even had to pay to enter the World Tower. To enter the World Tower's first floor, where the Gravity Mountain range was located, a team had to pay 5 ancient copper per player. If one wished to explore the World Tower's second floor, it would cost 1 ancient gold per player. Dining in Dragonheart City was also very expensive. However, it was an unavoidable expenditure as the food and drink in Dragonheart City accelerated stamina and concentration regeneration, as well as expelling the otherworld energy that infected players' bodies, allowing players to re-enter the World Tower sooner. This was also why minor powers couldn't survive in Dragonheart City. Otherwise, the World Tower would have been crowded with players since it was such a wonderful place to level up and obtain resources. Players wouldn't need to waste hours traveling to high-level maps, subjecting themselves to strange energies. Shifeng planned to bring Zero Wings members to develop in Dragonheart City in the near future, so he couldn't afford to waste money. Most importantly, he needed to pay 3,000 ancient gold once every 10 days to maintain the Wanderer's shop. It was best that the shop started conducting business as soon as possible. Shortly after the Wanderer's shop opened to the public, an NPC entered the shop to sell his item. Surprisingly enough, the NPC was selling a Tier 2 skill book. Unfortunately, his asking price was 60 ancient gold. Not long after this NPC entered the shop, players began to cross its threshold. These players had only intended to window shop, but once they saw the available merchandise, they froze, their feet glued to the ground. Crap. Isn't this a resurrection scroll? These are even rare in Empire's auction houses. The last one I saw even went for 200 gold, Yet this place is only selling it for 50 gold. Take a closer look. It cost ancient gold, not normal gold. The players' eyes glowed with excitement when they saw the shop's merchandise, but once they saw the listed prices, that excitement vanished. Well-known adventurer team experts like themselves could save up 50 gold, but even if they sold everything they had on them, they still wouldn't have 50 ancient gold yet. Every item in the Wanderer's shop cost ancient gold. When Shifeng heard this group curse the Wanderer's shop for its Blackheart prices, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. He had felt the same in the past. Despite being the guild leader of a second-rate guild, the Wanderer's shop's goods had been too expensive for him. Needless to say, adventurer team members wouldn't fare any better. Shifeng then left the shop and hurried toward the agreed-upon meeting place to meet up with Melody and the others. Since the Wanderer's shop was now open for business, it would only be a matter of time before the various major powers in the city discovered it. He would not have to worry about the black market teleportation slots selling. He had also left 500 ancient gold with the shop and instructed its NPC staff to purchase epic materials. He decided to refuse NPC's other items since he couldn't afford them at the moment. He could only slowly accumulate ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop. After a few minutes, Shifeng arrived at a bar in the city's inner area. The bar was called the Blue Rose, and as soon as he arrived, he discovered Melody's group, happily chatting with a level 79 Tigerkin Berserker. Not only was this Tigerkin Berserker very high-leveled, but his equipment was also quite impressive. The Berserker currently wore the Raging Punishment set, a level 75 Feingold set equipment. His two-handed axe also gave off the glow effect unique to epic items. The wild and powerful aura he radiated was even powerful enough to deter first-rate guild's peak experts. Moreover, Shifeng could tell he was a refinement realm expert by the Tigerkin's movements. The Tigerkin Berserker's strength was even stronger than Melody. "Big brother Black Flame, have you settled your affairs?" Blue Bamboo asked when she saw Shifeng enter the bar. They're done." Shifeng nodded. "Yuri, just in time. Here, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Swimming Dragon. He's the commander of the Dragon Riders adventurer team," Melody said. She then turned to Swimming Dragon and continued, "This is Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. So, you're that famous Sword King." Swimming Dragon looked at Shifeng in surprise. As Dragon Riders mainly operated on Dragonheart Island, Swimming Dragon was not particularly familiar with guilds and experts outside of his home base. However, the top 50 experts on the God's Domain experts list were a different story. Furthermore, Shifeng's rank had recently risen on the experts list. In the latest issue, Shifeng had been ranked 14th. The man was difficult to miss. Although the God's Domain experts list was not a clear indicator of an expert's strength, those who could earn a high rank were definitely extraordinary. However, Shifeng didn't seem any different than an average person as he sat before Swimming Dragon. If not for Melody's introduction, he might have dismissed the guild leader as an ordinary player. He couldn't sense the imposing aura that was typical of powerhouses. In fact, Shifeng's aura felt quite weak. "Hello," Shifeng replied with a slight nod. After a brief introduction, Swimming Dragon informed the group of what he had learned about the pathway to the Western continent. However, to everyone's disappointment, the pathway didn't actually exist. Players had simply discovered a king-class sea monster a short distance away from Dragonheart Island. Based on what the various superpowers had discovered, this sea monster had a chance of dropping a teleportation stone that could transport players to the Western continent. The various superpowers had only spread the news because of how powerful the king-class sea monster was. There was also a group of powerful sea monsters protecting this king-class, and it would take more than 2 superpowers to take the king-class sea monster down. Hence, the various superpowers intended to use the various major powers' strength for the raid. When they found this out, the various naval powers that had gathered in Dragonheart City hurried toward the island nearest to the king-class sea monster. They would begin the raid once they had enough overall combat power. Swimming Dragon had voiced his intentions to join the raid to see if he could get a piece of the pie. Melody's group was interested in taking a look, as well. Naturally, Shifeng wouldn't refuse this opportunity and decided to travel to the island with Swimming Dragon and the others. "There are so many people here." Blue Bamboo was astonished when she saw the number of ships in the port. There were usually plenty of ships in Dragonheart City's port, but right now, there were at least 10 times more ships than normal. Just leaving the port was a challenge. It will take too long to get to Tranquil Mine Island by ship. Dragonheart City has a specialized transport ship that travels to that island. The trip will be easier if we take the transport ship, Swimming Dragon said. Previously, I've already asked someone to purchase our tickets. We can just get on board the transport ship directly. After saying so, Swimming Dragon led Shifeng and the others to the transport ship's dock. Players crowded around the docked transport ship, everyone waiting to board. With no other choice, Shifeng and his latest companions patiently waited in line. After waiting for more than half an hour, it had come time for Shifeng's group to board the ship, but suddenly, two burly men approached them. One of these players was level 78, while the other was level 79. When the surrounding players saw these men, they promptly stepped out of the way and did their best to avoid meeting their eyes. Both of these experts possessed powerful backgrounds in Dragonheart City, and ordinary experts wouldn't dare provoke them. Swimming, I've heard you've purchased tickets to board the ship. Give them to me, I'm in a rush, the level 78 shield warrior said, grinning at Swimming Dragon. Relax, I won't just take advantage of you. I'll pay the favor back later. You're too late, Iron Hand. I've already given my tickets away, Swimming Dragon said, shaking his head. Does that matter? People are easy to replace. Tell me who they are, and I'll negotiate with them. I'm sure they'll gladly agree to give me their tickets, the shield warrior named Ironhand said, laughing. Chapter 2249, Stormy Situation. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened at Ironhand's words. Stop messing around, Ironhand. The Dragon Riders Adventurer team is working under Heaven's Blade. Swimming Dragon warned. The shield warrior, Ironhand, was nobody of significance. Like Swimming Dragon, Ironhand was only a refinement realm expert. However, the Nine Snakes Adventurer team stood behind the man. Plenty of powers operated on Dragonheart Island, and the various adventurer teams ruled over a significant portion. Naturally, the island's top 10 adventurer teams led the way. These 10 adventurer teams were extremely powerful and had support from various corporations. They walked the path of the elite and had a large number of capable experts. In terms of strength, these top 10 adventurer teams were even stronger than the various first-rate guilds on Dragonheart Island. Meanwhile, Nine Snakes was one of the top 10 adventurer teams. Due to Nine Snakes' position on Dragonheart Island, the adventurer team's members were particularly arrogant. Unfortunately, very few players and powers had the strength to put Nine Snakes in its place. As a result, most of the adventurer teams and independent players on Dragonheart Island tried to avoid Nine Snakes members as much as possible. The Sea of Death situation wasn't like that of the main continent. Not only was the competition here extremely intense, but the consequences for dying were also more severe. On land, players would only lose a piece of equipment and a level if they were killed. Out at sea, however, one would lose a ship. These ships were the key to naval players' survival. Without a ship, naval players' development would stagnate. Of course, as Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team as well, it had caught the eye of many powerful adventurer teams. As a result, Dragon Riders could ally itself with one of these adventurer teams for protection. The adventurer team Dragon Riders had chosen to ally with was none other than the Heaven's Blade adventurer team. Like Nine Snakes, Heaven's Blade was also one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island. You think Heaven's Blade is that awesome? Do you know who this expert beside me is? Ironhand asked, sneering. This is the War Blood adventurer team's newly promoted team leader, Snowy Afterglow. He's that genius from War Blood. Swimming Dragon's expression turned serious as he looked at the slightly arrogant-looking level 79 berserker youth beside Ironhand. Practically every adventurer team on Dragonheart Island knew the name Snowy Afterglow. The man had become one of War Blood adventurer team's team leaders despite being only 22 years old. War Blood was the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, and overall, it was even stronger than Nine Snakes and Heaven's Blade. In fact, the two adventurer teams combined might not be a match for War Blood. It was no exaggeration to say that War Blood was half as strong as a superpower. Of course, one had to be a peak expert to become one of its team leaders. That's right, and we're in a hurry. We don't have time to waste with you, Ironhand snapped, annoyed. His gaze then shifted to Shifeng and the others before he said, I've never seen you before. You guys must be Swimming Dragon's friends, right? I'll get straight to the point. Give me 2 of your tickets. If anyone tries to give you a hard time on Dragonheart Island, you can give them our names. After all was said and done, Swimming Dragon commanded Dragon Riders, one of Heaven's Blade's subordinate adventurer teams, so Ironhand couldn't take his ticket from him. However, he shouldn't have any problems taking one of his companions' tickets. When the nearby players heard Ironhand's demand, they gave Chifeng's group envious looks, earning Ironhand's favor was worth the price of a ticket, not to mention snow afterglows. PvP was more common in the Sea of Death than it was on the main continent, and without sufficient strength, surviving here would be impossible. If one were protected by a VIP like Ironhand or Snowy Afterglow, they could develop on Dragonheart Island without worry. The only problem was the blow one would suffer to their reputation by conceding their tickets. Unfortunately, there wasn't much Swimming Dragon could say against it. It might not have been an issue if Ironhand had been alone, but he couldn't afford to offend Snowy Afterglow. Heaven's Blade might not protect him from the young man, however. Melody and the others were his friends, and he couldn't let someone bully them out of their tickets. As Swimming Dragon was about to offer his own ticket, Chifeng, who had been silent throughout the conversation, opened his mouth and snarled, "Scrow." With one word, silence fell over the area. Even the adventurer team expert players who hadn't been paying attention, happy chatting among themselves, stopped and turned toward Chifeng. This situation was simply too shocking to ignore. As this guy lost his mind. Based on his looks, he must be new to Dragonheart City. He probably doesn't know who Snowy Afterglow is. The various adventurer team players were already used to the arrogance Nine Snakes members displayed. Moreover, Nine Snakes' influence on Dragonheart Island had been growing stronger recently. Anyone with more than half a brain would avoid picking a fight over such a small issue, and yet, someone had actually dared to provoke a Nine Snakes member. This was the first time anything like this had occurred on Dragonheart Island. Furthermore, Ironhand was accompanied by one of Warblood's newest team leaders. By disrespecting both Ironhand and Snowy Afterglow, Chifeng had practically sacrificed his development on Dragonheart Island, and in the Sea of Death. Chifeng's response even stunned Ironhand for a moment. After snapping out of his daze, Ironhand coldly asked, "Are you looking to die?" "What? You want to try me?" Chifeng shot back, smirking at Ironhand. "Good. I'll remember you." Ironhand growled as he glared at Chifeng. Strangely calm, the two experts left. However, none of the watching players were surprised by Ironhand's reaction. They were still in Dragonheart City, and anyone that tried to assault another player was simply suicidal. Not event the War-Blood adventurer team would dare attack another player inside the city. There wasn't a single power in the game that could contend with the NPC soldiers that patrolled this city. That guy is dead for sure. His life in the Sea of Death is likely over now. Not even Swimming Dragon can protect him. Regardless, it was awesome to see Ironhand so pissed. Many of the expert players on the docks flashed Chifeng pitying looks. There would now be bad blood between Chifeng and the Nine Snakes adventurer team, and Nine Snakes members were well known for seeking vengeance for the smallest insult. Ironhand definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. While the crowd quietly discussed the disruption, Chifeng's group boarded the transport ship without any more interruptions. They then made their way toward Tranquil Mine Island. As this was the first time they had boarded a transport ship, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were surprised by the ship's size. The transport ship was almost as large as a destroyer in the real world, with a total of 4 floors. It was considerably larger than God's Domain's sailboats. There were even break rooms on the ship, which would accelerate players' stamina and concentration recovery. No other ship had this ability. Moreover, the transport ship was very fast, even faster than a bronze speedboat. It was the ideal ship for most players who wished to develop out at sea. It's a pity that only NPCs can own transport ships. If players like us could own one, we wouldn't have to worry about our development at sea, Thoughtful Rain said. When she had inspected the break room's effects, she had discovered that time flowed differently in these rooms. The time in the break rooms passed as quickly as it did in the real world, which meant that the travel time players experienced would be halved while they rested. They wouldn't have to be bored or irritated that the journey took so long. Transport ships, huh? When Chifeng heard Thoughtful Rain's comment, he remembered a shipyard in Dragonheart City. It was a large shipyard that was capable of producing a unique transport ship. Although that ship wouldn't be as powerful as the transport ship they currently rode, it had a transport ship's basic functions. Back when player-owned transport ships had emerged in the past, It had caused quite a commotion among the various naval powers. Players had only discovered which shipyard had been responsible for these transport ships after in-depth investigations. However, a superpower had long since purchased the large shipyard in question. By then players had only started developing on Dragonheart Island, and the shipyards here were still extremely expensive. Even the cheapest shipyard cost 80,000 ancient gold, a price only superpowers could afford. However, the various superpowers were busy contesting over Dragonheart City's shops. They had no time to pay attention to these shipyards. If Chiffon could purchase the large shipyard in question early on, not only would it generate a significant amount of wealth, but it would also drastically increase Zero Wing's naval strength. While Chiffon pondered over how to earn a large sum of ancient gold as quickly as possible, Swimming Dragon approached with a worried expression. Guild leader Black Flame, 9 Snakes, the adventurer team Ironhand that belongs to, is one of the local tyrants on Dragonheart Island. I don't think we should participate in the joint sea monster raid near Tranquil Mine Island. 9 Snakes will definitely try to pull something to punish us, Swimming Dragon said. Although Swimming Dragon knew that Chiffon was very powerful, they were in the Sea of Death. The rules here were drastically different than those on land. Otherwise, the various adventurer teams wouldn't have been able to secure territory on Dragonheart Island despite so many superpowers present. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Chiffon said, chuckling. He did not bother to explain further. Swimming Dragon sighed inwardly. He thought that Chiffon was acting a little too full of himself. He simply didn't know how powerful naval adventurer teams were. After a little over 2 hours, the transport ship finally docked on Tranquil Mine Island. A thick layer of dark fog enveloped Tranquil Mine Island, and other than the port, a ghostly atmosphere devoured the island. Once players set foot on the island, they'd succumb to a chill, and their reaction speeds would significantly decrease. Players could even freeze to death if they lingered for too long on the island. This was practically an island of death. However, the port was full of bronze and mysterious iron speedboats. There were even a few sailboats here. The scene was even grander than in Dragonheart City's port. Shortly after the transport ship docked, and just as Chiffon and the others were about to step onto the wooden platform, they discovered a group of players before the transport ship. Every one of these players emitted a dense killing intent, and a few of them had already reached level 80. Even an expert like Swimming Dragon was afraid as he felt these players' dangerous auras washed over him. Meanwhile, 2 familiar figures led this group of experts, and they were none other than Ironhand and Snowy Afterglow Brat. You were quite bold earlier. Would you dare repeat yourself now? Ironhand demanded, sneering at Chiffon. Chapter 2250, A Person You Shouldn't Provoke. When the players on the transport ship saw the small fleets around them, they couldn't help but grow nervous. Combat was a daily occurrence for Dragonheart Island's players, whether it be against sea monsters or players. Although large-scale naval PvP was common as well, none of those battles had involved a fleet as powerful as the one around the transport ship. Over 20 speedboats had the larger ship surrounded, 8 of which were bronze speedboats, and one was mysterious iron. Rank 9 Snake's grand display of strength even surprised the other powers on Tranquil Mine Island, not to mention the players aboard the transport ship. These powers' upper echelons immediately ordered an investigation into this matter. We're doomed. Swimming Dragon stared at 9 Snake's fleet with a grim expression. He hadn't expected Ironhand to be so vicious. An ordinary adventurer team would be fortunate to have a single advanced speedboat in their fleet. The Dragon Riders were lucky enough to have 2 bronze speedboats, which were the reason that the adventurer team had become quite famous and gained some influence on Dragonheart Island. Yet, the 9 Snakes adventurer team had dispatched a mysterious iron rank and 8 bronze ranked speedboats. Even if they could sprout wings and fly, they wouldn't escape 9 Snakes' encirclement. Unlike on land, there wasn't anywhere players could flee to at sea, especially when they were surrounded by a powerful enemy. Even if they had a bronze speedboat on their side, escape would be impossible. Are we in trouble, Big Brother Dragon? Blue Bamboo asked curiously. Since she was not familiar with naval players' ways, she didn't understand why everyone seemed so nervous about the few speedboats around them. Trouble is an understatement, Swimming Dragon replied, gesturing to an elementalist aboard 9 Snakes' mysterious iron speedboat with a bitter smile. This elementalist was clad in pitch-black robes and wore a silver mask. If we only had to face Ironhand, I could find a way out of this, but that is 9 Snakes' vice commander, Undefeated Star. He used to be the 9 Star family's vice guild leader, but he left the super first-rate guild a few years ago for some unknown reason and joined Nine Snakes. He is also one of the few naval legacy holders in the Sea of Death. Countless seafaring players dreamed of obtaining a naval legacy. Naval legacies might not be of much help, or any, to players on land, but they could help a seafaring player become an overlord on the open water. Picking a fight with a naval legacy holder at sea was suicidal. After listening to Swimming Dragon's explanation, the other players on the transport ship turned to Shifeng. Sure enough, the Nine Snakes adventurer team really shouldn't be provoked. That guy might have enjoyed a moment of glory, but now, he'll pay for it. I hadn't thought that Nine Snakes would respond so ruthlessly. Even Undefeated Star is here. Friend, Undefeated Star is vicious. It's best if you apologize. Otherwise, they might hunt you down and kill you back to level 0. I've heard that Undefeated Star has a special tool that can double the death penalty, and Nine Snakes has quite a few expert trackers. Another adventurer team's commander had provoked Undefeated Star not that long ago and lost over 10 levels as a result. That commander had no choice but to lead his adventurer team away from the Sea of Death. Many of the players on the transport ship pitied Shifeng. If he hadn't acted so rashly earlier, he wouldn't be in this situation. Some kind-hearted players even offered him advice. Being able to mingle on Dragonheart Island was already proof of one's strength, and everyone present knew how difficult it was to reach this point in the game. Losing 10 levels would be more than enough to despair over, not to mention dying back to level 0. Punk, if you accept your death and obediently hand over all of your equipment, we might consider letting the insult slide. Ironhand shouted, "It's only a ship ticket, Ironhand. Do you really have to make such a fuss over this?" Swimming Dragon pleaded through gritted teeth, stepping forward. "Will you let me apologize for my friend?" "Why would I want an apology?" Ironhand snapped, disgusted. "I had to mobilize Nine Snakes' mysterious iron speedboat just to get to Tranquil Mine Island. Do you really think an apology can make up for that? I know you're a righteous person, Swimming Dragon, but your friend has disrespected our adventurer team. Do you think we can let him get away with that without paying a price?" Undefeated Star asked Swimming Dragon before shifting his gaze toward Shifeng. "What do you want?" Shifeng asked Neil, "Apologize to my friend, and offer 1,000 ancient gold as compensation." "Do that, and we'll consider this matter settled," Undefeated Star said as he gestured to Snowy Afterglow, who stood beside him. 1,000 ancient gold. Nine Snakes really is ruthless. An ordinary adventurer team on Dragonheart Island would be lucky to have a few dozen ancient gold. I'm not sure even well-known adventurer teams can fork out 1,000 ancient gold. Many of the spectating players gasped when they heard Undefeated Star's demands. Every player on Dragonheart Island knew how difficult it was to acquire ancient gold coins, yet Undefeated Star demanded 1,000 ancient gold as compensation, in addition to an apology. Undefeated Star was practically shoving Shifeng toward his doom. "Isn't this going a little too far, Vice Commander Star? My Dragon Riders adventurer team is working under Heaven's Blade. I hope that you will consider taking a step back out of respect for Heaven's Blade." Swimming Dragon tried to reason with the man again. Swimming Dragon hoped that he could convince Undefeated Star to back off by dropping Heaven's Blade's name. Heaven's Blade was the 5th-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island, a rank higher than Nine Snakes. If Heaven's Blade found out that Nine Snakes refused to show respect, the larger adventurer team would take action. "You so brave to negotiate with Brother Star, Swimming Dragon. Not even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders would dare to speak to him that way," Ironhand said, sneering at Swimming Dragon. "Of course, if Commander Zwei were here, it might be a different story." Heaven's Blade had 4 vice commanders, but none of them was a match for Undefeated Star. Only Zwei, Heaven's Blade's commander, could suppress him. Swimming Dragon couldn't think of a response. He simply wasn't important enough to ask for help from Heaven's Blade's vice commanders, much less from Commander Zwei. Since Nine Snakes' Undefeated Star has spoken, that guy can only pay his due. I know some people are strong enough to save him, but those powerhouses don't just show up to help anyone. None of the spectators found anything wrong with Ironhand's statement. It was true that Swimming Dragon didn't qualify to negotiate with Undefeated Star. In fact, if Undefeated Star was in a foul mood, he might decide to take out Swimming Dragon along with Shifeng. "I don't know who you are, punk, but you should be careful of who you provoke in the Sea of Death," Ironhand said, smirking at Shifeng. "Well, Hurry up and apologize to Brother Afterglow. The moment Iron Hand finished speaking, a blue sword light shot toward him. Instinctively, he tried to defend himself, but the attack had been too fast. The sword light had sliced through him, devouring all of his HP. Iron Hand tried to speak, but his vision had already darkened, and his body fell to the deck of the ship. His corpse then transformed into particles of light and left behind a piece of equipment. What incredible attack speed! Shocked by the abrupt attack speed, the watching crowd gasped almost as one. They all turned toward the attack's origin. To their surprise, the attacker was none other than Shafong, the player who had dared to provoke the Nine Snakes adventurer team. Just who are you? Undefeated Star watched Shafong carefully after Ironhand's body had vanished. A person you shouldn't provoke, Shafong said, chuckling as he sheathed Killing Ray and stared back at Undefeated Star. Chapter 2251, Fury. Silence fell over the area after Ironhand's death, and everyone stared at Shafong in shock. Dead? Swimming Dragon muttered, utterly stupefied after watching Ironhand's body transform into particles of light and disappear. However, he wasn't just shocked that Iron Hand hadn't responded to the attack in time to save himself and died instantly as a result. Rather, Shafong's decisiveness astounded him. Swimming Dragon had known that Shafong wouldn't tolerate humiliation, especially since Zero Wing had become a pseudo-super first-rate guild. As Zero Wing's guild leader, Shafong was like a king. If he weren't, Melody wouldn't be working so hard to strengthen her relationship with him. However, Zero Wing might be Star Moon Kingdom's absolute overlord, but there were plenty of overlords on Dragonheart Island. The weakest guilds on the island was a first-rate guilds, and even they had to show Nine Snakes respect. The adventurer team was simply that powerful. This was also why Swimming Dragon had been trying to ease the tension between Shafong and Nine Snakes, yet all of his efforts were for nothing. Not only had Shafong slain Ironhand, but he had spoken so arrogantly to Undefeated Star in front of a large crowd. It was akin to a slap in the face. Powers like Nine Snakes, which prioritized their reputations, wouldn't take this insult lying down. We're truly doomed now. Swimming Dragon couldn't help his bitter smile when he saw Undefeated Star's ashen complexion. Undefeated Star was one of the top-ranked experts on Dragonheart Island. Moreover, he was accompanied by his squad of powerful bodyguards, all of which carried a special item that allowed them to form a specific magic array. This magic array would massively boost these bodyguards' strength when they were on the open ocean. Every one of these bodyguards was like a humanoid sea monster when the array was active. Because of this, very few people dared to disrespect Undefeated Star. Even Heaven's Blade's vice commanders treated the man with respect. You are the first person to speak to me in such a way in the Sea of Death, Undefeated Star said, staring at Shafong like he was a dead man walking. Let's see whether or not I can afford to provoke you. Wolf, I want him to suffer 100 deaths today. Every one of Undefeated Star's last few words had been spoken in an incredibly chilling tone. Even unrelated players shuddered when they heard it. Understood. A man named Devouring Wolf, who stood beside Undefeated Star, replied. Devouring Wolf then led the dozen or so bodyguards in a charge against Shafong. Not only were these bodyguards all level 79, but they were also experts that had followed Undefeated Star when he had left the Nine Stars family, giving up his position as vice guild leader. Every one of them was a veteran refinement realm expert. As these bodyguards approached Shafong, magic runes began to appear on their bodies. At the same time, a gigantic magic array, covering a 300-yard radius, appeared in the sky above them. As the array manifested, the bodyguards' basic attributes began to rise. Their auras also underwent a tremendous transformation. Now, they felt more like ancient sea monsters rather than human players. Careful. Their basic attributes are higher than a great lords of the same level while they're in the magic array. You can't face them head-on. Swimming Dragon hurriedly warned Shafong. Thanks. Shafong responded to Swimming Dragon's warning with a light nod. So what if you know about the magic array? You might be able to avoid a fight with one of us, but can you avoid us all? Devouring Wolf, the bodyguard's leader, asked disdainfully. Devouring Wolf swung his battle axe at Shafong, and the weapon's strength was even high enough to warp space around it. However, before the battle axe could come anywhere near Shafong, the swordsman used Killing Ray to deflect the attack. The moment the sword and axe collided, an intense shockwave shook the player's surroundings. The clash of metal echoed throughout the magic array. Surprisingly, Shafong didn't stumble backward after the exchange, Yet Devouring Wolf's expression changed as if he had just seen a ghost. How is his strength so high? Shock and confusion filled Devouring Wolf's mind as he glanced down at his trembling arms and the 1000+ HP he had just lost. He was as strong as a sea monster while the magic array affected him. He even had enough strength to frighten a peak MT. However, when his axe had met Shifeng's sword, he had actually taken damage. Swimming Dragon gaped at the two fighting players. Devouring Wolf wore even better equipment than he did, and while the magic array affected the bodyguard, even he'd have to activate a berserk skill to match Devouring Wolf's strength. However, Devouring Wolf had taken damage after charging at Shifeng. Not bad. I can see why Nine Snakes has become one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, Shifeng said, chuckling at Devouring Wolf's frightened expression. Now that you've attacked me, I should return the favor. Shifeng then swung Twilight Blade. A sword light sliced at Devouring Wolf, and although he had seen it coming, he hadn't been able to keep up with the attack speed no matter how hard he tried to block it with his axe. In the end, Devouring Wolf could only watch as the sword light passed through his body. His HP then plummeted, only stopping after it had hit 0. A moment later, Devouring Wolf's vision faded to black, and his body collapsed to the deck of the transport ship. Devouring Wolf was dead. Despite their many years of combat experience, Undefeated Star's other bodyguards were stunned when they saw this. For a moment, they even forgot to surround and attack Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not wait for these players to recover from their daze, and he charged forward Shadow Blade. Immediately, 10 sword lights flew at the remaining bodyguards. After acquiring the Arctic bloodline, Shifeng had practically become a Tier 3 player. He only lacked the ability to use Tier 3 skills. The difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 players was even larger than the difference between Tier 1 and Tier 2. The most obvious difference was the player's reaction speed. It was no longer a gap that could be shortened through basic attributes. Every one of Undefeated Star's bodyguards died in less than 20 seconds, and as a result, the magic array vanished. The only evidence that they had been here was the several equipment pieces they had left behind. Vice Commander Star, do you still think you can afford to provoke me? Shifeng calmly asked as he sheathed his swords. Chapter 2252, Shocking Tranquil Mine Island. Shifeng's words, combined with the fact that all of Undefeated Star's bodyguards were now dead, stunned the spectating players. They had ridiculed him for his ignorance and arrogance, yet now, they were silent, staring at Shifeng as if he were a frightening monster. On the other hand, Swimming Dragon's eyes were so wide they might fall from their sockets. Staring at Shifeng, Swimming Dragon unconsciously muttered to himself, "Isn't he a little too strong?" Although Swimming Dragon had known that Shifeng was extraordinarily strong, he hadn't dreamed that the swordsman was this powerful. Swimming Dragon had seen many peak experts before, but the difference between them and Shifeng was like the difference between heaven and earth. If he hadn't known that Undefeated Star's bodyguards had been trying to kill Shifeng, he would have suspected that they had been putting on a play, with Shifeng as the hero. Those bodyguards' basic attributes were monstrous, and their combat standards were no weaker than his. Even Zwei, Heaven's Blade's commander, would have to retreat from Undefeated Star's bodyguards if they ganged up on him. None of those players feared death, and they were more than willing to disregard their defense to go blow for blow with their opponents like lunatics. However, those bodyguards had been as weak as toddlers before Shifeng. The swordsman had only needed one hit to kill each of those players. He had acted as if that fight had been nothing more than a walk in the park. Shifeng's strength was simply inhuman. Swimming Dragon couldn't help but turn toward Melody, who stood beside him. He had wondered why she and her companions had tolerated Shifeng's rash actions. Their opponent was Nine Snakes, one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, but after this latest display, it seemed they didn't have to worry about dissuading Shifeng. What Swimming Dragon didn't realize, however, was that Melody and her companions were just as shocked as he was. Of course, they had been confident in Shifeng's prowess, not worried that he'd have issues when dealing with Nine Snakes. Even if Nine Snakes were Dragonheart Island's local tyrant, the adventurer team wouldn't find a domain realm expert like Shifeng easy to deal with. Even if the swordsman weren't a match for Nine Snakes, he was more than capable of evading their grasp. Only Melody and the others hadn't thought that Shifeng would be this strong, even able to kill strengthened refinement realm experts without activating a berserk skill. Shifeng's basic attributes were simply heaven-defying. "It seems you're not all talk after all," Undefeated Star said suddenly, laughing. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Undefeated Star had remained calm, even after watching his bodyguards die. However, this isn't some competition. You might be able to deal with a dozen or so players, but do you think your basic attributes can outmatch players with active berserk skills? If I send expert group after expert group to attack you, how long do you think you'll last? Moreover, we are on an island right now, surrounded by the sea. Don't think you can escape me. As soon as Undefeated Star finished speaking, another group of a dozen or so players stepped forward, sneering at Shifeng. Their combat standards might not be as high as the bodyguards, but their equipment was just as high quality. Moreover, every one of them possessed berserk skills. If they activated their berserk skills, their basic attributes would be even higher than the bodyguards, who had been strengthened by the magic array crap. Undefeated Stars aiming for a rotational battle. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened. Shifeng's strength was shocking, but they were still out at sea. These players didn't fight like those on land. On land, one could simply flee from an opponent with an active berserk skill, waiting until the duration ended, but an island was only so large. Where could players possibly run to? Moreover, Shifeng was greatly outnumbered. Even if he activated his own berserk skill and widened the gap in basic attributes, Undefeated Star's subordinates could take their time, dragging the fight out and waiting for Shifeng's berserk skill to end. Once it did, hundreds of experts with berserk skills would besiege Shifeng. You're really quite brave to insist on provoking me. Unfortunately, you simply don't know how foolish it is to make me your enemy at sea, Undefeated Star said, glaring at Shifeng. However, he did not hurry to order an attack. He enjoyed seeing his opponent's despair before him. The stronger his opponent was, the more pleasure he'd get from seeing their anguish. Are you not afraid that I'll kill you before my berserk skill ends? Shifeng asked. Curious berserk skills had short durations, but Undefeated Star only had so many players. Shifeng only counted 100 or so Nine Snakes members. If he activated his berserk skill, he could easily take these players out within a few minutes. You think our adventurer team has so few members on this island, punk? A bald man beside Undefeated Star spoke up, laughing. Dragonheart Island's various major powers have dispatched several hundred players to Tranquil Mine Island to raid the King-class sea monster. Some of them have sent over 1,000 members. How many players do you think Nine Snakes, an adventurer team famed for its high member count, has sent? Moreover, everyone knows that 13 Thrones, a bona fide superguild, backs Nine Snakes. Do you really think you can take on 13 Thrones? None of the watching experts commented on the bald man's statement. What he had said was true, after all. 13 Thrones support was the reason that so many major powers feared Nine Snakes, allowing the adventurer team to develop as rapidly as it had 13 Thrones. The revelation surprised Shifeng slightly. What? Afraid now, punk? Undefeated Star chuckled when he saw the change in Shifeng's expression. Unfortunately for you, it is too late for regrets. Nine Snakes members aren't the only ones on their way. 13 Thrones experts are almost here. How long do you think you can evade us all? This latest information made Melody and her companions nervous. Nine Snakes was enough trouble on its own. They had never thought that the adventurer team had the support of a super guild. This mess had really blown out of proportion. God's domain only had a small number of super guilds, and every one of them was an overlord. Ordinary superpowers simply couldn't compare. Guild leader Black Flame, you should leave. We'll figure out a way to stop them. If we wait until their reinforcements arrive, it will be too late to escape, Melody said in the team chat as she disembarked from the transport ship. Shifeng was Zero Wings guild leader and the main reason for the guild's success. He couldn't afford to let other players kill him. If that happened, and word spread, Zero Wings' reputation would take a massive hit. Moreover, she was responsible for inviting Shifeng on this trip, so it was imperative that she keep him safe. Thoughtful Rain also nodded her agreement, following Melody as she approached Shifeng. As the two women reached Shifeng's side, a large group of players emerged from the island's forest. This group was comprised of 9 Snakes and 13 Thrones members, led by a savage man. This man was none other than 9 Snakes commander, Half-Step Victor Crap. How is this possible? Why is a VIP like him here? Swimming Dragon stared at Half-Step Victor in shock, unable to believe his eyes. How did they get here so soon? Melody's anxiety spiked as she watched reinforcements arrive. You're really unlucky, punk. Undefeated Star smiled when he saw Half-Step Victor's figure. If you have any last words, now's the time to speak up. When the spectating experts saw Half-Step Victor, they shook their heads and sighed. That man was a VIP that could shake Dragonheart Island with a stomp of his foot, and now that he was here, Shifeng's fate was sealed. However, while Undefeated Star and his companions basked in their assumed victory, a rugged voice echoed across the port star, "Get over here this instant." Chapter 2253, Bigshot. Half-Step Victor's arrival alone had surprised the various experts in the port, but when they heard what he had to say upon his arrival, they were utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, Nine Snakes was even stronger than some of the first-rate guilds in the area. It was no exaggeration to say that Nine Snakes was only inferior to Dragonheart Island's superpowers. Half-Step Victor was resoundingly famous on Dragonheart Island for his numerous victories on the battlefield. He had earned the nickname Iron-Blooded Berserker and was one of the island's publicly acknowledged top 10 berserkers. Plenty of superpowers had focused their attention on Dragonheart Island, and they had countless experts under their command. It was easy to imagine how powerful Half-Step Victor was to rank among the top 10. Despite such impressive competition, when such a big shot had arrived, the crowd had immediately assumed that Shifeng was a dead man. Unexpectedly, however, Half-Step Victor had disregarded Shifeng, yelling at his own vice-commander instead. Based on the man's tone, he clearly wasn't pleased with Undefeated Star's latest behavior. Even Nine Snakes members were stunned. "You called for me, Commander?" Undefeated Star approached Half-Step Victor, confused. He had no idea what was happening. "Either order your men to pull back immediately." Half-Step Victor snarled, glaring at Undefeated Star. "But, Commander, we haven't taught that punk a lesson yet," Undefeated Star quickly insisted. "We invited Snowy Afterglow to further our relationship with War Blood, yet that punk dared to disrespect us in front of him. If we don't deal with this properly..." "Enough. I will not repeat myself," Half-Step Victor frostily declared. Half-Step Victor commanded great respect, even on Dragonheart Island. Needless to say, his word was law within the Nine Snakes adventurer team. Not even Undefeated Star would dare to defy him. Obediently, Undefeated Star ordered his subordinates to retreat. The spectators on the docks were astonished as they watched Nine Snakes members withdraw. None of them understood what the adventurer team was up to. They were not fighting anymore. "What? Is this for real? Nine Snakes members are leaving, just like that?" Undefeated Star had been adamant about killing Shifeng a moment ago, yet now, his subordinates were pulling away from the fight. The watching experts simply couldn't keep up with this situation's development. Even Melody, Swimming Dragon, and their companions were confused. They didn't understand why the adventurer team would retreat so suddenly. While everyone wondered about Nine Snakes' intentions, Half-Step Victor approached Shifeng. "Friend, this has all been a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take this matter to heart," Half-Step Victor said with an apologetic look. "Here, take this sea barrier stone as compensation for the Nine Snakes adventurer team's mishap." Half-Step Victor then revealed a fist-sized, light blue globe and handed it to Shifeng. Right now, the man looked nothing like Nine Snakes' peerless commander. Undefeated Star's eyes nearly fell from their sockets as he watched the exchange. He even wondered if the player he was looking at was the same Half-Step Victor he knew. Half-Step Victor was an overlord on Dragonheart Island, standing at the very apex of the island's experts. Even Superpow's guild leaders treated him with respect, yet now, Melody and Thoughtful Rain, who stood by Shifeng's sides, were at a loss, and Swimming Dragon stared at the swordsman as if he were some unknown god. Melody and Thoughtful Rain's group were new to Dragonheart Island, so they weren't familiar with Half-Step Victor's status and normal behavior. Swimming Dragon, however, was very familiar with what kind of person the commander was. Half-Step Victor was the Demon King of Disasters. He was absolutely ruthless. He wouldn't have been able to tame Nine Snakes' arrogant members, otherwise. He was so ruthless that not even Undefeated Star dared to show any disrespect before him. And yet, Half-Step Victor apologized and offered Shifeng compensation. It was the first time many of the spectating experts had ever seen such a thing. Moreover, the item Half-Step Victor had offered was the Sea Barrier Stone. Players outside of the Sea of Death might not be familiar with the Sea Barrier Stone, but those who frequented the map knew it was a priceless treasure. First-rate naval guilds would go crazy over the item. The Sea Barrier Stone would generate a magic array that was strong enough to suppress any sea monsters caught within. Not only would players have an easier time defeating the sea monsters, but it also increased players' chances of escaping powerful sea monsters they encountered and couldn't defeat. However, the Sea Barrier Stone only dropped from level 70 plus mythic ranked sea monsters. Mythic sea monsters were many times more difficult to defeat than mythic monsters on land. Even the various superpowers would have to pay a high price to take down such a powerful target. Hence, very few powers were willing to raid mythic sea monsters. Swimming Dragon was utterly flabbergasted that Half-Step Victor was actually willing to offer Shifeng such a precious item. Do we know each other? Shifeng asked. Half-Step Victor's behavior surprised him, as well. Shifeng had been prepared for a fight. Although the Nine Snakes adventurer team was quite formidable, the team had no hope against the cards he had on hand. Shifeng certainly hadn't expected Half-Step Victor to submit before him. He knew quite a bit about Nine Snakes' commander. The man was undoubtedly a ruthless player. Not only was Half-Step Victor a domain realm expert, but he would also grow into a tier 6 berserker god in the future. Half-Step Victor had been known as the iron-blooded war god during Shifeng's previous life. No, Half-Step Victor said, shaking his head. However, we have a shared acquaintance on Tranquil Mine Island. You'll understand once you meet them. A shared acquaintance. Half-Step Victor's answer confused Shifeng. He did not remember having any acquaintances on Dragonheart Island or Tranquil Mine Island. Since that is the case, let's forget about this issue. Take me to them. Please, follow me. Half-Step Victor released a held breath, relieved after hearing Shifeng's reply. He then led Shifeng away from the docks. When the spectating crowd saw this, they were dumbfounded. Undefeated Star had been out for Shifeng's blood a moment ago, yet a Bigshot like Half-Step Victor had shown up, offering peace and leading Shifeng away. Moreover, Half-Step Victor smiled amicably and treated Shifeng with immense respect. For a moment, the watching experts wondered if they were hallucinating. Who is that player? For Half-Step Victor to apologize and act as a guide, he must be some kind of VIP. The spectators discussed their guesses about Shifeng's identity, but since he wore a black cloak, they couldn't learn anything about him other than the fact that he was a level 80 swordsman. They had no idea who Shifeng really was. The experts from the various major powers promptly reported the situation to their superiors, while the adventurer team players spread the news throughout the Sea of Death. For a while, Dragonheart Island was in an uproar. Chapter 2254, Sea God's Kin. As Undefeated Star watched Half-Step Victor lead Shifeng's group to Tranquil Mine Island's inner region, he was overwhelmed with shock. May I know what is going on here, Vice Commander Star? Snowy Afterglow asked. As the War-Blood Adventurer team's youngest team leader, Snowy Afterglow qualified to look down on Nine Snakes vice commanders. He wasn't a match for Undefeated Star, but his combat power did rival peak experts. Of course, Nine Snakes commander, Half-Step Victor, was an entirely different story. Nine Snakes was far weaker than War-Blood, but it was still one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, and as such, Half-Step Victor stood on the same level as War-Blood's commander. I don't know, but we have to put this matter to rest. I hope Brother Afterglow can forgive us for this, Undefeated Star said, shaking his head as he smiled bitterly. Undefeated Star had assumed Shifeng had been joking. He hadn't actually thought that the man's claim was true. If even someone like Half-Step Victor had to treat Shifeng with such great respect, how could a vice commander possibly afford to provoke the swordsman? You jest, Vice Commander Star. Encountering such an important person had made this trip worth my time, Snowy Afterglow said, chuckling. Not even he could afford to provoke someone that even Half-Step Victor clearly feared. At this moment, he only hoped that Shifeng would forget about what had happened between them. The various major powers had set up advanced tents on a vast, open plain within the Tranquil Mine Island's forest. Swimming Dragon, who had followed Shifeng, was stunned when he saw it. Every one of these tents housed a power that was much stronger than the Dragon Rider's adventurer team. With just a casual glance, Swimming Dragon noticed quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 50 adventurer teams, and those were the powers on the edge of the clearing. As Half-Step Victor led the group toward the clearing center, Swimming Dragon noticed increasingly stronger powers, many of which were first-rate powers on Dragonheart Island. Since Half-Step Victor was their guide, Shifeng's group attracted a lot of attention as they passed. Who are those people? Half-Step Victor is treating them so respectfully, acting like a tour guide. Isn't that Swimming Dragon, the commander of the Dragon Riders adventurer team? Why is he with that group? These players weren't familiar with Shafong and Melody's group, but they did recognize Swimming Dragon. The Dragon Riders Adventurer team ranked among the top 100 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, albeit barely. Since it was a second-rate power on the island, Dragonheart Island's players would have some familiarity with the adventurer team's commander as Swimming Dragon felt the various first-rate powers watching him, his heart pounded with excitement. Normally, Dragon Riders didn't qualify to stand on equal footing with Dragonheart Island's first-rate powers, even if it was a well-known adventurer team, yet because of Shafong, he received these powers' attention. He had never dreamed of such a thing happening. Commander Dragon, I've caused you quite a bit of trouble. This sea barrier stone should be helpful to your adventurer team while at sea. I hope you can accept it as my apology, Shafong said as he handed Swimming Dragon the sea barrier stone. Shafong greatly admired Swimming Dragon's righteous behavior. The man had stood up for him, despite knowing how powerful the Nine Snakes adventurer team was. Although the sea barrier stone was a valuable item, it was useless to Shafong. The stone was only effective against Great Lord rank and below sea monsters. Its effects against Grand Lords and mythic sea monsters would be minimal. One sea barrier stone would mean nothing to a guild of Zero Wings size. Otherwise, why would Half-Step Victor have been so willing to part with it? In comparison, the stone would provide a massive boon to a weak adventurer team with few members. How can I accept such a valuable item? I barely did anything, anyway. Swimming Dragon instinctively rejected Shafong's offer. Guild leader Black Flame has made the offer. You should accept it, Dragon, Melody advised Big Brother Dragon, just take it. Our guild leader rarely offers gifts, Blue Bamboo chimed in that case, I'll take it. Realization dawned on Swimming Dragon after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo's insistence. Turning back to Shafong, he said, Guild leader Black Flame, if ever you find yourself in need of the Dragon Riders Adventurer team's help, please, feel free to give us a call. We'll use everything we have to assist you. The apology had confused Swimming Dragon, but after listening to Melody and Blue Bamboo, he realized that Shafong was trying to offer him a favor. How could he possibly ignore the opportunity to form a connection with someone that even Half-Step Victor respected? I might have to take you up on your offer in the future, Commander Dragon, Shafong said, nodding. Dragonheart Island would become the heart of naval development in the future. If Zero Wing wanted to gain strength on the open sea, it would have to develop on the island as well. Fortunately, Swimming Dragon was familiar with matters that related to the Sea of Death, and if he could convince the Dragon Riders to become one of Zero Wing's subordinate adventurer teams, Zero Wing would have an easier time developing on the island. Most importantly, Zero Wing could recruit Dragonheart Island's independent experts through the Dragon Riders adventurer team. Not all of God's Domain's experts wanted to join a guild. Most of them preferred adventurer teams that offered far more freedom. Swimming Dragon silently rejoiced that Shafong was willing to accept his offer. With this connection, he wouldn't have to worry about his adventurer team's development on Dragonheart Island. He couldn't help but flash Melody a grateful look while Shafong and his companions chatted and followed Half-Step Victor. They quickly arrived before a 3-story tall bronze tent. 6 level 80 refinement realm experts stood guard outside of the tent's entrance. Although they were only refinement realm experts, they radiated unique auras, which didn't feel that those of human players. Their auras resembled undefeated stars, who possessed a naval legacy, yet somewhat different sea gods kin. Shafong looked at the 6 players in surprise. Bloodlines could increase players' life ratings, but there were other items and methods that could do the same in God's domain. One of these methods involved receiving a god's blessing and becoming said god's kin. This was akin to becoming a bloodline creature. In other words, the 6 players before him were bloodline creatures. Unlike players with bloodlines, bloodline creature players didn't receive boons to all aspects. Only certain aspects were improved. Not only would the 6 refinement realm experts before him receive a boost to their basic attributes and physiques when fighting out at sea as a sea god's kin, but they'd also be able to trigger the bloodline abilities the sea god had granted them. Although these benefits couldn't rival those a peak naval legacy provided, they could rival an advanced legacy. In other words, these 6 refinement realm experts were even stronger than ordinary refinement realm experts. Every one of them should have the strength to rival ordinary peak experts. The only downside to becoming a sea god's kin was that players would be barred from many of the kingdoms and empires on the main continent, which weren't friendly to non-human races. Obtaining a sea god's blessing and becoming a bloodline creature wasn't an easy process. Yet these 6 players had succeeded suddenly. A young, level 80 player emerged from the tent. His aura was similar to the guards, but more intense. Based on the young man's movements, Shafong could tell that he had reached the Void Realm and was a bona fide peak expert. You may enter. The Lord is waiting inside, the young man said, glancing at Half-Step Victor with an indifferent gaze. Remember, you must show respect once you're inside. Half-Step Victor nodded in response before leading Shafong and his companions into the tent. Chapter 2255, Tower of 4 Gods. Confused, Shafong followed Half-Step Victor into the tent. Just who was this shared acquaintance that could make Half-Step Victor submit? Half-Step Victor was a domain realm expert that would be considered an apex combatant in a super guild. Even super guilds' guild leaders had to show him respect, especially at sea. Naval transportation was both dangerous and inconvenient. The sea was vast, and because of this, the various superpowers couldn't control as much of the ocean's maps as they did on land. Since the various superpowers gathered on the sea, the competition here was far more intense than on the main continent, as well. Even Melancholy, 13 Thrones guild leader, couldn't demand so much respect from Half-Step Victor. Every expert had their pride, after all, especially domain realm experts. While Shafong wondered who this acquaintance was, he and his group entered the tent's main hall. Although the bronze tent only revealed 3 floors from the outside, occupying a relatively small area, it was many times larger within. It was as if the bronze tent contained a miniature world, and its main hall was a spectacular sight to behold. As they entered the main hall, Shafong and his companions felt as if they had stepped inside an ancient shrine. A dozen level 80 experts lined the 2 walls, radiating imposing auras. Every one of these experts wore 2 to 5 pieces of epic equipment, and even the weakest player had reached the Void Realm. Their frightening auras weren't that of a human player, but of bloodline creatures or wielders of advanced naval legacies. As these experts watched Shafong's group, even Swimming Dragon broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but lower his head and avoid their gazes. Blue Bamboo, on the other hand, turned deathly pale when she sensed the experts' horrific auras. Only Thoughtful Rain fared better than her companions. Even Shafong was a little astonished to see these players. These experts could likely kill Half-Step Victor with very little effort if they wished to. Shafong would have to rely on his trump cards to escape their pursuit. Among the dozen experts, Shafong sensed 6 domain realm experts, 2 of which had even progressed even further in the domain realm than he had. However, since these players held special tools and wore black masks to hide their faces, he couldn't determine their identities. He couldn't even see their current levels. There were 3 other players in the hall, 2 males and 1 female. One of the 2 men was young, while the other was older. Their female companion was a beautiful youth, and when Shafong saw the young man and woman, he was surprised to recognize both of them. The young man was none other than his old acquaintance Lu Xingluo, while the beautiful woman was Happy Art Elder Wu. "I've brought the player you requested to see," Half-Step Victor respectfully announced as he gazed at the elderly man who sat in the hall's seat of honor. He behaved like a subordinate reporting to his superior. Elder Wu didn't radiate the terrifying aura the other experts in the room had. On the contrary, his aura felt ethereal, as if he had 1 foot in the grave. The elder was level 79, and there was no comparison between him and the other experts in the room. Shafong didn't recognize the older man at all, and he had never heard of him in this life or his previous one. However, the fear and respect Half-Step Victor showed this elder were legitimate. "This wasn't some act. You may go," Elder Wu said, nodding. Hearing this, Half-Step Victor bowed and left the hall, his usual arrogance in the sea of death nowhere to be seen. Swimming Dragon was stupefied, was so anxious he began to sweat. To Swimming Dragon's knowledge, Half-Step Victor could demand respect from Superpow's guild leaders, even if he didn't stand on equal footing, yet. While the Dragon Rider's commander wondered about the elderly man's identity, the player in question shifted his gaze to Shafong. Shafong felt as if this old man could look straight through him, and for a moment, even he felt a little afraid. Sure enough, the younger generation will always surpass the old. "It's no wonder why Little Melancholy is so optimistic about your prospects," Elder Wu said, chuckling. "Little Melancholy?" Hearing the way Elder Wu referred to 13 Thrones guild leader confused Shafong. How is he still little? Melancholy might seem young in God's domain, but that was just his appearance. The man should be nearing his 60s. Moreover, Melancholy was 13 Thrones guild leader, and he had held that position for over 2 decades. His word was practically law within his own guild. Who would dare call him little? Big Brother Black Flame, Elder Wu is 13 Thrones' largest shareholder and one of the guild's founders. You might not know of him since he had been in seclusion for some time. Our guild leader is 2 generations younger than Elder Wu, Happy Art explained in a whisper to Shifeng when she saw his confusion. Their explanation stunned Shifeng. 13 Thrones had been established nearly a century ago. Initially, the guild had been supported by 2 major corporations. In other words, this Elder Wu was more than 100 years old. Although Elder Wu had the support of a super guild, it was astounding that a man like him had reached level 79 at this stage of the game. It was true that a person's physical body in the real world wouldn't impact their virtual body in God's domain. Someone as old as Elder Wu should have some mental deterioration. It was simply impossible for him to behave like a lively, young man, even in God's domain. If Elder Wu kept up with peak experts despite his extreme age, Shifeng couldn't imagine how powerful this man had been during his prime. May I know what business you have with me, Elder Wu? Shifeng asked after taking a moment to calm down. He didn't know Elder Wu, and no one of this man's status would call him here for a simple greeting. Smart young man, Elder Wu nodded approvingly. Smiling, he continued, I've heard about your situation from Little Melancholy. I'll be direct. I want Zero Wing to withdraw from the deal involving Gravity Mountain Range's fortress. My reasoning is simple. This operation involves some of 13 Thrones' valued secrets. However, Little Melancholy has still made you a promise. As compensation for breaking this promise, I will give you one of the Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stones we will obtain after raiding this King-class sea monster. The Tower of 4 Gods has existed since before the Great Destruction, and it's rumored to contain countless opportunities. Some of the current Empire's founders even attributed their success to the Tower of 4 Gods. In fact, the Or Empire's founding emperor had only gained enough strength to unify the Or race, forming his empire. Due to his experience in the Tower of 4 Gods, each teleportation stone can transport 2 players into the Tower of 4 Gods. Whomever you choose to accompany, you will be none of my business. Realization dawned on Shifeng after listening to Elder Wu's explanation. He had never heard of Dragonheart Island containing a path to the Western continent in the past. How could such a trip be so easy, after all? It was more likely that the rumor about the teleportation stone had been blown out of proportion as it had spread. The fact that various superpowers were keeping a tight lid on the information likely played a factor. Although the true teleportation stone didn't allow one to visit the Western continent, its ability to access the Tower of 4 Gods was just as valuable. As Elder Wu had stated, the Tower of 4 Gods was an amazing place. To be precise, it was a land for gods. Every teleportation stone that allowed entry into the Tower of 4 Gods was incomparably valuable, easily worth an epic item. What are your thoughts? Elder Wu asked. Happy Art couldn't do anything about this situation due to Elder Wu's immense authority within 13 Thrones. Not even Melancholy would dare go against this man. Lu Xingluo couldn't help his inward sneer as he glared at Shifeng. The higher-ups have forbidden me from touching you, but they never said anything about impeding your development. Don't even dream that you'll get access to Dragonheart Island through 13 Thrones. 13 Thrones was a super guild. Melancholy might be interested in Shifeng, but he wasn't the only person with authority over the guild. Although Elder Wu offered the Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stone due to the broken partnership, not everyone would find success within the tower, especially with a single teleportation stone. As Lu Xingluo felt pleased with himself for pulling this coup off, Shifeng opened his mouth and replied, Thank you for your offer, Elder Wu, but since Zero Wing will not be participating in the fortress's capture, we will not need compensation. Zero Wing has its own strength, and we will fulfill our dreams on our own. Chapter 2256, Youthful Arrogance. Lu Xingluo was stunned to hear Shifeng's reply, but his lips curled into a sneer. Black Flame, do you really think such a noble attitude will gain Elder Wu's favor? Lu Xingluo inwardly chuckled. Unfortunately, you've made the wrong bet. Elder Wu is not Melancholy. Lu Xingluo was very familiar with Elder Wu's personality. Elder Wu was a man of his word. Since Elder Wu had promised to give Shifeng the Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stone, he would ensure Shifeng took it. Rejecting the offer would only disgust Elder Wu. Moreover, the old man wouldn't mind retracting his offer after such a rejection. The experts standing guard along the hall's sides stared at Shifeng in astonishment, looking at him as if he were a fool. Has this kid gone crazy? Even if he isn't, I'm sure he is very close. Does he really think he can obtain an entry slot to the Tower of Four Gods with his strength alone? He might be trying to boast about his bravery before Elder Wu. The Tower of Four Gods entry slot presented a very rare opportunity, and only one King-class sea monster dropped the tower's teleportation stone. However, an extremely large number of powers was currently vying for these teleportation stones. There were already more than 10 superpowers preparing for the upcoming raid at this point. Only 13 Thrones was confident of securing these teleportation stones. The other superpowers had no guarantee of success. Shifeng had only recently reached Dragonheart Island, and even though Zero Wing had some naval power, it couldn't dispatch its forces to Tranquil Mine Island on such short notice. Swimming Dragon's Dragon Riders Adventurer team could help the guild by adding to its combat power, but the Adventurer team wasn't even strong enough to defeat the sea monsters that guarded the King-class sea monster, much less the main boss. The idea that Shifeng intended to rely on his strength to obtain the teleportation stones was simply a joke. However, the moment Shifeng finished his statement, he turned and left the tent. He didn't even pause to wait for Elder Wu's response. Startled, Melody and her companions followed Shifeng out of the tent. Youthful Arrogance, Elder Wu indifferently commented as he watched Shifeng leave. His gaze then shifted to Lu Xingluo as he began to address their plans, reacting as if Shifeng had never arrived. The expert guards found nothing strange about Elder Wu's reaction. They had watched many arrogant players behave as Shifeng had, and they received nothing from Elder Wu after rejecting his offers. Youthful Arrogance, Inwardly, Happy Art couldn't disagree with Elder Wu more. She had gained some understanding of Shifeng's mindset during her time with him in the Thunder God's secret land. He didn't act unless he was absolutely confident in succeeding. Since Shifeng had claimed that he'd secure the teleportation stones by himself, then he was confident he'd succeed. However, Happy Art couldn't help but worry. Trying to claim the Tower of Four Gods teleportation stones from the various superpowers wouldn't be easy, and they were currently out at sea. One would need ships to defeat sea monsters. If you're worried, Little Art, I can let them tag along with our fleet. At least that would give them a chance to approach the boss. It will also avoid giving the others a reason to call out our guild for being unscrupulous, a young, robust level 80 male ranger said when he noticed Happy Art's concerned expression. Really? Happy Art asked, giving the ranger youth an excited, joyful look. The youth before her was the commander of 13 Thrones' Third Fleet, Modern Rain. If Modern Rain were willing to help, they wouldn't have any trouble getting Shifeng's group close to the King-class sea monster. Rest assured, if they're with me, they'll reach the boss's side, Modern Rain declared. Happy Art was 13 Thrones' prided daughter. Modern Rain was a little annoyed with how highly Happy Art thought of Shifeng, but he could use this opportunity to show off his power before the young woman. Once Elder Wu and Lu Xingluo finished their business, Happy Art and Modern Rain left in search of Shifeng. Countless ships, all belonging to the various major powers, were tied to the docks in Tranquil Mine Island's port, including hundreds of bronze speedboats, which the various well-known adventurer teams considered quite rare and precious. There were also quite a few small sailboats, and many of the expert players on the island were shocked by the spectacular scene. This was especially true when these experts saw the fleets the various superpowers had dispatched. Every fleet consisted of 100 ships, and even the weakest among them was an advanced speedboat. Each fleet had over 20 bronze speedboats and 2 or 3 mysterious iron speedboats, as well. Every one of them was led by a medium sailboat. So, this is the strength of various superpowers foundations? Melody gazed at the fleets, surprised these superpowers were on an entirely different level compared to Dragonheart Island's adventurer teams. Melody even spotted bronze sailboats among the multiple fleets. A single bronze sailboat was more than enough to annihilate the Dragon Riders adventurer team. Of course, adventurer teams had their own powerhouses. Take Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, for example. All of these top adventurer teams had their own medium sailboats as the core of their fleet. They only lacked the bronze and mysterious iron speedboats that the various superpowers employed. With so many ships heading toward the boss, I'm afraid that there won't be any room for us to squeeze through, Guild leader Blackflame, Swimming Dragon said, smiling bitterly as he watched the powerful fleets sail toward the King-class sea monster's last known sea zone. Although Swimming Dragon was confident in his bronze speedboat, every one of the powers participating in this raid had their own bronze speedboats. It was no exaggeration to call these speedboats cannon fodder in this upcoming raid. Trying to claim a teleportation stone with a bronze speedboat was simply impossible while the group stood in the port, watching the ships. Modern Rain and Happy Art found Shafong and approached to greet him. Big Brother Black Flame, our guild leader's initial offer was sincere. Unfortunately, Elder Wu has too much authority in the guild. Even our guild leader had no choice but to follow his wishes. Please, don't be upset with this outcome, Happy Art explained. I understand. Shafong nodded. In truth, he hadn't paid the matter much mind, to begin with. Since that is the case, why don't you tag along with us, Big Brother Black Flame? With Vice Guild Leader Rain's fleet, approaching the King-class sea monster won't be a problem, Happy Art said. Since you are Happy Art's acquaintance, Guild Leader Black Flame, please leave the journey to the boss to me, Modern Rain stated as he gestured to the bronze sailboat that was the core of 13 Thrones' third fleet. The various major powers would step aside and open a path to the King-class sea monster for 13 Thrones' third fleet. They wouldn't need to fight or squeeze through the countless ships. Thank you, but we can get there by ourselves, Shafong said, shaking his head as he rejected the offer without a second thought. Big Brother Black Flame? The response surprised Happy Art. You're going there yourselves? I don't mean to look down on you, but even if you have a relatively formidable fleet, I'm afraid that you won't even reach the mobs around the boss, not to mention with just the 5 of you, Modern Rain said, smirking while Modern Rain spoke. However, Shafong retrieved the Thunder Eagle's flute and blew into it. The deafening screech of an eagle echoed throughout the port, heralding the arrival of a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters. It gracefully descended from the sky, landing before Shafong. Chapter 2257, Reappearance of the Flying Mount. Silence fell over the port after the Thunder Eagle's arrival. Everyone stared at the massive bird, surrounded by arcs of blue electricity, with wide eyes. A flying mount. Modem Rain was stunned when he saw the Thunder Eagle stand obediently before Shafong, unable to believe his eyes. Is he the player that appeared on Frost Hell Island? Ships might be precious, but compared to a flying mount, they were utterly worthless. Not even medium sailboats were as valuable as flying mounts. The various superpowers had been in a frenzy, searching for any trace of another flying mount. Some superpowers even offered 10,000 gold for a clue that would lead to a flying mount. However, their search had been fruitless thus far, which was only a testament to how rare and valuable flying mounts were. The only player-owned flying mount anyone had heard of was the one that had appeared on Frost Hell Island. There hadn't been another sighting. Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo, who stood beside Shafong, were dumbfounded, as well they had only heard of flying mounts before. They hadn't bothered to look further into the matter or try to acquire one for themselves. However, if not even the various superpowers were having any success, what were their chances? Rain, look. It's a flying mount. A flying mount. Blue Bamboo excitedly exclaimed as she grabbed Thoughtful Rain's arm. Only Happy Art maintained her composure, yet even she envied Shafong for his Thunder Eagle. Thus far, the only person Happy Art had talked to about Shafong's Thunder Eagle was Melancholy. To prevent others from finding out, Melancholy had decided to keep the information between them. As a result, neither player had mentioned anything about the Thunder Eagle's origin or owner to anyone. Instead, they secretly assigned more teams to grind for Thunder God's secret land entry slots to prepare to raid the side temple. Let's go, Shafong told Melody and the others as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He no longer cared whether or not people knew that he owned the flying mount. The current Zero Wing was no longer the guild it had been, and since he intended to develop Zero Wing on Dragonheart Island in the future, he could use the flying mount to garner some fame for the guild in the area. Melody and her companions quickly jumped up to join Shafong on the Thunder Eagle's back as everyone around them watched. Once everyone was on board, the Thunder Eagle screeched and flapped its wings. In the blink of an eye, it rose several dozen meters above the ground. With another flap, the flying mount broke the sound barrier, disappearing on the horizon and leaving behind a bunch of stunned players. Naturally, news of the Thunder Eagle quickly reached the various superpowers. So, it turns out this kid had such a trump card. It's no wonder why he was confident of securing teleportation stones to the Tower of Four Gods by himself, the masked man beside Elder Wu muttered, smiling as he watched the video of Shafong leaving Tranquil Mine Island's port on the Thunder Eagle. The masked man's information was thoroughly hidden. Not even his name or level was visible. So what if he has a flying mount? Does he think that King-class sea monster is so easy to approach? Would we have lost so much to that sea monster if it were? A similarly masked woman next to him said disdainfully, although a flying mount would give one an advantage in terms of speed, ships were king in a naval battle enough. Elder Wu snapped in a low tone. This matter is of no concern. Our goal is to secure as many teleportation stones as possible, as well as that item. Elder Wu was surprised to learn that Shifeng possessed a flying mount, but it was of little significance to him. It was not worth his attention and time understood. Berated by Elder Wu, the masked man and woman lowered their heads and promptly left the tent to see to the final preparations for the raid against the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, on a bronze sailboat amidst Starlink's fleet. What? The flying mount that was spotted on Frost Hell Island belongs to Black Flame? When Lu Xingluo heard his subordinate's report, envy flashed in his eyes. A flying mount. As someone with the ability to travel between God's domain's two main continents, he knew just how valuable and useful a flying mount could be. Information about flying mounts might be scarce on the eastern continent, but it had already become a topic on the western continent. Some superpowers had even obtained clues leading to flying mounts based on what they had discovered. Not only were flying mounts powerful tools for leveling, but they were also a miraculous addition to a team's strength. Flying mounts were particularly useful at sea. Ship travel was still incredibly inconvenient, and a single flying mount could carry multiple players at once. A flying mount could transport a team to various islands and provide a massive advantage when exploring new islands. Unfortunately, despite the discovery of quite a few clues, no one on the western continent had acquired a flying mount, yet the flying mount Lu Xingluo had been searching for belonged to Shifeng. Why don't we shoot it down, guild leader? Although resurrecting a flying mount should be easier than reviving a personal guard, he won't be able to use it for some time. Bright Dawn ruthlessly suggested his hatred for Shifeng was truly immeasurable. Flying mounts had a certain degree of combat power and were much stronger than land mounts, but there was no way they could compete with speedboats and sailboats at sea. They wouldn't be able to destroy Shifeng's flying mount completely, but he could use this chance to let off some steam. No need, Lu Xingluo said, shaking his head. Sneering, he continued, Black Flame is a gullible fool if he thinks he can approach the king-class sea monster just because he has a flying mount. They were going to raid a level 91 mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Every one of its attacks had tier 4 power. They were prepared to use their ship's extraordinary defensive capabilities to tank the boss. Even before this king-class sea monster, a level 100 flying mount was a joke. The shockwaves from the boss's attacks alone would likely be enough to throw the Thunder Eagle. Meanwhile, Shifeng rode his Thunder Eagle through a stormy patch of the Sea of Death. If the Thunder Eagle hadn't been an extraordinary flying mount, it would have had quite a bit of trouble navigating through the powerful storm. Sure enough, ships still have an advantage when passing through special sea zones. When Shifeng glanced at the mysterious iron sailboats below, he noticed that they made more progress than the Thunder Eagle. Of course, not even dark gold speedboats would be a match for the flying mount's speed through normal sea zones. After nearly half an hour, Shifeng's group arrived in the heart of the stormy sea zone. When they saw the spectacle before them, Blue Bamboo and her companions gasped. A giant tornado stretched between the water and the sky, spinning in the very center of the stormy sea zone. Nestled within the eye of the tornado was a colossal sea serpent that was several thousand meters long. The sea serpent's body was pitch black, and a silvery white horn grew from its head. Storm Serpent King, Marine King creature, King-class sea monster, mythic. Level 91. HP 250 0000002 250 0000000. The Storm Serpent King's 25 billion HP was more than enough to induce despair, yet the boss was protected by a group of Lord and Great Lord-ranked one-horned sea serpents. At a glance, they were easily more than 300 of these monsters. The one-horned sea serpents would likely devour an ordinary fleet before it even reached the boss. For the moment, every ship in the area remained at least 1,000 yards away from these monsters. None dared to approach, yet as more powers gathered, the various superpowers began to assign tasks to their ships. The fleets then began to surround the Storm Serpent King as all 10,000+ ships spread out. Even Swimming Dragon, who had seen many naval battles, was shocked when these ships began to attack. The results were catastrophic. The level 90 Great Lord-ranked sea serpents rapidly lost HP, unable to survive a bombardment from so many ships. However, as they fell, new sea serpents surfaced to replace them. Prepared for this, the The various superpowers lured these sea monsters away with their weaker ships, leaving their main ships behind to attack the Storm Serpent King. Foolish humans, I will tear you to pieces to feed the fishy. The Storm Serpent King bellowed in rage as the numerous ships approached. A massive tidal wave rose around the boss and swept toward the offending ships. Defend yourself. The main ships promptly activated their defensive abilities. Among the various superpowers' ships, the mysterious iron speedboats in the lead took the brunt of the Serpent King's attack. Boom. 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 As the tidal wave slammed into the mysterious iron speedboats, their defensive barriers flickered with light. It was obvious that the barrier's durability had decreased by a sizable chunk. The lesser powers in the raid weren't as fortunate as the various superpowers. The tidal wave crushed their advanced speedboats, dragging ship and crew to their watery graves. Only their bronze speedboats had withstood the attack, yet they had lost nearly 100 durability from the blow. At this rate, the Storm Serpent King only needed 4 or 5 more attacks to skin the bronze speedboats. With its first attack, the King-class sea monster had sunk nearly 100 advanced speedboats. The attack's ferocity instilled fear in the various adventurer team's members. Of course, the superpowers didn't stop their assault, despite witnessing the Storm Serpent King's power. Immediately, several dozen sailboats responded with attacks of their own. Sailboats' cannons were far more powerful than speedboats, and the various superpowers had invested a large number of resources into reinforcing these ships. As a result, every one of their attacks had peak Tier 3 destructive power, and each sailboat carried 5 or 6 cannons. Each sailboat dealt over -1 million damage to the Storm Serpent King after a single round of attacks. The Storm Serpent King's HP fell by several tens of millions, inspiring hope in the various powers. They charged toward the boss without any regard for the sea monster's attacks. The Storm Serpent King shattered one speedboat after another, and in return, its HP rapidly decreased. The scene even shocked Shifeng. Not even a creature as powerful as the Storm Serpent King could withstand a bombardment from 10,000+ ships. As the Storm Serpent King's HP continued to fall, the intervals between each attack grew shorter. As a result, more ships began to skin. The tragic scene was even more frightening than a large-scale war between two guilds. We should make our move, too, Shifeng said once the Storm Serpent King's HP fell below the 10% threshold. He directed the Thunder Eagle to fly into the King-class sea monster's domain. We're going in? Shifeng's comment took Melody and her companions off guard. They had witnessed the Storm Serpent King's strength. Charging toward it now would be suicidal. When Lu Xingluo, who commanded Starlink's fleet, noticed the Thunder Eagle's approach, he sneered. The Storm Serpent King's attacks bombarded the entire area and were impossible to avoid, even from above. The sailboat's defensive magic arrays were the only reason that the various superpowers had survived the attacks thus far. How could a level 100, Great Lord-ranked flying mount possibly stand up against the Storm Serpent King's attacks? Another attack is coming. Prepare to defend yourselves. The Storm Serpent King growled again, and the various superpowers' fleets deployed their defensive barriers once more. A powerful storm swept toward the players, and not even the Thunder Eagle, which had entered the Storm Serpent King's range, was spared. As the approaching blast of wind was about to strike the flying mount, Shifeng retrieved a Summon Guard scroll and called forth Anna. Chapter 2258, Might of a Magical Class. As soon as Anna appeared on the Thunder Eagle's back, she pointed her staff at the approaching blast of wind. Violent mana immediately gathered around the level 96 summoner, forming a dual-colored, twofold magic array Tier 3 over tier spell, Yin-Yang Pillar. With Anna in the center, the 30-yard radius Yin-Yang Pillar, a legacy defensive spell Anna had learned after reaching level 95, manifested. As the pillar completed, the blast of wind transformed into a lance that flew toward it. The wind lance was so horrifically powerful that space around it began to shatter, and its speed and range made it impossible to dodge, even for the Thunder Eagle. Melody and her companions paled, terrified, as the wind lance approached. They had only watched from afar before now, and although they knew that the Storm Serpent King's attacks were incredibly powerful, they hadn't been able to get a clear sense of just how powerful the attacks were. Now that they faced one of these attacks personally, they felt nothing but despair as they felt the attack's devastating aura. It was this moment when Melody and the others finally understood how frightening the Storm Serpent King truly was. The strongest monster they had faced thus far was a joke compared to the Storm Serpent King. Before this sea monster, Tier 2 players were little more than ants. Boom. A massive explosion blasted through the sky as the wind lanced plowed into the yin-yang pillar. The resulting shockwave was so powerful that it even pushed away the water below, creating 10-meter-high waves around the impactful. Lu Xingluo sneered up at the Thunder Eagle. The mist the explosion had created obscured his vision, but he was certain that both Shifeng and the Thunder Eagle must be dead. Do you think the Storm Serpent King's raid is a battle you can just stroll into? The King-class Storm Serpent King was just as powerful as a world boss of the same level. In fact, the sea monster might actually command even more destructive power than a world boss. The Storm Serpent King was impossible to raid with normal methods. They could only defeat this boss by relying on powerful war weapons. Even the various superpowers ships, which had been upgraded multiple times, rapidly lost durability as the Storm Serpent King's attacks slammed into them. Trying to contend with this boss with the power of a single individual was extremely foolish. So what if you can fly? Did you really think that could save you? Modem Rain, who watched from his bronze sailboat's deck, was quite satisfied to see the Thunder Eagle collide with the Storm Serpent King's attack. A flying mount could cross the sea quickly, but one still needed ships for naval combat. However, to everyone's surprise, the mist revealed the Thunder Eagle, still hovering above them. As it dissipated, Shifeng and his comrades appeared completely unharmed atop the flying mount. How is that possible? Lu Xingluo stared, stunned. That had been a Tier 4 AoE attack, with just as much power as an intermediate mana pulse cannon. Such an attack would even shatter an intermediate defensive magic array, yet Shifeng's group had emerged unscathed. What? They blocked it. Quite a few powers, aside from Starlink and 13 Thrones, were paying attention to Shifeng's group. The Thunder Eagle was just too eye-catching. After all, while the players below were surprised to see that the Thunder Eagle had survived, Shifeng flew toward the Storm Serpent King. The King-class sea monster's attacks were immensely powerful, but Anna was no ordinary Tier 2 personal guard. Her yin-yang pillar was just as strong as an advanced defensive magic array. Tier 4 attacks wouldn't be enough to break it. Unfortunately, Shifeng's group couldn't rely on the yin-yang pillar to block every one of the Storm Serpent King's attacks. That last blow had already depleted almost 6% of Anna's mana reserves. At most, the personal guard could block another 15 or 16 attacks. Shifeng needed to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, he was not a ship, and he couldn't attack from hundreds of yards away. He had to get closer to the sea monster boss if he wanted to hit it. Due to the looting rules for sea monsters, he wanted to attack the Storm Serpent King personally. If he did not deal any damage, he wouldn't have any claim to the items the boss would drop. He would have to wait until someone else picked them up and kill that player to get what he wanted. However, trying to take an item from another player was easier said than done. The various powers would do everything in their power to protect the players that collected the loot. The moment the boss died would be the only opportunity he'd have to claim any of the loot. Everyone would be busy contesting for their share and wouldn't pay attention to him. This was why he had decided to attack once the Storm Serpent King had very little HP remaining. Don't even think of touching the boss that easily. Attack him, Lu Xingluo commanded. He recognized what Shifeng intended to do the moment he noticed the swordsman approach the Storm Serpent King. Several dozen ships within the boss's range immediately turned their attacks on the Thunder Eagle gnome cannon. Magic cannons. Several hundred cannonballs and beam attacks flew toward the Thunder Eagle, each with peak Tier 3 power. Moreover, every player in charge of these cannons was a refinement realm expert, and they all had an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. They were able to get an accurate grasp of the Thunder Eagle's flight trajectory. It's over. Swimming Dragon's expression darkened as he watched hundreds of beam attacks and cannonballs fly toward him. These attacks might not be as powerful or cover as much area as the Storm Serpent King's attacks, but there were many of them. Not even a fly could evade these attacks in time. Don't think I'm that easy to stop. Shifeng growled as he glanced at the incoming attacks. Do it, Anna. All players still had the opinion that magical classes were weaker than melee players in PvP. At best, a team treated its magical class members like mobile turrets. However, God's Domain's magical class personal guards were far more valuable than melee personal guards. The value of a magical class fine gold guard could even rival that of a melee dark gold guard. During Shifeng's previous life, most players with magical class fine gold guards had refused to trade, even when offered melee dark gold ranked personal guards. At most, A powerful melee personal guard could annihilate a city by themselves, but a powerful magical class personal guard could obliterate an entire country. Hearing the command, Anna, who had completed her next spell's chant, waved her staff suddenly. A frightening amount of mana gathered around Anna. These mana fluctuations were even stronger than that of her previous spell. Several hundred magic arrays then manifested around Anna, their glowing light illuminating the stormy sky. Black and white chains shot forth from these arrays. Tier 3 over tier spell, yin-yang chains. Every one of these chains had peak tier 3 power, and they were all under Anna's control. The chains blocked and countered every cannonball and energy beam in the air, and none of the attacks reached the Thunder Eagle. Impossible. The players below were dumbfounded by the scene. The sight astonished Melody and her companions on the Thunder Eagle, as well. They had never thought that a personal guard could be so powerful that she could render Starlink's several dozen ships powerless. While everyone watched Anna block one round of Starlink's attacks after another, the Thunder Eagle came within 100 yards of the Storm Serpent King. With less than 5% of the boss's HP remaining, it had gone berserk, but since there were so many ships participating in this raid, several thousand remained. Despite the several thousand the King-class sea monster had already destroyed once the flying mount was within range of the Storm Serpent King, Shifeng ordered Anna to attack the boss. Meanwhile, he pulled a Tier 4 magic scroll, which he had obtained from the Frost Monarch, from his bag. This Tier 4 magic scroll contained a single target spell, one that would be perfect against this boss. As the Storm Serpent King's HP fell to a critical low, Shifeng unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. The mana around him grew turbulent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Tier 4 spell, Arctic Fall. Immediately, countless ice shards appeared and rained down from the sky. As the ice shards collided with the Storm Serpent King, they formed an icy shell around the boss. 1 second after the Storm Serpent King had been imprisoned, the shell shattered, and a damage of over -10 million appeared above the boss's head, even surprising Shifeng. This attack decimated the Storm Serpent King's remaining HP, and its titanic body slammed into the ocean, the impact forming a 30-meter-tall tidal wave that swept across the water's surface in a perfect ring. Chapter 2259, Snatching Loot. The moment the Storm Serpent King died, Shifeng's experience bar skyrocketed. Since he hadn't been a part of a raid team, that last hit had allowed him to claim nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP. The boss definitely awarded a lot of EXP. I really got my money's worth for that Tier 4 magic scroll. Shifeng was quite satisfied with his rising experience bar. Shifeng had already reached level 90, and normally, it would take him 4 or 5 days, at least, to fill his experience bar. However, the Storm Serpent King wasn't the usual boss. Sea monsters originally already granted more EXP than ordinary monsters, and combined with the fact that the Storm Serpent King was King class, it granted even more abundant EXP than a world boss of the same level. Each player would receive a sizable amount of EXP if they split it between 2 fleets. It was easy to imagine how much EXP Shifeng had earned by monopolizing nearly half of the Storm Serpent King's EXP in less than a second. Shifeng had risen to level 91. After 2 more seconds, he reached level 92. His experience bar only began to slow after he had climbed to level 93. Eventually, Shifeng's experience bar stopped at 24% of level 93. Not even he had expected to receive so much EXP. Once the Storm Serpent King had died, the various major powers in the sea zone went mad, charging toward the boss's corpse without any hesitation. Quick, get the loot. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they rushed to claim the items. A mythic-ranked King-class sea monster's loot was unimaginably tempting to current players. Not even the various superpowers upper echelons could resist thousands of ships sped toward the sinking sea monster's corpse. The Storm Serpent King's corpse slowly began to disintegrate, and orbs of light began to appear around it. These orbs of light were none other than the boss's loot. However, unlike ordinary boss's loot, the Storm Serpent King didn't drop a single pile of items. Instead, the items scattered, floating through the air. By the time the loot reached the water's surface, a significant distance separated each orb. Players would have to swim for quite some time to get from one item to another. This setting prevented players from claiming all of the Storm Serpent King's loot for themselves. The Storm Serpent King had dropped a very large number of items. Easily more than 300 items had scattered within 200 yards of the boss's corpse, their beautiful lights decorating the area. Unfortunately, none of these players had the patience to admire the graceful scene. They all rushed toward the globes with everything they had. The various superpowers, on the other hand, began to work together to claim the items as if they had already negotiated a deal. They formed a barricade around the area, preventing outsiders from approaching the Sea of Lights. If you won't let us claim any of the treasure, you should forget about getting any, either. The various adventurer teams didn't need long to figure out the superpowers' goals. Instead of speeding toward the floating orbs, they put themselves in range of the superpowers' AoE attacks. Launching an assault, the adventurer teams had an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even if they weren't a match for the superpowers' quality, they could make up for it by swarming their opponents. The various adventurer teams were fully capable of standing up to the various superpowers as equals for a time. Cannon fire filled the sea zone, especially near the Sea of Lights and the Storm Serpent King's corpse. Flying cannonballs blanketed the ocean, and anyone that tried to enter the area died instantly. Some of the superpowers, who thought their defenses were strong enough, had tried to send mysterious iron speedboats to claim the loot, yet in the end, the ships and crew were blown to smithereens. What should we do? Guild leader Blue Bamboo grew very anxious as she looked at this scene. Despite how close to the boss they were, ships had begun to fire at them before they had a chance to claim any of the loot. Moreover, far more ships attacked than when Starlink had assaulted them earlier. As a result, they had to distance themselves from the loot. Superpowers and adventurer teams hammered the loot area with constant attacks, preventing anyone from getting close to the dropped items. Anyone that dared approach the loot would become everyone's enemy, and every ship in the area would attack. Not even the various superpowers dared to approach the area, stuck in a stalemate with the adventurer teams while they tried to think of a solution. Not even a bronze sailboat would last long against thousands of ships. Wait here. I'm going to give it a try, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The various adventurer teams and superpowers kept a close eye on the loot, and as more time passed, it would become harder to get one's hands on those items. At this rate, the adventurer teams and superpowers would be forced to sit down and negotiate terms, or the various superpowers would reveal a trump card to clear the area by force. Regardless of which outcome occurred, Shifeng wouldn't get anywhere near the Storm Serpent King's items. If he wanted to claim his share, he'd have to brave the cannon fire. Shifeng activated the 7 Luminaries Ring's Gale Domain and flew straight toward the loot area. Since he was significantly smaller than the Thunder Eagle, the ships would have a very hard time targeting him. In addition, Shifeng was far more agile than the Thunder Eagle, and with Tier 3 reaction speed, he had no trouble dodging the monotonous cannon fire. Black flames approaching the loot. Kill him. Those items are ours. Many players quickly noticed Shifeng, and none of them showed any mercy as they bombarded him together. Cannonballs and energy beams flooded the loot area. The various powers attacked Shifeng with even more ferocity than their assault on the Storm Serpent King. Does Black Flame really think he can snatch the loot by relying on his own strength? When Modern Rain saw the various powers target Shifeng, the corners of his lips curled to form a delighted grin. While the idea was that everyone would have an opportunity to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot, the true outcome of this raid would be based on the later negotiations. The quantity and quality of items each power would receive would be determined by their strength. This was also why Elder Wu had dared to offer Shifeng a teleportation stone to the Tower of Four Gods. Shifeng seemed to have some difficulty dodging the various powers' attacks, and as he got closer to the loot area, the more concentrated the attacks became. Some superpowers had even begun to use their basic mana pulse cannons against the swordsman. Not only did the basic mana pulse cannons' attacks possess a huge, 20-yard radius AoE, but they also carried incredible power. Anna was only able to stop a few of the shots with her yin-yang pillar. How ruthless. The superpowers' bombardment astonished Shifeng. Basic mana pulse cannons were war weapons. Installing them on a city's walls was troublesome enough, and trying to install them on a ship was even more of a challenge. Installing a single basic mana pulse cannon would cost around 70,000 gold, and once it had been installed, it couldn't be removed. If the ship sank, all of the invested money would go to waste. As a mana pulse cannon's energy beam swiftly approached, Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain, gaining damage immunity for 10 seconds. Although the skill protected him from damage, he wasn't immune to the resulting impact. That one hit nearly plunged him into the ocean. Fortunately, basic mana pulse cannons had a very long cooldown. Even if multiple superpowers had them equipped, they couldn't fire unceasingly at Shifeng. A second later, Shifeng entered the loot area. Cannonballs continued to buzz through the area, but Shifeng's basic attributes were incredibly high. Even if a cannonball hit him, it barely affected his movement. However, since the various powers concentrated their cannon fire, Shifeng only caught a glimpse of a few items. He couldn't tell what any of the other items were with little choice. Shifeng dashed for the items that were closest to him and those surrounded by dense mana. 1 item. 2 items. 3 items. Shifeng picked up more items, and the various superpowers went mad, firing 1 mana pulse cannon at him after another die. Kill him. Those treasures are mine. Lu Xingluo's eyes were almost fully red with rage as he watched Shifeng claim the loot. With how bright the light globes were, it was easy to watch them vanish from so far away. According to Lu Xingluo's count, Shifeng had already picked up 17 items, which was likely even more than Starlink would get after the negotiations ended. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly Lu Xingluo bellowed, it didn't affect Shifeng's looting spree. With less than a second of absolute domain's duration, Shifeng sighed as he pulled a Tier 1 instantaneous teleportation scroll from his bag. He activated the scroll immediately, vanishing from the loot area. Chapter 2260, Big Harvest. The various powers craze grew even more intense after Shifeng had left the loot area in less than 10 seconds, as many as 26 light globes had disappeared from the sea of lights. The Storm Serpent King had only dropped a little over 300 items, and even if each participating power only received 1, there wouldn't be enough items for everyone. And now, Shifeng had gotten away with nearly 1/10 of the King-class sea monster's loot. The most infuriating part about all of it was how little Shifeng had contributed to the raid. The various powers, on the other hand, had lost a large number of speedboats. The imbalance of the situation only incited a deep hatred for Shifeng. Kill him. Kill him at all cost. Some particularly furious superpowers stopped focusing on the loot area and fired their mana pulse cannons when they found where Shifeng had reappeared. The various adventurer teams saw their opportunity. With the loot in a single location, the various superpowers could guard the items easily, but now that Shifeng had taken some of these items and teleported elsewhere, the Storm Serpent King's loot had been split. This would make safeguarding the loot a much greater challenge for the various superpowers, which presented an opportunity they could take advantage of. The various adventurer teams immediately used their trump cards against Shifeng. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Spatial Lock. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Soul Chaser. Tier 4 Magic Scroll, Stormy Weather. Any adventurer team that could survive on Dragonheart Island, especially the island's top 10, was far stronger than an ordinary adventurer team. Even the weakest of them had a foundation that could rival a pseudo-super first-rate guild. These top 10 adventurer teams might not possess large-scale war weapons like the basic mana pulse cannons, but acquiring Tier 4 magic scrolls wasn't impossible. Spatial Lock would prevent all players in an area from teleporting, while Soul Chaser would lock the target in place, allowing the user to keep track of their position for a certain time. As for Stormy Weather, it summoned a powerful magic barrier that trapped targets within. All 3 spells were Tier 4 and practically impossible for current players to escape. These people are insane. Swimming Dragon paled as he watched the magic barrier form around them. Do they really need to go this far? Tier 4 magic scrolls were incomparably precious. Although they were not as valuable as epic items, each Tier 4 magic scroll was worth half as much, yet the adventurer teams below had used 3 Tier 4 magic scrolls in a row. Their small party had practically no hope of escape now. This kid really is amazing. He actually snatched 26 items on his first try. I doubt we'll even get that many after the negotiations, the masked man beside Elder Wu commented. He sighed ruefully, however, and continued, it's a pity that this is a superpowers game. How could it be so easy to steal food from a tiger's mouth? Even if the various adventurer teams hadn't attacked Shifeng, the superpowers would certainly take him down. Shifeng had simply taken too much of the loot. Worse, he had gotten close enough to pick and choose which items he took. Even if he hadn't taken the best of the loot, he definitely hadn't claimed the worst of it. It didn't take much effort to determine an item's quality based on the mana density around it. Shifeng had taken at least 10% of the loot's total value. How could the various superpowers afford to let Shifeng and his party leave with their lives? He is a fool that doesn't recognize his own limitations, the masked woman coldly commented. If he hadn't been so stubborn, he would have acquired a tower of 4 gods teleportation stone, at least. Now, he'll have nothing at all. The masked woman was still annoyed with Shifeng's prior behavior. 13 Thrones was a bona fide superguild and had existed in the virtual gaming world for nearly a century. Moreover, it occupied a significant portion of God's domain's eastern continent. Countless powers sought an alliance with the guild, yet Shifeng refused to cherish the opportunity he had been offered. Hence, she was quite pleased to see him in such a precarious situation. Even mythic monsters would have trouble escaping the Tier 4 Stormy Weather's magic barrier. Surrounded by so many enraged powers in such a cramped space, Shifeng wouldn't even escape death if he had multiple vulnerability skills. Guild leader Black Flame, we're in trouble. With us trapped in this barrier, we'll become moving targets for the powers below us, Melody stated grimly as she looked at the magic barrier that had completed around them. Targeted by several thousand ships, not even Anna could protect them from every attack. Moreover, the various powers had marked their souls. Even if they dove into the ocean, there was nowhere they could hide. These powers certainly came prepared. Shifeng smiled at the magic barrier surrounding them. Yuri still in the mood to smile at a time like this, big brother Black Flame? Blue Bamboo whined when she saw his grin. They had gone to great lengths to claim some of the Storm Serpent King's loot, yet before they had a chance to inspect the items, they were going to die. It was a huge loss here. Take these, Shifeng said as he took out 2 tokens made of 7 Luminaries crystals. He then handed Thoughtful Rain and Melody one each 7 Luminaries crystal. Melody's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when she saw the token in her hand. At this stage of the game, everyone in God's domain knew how valuable 7 Luminaries crystals were. They were necessary for upgrading players' mind space systems, which was useful both in-game and in the real world. Even when a large guild like Ninth Heaven found some, they only obtained 2 or 3 units at most, yet the palm-sized token in Melody's hand was made entirely of 7 Luminaries crystal. By her estimates, the token should be more than 40 units. It could easily fetch an astronomical sum on the market. One wouldn't even have a problem trading it for 2 or 3 epic items. However, Melody quickly discovered that this token was not as simple as it appeared. As she held the token, the ambient mana began to gather around her. As a half-elf, she was far more sensitive to mana than human players. Hence, she could tell that the mana around her had grown at least 20% denser during the brief moment she held the crystal token. This was definitely a priceless treasure. Stop daydreaming. This is the teleportation stone to enter the Tower of 4 Gods. Melody, take Dragon with you. Rain, you'll take Bamboo. Teleport away from here now. Shifeng barked when he noticed Melody's dazed expression. Although he had blindly picked up loot, he had obtained quite a few items by searching for higher mana density. Among these items, he had claimed 5 Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stones. These teleportation stones were incomparably valuable. Not even a mythic-ranked king-class sea monster would drop more than 30 teleportation stones on its first kill, yet Shifeng had claimed 5 for himself. He had profited greatly from this trip. If 13 Thrones people learned this, they'd die from envy. With so many superpowers participating in the raid, even a top-ranked super guild like 13 Thrones would be lucky to claim 3 or 4 teleportation stones after the negotiations. The ordinary superpowers would likely be limited to a single stone. The Tower of 4 Gods had been created by an ancient civilization for the gods. As long as one had one of the tower's teleportation stones, they could enter the tower from anywhere in God's domain, even from a special place like the Thunder God's secret lander. Measly Tier 4 magic scroll couldn't disable such a powerful teleportation stone. Hearing Shifeng's orders, realization dawned on Melody and Swimming Dragon, and they flashed the swordsman a grateful look. The Tower of 4 Gods entry slots were beyond precious. The various superpowers' madness to reclaim the teleportation stones made that clear. Receiving an entry slot was akin to encountering a golden opportunity to further one's development, yet most experts would never have such a chance. No one would have been surprised if Shifeng had given a teleportation stone to Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo since they were Zero Wing members, but he had handed Melody and Swimming Dragon, both outsiders, entry slots. Not even a superpowers guild leader would be so generous. All right, hurry it up. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Shifeng urged his companions as the ships below prepared to open fire. Melody and Swimming Dragon nodded and stopped hesitating. Following which, Shifeng, Melody, and Thoughtful Rain began to activate their teleportation stones. A moment later, 3 large-scale magic arrays enveloped Shifeng's group. The arrays remained intact even as the various powers' cannon fire struck them. Similarly, Shifeng and his comrades were safe within the magic arrays. What's going on? A defensive magic array? When the players below realized that Shifeng's group hadn't taken any damage from their bombardment, they were stunned. They had fired several thousand cannonballs, in addition to a few energy beams from basic mana pulse cannons. Each of those energy beams contained Tier 4 power, and they were even capable of punching a hole through a city's defensive magic array, yet they had done nothing to the array protecting Shifeng's party. While the various powers stared at Shifeng's group in confusion, a spatial tear opened before the flying players. Shifeng and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light as they shot through the tier, vanishing. They re-gone? How is that possible? Didn't we seal the area with a Tier 4 magic scroll? Frustrated and confused, the various major powers wondered how Shifeng's group had managed to escape. The various superpowers' upper echelons, on the other hand, had turned ashen. There was only one way they could think of: that Shifeng had been able to ignore the cannon fire and Tier 4 spatial locks effects. He had used the Tower of 4 Gods teleportation stones. Chapter 2261, Land of Gods. After Shifeng's group had left the sea zone, silence fell over the area. Now that he's used the teleportation stone to escape, there's no point in chasing him, the masked man beside Elder Wu said. With a slight hint of admiration in his tone, he continued, he managed to secure 26 items by himself. He'll likely have benefited the most from raiding the Storm Serpent King. 13 Thrones wasn't even likely to secure 3 teleportation stones after the negotiations, yet Shifeng had used 3 to escape. Since the swordsman had gotten away with 26 items in total, he had certainly acquired more than just 3 teleportation stones. In other words, Shifeng had walked away with more teleportation stones than 13 Thrones would see from this raid. The participating powers have severely suffered to slay the Storm Serpent King. Since Shifeng stole so much of the loot, he's made every one of them his enemy, the masked woman stated dryly. He might have escaped with the treasure, but he nor Zero Wing have any hope of developing on Dragonheart Island. Many superpowers had gathered on Dragonheart Island, and one couldn't discount the top 10 adventurer teams that led various independent powers. Not even 13 Thrones dared to provoke all of these powers at once, yet Shifeng had done just that. His very survival on Dragonheart Island would be a miracle. Dragonheart Island was an important trade hub. No one who wanted to develop in the Sea of Death could avoid the island. If the various land-based powers wanted to further their development, they couldn't ignore their naval expansion. Resources were far more abundant in the Sea of Death than they were on land, and the sea had the highest concentration of neutral races. Furthermore, many resources required naval transportation. If a power ignored its naval development, it would have to depend on other powers for many aspects of its growth. This would severely restrict its development. This was why the various powers, particularly the first-rate and stronger powers, frantically invested in their naval development, and yet, he managed to secure quite a few teleportation stones for the Tower of 4 Gods. His future might not be as bleak as you think, the masked man countered while shaking his head. He very much disagreed with the masked woman. The Tower of 4 Gods had existed long before the Great Destruction. Not even the ancient gods could destroy the tower. After the Great Destruction, the Tower of 4 Gods had been involved in the rise of many kingdoms and empires. That fact alone made it clear that the tower had plenty of opportunities to offer. All right, that's enough. Whether that kid has provoked the various powers or not is none of our business. For now, focus on the remaining treasures, Elder Wu snapped, glancing at the masked man and woman. Shifeng's success in seizing many of the dropped items had surprised him, but that was all. He felt nothing about the situation beyond that. Meanwhile, among Starlink's fleet, Guild Leader, what should we do? We have no way to reach Black Flame now that he's teleported to the Tower of 4 Gods, Bright Dawn asked, staring at where Shifeng had been with a twisted expression. Oh, we have no way. Lu Xingluo suddenly laughed. How can we have no other method to reach him? Since Black Flame dares to steal food from the tiger's mouth, I will send him to hell. Have someone spread the rumor that Black Flame has obtained a fragmented legendary item and a large number of entry slots to the Tower of 4 Gods. I want to see how he intends to survive in God's domain as the rumor spread. The Storm Serpent King was a mythic-ranked king-class sea monster. Although Lu Xingluo did not know if the boss would actually drop fragmented legendary items, This had been the boss's first kill. As far as the public knew, it wasn't impossible for the Storm Serpent King to drop a fragmented legendary item. Every player in the Stormy Sea Zone had watched Shifeng snatch a bunch of items. Meanwhile, a fragmented legendary item was so rare that not even every superpower in God's domain had one. It was easy to imagine how tempting a fragmented legendary item would be. A fragmented legendary item wasn't like a flying mount, which bound to a player upon use. A flying mount wouldn't drop if its owner died, but fragmented legendary items were a different story. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, Bright Dawn said, a big grin appearing on his face. Not only had Shifeng provoked Dragonheart Island's various powers, but now, the public would assume he held a priceless treasure. He had no hope of avoiding death now. Shortly after Shifeng's group had disappeared, the various superpowers and adventurer teams resumed their intense struggle over the remaining loot. When Shifeng and the others opened their eyes, they were flabbergasted by the scene before them. They were surrounded by a galaxy of stars. It was simply beautiful. Waiting within the core of this galaxy was a tower of immeasurable height. Not only was the tower's aura unimaginably powerful, but it also felt strangely eternal. The god's divine might couldn't even rival 1/100% of the tower's aura. So, this is the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng was overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed at the colossal set of golden doors before him. The doors were easily several thousand meters tall. He had seen gods in God's domain before, and they couldn't even compare to these golden doors, much less the Tower of Four Gods itself. If the five of them hadn't stood so far away from the doors, the pressure radiating off of the doors would have been enough to flatten them. Even from this distance, Shifeng felt as if he were carrying several hundred kilograms on his back. The smallest movement was incredibly difficult, let alone walking forward. He had only ever heard about the Tower of Four Gods in the past, never actually visited it. However, after standing here now, he finally understood why even Tier 6 God-ranked experts had repeatedly visited this place. The eternal energy in this space was simply astounding. Eternal energy was far superior to elemental mana. Just by being in this space, Shifeng's mind was unprecedentedly clear. He could now understand and solve many of the problems he had faced before with ease. The Tower of Four Gods was definitely the perfect place for players to improve their combat standards and master their skills and spells. While Shifeng's group was intoxicated on the eternal energy, the phantom of a man appeared from the void. He was over a dozen meters tall and fully equipped in silver armor. The man also radiated a boundless divine might, yet Shifeng couldn't discern any details about this NPC. Outsiders, welcome to the Tower of Four Gods. The man lowered his head to look at Shifeng and the others. Since you have arrived via teleportation stones, according to the agreement the ancient gods had made so long ago, you will be allowed into the tower. The Tower of Four Gods had 7 floors, and each has several trials awaiting you. As you clear these trials, you will be able to ascend within the tower. In return, you will gain more abundant rewards. Each of you will have 3 chances within the Tower of Four Gods. After 3 deaths, your trial will come to an end, and you will be barred from this place for 360 natural days. I hope you cherish this opportunity. If you don't have any questions, you may enter the tower now. After saying so, the man waved a hand. Shifeng and his companions then transformed into 5 streaks of light and vanished through the golden doors. Chapter 2262, Storm Serpent King's Loot. After entering the tower, Shifeng found himself in a vast, endless plain. Packs of wild wolves, each consisting of 3 to 5, wandered this endless plain. These wolves bore 2 heads, and each possessed a pair of glowing, green eyes. Scorching flames enveloped their bodies, and the wolves' eerie auras felt as if they had climbed up from the pits of hell in search of fresh souls. Twin-headed Netherfire Wolf, demonic creature, Lord. Level 93. HP 27,000,000,027,000,000. As soon as Shifeng inspected one of the 2-headed wolves, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System: kill 1,500 twin-headed Netherfire wolves within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. So, this is a trial of the Tower of Four Gods. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief after reading the notification. The first floor's trial was not as difficult as he had assumed. Although he hadn't entered the Tower of Four Gods himself, he had heard quite a bit about it during his previous life. The Tower of Four Gods had a total of 7 floors, and each floor was a world of its own. Meanwhile, each world had a total of 3 trials. These trials were straightforward. Players were only required to kill monsters, nothing else. After all, might was right in God's domain, and everything other than strength was inconsequential. Without sufficient might, the various kingdoms and empires wouldn't have defeated the other powerful races and ruled over the God's domain continent for tens of thousands of years. The rewards for clearing the tower's trials were secondary to most expert players. The experience was far more important due to the Tower of 4 Gods' eternal energy. This was the best place in God's domains for players to train. Not only could players exert their skills and spells to their full potential, but they could also execute combat techniques without worrying about running out of stamina and concentration. Players could rapidly develop their combat standards here. This was also why Tier 6 God-ranked players had still tried to enter the Tower of 4 Gods despite their standing. Even for Tier 6 God-ranked players, exerting 100% of Tier 5 skills and spells effects was an extreme challenge, not to mention Tier 6 skills and spells. They had the same issue with their more powerful combat techniques. Unfortunately, not even the mana in a main city could assist Tier 5 and 6 classes. They'd have to rely on a location like the Tower of 4 Gods to practice their high-tiered skills, spells, and powerful combat techniques. This feature drove any player that visited the tower to remain within it for as long as possible, rather than rushing through the trials. If they missed this opportunity, they'd have to wait 360 natural days before they could enter the tower again. After a glance at the wandering Netherfire wolves, Shafong sat on the grassy plain and inspected the loot he had obtained from the Storm Serpent King. Instead of rushing to kill the nearby monsters, killing level 93 lords wouldn't be difficult for Shafong. In fact, this first trial was quite simple. 3 days was more than enough time to kill 1,500 Netherfire wolves. Since he had been in such a hurry, he had only spared a glance for the items he had picked up. Now that he had some time, he had to inspect his gains properly. If he had gotten lucky, he might have acquired something that could increase his combat power and his chances of clearing the Tower of 4 Gods trials. After several minutes of looking through his harvest, Shafong took a sharp, deep breath. Most of the 26 items he had picked up were level 90 fine gold and dark gold weapons and equipment. None of the weapons or equipment pieces were epic rank, so they were of no use to Shafong. If he sold these items, however, the various major powers would fight over them like madmen. Current players were nowhere near level 90, and top-tier level 90 weapons and equipment would provide the various powers an edge over their rivals. Most of the other items were materials from the Storm Serpent King's body, such as Storm Serpent King's scales. All of these materials were epic rank and could increase sailboats' defenses and durability. Of the 2 most valuable items, one was the extremely rare epic material, Spatial Crystal, and the other was a design for the bronze-ranked Storm Speedboat. If the various powers knew that I picked this up, they'd do everything in their power to kill me, Shafong said, chuckling as he looked at the Storm Speedboat design. The Spatial Crystal could be used to repair the mysterious iron-ranked Hurricane sailboat, but it wasn't nearly as valuable as the Storm Speedboat design. The Hurricane sailboat might be the strongest ship available at this stage of the game, but it couldn't withstand attacks from several thousand ships if he had enough materials. However, he could produce an unlimited number of bronze speedboats with the Storm Speedboat design. Not even the various superpowers could form a fleet of bronze speedboats, led by a mysterious iron speedboat. Yet now, Zero Wing could. For some time now, Zero Wing had been stockpiling Ancient Origin and Diamond Wood, the 2 main materials to construct the Storm Speedboat. Zero Wing could definitely create the strongest player fleet in the game. This would also resolve the guild's lack of naval strength. Thinking up to this point, Shafong even considered leaving the Tower of 4 Gods to start production on the Storm Speedboats immediately. Fortunately, he suppressed the urge. Entering the Tower of 4 Gods hadn't been easy, and if he left now, he'd suffer an incredible loss. The environment he was in would even be helpful to Tier 5 and 6 players, not to mention a Tier 2 player like himself. Finished with his loot, Shafong decided to stop wasting time. He stored the Spatial Crystal and Storm Speedboat design and hastily walked toward the nearest pack of twin-headed Netherfire wolves. The 5 Netherfire wolves noticed Shafong as soon as he was within 100 yards of the pack. Their perception was far more sensitive than ordinary level 93 lords. The 5 Netherfire wolves were very smart. Like real wolves, they did not move alone. They slowly surrounded Shafong and planned their attack from multiple sides, searching for weaknesses. Why are they so intelligent? The Netherfire Wolves' behavior surprised Shifeng. Ordinary level 93 lords couldn't employ such a strategy. Monsters this intelligent generally had combat standards on par with the Trial Tower's third floor. Before Shifeng could refocus, the 5 Netherfire Wolves pounced from 5 different directions. The Netherfire Wolves were even larger than a normal lion. If 5 of them attacked together, they could topple a large elephant. However, these Netherfire Wolves were still only Lord-ranked monsters. They might be a threat to ordinary Tier 2 players, but their attack speed was too low to be effective against Shifeng. Their attack patterns were also quite obvious. Shifeng evaded the Netherfire Wolves' attacks with slight movements. As the monsters brushed past him, he brandished Killing Ray and Twilight's Blade Shadow Blade. Like shooting stars, 10 sword lights sliced at the 5 Netherfire Wolves. Their impact through all 5 Netherfire Wolves as 2 damages of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. The counterattack heavily injured all 5 monsters, and with pained whimpers, they turned back to Shifeng with fear in their eyes. System Shadow Blade completion rate 100%, resulting in 150% of skills effect. Skill proficiency +5 100%. Is this the Tower of 4 Gods effect? Shifeng was stunned to see the system notification. Shadow Blade was a Tier 2 skill. Normally, his completion rate with the skill was only at 90%. He only achieved a 91% or 92% completion rate on rare occasions. Tier 2 skills were far more complex than Tier 1 skills, and if he hadn't had a decade of experience playing God's Domain, he wouldn't even have executed Shadow Blade at 85% completion rate. And yet, despite his casual manner, the results had been so excellent. If he could reliably execute his skills with such a high completion rate, his combat power would increase tremendously. He'd even achieve an overwhelming victory against an opponent with equal attributes and combat standards. Flaming passion began to burn in his eyes. Shifeng immediately charged at the frightened twin-headed Netherfire Wolves in an attempt to replicate the feeling of his previous attack. Chapter 2263, Sacred Training Ground. As soon as Shifeng stepped forward, the 5 twin-headed Netherfire Wolves did something that even surprised Shifeng. As if they had pre-planned it, the Netherfire Wolves turned and fled. They weren't behaving like normal monsters at all. Their intellect is this high. Shifeng frowned slightly as he watched the monsters flee. He had seen monsters run from players before, but he rarely saw monsters flee the moment they were injured. Despite having most of their HP remaining, this wouldn't have been such an issue if he had been hunting monsters in the fields, but he was on a time limit here. If every Netherfire Wolf reacted like this trial would be far more difficult than Shifeng had assumed. These Netherfire Wolves' movement speeds were high, and if they split up and fled to other wolf packs, he would need far more time to kill a single Netherfire Wolf. A half-step refinement realm expert would very likely fail the trial. However, before these Netherfire Wolves could even put a few yards between them and Shifeng, he had already executed void steps and appeared beside one of them. The Netherfire Wolf didn't even notice him. My technique execution has improved so drastically. As Shifeng looked down at the oblivious Netherfire Wolf beside him, he was shocked. Unlike players, monsters didn't heavily rely on their vision to notice opponents. Trying to approach a monster with a technique like void steps without being detected was a major challenge, akin to using void steps against a void realm expert. Experts wouldn't have to rely on their vision to perceive the world around them once they reached the void realm. Yet now, void steps forced his opponent to ignore more than just his visible presence. When he executed void steps, while bathed in eternal energy, he became one with the environment. Now, even the Netherfire Wolf's bestial senses couldn't find him. Before the Netherfire Wolf could react, Shifeng slashed at it again with Killing Ray. The sacred sword suddenly vanished, and blood gushed from multiple lacerations on the Netherfire Wolf's body. Damages exceeding -100,000 appeared above the Lord's head, one after another, and this all happened in an instant. Secret technique, Lightning Flash. Lightning Flash was a bronze offensive combat technique Shifeng had obtained from the Ur Empire's primordial divine ruins, but like his sword's transmigration, Lightning Flash was far more complex than an ordinary bronze combat technique. Despite having reached the Ascension realm, Shifeng found it difficult to master. Originally, Shifeng had wanted to reach Tier 3 before attempting to master Lightning Flash. However, now that he had the help of eternal energy, he barely managed to execute the technique properly with just one attack. The Netherfire Wolf had lost nearly 1/12 of its HP, yet Shifeng had depleted more than half of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash, and his mental clarity plummeted. It's a pity that I'm still a little off the mark, but at least, I know that it isn't entirely impossible to use Lightning Flash at Tier 2. Regardless of Shifeng's mental state, he was satisfied Lightning Flash was different from Sword's Transmigration in that it was a fully offensive type combat technique. Although he could attack with Sword's Transmigration, the technique's movements involved defensive maneuvers. The bronze combat technique incorporated both offense and defense. With a fully offensive bronze combat technique, a Void Realm expert could thoroughly suppress a Domain Realm expert if there were a negligible difference between the combatant's basic attributes. However, his Lightning Flash wasn't complete. He could only employ a portion of the technique's true strength. Executing Lightning Slash perfectly meant using a series of 17 attacks and merging them all seamlessly. The technique allowed its user to harm opponents of a higher tier for a brief moment. Unfortunately, Shifeng could only combine 13 attacks right now, barely achieving Lightning Flash's minimum requirement. At this standard, Lightning Flash operated like an advanced combat technique, not a bronze combat technique. After landing the attack, Shifeng adjusted his posture and executed Lightning Flash once more. Within the Tower of Four Gods, his stamina and concentration recovery speeds were far faster than in the outside world. Even if he repeatedly employed bronze combat techniques here, his stamina and concentration would quickly replenish. Naturally, he couldn't waste his time in such a beneficial environment. The first level 93 twin-headed Netherfire Wolf fell at Shifeng's hands in less than 20 seconds. Not even a 6-man party of the same level could slay a Netherfire Wolf as quickly as Shifeng had. While Shifeng continued to train, Swimming Dragon, Melody, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo began to do the same. After discovering the Tower of Four Gods benefits for 3 days, the 5 of them slew Netherfire Wolves without rest. At the rate Shifeng killed the monsters, he could have completed the first trial in less than a day, but he didn't hurry to do so. Instead, he reflected on his actions and practiced Lightning Flash and his Tier 2 skills. He also gained a significant amount of EXP from killing the Netherfire Wolves. His leveling speed was just as fast as his normal grinding speed elsewhere. Moreover, the Netherfire Wolves also dropped considerably good loot, earning Shifeng a lot of level 90 bronze weapons and equipment. His improvement speed over the 3 days was off the charts. By the time the trial was close to ending, Shifeng could reliably execute Lightning Flash, only consuming 1/3 of his concentration with each use. Unfortunately, he was still limited to 13 slashes. He was missing something. Shifeng only killed the last Netherfire Wolf as the 3-day time limit was nearly up. The last twin-headed Netherfire Wolf died. The scenery around Shifeng changed again. Although he was still in an endless plain, the monsters had changed now. Ghost warriors roamed the plain, carrying weapons and shields. These ghost warriors moved in groups of 6, with some on defense, some focusing on melee offense, and others assigned to ranged attacks. They were like a well-rounded raid party for bosses: Ghost Warrior, Undead, Lord, level 93. HP 30 000 000 30 000 000. System: kill 600 Ghost Warriors within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Wasting no time, Shifeng charged at a Ghost Warrior party. The Ghost Warriors didn't attack the moment they noticed Shifeng. Instead, the 2 shield-wielding Ghost Warriors moved to intercept his charge, while the 2 spear-wielding warriors moved behind them. The 2 spear-wielders prepared to attack the instant Shifeng encountered the tanks. Meanwhile, the 2 Ghost Warriors carrying bows spread out to attack Shifeng from the sides. The Ghost Warriors' combat standards were clearly a cut above the Netherfire Wolves. Using the Trial Tower as a reference, they were at the 3rd floor, middle stage standard. If an ordinary Tier 2 expert tried to take on this 6-man monster party, they'd likely struggle to escape, much less defeat their opponents. Fortunately, these Ghost Warriors were no threat to Shifeng. Like the previous trial, he continued to practice his Lightning Flash. Fighting humanoid monsters would help him improve far faster than fighting beasts. The Ghost Warriors also provided better loot and more EXP than the Netherfire Wolves. The Netherfire Wolves hadn't dropped a single piece of mysterious iron equipment, yet the Ghost Warriors did on occasion. As for the EXP, the Ghost Warriors provided 3 times more than the Netherfire Wolves, which had already granted more EXP than ordinary level 93 lords. As a result, Shifeng's experience bar filled rapidly. By the time Shifeng cleared the second trial, He had reached 94. The scene around Shifeng changed after he cleared the second trial, but when he saw his new opponents, he was astonished. The third trial took place in an ancient Colosseum, which was home to 10 fully armed giants. Every one of these giants was Tier 2. They weren't monsters, they were bona fide Tier 2 NPCs. Giant Gladiator, Giant, Tier 2, Level 94. HP 5 400 0005 400 000. The giant race was a talented one. Not only did giants command immeasurable strength, but their earth affinity was unparalleled, as well. They were natural-born warriors. Moreover, unlike players, NPC giants had inherited the giant race's attributes perfectly. They wielded far more combat power than ordinary Tier 2 NPCs. And now, Shifeng had to face 10 of them. System: kill 10 giant gladiators within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Chapter 2264, Breaking Through 100%. Although the time limit isn't that short, this trial is far more difficult than the last, Shifeng thought as he observed the 10 giant gladiators standing on the elevated platform in the center of the Colosseum. If a half-step refinement realm expert attempted this challenge, they'd likely need a full set of up-to-date dark gold equipment to have a chance of passing. Unlike monsters, NPCs had many skills and spells under their command. Their combat standards were also leagues above monsters. Moreover, there was a huge difference between NPCs' strength within the same tier. This was due to the individual NPCs' weapons and equipment. An NPC in full dark gold equipment would undoubtedly have a huge basic attribute advantage over one in bronze equipment. Of the 10 NPC giants on the platform, the weakest wore bronze equipment, while the strongest was geared in fine gold ranked items. With the giant race's innate talents, a human player's basic attributes might not be as high, even fully geared in dark gold equipment. Players could only clear this trial by relying on their techniques. External items and berserk skills were prohibited within the Tower of Four Gods. Players could only rely on their strength to clear the trials. The third trial's difficulty level made the first 2 trials look like warm-ups, while this was the beginning of the true test. However, Shifeng did not give the matter much thought and approached the elevated platform. After 6 days of training, he had hit a bottleneck. No matter what he tried, he could only perform, at most, 14 slashes with lightning flash. He had only reduced his concentration consumption to 1/4 of his total, as well. He would need far more time to improve with the technique. Hence, instead of wasting an entire day training, without seeing any improvement to his combat power, he decided to clear the first floor's trials and move on to the second floor. The moment Shifeng set foot on the platform, one of the NPC giants stepped forward and moved into the platform's center. As the giant reached Shifeng, it swung its 2-handed axe at the swordsman. Dense, Earth-type mana enveloped the axe. Not only did the Earth-type mana increase the axe's weight by a substantial degree, but it also intensified the gravitational force where Shifeng stood, reducing his mobility. A combat technique. Surprise flashed in Shifeng's eyes as the giant's attack approached. Combat techniques were not unique to players. In fact, they had always existed in God's domains. The legacy stone tablets were evidence of this. However, NPCs had a much harder time learning combat techniques than players. Normally, NPCs would only encounter combat techniques after reaching Tier 3. Even so, a small minority were actually capable of executing these combat techniques. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised to see this Tier 2 giant use a combat technique against him? Even a basic combat technique could significantly elevate an NPC's combat power. Taking into account that the Tier 2 giant's combat standards were at the Trial Tower's 5th floor early stage, this NPC could easily pummel a half-step refinement realm expert. Only, to Shifeng, the giant's attack was quite crude. He blocked the giant's axe with a light swing of the Twilight Blade, countering with a slash from Killing Ray and taking advantage of the giant's blind spot Shadow Blade. 10 dazzling stars flew toward the Tier 2 giant. Just as they were about to hit their target, their paths intersected as pairs merged. The 5 resulting stars radiated an even more resplendent glow. System: Shadow Blade completion rate 101%, resulting in 170% of skills effect. Skill proficiency plus 10. When the 5 stars collided with the giant, the impact through the NPC, and 5 damages of over -200,000 appeared above his head, one after another. By the time the giant hit the ground, he was momentarily paralyzed. What a powerful effect. The result of Shifeng's counterattack astonished him. After 6 days of continuous training, he could reliably execute Shadow Blade with a 100% completion rate. He certainly hadn't expected to break past that now. As a result of crossing the 100% threshold, Shadow Blade had gained a new effect that paralyzed the target for 1 second. Of course, surpassing a 100% completion rate with a skill was intensely difficult, but after experiencing it, Shifeng had a rough understanding of Shadow Blade's essence. Now, even once he left the Tower of Four Gods, he was confident in achieving a 100% completion rate with the skill. Shifeng appeared by the giant and swung Killing Ray before the paralyzed NPC had time to recover. Lightning Flash. 14 sword lights simultaneously cut through the NPC giant, reducing the giant's HP to a critical low. Shifeng immediately followed up the Twilight Blade, executing Purgatory Pentaslash, removing the last of the giant's HP. The fight with the first giant lasted no more than 3 seconds. The other NPC giants watched from a corner of the arena with grim expressions. "All right, next," Shifeng demanded, flashing the giants a hungry look. Swimming Dragon and the others would likely struggle to defeat these NPC giants, but Shifeng's basic attributes were even higher than a Tier 3 players of the same level, and his physique and reaction speed were only slightly inferior. If he had trouble with these Tier 2 giants despite his massive advantages, he might as well retire from God's domain now. However, Shifeng had to admit that these NPC giants granted a lot of EXP, even more than great lords of the same level. His experience bar had risen by a sizable chunk after killing the first giant. Unfortunately, the NPC hadn't dropped any loot. Shifeng defeated all 10 NPC giants in less than 5 minutes. As the last NPC died, the scenery changed yet again. This time, Shifeng had been transported into a temple. The instant Shifeng arrived, he sensed that the eternal energy here was far less dense. There was simply no comparison to the first floor's eternal energy. Meanwhile, a large number of snake monsters wandered the temple. Not only were these monsters massive, almost as tall as a 2-story building, but they each had a total of 6 heads as well. 6-headed Hell Snake, Bloodline Creature, Lord. Level 94. HP 42 0000000 42 000000. Bloodline Creatures. Shifeng was dumbfounded when he saw the temple's 6-headed hell snakes. He hadn't expected the second floor to be much more of a challenge than the first floor. Bloodline creatures were elite existences among creatures of the same tier. They also possessed bloodline abilities and extraordinary combat power. Not even the Tier 2 giant NPCs were guaranteed to win against these hellsnakes in a one-on-one fight, but after his brief shock, Shifeng's face lit up with joy. Bloodline creatures were extremely rare. Even Shifeng only knew of a few places that possessed bloodline creatures. He had considered grinding the Noggers in the Thunder Temple's side temple to collect bloodline power, but it seemed that he could save himself the trip. System. Congratulations. You have cleared the first floor's trials and reached the Tower of Four Gods' second floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day or begin the second floor's trials immediately. I've been training without rest for quite some time. Even if my mind is clear, my physical body has been, more or less, affected. I should log off and rest for now. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided to accept the system's offer to rest. By the time Shifeng exited his virtual gaming cabin, sunlight streamed into his room. It was already afternoon. Shifeng stretched, suddenly feeling physically powerless. Moreover, he was intensely hungry, and every cell in his body practically screamed for nutrients. He was also quite lightheaded and sleepy. What's going on? Shifeng's physical state surprised him. If he hadn't willed himself awake, he likely would have lost consciousness. Chapter 2265, Tower of Four Gods Effect. Shifeng rapidly lost stamina due to his severe lack of energy. Ignoring the cause of his deprivation, for now, Shifeng moved to the fridge in his room and retrieved one of the life potions within. He popped the cap and downed the bottle's contents without hesitation. As the life potion flowed down his throat, Shifeng felt a warmth spread throughout his body, and his mind started to clear. After the drink warmed him, his cells devoured the nutrients like ravenous wolves. When he had first consumed the life potion, his body had needed 3 to 5 days to process it, yet now, his body rapidly absorbed its nutrients. After about 10 minutes, Shifeng felt as if he had been resurrected. He had also completely digested the life potion. If any internal force expert saw this, their eyes would likely fall from their sockets. The life potion contained a frightening amount of nutrients, and even an internal force expert would need 3 days to process the powerful drink after training to their physical limits. Moreover, they would have to continue training like a madman during that time, yet Shifeng had digested the life potion in 10 minutes and still felt as if he needed more. This life potion really is good stuff. Without it, I would have needed around 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid to recover from my starvation, Shifeng inwardly exclaimed as he stared at the empty container in his hand. Although he had been conserving the life potions, he had used far more than he had initially expected. He was already down to his last bottle. Once he was out, his physical and mental progress would plummet. In fact, the life potions were a large part of the reason for his rapid improvement in the Tower of Four Gods. As Shifeng recovered from his hunger and looked around him, he felt as if he had emerged in an entirely new world. To be precise, his perception had sharpened drastically. What's going on? The development stunned Shifeng. It wasn't just the world around him that felt different. He could also sense that his cells had become significantly stronger. Now, he felt that he could achieve a punching strength of 1,000 kilograms even with a casual hit. His reaction speed had also improved with these changes. His physical control had reached a new level. Shifeng had endured a constant headache over how to improve his reaction speed and physical control. He had never expected to make a breakthrough. Now he could push his mental agility to its very limits in God's domain because he had an incredibly powerful body and sufficient reaction speed, but that wasn't the case in the real world. Because of this, he couldn't replicate many of his in-game actions in the real world. Now that his physical fitness and reaction speed had significantly improved, he would be able to exhibit greater strength. Moreover, Shifeng could tell that his physical condition hadn't reached its peak. After making a mental breakthrough, his endocrine system had grown stronger, steadily flooding his bloodstream with more hormones and slowly altering and improving his physical fitness. Have I risen to the Grandmaster standard during my training in the Tower of Four Gods? Shifeng considered the large possibility that he had become a neutralizing Grandmaster throughout his training. He couldn't think of another explanation for the changes his body had experienced. With his superhuman fitness and reaction speed, his overall strength was leaps and bounds greater than apex internal force experts. He wouldn't need any fancy techniques to take care of Wang Zhongquan if the man appeared before him again. He could easily finish the man with a straight punch. For a moment, Shifeng was overwhelmed with the urge to run to the headquarters training room to test his physical state. He still had 2 teleportation stones, which meant he could send 4 more players into the Tower of Four Gods. If his guess was correct, and players could gain real-world strength by training in the tower, as well as crossing the 100% skill completion rate threshold, he needed to send some of his guild's experts, those with great potential, to train in the tower. Although Lei Bao led the Heaven's Rumble Training Center, and Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily strong, Lu Xingluo wasn't to be trifled with. Wang Zhongquan's interruption during the training center's grand opening had merely been an attempt to test the waters. If Lu Xingluo decided to get serious and attack the training center in secret, he would have many methods to catch the training center off guard. An experienced master martial artist like Lei Bao might cope with these secret attacks, but Fire Dance and the others simply weren't strong enough. Moreover, they needed people to protect Zero Wing's main headquarters at all times. If Zero Wing could nurture another Grandmaster, the Zero Wing headquarters and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's safety would be assured. Neutralizing Grandmasters transcended ordinary human limits. Their highly developed minds utilized a 7th sense, which reached beyond their instinctual 6th sense. Their perception of danger and survivability reached inhuman levels. Even if Lu Xingluo tried to attack Zero Wing from the shadows, he'd be hard-pressed to achieve anything against a neutralizing Grandmaster. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng contacted Liang Jing, asking for a report on Zero Wing's development and gather the guild's upper echelons for a meeting. He intended to discuss the Tower of Four Gods with everyone before making a decision. He only had 4 remaining slots. After all, Zero Wing had been developing smoothing before he had entered the Tower of Four Gods, and according to Liang Jing's report, not only had Gentle Snow helped her experts level up rapidly after acquiring her flying mount, but she had also hunted down quite a few rare field bosses. As a result, she had collected plenty of resources and equipment for the guild. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and the others relied on Stone Forest City's advantages, surpassing the various superpowers' exploration progress in the bottomless abyss. However, While all was well after the Serpent King's raid, Starlink had spread a rumor that Shifeng had stolen a fragmented legendary item. This caused a huge commotion in the Sea of Death. Every power in the area had begun to target Zero Wing's members, and as a result, Zero Wing had been unable to continue its naval development or contest for naval resources. Many experts were also searching for Shifeng, especially those from the many dark powers. These dark powers' desire for a fragmented legendary item was particularly frenzied, and they had sent more than a few spies into Zero Wing to track Shifeng down. Although we've secured the necessary materials for producing master potions and fine gold resistance equipment from the bottomless abyss, our naval supply line has practically been cut off. It has significantly slowed our material collection. Blackie said Lu Xingluo really is ruthless. Shifeng smiled bitterly. He had not acquired a fragmented legendary item from the Serpent King, yet no one would believe him. The Serpent King was the strongest boss anyone had killed in God's domain thus far. Not even the Frost Monarch was as powerful as the King-class sea monster. Meanwhile, when players advanced into level 100 maps, master potions and high-level resistance equipment would be a necessity. Level 100 was a massive turning point in the game, and maps of that level would change drastically, not to mention the monsters. Without master potions and high-level resistance equipment, players would have no hope of survival in these maps. If players couldn't even survive in these areas, they'd have no chance of surviving in their Tier 3 promotion quest venues, which were far more dangerous. To take advantage of the various powers' ignorance on the matter, Zero Wing had secretly stockpiled the necessary materials to produce these items. However, with Zero Wing's naval supply line severed, its material collection had slowed by half. Why isn't Qingxue here? Shifeng asked after listening to everyone's reports, glancing at the empty Vice Guild leader's seat beside him with a strange look. Gentle Snow was responsible for Zero Wing's branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire. She had a significant amount of the guild's resources and manpower under her management. Blackie fell silent for a moment. Has something happened? Blackie's response, or lack thereof, gave Shifeng a bad feeling. Actually, the Fang family, Fenglin City's #1 family, has proposed marriage to Big Sis Qingxue. The Fang family had influence all over the city and in many of its industries, so Big Sis Qingxue's parents don't have much choice in the matter. Big Sis Qingxue is absent because she's trying to find a way to deal with the issue, Violet Cloud said. Even with the White Clan group's backing, the Bai family was only considered second-rate in Fenglin City. In comparison, the Fang family was the top first-rate family in the city. Destroying the Bai family would be child's play for the Fang family. The Fang family? Shifeng could not help his smile after hearing the news. I just so happen to have some business with the Fang family. Since that is the case, Liang Jing, prepare the car, please. Guild leader, you shouldn't do anything reckless. The Fang family is guarded by a neutralizing grandmaster, Lei Bao hurriedly cautioned. Most might not know of the Fang family, but as one who had spent a good portion of his life in the fighting world, Lei Bao was very familiar with the power the Fang family wielded. The Fang family had become the top first-rate family in Fenglin City due to that neutralizing grandmaster's support. A neutralizing grandmaster? What a coincidence. I also happen to be one, Shifeng announced as he glanced at Lei Bao. He then stood and left the meeting room. Chapter 2266, Consequences. Fenglin City's Redstone Restaurant. As the most prestigious restaurant in Fenglin City, the Redstone Restaurant was strictly members only. Regardless of how much money one had, non-members had no hope of dining in the restaurant. However, many of the city's high-profile individuals frequently visited the establishment to discuss business. The Redstone Restaurant was a particularly safe place, and one wouldn't have to worry about other professionals eavesdropping on a sensitive discussion. The establishment's capable waiters and waitresses made this point clear. Secondly, the restaurant's food was amazing. Even people who ate delicacies every day would never forget the taste of the food here, and since the Redstone Restaurant didn't offer takeout, anyone who wished to dine had to visit personally. Because of these two factors, practically every respectable individual in Fenglin City took every opportunity they had to dine in the restaurant seriously. Naturally, the Fang family were frequent customers. Two young men currently occupied one of the restaurant's 7th-floor VIP rooms. While they conversed, the young men took their time to enjoy the delicacies that covered the table between them. One of the men was rough and robust, while the other seemed scholarly. No outsider would assume that these two were brothers by blood. The scholarly young man was the Fang family's current head, Fang Xiaotian. Fang Xiaotian currently wore a set of white robes, and although he looked to be in his mid-20s, he was already in his 30s. He was the Fang family's eldest young master. The muscular man across from him was the family's second eldest son, Fang Mingyu Little II. How are the preparations going for the annual martial arts competition between the five great families? Fang Xiaotian asked, looking up at Fang Mingyu. Unlike most families, the Fang family was an ancient martial arts family. To them, the annual martial arts competition between the five great families was even more prestigious than the national fighting competition. Rest assured, big bro, this year's competition is ours for the taking, Fang Mingyu responded with a laugh. He then pointed at the dozen or so youths standing behind him and explained, I've trained every one of them personally. 2 have even grasped internal force. The dozen or so combatants behind Fang Mingyu looked very young. None of them were older than 20, and the youngest was only 17. However, not even national-level fighters were a match for these youths' fitness. Good. Fang Xiaotian nodded approvingly. God's Domain has been growing more popular recently, and many major corporations have already invested in the game. Grandpa wants us to join the game as well, so you'd better be prepared. We're going to play, too? The revelation surprised Fang Mingyu. The game touches upon certain important secrets, so the Fang family intends to take part, Fang Xiaotian said. This is also why I suggested that we send a representative to propose a marriage with the BIA family. Not only is the Bai family's Bai Qingxue beautiful, but she is also quite capable. She successfully defended her elder brother's guild, albeit for a short time. With another decade to develop, the BIA family might be able to join our circle. It's a pity that the Blackwater Corporation interfered so soon, but I've recently heard that she's prospering in God's Domain and had earned quite a bit of profit for the White Clan group. She's just perfect for Little 3. Hopefully, this will help Little 3 finally control himself. Despite several scoldings from Grandpa, he refuses to change and continues to fool around, Fang Mingyu said, chuckling. Although their third brother was useless, he was still a member of the Fang family. Although the Bai family was second-rate in Fenglin City, the Fang family had displayed immense respect by allowing Bai Qingxue to marry into the family. Unfortunately, it seems that little girl has been playing tricks. If you have the time, pay the Bai family a visit and shake them up a bit. If she continues to be a problem, invite the Bai family's old man to speak with us. Tell him that our family's head wishes to meet with him, Fang Xiaotian said. Sure, I'll make sure it gets done, Fang Mingyu replied, nodding. Honestly, Fang Mingyu didn't think it was necessary for him to take action. The Fang family had already offered them a marriage, and if the Bai family didn't know how to appreciate that kindness, the Fang family could simply remove them from Fenglin City. The Bai family should understand this point and know which decision they should make. At this point, Shifeng arrived outside the Redstone restaurant. According to Liang Jing, Fang Xiaotian, the Fang family's current head and eldest son, was currently dining in the restaurant. Since Fang Xiaotian was responsible for this marriage proposal, Shifeng had to discuss the matter with him directly. Let's head inside, Shifeng said as he glanced at Xiao Yu, who had just arrived. Shifeng wasn't a member and couldn't simply enter the Redstone restaurant. Xiao Yu, however, had gained membership through his connection with Hanifeng. Even so, Xiao Yu still had to pay 2 million credits per year to maintain his membership. Ordinary citizens could only afford the membership fees in their dreams. You really planning to speak with Fang Xiaotian, head instructor Shi? Xiao Yu asked anxiously. The Fang family can't compare to the Starline Corporation, but it has very deep roots in Fenglin City. Its influence across the city is immensely powerful, especially in the city's fighting industry. We've only opened the Heaven's Rumble Training Center recently. If we provoke Fang Xiaotian, I'm afraid the consequences will be. Old Xiao, you're afraid that we'll provoke him, but I'm afraid that he doesn't understand the consequences for provoking us, Lei Bao, who stood beside Shifeng, said, chuckling. All right, that's enough. Let's head inside. Lei Bao's comment rendered Xiao Yu speechless. He was sure that the man was messing with him when Xiao Yu saw Shifeng's determination. However, he gritted his teeth and followed the two men into the restaurant. Once inside, a waiter quickly led Shifeng's party to a VIP room on the 7th floor. 4 men in black suits stood by the doors, guarding the room. These people were none other than Fang Xiaoqian's bodyguards, and they all radiated imposing auras. Although they merely stood there, it was clear that the 7th floor was under their observation. They would notice and react to any suspicious movement in the hall instantly. Even Lei Bao was a little intimidated by the 4 bodyguards. All 4 bodyguards were internal force experts, and in a small city, they'd easily become the bosses of the local fighting industry. However, these individuals had lowered themselves to guarding the Feng family's members. It was clear how much power the Fang family had. Sir, this is a private room. Outsiders are not allowed inside, one of the bodyguards declared as Shifeng's group approached. Tell young Master Fang that heavens rumbles. Shifeng wishes to chat with him. Shifeng replied, unperturbed. Please wait a moment, the bodyguard said. He then communicated Shifeng's request to the bodyguard in the room through his earpiece. The bodyguard in the room relayed the message immediately. Shifeng? Heavens rumbles, Hall Master? Fang Xiaoqian chuckled. It seems he's here to stand up for Bai Qingxue. He overestimates himself. He's just a new training center's hall master, yet he dares to interrupt us? Fang Mingyu said, frowning. It seems I've been away from Fenglin City for so long that these people have forgotten about me. Forget it. We'll just send them away, Fang Xiaoqian decided after giving the matter some thought. The bodyguard beside Fang Xiaoqian informed the bodyguards outside the room of his employer's reply and told them to deal with the problem suddenly. However, the room's doors burst open, and a young man entered the room, followed by Lei Bao and Xiao Yu. Chapter 2267, Initial Confrontation. As Shifeng and his 2 companions entered the graceful, antique-styled room, Fang Xiaotain and Fang Mingyu stared at them in shock. Who allowed them inside? Fang Xiaoqian demanded coldly as he glared at the open doors. He was furious. He had clearly instructed his bodyguards to chase Shifeng's group away, yet they had made it into the room. He hadn't heard a commotion outside the room, so he could only assume his bodyguards had allowed them to pass. However, Fang Xiaoqian received no response as the seconds ticked by. The situation confused him. Had they all betrayed him? After considering the idea, he realized that would be impossible. The Fang family had paid a huge sum to train their bodyguards, so the men were absolutely loyal. Even if one of them had become a turncoat, there was no way that all 4 bodyguards had turned against him simultaneously. Save your energy, young Master Fang. Your bodyguards are already asleep, Shifeng explained when he noticed Fang Xiaoqian's confusion. That's impossible. Fang Xiaoqian denied Shifeng's claim instinctively. He was very familiar with the 4 bodyguard skills. They were only basic internal force experts, but if they worked together, they could even give a national fighting champion a run for his money. How could anyone knock all 4 of them unconscious without making a sound? Lai Bao could only shake his head and sigh from behind Shifeng. The cooperation between 4 basic internal force experts would certainly be a magnificent scene to behold, but compared to a true neutralizing grandmaster, they were little more than infants. With exceptional reaction speed, perception, and physical prowess, if a neutralizing grandmaster wanted to go somewhere, how could a bunch of bodyguards stop him? Fang Xiaoqian ordered one of the bodyguards behind him to check on the 4 outside. When he reached the door, he found the 4 bodyguards unconscious in a corner of the hall. Young Master, Dao. The others, they're really unconscious, the bodyguard stammered. Silence filled the room, and Feng Xiaoqian turned to evaluate Shifeng's group. It's no wonder why you were so confident to meet me here, Fang Xiaoqian said. Despite his passed-out bodyguards, he didn't seem flustered. On the contrary, he maintained a calm attitude as he said, however, do you think this display will change my mind? Stop dreaming. I know who you are, Shifeng. Your heavens rumbles, Hall Master. You've already defeated Wang Zhongquan and shook Fenglin City's various dojos and training centers with your name alone. Moreover, you are one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Zero Wing has been developing quite nicely in God's domain and has become a pseudo-superpower. It is now an overlord on the eastern continent. Now, the guild has been recruiting a large number of talented fighters through the Heavens Rumble Training Center and is rapidly growing stronger in the game. However, this is the real world, not some game. In the real world, Zero Wing has no background or supporters. It's nothing. I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to deal with you. A few words would be more than sufficient to end your business in Fenglin City. Xiao Yu felt an immense weight drop on his shoulders as Fang Xiaoqian spoke. Zero Wing wasn't afraid of financial suppression. Only small, hostile tricks could affect the guild, and workshop Fang Mingyu stood abruptly, looming like a brown bear in the room. Standing at 2.3 meters tall. His arms were thicker than a woman's thighs, and his tanned complexion made him look like a golden statue, unbreakable. Someone's actually trained in the Honglian style to the unbreakable realm? Lei Bao stared at Fang Mingyu as he walked toward the group in utter shock. Training with the Honglian style was a painful toil. One had to submit themselves to hellish training tactics to master this martial art, which was several times more challenging than other styles. Even internal force experts would struggle to deal with the difficult training regiment, but if one could master the Honglian style, they'd become horrifically strong. With basic mastery, one could face off against ordinary internal force experts. Not only would a combatant's punch carry 1,000 kilos of force as an advanced master, but they'd also be able to take hits from an internal force expert without injury. Not even apex internal force experts would want to mess with an advanced Honglian style practitioner, and yet, Fang Mingyu had fully mastered the Honglian style, reaching the unbreakable realm. If he fought someone like Wang Zhongquan, he could end the fight in one hit. Wang Zhongquan would be utterly helpless against Fang Mingyu. You are quite strong to take out 4 of my elder brother's bodyguards simultaneously. I'll give you a chance. Join the Fang family and sell us all of your Zero Wing shares. You'll receive your share of the pie once the Fang family owns Zero Wing. You will enjoy greater status and authority than you could ever enjoy in Zero Wing, Fang Mingyu offered as he approached Shifeng, his firm tone leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Yu, who stood behind Shifeng, felt the strength drain from his legs. Fang Mingyu's aura was simply too frightening. Xiao Yu normally trained as well and had cultivated a relatively formidable aura through his year's work, yet he felt tiny before Fang Mingyu. Moreover, Fang Mingyu had something on him that most professional fighters did not: killing intent. As the man walked toward the trio, it felt like a mountain of corpses were lumbering toward him. What if I refuse? Shifeng calmly replied, then I'll just have to take you back to the family. Once you're there, I'm sure you'll change your mind, Fang Mingyu said, laughing. You say that if I join the Fang family, I'll enjoy greater status and authority than I currently do in Zero Wing? Shifeng asked. That's right. You certainly qualify to receive such power, Fang Mingyu answered, nodding. My position in Zero Wing is quite high. Not only do the guild's vice-guild leaders have to listen to my commands, but every large-scale operation the guild considers must receive my permission first. Moreover, I am responsible for approving any decision regarding the guild's finances and development, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, silence returned to the room. Are you toying with me? Fang Mingyu demanded, his expression darkening. If the Fang family annexed Zero Wing, not even Fang Xiaotian would have such immense authority, much less Fang Mingyu. I'm not. It is simply the truth, Shifeng said honestly. It seems you won't be convinced until you face reality. Since that is the case, you'll return with me, Fang Mingyu declared as he extended a hand to grab Shifeng by the shoulder. Although the action seemed innocent, how could the touch of one who had reached the unbreakable realm in the Honglian style be so simple? The grab was actually a technique with 13 transformations. Even if Shifeng were a lively monkey, there was no escaping Fang Mingyu's grip. However, as Fang Mingyu was about to clamp down on Shifeng's shoulder to immobilize the young man, Shifeng shrugged his shoulder slightly, so faint that the movement was barely discernible. As if he had been electrocuted, Fang Mingyu jerked back his hand. To an outsider, it would have looked like the larger man's hand had bounced off an invisible barrier. Losing his posture, Fang Mingyu stumbled back a few steps. Chapter 2268. Threat. What did he do? Although Fang Mingyu had only stumbled back a step, the Fang family members were shocked. This was especially true for Fang Xiaotian. Every member of the Fang family knew how powerful Fang Mingyu was. The family's old man had even called him a talent that only appeared once a century in the Fang family and was the strongest member of the younger generation. Fang Mingyu's strength had been unparalleled among Fenglin City's younger generation even before he had mastered the Honglian style. Later, Fang Mingyu had gone overseas to continue his training and master the Honglian style, gaining monstrous strength. Yet, not only had he failed to affect Shifeng, but he had taken a blow, as well. Why wouldn't his family members be shocked to see it? Even Lei Bao, who stood some distance behind Shifeng, was stunned. He knew that Shifeng had become a neutralizing grandmaster, but that should-have achievement should be recent neutralizing grandmasters' superior mental capacity allowed them to improve their strength in all aspects, which was a part of the reason that they were so powerful. It especially affected their physical fitness, but even with the help of various hormones, these improvements weren't immediate. Rather, these alterations would take place over a long time. Fang Mingyu, on the other hand, had already reached the Honglian style's unbreakable realm. Physically, he was a humanoid monster. Even some of the weaker grandmasters wouldn't be a match for his raw power, not to mention Shifeng, who had so recently become a grandmaster, and yet, contrary to Lei Bao's expectations, Shifeng had won a direct confrontation. It was simply unbelievable to counterattack in the brief moment when I relied on my strength. It seems that you're not all talk after all, Fang Mingyu said, frowning. He realized what had happened immediately. But I won't give you another chance. Fang Mingyu's fist shot toward Shifeng in a straight, simple punch. It was even cleaner and more straightforward than a textbook punch. However, this simplicity was precisely the reason that not even a neutralizing grandmaster would find a gap to take advantage of. Lei Bao couldn't help but flinch. He felt as if the sky were falling as the punch shot toward Shifeng. There was simply no room to flee. There were no holes to exploit. If he were on the receiving end, he'd have no choice but to take the hit. Worse, this punch hadn't made any sound that Lei Bao could hear. This meant that Fang Mingyu's punch was even faster than the speed of sound. Combined with Fang Mingyu's ferocious strength, the hit could likely kill an adult elephant. However, just as Fang Mingyu's fist was about to collide with Shifeng's cranium, Shifeng moved forward to greet the attack. Before meeting with the hit, Shifeng sidestepped and allowed Fang Mingyu's fist to brush past his head. Shifeng moved to the larger man's side, while Fang Mingyu's fist met nothing but air. Shifeng's arm swayed as he placed his palm on Fang Mingyu's chest and shoved. Fang Mingyu lost his balance and fell, pinned to the ground by Shifeng's handboom. Fang Mingyu lay flat on his back, and the impact of his fall was so powerful that it cracked the marble floor and shook the room. The large man's consciousness wavered, his insides shaken. From an outsider's perspective, it had looked like Shifeng had just appeared beside Fang Mingyu, grabbed the giant, and slammed him to the ground. Everyone in the room fell deathly silent. Are neutralizing grandmasters really this powerful? Lei Bao was at a loss for words as he stared at Fang Mingyu on the ground. Lei Bao had seen Shifeng's every action, so he knew the movements had been quite simple, yet these simple actions had become magical when Shifeng performed them. Not only had Shifeng effortlessly neutralized Fang Mingyu's punch, but he had also reversed the situation, pinning the bear of a man to the ground. Lei Bao had never thought that such a great expert, who had reached the Honglian style's unbreakable realm, would be so frail before a neutralizing grandmaster. At this point, he couldn't even fathom how powerful neutralizing grandmasters truly were. The rest of the room's occupants stared at Shifeng as if he were a monster. However, the young man's gaze never left Fang Mingyu, who lay beside his feet. This unbreakable realm is really something. Shifeng was quietly amazed as he stared at the dizzy Fang Mingyu. He hadn't thought it possible for someone to nurture their strength to such an extent. If he hadn't become a grandmaster, he wouldn't have been a match for this man. Shifeng's fight with Fang Mingyu had seemed one-sided to everyone else in the room, but Shifeng didn't think so. If anyone else had faced Fang Mingyu, that punch would have blown them away. The larger man was even more physically fit than Shifeng. At the very least, Shifeng would need quite a bit of time to catch up. In a frontal confrontation, Fang Mingyu would thoroughly outmatch Shifeng. However, neutralizing grandmasters' reaction speed and precise control of their power were what made them so powerful. Shifeng had moved to dodge the hit the moment Fang Mingyu's fist had moved. Once Shifeng had pushed the man off balance, he had relied on Fang Mingyu's weight and his own strength to achieve the shocking results. Despite such a heavy blow, Fang Mingyu had suffered barely any damage, as if his body were truly made of steel. He had merely suffered a minor disruption to his blood circulation and had been temporarily incapacitated. After inspecting Fang Mingyu's condition, Shifeng looked up at the dumbfounded Fang Xiaotian, who sat on the other side of the table. Sensing Shifeng's gaze, Fang Xiaotian felt a chill crawl down his spine. What are you trying to do? I'd advise you against messing around. This is the Redstone restaurant. Fang Xiaotian blurted out. The Redstone restaurant had branches all over the world, residing in any second-tier or above city. Although many major powers had desired the restaurant's special food and beverages, no one had successfully stolen the recipes. The restaurant's power was obvious. A little commotion within the One restaurant was acceptable, but it wouldn't tolerate anything more than that. Young Master Fang, you jest. Why would I act recklessly here? Shi Feng asked with a chuckle. Shi Feng knew a little about the Redstone restaurant situation, so he knew the restaurant's rules. Even a neutralizing Grandmaster would suffer if they tried to provoke the Redstone restaurant. The moment Shi Feng had entered the VIP room, he had sensed a powerful aura lock onto him. Although the aura didn't originate from a Grandmaster, the individual's spiritual prowess was quite high. Shi Feng guessed that the individual was only a half step from becoming a Grandmaster. Shi Feng approached the table, and Fang Xiaotian instinctively wanted to retreat. However, the mentality of a superior he had nurtured over many years allowed him to remain firm in his position. What are you trying to do? Gloomy, Fang Xiaotian snarled, even if you're immensely powerful, the Fang family's might in Fenglin City is beyond imagining. You shouldn't get so excited, young Master Fang. I'm here merely to chat with you, Shi Feng said as he sat in Fang Mingyu's original seat. He glanced at Fang Xiaotian and continued, I know you wish to annex Zero Wing starting with Gentle Snow, but I'd advise that you abandon that notion while you still can. Zero Wing will be taking charge of this matter. You might have great authority and strength under your command, but you shouldn't forget that not even an entire country can protect you if your enemy is close. After Shi Feng's statement, a biting cold assaulted everyone in the room. For a moment, these individuals felt as if they stood before the gates of hell. After 2 seconds of this cold, it vanished as if it had never happened. However, Fang Xiaotian's back was drenched in sweat, and by the time he snapped out of his gaze, Shi Feng had stood and left the room. Chapter 2269, Silver Membership. When they realized Shi Feng was leaving, Lei Bao and Xiao Yu followed after him. Are we really going to leave, just like that? Xiao Yu worriedly asked Shi Feng. I doubt those brothers will let this matter rest so easily. They definitely won't let this matter rest, but I merely came to greet them and ensure that they understand how useless little tricks are against us, Shi Feng nonchalantly explained. Moreover, I think that many people will realize that they shouldn't casually provoke Zero Wing after today's display. Even if the Fang family's influence is extensive, they'll have to evaluate the risk properly. Realization dawned on Xiao Yu as he listened to Shi Feng. Although it was true that the Fang family had an iron grip on Fenglin City, the Fang family had to rely on others to complete many tasks. Now that Shi Feng had shown that he could suppress Fang Mingyu, the strongest member of the Fang family's younger generation, the Fang family's prestige would take a blow, while the event would bolster Zero Wing's reputation. This, in turn, would warn many of Fenglin City's various major powers against provoking Zero Wing, and they'd hold back before following Fang family's orders. In fact, they might even refuse to target Zero Wing. One had to consider their own position before acting on someone else's behalf. After all, while the Fang family ruled Fenglin City, everyone would follow the family's wishes, but when another power, one just as strong as the Fang family, rose, the general populace would hesitate before leaning on one side or the other. We need to accelerate our development and bolster Zero Wing's internal member count. The Heavens Rumble Training Center has to open more branches as quickly as possible to increase our recruitment rate, Shi Feng announced. At the same time, we'll buy some of the latest God's Domain combat facilities and open a virtual combat platform in the training center. We'll also need to organize a reward system. God's Domain's influence in the real world had been even greater than that of the fighting industry in Shi Feng's previous life. In fact, not a single industry in the world had been able to compete with the game's influence. Meanwhile, virtual combat platforms played a massive role in God's Domain's power in the real world. God's Domain had replaced fighting competitions in the past, becoming the most popular activity across the globe. At this point, God's Domain's influence had grown intensely in the real world. One would almost always overhear conversations about the game as they walked the city's streets. School students even began to introduce themselves with their in-game IDs and levels in God's Domain. Since the virtual combat platforms hadn't gained much popularity yet, he had to set one up in Fenglin City as soon as possible. Shi Feng hadn't done so yet because Zero Wing had simply lacked the ability to. The timing hadn't been right, either. However, as more competitions were held in God's Domain, in-game combat would become increasingly popular. It was now time to secure a virtual combat platform. Setting up new branches in Fenglin City and purchasing the facilities you mentioned will cost a significant amount of money. With our current finances, I'm afraid, Xiao Yu agreed with Shi Feng's idea, but Heaven's Rumble could barely make ends meet. Moreover, Zero Wing wasn't having a particularly good time in God's domain. Although Xiao Yu was mainly responsible for managing the training center, he frequently discussed finances with Liang Jing, so he knew quite a lot about Zero Wing's situation currently. Zero Wing possessed the gold mine known as Stone Forest Town. However, as Zero Wing had been purchasing large quantities of materials and the guild had been rapidly expanding, its expenditures had been rising. The guild had also constructed new towns in many locations. Most importantly, other guild towns had begun to appear in the bottomless abyss. As a result, Stone Forest Town's customer base had significantly decreased, which, in turn, reduced Zero Wing's income. The guild simply didn't have the money to spare. We can set up more branches later, then, but we cannot delay establishing a virtual combat platform, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. Naturally, he was familiar with Zero Wing's situation. Zero Wing might not have the money to open new branches for the Heaven's Rumble training center, but it had the money to purchase virtual combat facilities. Any corporation that wanted to expand would need a huge amount of capital. Thus, corporation owners would try to attract as much investment as possible, but doing that would reduce the owners' shares and their authority in the company. Without sufficient authority, these owners would be restricted in what they could accomplish. Moreover, a corporation risked betrayal by accepting investors. Investors weren't impervious to threats and bribery. Such situations had been common in God's domain during Shifeng's previous life. Although Zero Wing was developing slowly, every step was firmly rooted. Hence, outsiders had a very difficult time attacking and influencing Zero Wing from within. This was also why the various superpowers had a difficult time annexing Zero Wing. If these superpowers targeted any other guild, they'd quickly devour it. I understand, Xiao Yu said, nodding. I'll contact the vendors later. As Shifeng and his companions reached the restaurant's first floor, they were greeted by a middle-aged man and two youngsters. The middle-aged man looked to be around 50 and wore black martial artist robes. Although he did not look physically strong, one would notice how steady his steps were if they watched him carefully. However, due to his faint aura, an ordinary expert might dismiss the man as a harmless, middle-aged uncle. To Shifeng, however, this man's aura was as deep as the great ocean. He was certain that this was the same aura that had locked onto during his conversation with Fang Xiaoqian. The young man and woman behind him looked to be in their early 20s. The woman was curvy and graceful, while the man was as robust as a leopard. He was also handsome enough to earn a modeling job. Both youngsters wore the Redstone restaurant's uniform, and their auras were comparable to a national fighteress. Hello, Mr. Shifeng. I am this restaurant's manager, Huang An, the middle-aged man said, smiling as he introduced himself. Xiao Yu, who stood beside Shifeng, was shocked. Not even the Fang family could afford to provoke the Redstone restaurant, and the various branches' managers were mysterious, rarely showing themselves in public. Xiao Yu had never expected Fenglin City's branch manager to introduce himself to them. May I know what business you have with me, Manager Huang? Shifeng asked. Mr. Shifeng, you are currently one of the most famous individuals in Fenglin City, and our Rest One restaurant wishes to befriend you. Here is our restaurant's silver membership card. If you choose to dine at our restaurant in the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases, Huang An explained as he revealed a silver card, presenting it to Shifeng. Silver membership? Xiao Yu's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when he heard Huang An's words. Despite relying on his connection with Hanifeng, Xiao Yu had only acquired a normal membership card. Moreover, he had to pay an annual membership fee of 2 million credits. Silver members, on the other hand, weren't required to pay a membership fee. Even in Fenglin City, very few people possessed a Redstone restaurant silver membership card. Thanks. After glancing at the membership card, Shifeng slid it away and left the restaurant without another word. The only thing he wanted to do right now was to re-enter God's domain. After today's events, he was determined to return from the Tower of Four Gods as soon as possible. As Shifeng's group left the Redstone restaurant, the young man and woman behind Huang An spoke up. That guy doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. He just left after receiving the card. He didn't even bother with any light conversation. The young woman grumbled he's likely been frightened off. He just slapped the Fang family in the face, and they won't let him get away with it. He might be considering leaving Fenglin City as soon as he's able, the young man commented, snickering. That's right. The Fang family is guarded by a neutralizing Grandmaster like Old Man Fang. Who would dare provoke the Fang family? The old man won't be able to ignore the slight, the young woman said, admiration brightening her features as she spoke of neutralizing Grandmasters. It seems you two need more training. You have no business discussing this, Huang said, shaking his head. Why is that, instructor? The young woman asked rather than replying. However, Huang waited until Shifeng disappeared before he continued. I suspect that Shifeng might be a neutralizing Grandmaster. Chapter 2270, Second Floor's Effect. With his business in the Redstone restaurant complete, Shifeng quickly returned to Zero Wing's main headquarters, instructing his people to work on improving their Tier 2 skills and spells completion rates. He also reserved some advanced combat rooms for the guild's core members in Zero Wing's various battle arenas. The advanced combat rooms might not be as effective as the Tower of Four Gods, but they were better than nothing. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu began to organize the purchases to set up the virtual combat platform for the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Blackie, I'm afraid I'll have to spend quite some time in the Tower of Four Gods. While I'm gone, I want you to focus on collecting ancient origin wood and diamond wood. Also, have Qingxue lead the main force members to the Sea of Death's Tide Vortex to grind monsters. The monsters there should drop something called the Tide Stone Fragment, Shifeng said. Collect as many fragments as you can. I will need them. Players could only enter the Tower of Four Gods once every 360 days, and he couldn't just leave the tower and waste the opportunity. After completing the trials on the first floor, however, he realized that completing the rest would take a long time. Meanwhile, more powers had begun to shift their focus to the sea. As a result, Dragonheart City had become more important in the game if Zero Wing wished to continue its rapid development while collecting enough funds to set up more Heaven's Rumble Training Center branches. It would have to establish itself in Dragonheart City as soon as possible. To do that, Zero Wing needed to increase its popularity in the city. That way, Zero Wing could establish a guild residence, allowing easy teleportation to the city for its members. This was also why the various large guilds were pushing their members to complete quests in Dragonheart City. Although many of these guilds had collected the necessary ancient gold to purchase land and build a guild residence, they didn't have enough popularity to establish a teleportation array within the residences. As a result, their established guild residences could only serve as a resting place for guild members, nothing more. Unfortunately, gaining popularity in Dragonheart City wasn't an easy task. As an independent, neutral city, very few quests offered guild popularity, and with so many guilds contesting for these quests, accumulating 50,000 guild popularity was incredibly difficult. However, quests weren't the only method of gaining guild popularity. A guild could also accumulate popularity in Dragonheart City through Tide Stone Fragments. The only monsters that dropped these fragments were in the Tidal Vortex, which was located in the Sea of Death's core area. Even the weakest monster in the area was a level 90 Great Lord, and the Tidal Vortex was home to quite a few level 90+ Grand Lords. One would frequently encounter level 90+ mythic monsters, as well. There was no doubt that the Tidal Vortex was a very dangerous place. If a team entered the Tidal Vortex without a Tier 3 expert, even survival would be an immense challenge. Initially, Shifeng had wanted to lead a team to the Tidal Vortex to grind for EXP and Tidal Stone Fragments himself, but since he was stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and Zero Wing's situation was growing tenser, he had to rely on Blackie and the others to complete the task. Zero Wing's main force was no longer weak, its members were level 90 on average. The main force also had an MT like Cola, who wielded a fragmented legendary shield. The main force members should barely be strong enough to grind efficiently in the Tidal Vortex. All right, I'll notify the others right away, Blackie replied. He took the situation seriously when Shifeng had stated that the Tidal Stone Fragments were of great importance. He left Shifeng's room immediately to notify the other main force members. Once Blackie left, Shifeng lay in his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's domain to clear the Tower of Four Gods trials as quickly as possible. As God's domain appeared around him, he returned to the temple with the six-headed hellsnake system. Kill 1,000 six-headed hellsnakes within 3 days. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Kill 1,000 of these things in 3 days. The second floor's first trial is much harder than the first floor's. Shifeng could not help but frown when he read the system notification. Although the first floor's first trial had required him to slay 1,500 twin-headed netherfire wolves, the wolves had been ordinary lords. These six-headed hellsnakes, on the other hand, were bloodline creatures. Not only did the hellsnakes have far more HP, but they also had special bloodline abilities. Killing these monsters would be far more difficult than killing the netherfire wolves, and the six-headed hellsnakes roamed the temple in groups of 2 or 3. Even a refinement realm expert of the same level would struggle to kill all 1,000 hellsnakes in 3 days. Once the brief invulnerability buff he received for logging back in faded, Shifeng wasted no time as he charged toward a group of 2 six-headed hellsnakes. Sure enough, the six-headed hellsnakes were far more challenging than the twin-headed netherfire wolves. The moment the 2 hellsnakes noticed Shifeng, all 12 heads attacked the swordsman with perfect coordination. Such a well-coordinated attack could likely kill an ordinary Tier 2 expert to Shifeng. However, the hellsnake's attacks lacked finesse. He responded by unsheathing Killing Ray, countering the 2 hellsnakes' asterisk attacks with his own secret technique, Lightning Flash. When the attacks collided, sparks flashed between them. Both six-headed hellsnakes were thrown back as a series of damages exceeding -90,000 appeared above their heads. What high defense, Shifeng thought as he looked at the 2 monsters. Killing Ray had only left a white mark on the hellsnake's asterisk scales, failing to cut through. The hellsnake's defense could practically rival a Grand Lord's. Could this be their special ability? Killing Ray was a top-tier epic weapon, and when paired with his strength, he could easily slice through the flesh and meat of a Grand Lord of the same level, yet he had failed to injure the Lord-ranked six-headed hellsnakes. The only explanation he could think of was their bloodline ability. This was the bloodline ability that players detested more than any other. Players' damage in God's domain depended on their basic attributes, as well as any injuries they inflicted on monsters. Skin, muscle, and bone damage could significantly affect players' overall damage. This was why players constantly sought high-quality weapons later in the game. Even without incredibly high basic attributes, players could rely on sufficiently powerful weapons to deal even more damage than players with high attributes and weaker weapons. Fortunately, Shifeng found Lightning Slash easier to execute here than on the first floor. Moreover, he had consumed 20% less concentration before Shifeng could test the second floor's effects. The 2 six-headed hellsnakes had launched another round of attacks. Suddenly, inspiration struck as Shifeng instinctively executed Lightning Flash. This time, instead of 14 slashes, Shifeng struck the 2 hellsnakes with 15 slashes. Lightning Flash's power instantly increased. Not only did Shifeng's counterattack repel all 12 heads, but it also left a bone-deep gash in each head, the injuries slightly affecting the hellsnake's combat power. At the same time, damages of over -100,000 appeared above each head. The technique already possesses such great destructive power with just 15 slashes. Shifeng was stunned, staring at the injured hellsnakes. However, Shifeng instantly felt the after-effects. Not only had his entire body gone numb, but he had also lost nearly half of his maximum concentration. Fortunately, the numbness lasted less than a second, and Shifeng was able to defend himself against the hellsnake's next attacks. The 15-slash Lightning Flash's side effects were far more severe than Shifeng had expected, but that didn't stop Shifeng from using the technique. Once he had recovered enough concentration, he used the technique again to familiarize himself with the improved version. After roughly 8 minutes, Shifeng slew the 2 six-headed hellsnakes. The instant the 2 hellsnakes died, Shifeng felt a trace of their bloodlines flow into his body, granting him 1 point of bloodline power. At the same time, the 2 hellsnakes dropped a shining, crimson stone that radiated a strange, alluring energy. Chapter 2271, Tower of 4 GodsJecrets. As more time passed, the strange energy the crimson stone radiated became so dense that even Shifeng could feel it affect him from 5 yards away. He felt his bloodlust rise and rage fill his mind. What is this thing? Despite being inactive, it has such a powerful, mental influence on those around it. Shifeng stared at the crimson stone in shock. Eternal energy filled the Tower of 4 Gods, allowing players to maintain ideal mental clarity and focus. However, the strange energy this crimson stone radiated had the complete opposite effect. Shifeng picked up the stone to inspect it. The instant his fingers touched the crimson stone, however, his very soul shuddered. He felt, for a moment, as if he stood in a sea of blood and gore. Powerful, violent energy assaulted his body, weakening the eternal energy's effects. Contaminated soul fragment. Shifeng was dumbfounded after inspecting the stone. How is this possible? The Crimson Stone was a fragment of condensed souls. A soul was intangible in the real world and in God's domain. Trying to make a soul tangible was an excruciatingly difficult process. Normally, a soul could only take on a physical form with the help of divine items. Take the soul orb, a fragment of the treasure of illusion, for example. It could be used to absorb a portion of a player's soul and use the collected souls to create soul water. The ancient gods' literature fragment could also absorb the souls of half-dead creatures to create soul essence. However, soul water and soul essence were significantly smaller items than this fist-sized crimson stone. Contaminated soul fragment, special item. This fragment is comprised of countless condensed and violent souls. It contains dense soul power and can be merged with any creature's soul to achieve ascension. However, doing so will subject the target to intensely oppressive effects. This fragment can only exist within the Tower of Four Gods. It will disappear upon leaving the tower. It's no wonder why the Or Empire's founding emperor was so bloodthirsty. So, that was due to this thing. Realization dawned on Shifeng after reading the contaminated soul fragment's description. So, the opportunity everyone referred to was this stone. The Tower of Four Gods had been responsible for the rise of countless powerhouses in God's domain, including the founders of empires. These individuals' powerful souls were a large part of the reason they had gained the strength to lord over a country. After all, souls were the root of everything, including players. If players' souls were extinguished, they'd have to start a new account if they wished to continue in God's domain. If players could strengthen their souls, they'd have an easier time mastering skills, spells, and combat techniques. Their physiques would improve, as well. When one gained a new tier in God's domain, their soul ascended. If a person's soul ascended by other means, they'd improve in all aspects. And now, Shifeng learned that soul fragments, which could help one's soul forcibly ascend, dropped in the Tower of Four Gods. One could easily imagine how great of an opportunity this was. It was no wonder why even Tier 6 God-ranked players had fought to enter the tower. Absorbing such violent souls will likely be a major challenge for players. Absorbing too many of these contaminated soul fragments is likely impossible. Shifeng gave the crimson stone in his hand a disappointed look. He only held the contaminated soul fragment, yet it had such a powerful effect on his mental state. Moreover, it was surrounded by eternal energy. Its effects would likely be many times stronger in the outside world. Shifeng couldn't even imagine what would happen if he absorbed this thing. He estimated that absorbing 2 contaminated soul fragments would be his limit. Any more, and it would affect his mental state. Of course, his limit was only this low because he was a Tier 2 player. He'd likely be able to absorb more contaminated soul fragments as he rose in tier. It was like adding salt to water. Once the water was saturated, no more salt would dissolve. In this case, the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment was the salt, while his soul was the water. If his soul couldn't absorb the violent energy, the excess would affect his mind suddenly. Shifeng had an idea. It was too risky to absorb the violent energy, but the crimson stone itself was condensed soul's essence. He might be able to absorb only the soul power within the fragment by relying on the ancient gods' literature fragment. The ancient gods' literature fragment's soul absorption skill absorbed soul power. The half-dead creatures only referred to monsters when their HPs hit 0. As the corpses disappeared, their physical bodies no longer protected their souls, and the souls could wander. In this state, the ancient gods' literature fragment could then absorb the souls. The soul fragment was the condensed form of these wandering souls. Shifeng then pulled the ancient gods' literature fragment from his bag to experiment. If his experiment failed, so be it. If it succeeded, however, he would hit the jackpot. The ancient gods' literature fragment could, after all, strengthen a creature's soul without any side effects. He grew nervous as he used soul absorption on the contaminated soul fragment. The ancient gods' literature fragment began to glow, and the violent energy within the contaminated soul fragment flared as if it were trying to resist the literature fragment's power. However, the literature fragment had been carefully crafted by an ancient god. How could violent souls possibly resist? The fist-sized crimson stone turned to dust in Shifeng's hand in less than 5 seconds, and Shifeng had acquired a single drop of soul essence. Wonderful. Shifeng rejoiced over the result. Condensing a soul essence was extremely difficult. First, he had to choose a monster that met the minimum level requirement. Soul absorption would not work on monsters that were a lower level than he was. Second, the target had to be sufficiently powerful. Great Lords were likely the lowest limit. Considering that he hadn't reached level 90 when he had hunted the level 102 Great Lord ranked skeleton generals, he guessed that not even souls from level 100 Great Lords would yield him any soul essence once he reached level 100. At the very minimum, he had to target level 100 Grand Lords. Moreover, soul absorption had a 6-hour cooldown. It wouldn't do him any good to grind one boss after another, and he didn't have the free time to hunt a powerful boss every 6 hours. However, he was currently stuck in the Tower of Four Gods and had nothing better to do. So, he might as well use this opportunity to collect soul essence. Moreover, he couldn't take the contaminated soul fragments outside the Tower of Four Gods. It was wonderful news that he could use the ancient gods' literature fragment to convert the contaminated soul fragments into a form that he could take with him when he left, following which, Shifeng continued through the tower's trials, collecting bloodline power and stockpiling soul essence. Due to the generous EXP these monsters provided, he leveled even faster than he would grinding elsewhere. Fortunately, these trials, which would be challenging to normal Tier 2 players, were no problem for Shifeng. His life within the Tower of Four Gods was actually quite relaxing. Once he cleared a floor, he rested for a day and returned to the real world to check up on Zero Wing's situation. However, once he reached the third floor, he found the trial to be a bit challenging. Not only were the third floor's monsters bloodline creatures, but they were also of a higher rank than those on the second floor. The first trial alone tasked Shifeng with killing 900 High Lords of the same level. Even peak experts would need a long time to complete the task. Killing all 900 would be utterly impossible in 3 days. Shifeng had only completed the task thanks to his superior basic attributes and the secret technique, Lightning Flash. During the third floor's second trial, Shifeng had to face Great Lords, and he had to kill 300 of them in 3 days. Even Shifeng had barely managed to complete the trial. After killing the 300 Great Lords, Shifeng had risen to level 99, only one level away from the level 100 threshold. It was at this point that he had finally collected the 100 bloodline power he needed and accumulated 86 drops of soul essence. If not for the contaminated soul fragments' low drop rate, he would have had more. When Shifeng completed the third floor's second trial, the scene around him changed, and he found himself in the same Colosseum he had visited during the first floor's third trial. However, instead of 10 giant gladiators, an ordinary human stood on the elevated platform. This human wore dazzling armor and carried a pitch-black greatsword. When Shifeng saw this swordsman, he could not help but gasp. A Tier 3 hero. Chapter 2272, Bloodline Evolves. The third floor's trial. Is this challenging? Shifeng was rendered speechless as he stared at the human swordsman standing in the center of the elevated platform. Crow Bison, Black Sword Knight, Hero, Tier 3 Sword King. Level 99. HP 13 000 13 000. Practically every player in God's domain knew that NPCs were not to be provoked by this stage of the game, yet many were still unaware that there were even massive differences between NPCs. Take the NPC giants Shifeng fought on the first floor, for example. They possessed powerful racial traits that granted them superior combat power. The combat power giants wielded ranked at the top among NPCs of the same tier, but comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. However, comparing an ordinary NPC giant to a hero was like comparing a candle flame to the sun. Heroes had completed the trial of God and received a god's blessing. Their combat power was unparalleled among those of the same rank. Powerful heroes could even slay an adult dragon by themselves. They were akin to kingdoms and empires' guardian saints. Many Tier 5 Apex experts in Shifeng's previous life had grown conceited and would frequently attack kingdoms and empires' caravans. In the end, many of them had encountered hidden NPC heroes and received a painful beating. These experts hadn't been able to escape and had been locked up in prison for their crimes. Why wouldn't Shifeng be stunned to learn that he had to face a Tier 3 hero? System: kill Crow Bison, the Black Sword Knight, within 1 day. If you fail to complete this task in the stipulated time, the challenge will automatically be regarded as a failure. Shifeng's last spark of hope faded the instant he heard the system notification. He had hoped that he'd only have to survive against the Tier 3 hero for a certain time to clear the third floor's trial. If that were the case, he'd have a chance, but he actually had to kill a Tier 3 hero. Shifeng wouldn't be able to defeat a Tier 3 hero even if he were a Tier 3 player, let alone right now. As a Tier 2 player, the Tier 5 Apex experts of the past had commanded incredibly powerful combat techniques, and the weakest piece of equipment they had worn had been epic rank. They had also carried a few fragmented legendary items, yet they had only earned a one-sided beating during their encounters with Tier 5 heroes. Wait, why is that hero only wearing dark gold equipment? Just as Shifeng was about to give up on the trial and stop wasting his time in the Tower of Four Gods, he noticed that the glow effect on Crow Bison's weapons and equipment was effect unique to dark gold ranked items. Normally, NPC heroes wore a minimum of epic set equipment, while some of the stronger individuals were fully geared in fragmented legendary equipment. An NPC would have an easier time collecting such equipment than players. After all, however, the Tier 3 hero before him only wore dark gold equipment. Moreover, by the looks of the hero's equipment, it wasn't even a dark gold set equipment. I have a chance. Shifeng's eyes glowed with excitement at this discovery. There was a 3-rank difference between epic set equipment and individual dark gold equipment. In other words, this hero's combat power would be 3 ranks lower than usual. Most importantly, Crow Bison was not level 100, but level 99. Level 100 was a massive turning point in God's domain for monsters and NPCs. Until monsters and NPCs reached that threshold, they'd be restricted by the system, only able to exhibit a portion of their full strength. Hence, Shifeng still had a chance of completing the trial. Considering the situation, Shifeng quickly calmed himself and stepped onto the platform. I advise you to turn back, young adventurer. You are not strong enough to defeat me, Crow Bison said. How will I know that without trying? Shifeng countered. Then, I have no choice but to remove you myself, Crow Bison declared, unsheathing the pitch-black greatsword from his back. The intensity of his aura skyrocketed as he charged at Shifeng. Crow Bison was extremely fast, and mid-charge, he split into 6 clones, which were impossible to differentiate between. Sure enough, he'll execute all of his skills and spells with a 100% completion rate. Shifeng wasn't surprised in the least to see the 6 heroes charge at him. The move Crow Bison just used was the Swordsman class's Tier 3 skill, Sword Phantom. Normally, the skill only allowed the user to split into 4 copies, but one would gain 2 more if they achieved a 100% completion rate. Not only would these additional doppelgangers confuse the enemy further, but all 6 were also physical copies. Of course, Shifeng wouldn't take Crow Bison's attack lying down. He immediately brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Thanks to his incessant training, Shifeng could now execute Shadow Blade with a 103% completion rate. As a result, the number of sword lights he summoned had increased from 10 to 12. Although Crow Bison was a Tier 3 hero, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than a strength-type Great Lord due to the limitations of his equipment. Meanwhile, Shadowblade's power had risen with a 103% completion rate. Now, a single sword light had enough strength to rival this NPC hero. However, Crow Bison's 6 doppelgangers altered their footwork and agilely evaded all 12 attacks like nimble cats just as Shifeng's sword lights were about to slam into him. Without pause, the NPC continued toward Shifeng. The evasion surprised Shifeng. An advanced combat technique. All 6 doppelgangers had executed an advanced combat technique simultaneously. Facing so many enemies, Shifeng had no choice but to defend himself with Swords Transmigration. Shifeng had improved his use of Swords Transmigration during his training in the Tower of Four Gods as well. Now, he could deflect 6 simultaneous attacks without trouble. However, the instant the 2 swordsmen's attacks were about to collide, Crow Bison's 6 strikes converged into 2. Shifeng felt 2 powerful forces strike his blades, the combination attack containing so much strength that he couldn't defect. The impact threw Shifeng over 10 yards away as he lost nearly 10,000 hectopascals. Bronze combat technique. Shifeng stared at the Tier 3 NPC hero in shock. Shifeng had used a bronze defensive combat technique, yet he hadn't been able to deflect Crow Bison's attacks. Moreover, he had taken damage from the attempt. He could only assume that this was because Crow Bison's offensive combat technique was bronze rank as well, although Shifeng had known that NPC heroes were immensely powerful, unparalleled among those of the same tier. He hadn't expected them to be this powerful. It was no wonder why Crow Bison could exhibit 100% of his combat power if NPC heroes could casually execute advanced and bronze combat techniques. Not even a domain realm expert could achieve such a feat before Chiffon could steady himself. Crow Bison's main body transformed into a streak of pitch-black light, arriving before his opponent almost instantly. Tier 3 skill, Spatial Slash. Normally, Spatial Slash only yielded one attack, yet in Crow Bison's hands, it had produced 3, each with the strength of a mythic monster. Unfortunately, Chiffon didn't have time to employ a defensive maneuver against the speed of this attack. As a result, he was forced to activate defensive blade. Chiffon suffered defeat in less than a minute due to his disadvantage in terms of basic attributes, skills, and combat standards. After his death, he automatically respawned at the bottom of the elevated platform. His combat power might be 3 ranks lower than normal, but is still so powerful. It is no wonder why most Apex experts in the past ran away from heroes. Looking up, Chiffon gave Crow Bison a bitter smile. Not only was Crow Bison capable of effortlessly executing bronze combat techniques, but he also had a 100% completion rate with all of his skills. A Tier 3 player had no hope of defeating him. Not even Chiffon's current combat power was a match for this NPC hero. My combat power is still weaker than his, but I might have a chance of victory if I can gain a basic attribute advantage. After the first fight, Chiffon realized that the difference between their strength wasn't as large as he had assumed. His gaze shifted toward the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel. The Frost Iron Bloodline has already increased my strength so drastically. If I can upgrade it to an advanced bloodline, my attributes should climb even higher. With little choice, Chiffon tapped on the Frost Iron Bloodline's attribute panel and chose to evolve it. Chapter 2273, Advanced Fused Bloodline. As soon as Chiffon chose to evolve the Frost Iron Bloodline, the 100 bloodline power he had accumulated transformed into a purple and gold gas that flowed throughout Chiffon's body. As the gas spread throughout his body, Chiffon felt as if he were being burned alive. His heart, however, remained icy cold. At the same time, divine runes began to appear on his body. Initially, the divine runes seemed fragmented, but as the purple gold gas fused with Chiffon, the divine runes completed. After 10 seconds or so, the gas had fused with Chiffon, and a set of complete divine runes had tattooed his body. His aura had changed slightly, as well. If Chiffon had felt like a mighty wolf before, he was now as imposing as a majestic lion. His strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. There's such a huge difference between the Frost Iron Bloodline's basic and advanced versions. Chiffon was a little surprised when he sensed the changes to his body. Frost Iron Bloodline, Fused Bloodline. Increases players' compatibility with melee skills and reaction speed. Mainly improves strength and agility, followed by endurance, vitality, and intelligence. Statistically, the Frost Iron Bloodline had barely changed, yet Chiffon could feel the difference in him quite clearly. Currently, he had massively improved in various aspects. His strength attribute was now only slightly lower than that of a Grand Lord of the same level, and his reaction speed had risen to rival what he had enjoyed in his previous life as a Tier 3 Sword King. Chiffon immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and executed Shadow Blade. The moment he did, however, he was stunned. Before his transformation, he had been able to produce 12 sword lights with Shadow Blade, yet now, he commanded 14 sword lights. His skill completion rate had climbed to 105%, 2% more than his previous limit, as well. The improvement was frightening. It was incredibly difficult to increase a skill completion rate by a single percent after reaching 100%. It was even more of a challenge than raising one's completion rate from 99% to 100%. After nearly 2 weeks in the Tower of Four Gods, he had only increased his Shadow Blade completion rate to 103%, and he still couldn't hit that rate reliably. And yet, Chiffon had just achieved a 105% completion rate with Shadow Blade. Why wouldn't he be surprised? Moreover, every sword light was as powerful as a Grand Lord's attack. If he combined all 14, he could even severely injure a Grand Lord of the same level. Level 90+ Grand Lords possessed very high defense, and their physical bodies were incredibly tough. Even a Berserker would have a hard time injuring a level 90+ Grand Lord. At best, the Berserker's attack would leave a small scratch, not weakening the Grand Lord's combat power in the least. After examining the effects of evolving the Frost Iron Bloodline, Chiffon walked toward Crow Bison, He hadn't been a match for the NPC hero since his basic attributes had been slightly weaker than his opponents. Crow Bison was a bona fide Tier 3 existence, and every one of his skills was at Tier 3. Shifeng's reaction speed had also been slightly lower than Crow Bison's. However, the evolved Frost Iron bloodline gave Shifeng a strength advantage, and he could now execute his skills with a 105% completion rate. In terms of raw power, Shifeng's Tier 2 skills were in no way inferior to Crow Bison's Tier 3 skills. Shifeng had also become Crow Bison's equal in terms of reaction speed. His chances of defeating the Tier 3 hero had definitely improved. You still refuse to give up, young adventurer? Crow Bison frowned as Shifeng returned to the platform. You are only Tier 2. The Tower of Four Gods' third floor trial has been prepared for Tier 3 beings. Of course, I refuse to give up. This is the third floor's final trial. Once I clear it, I'll have cleared the entire floor and receive the reward for doing so. Why would I give up? Shifeng replied. In the Tower of Four Gods, rewards were based on the number of floors the challenger had cleared, and the difference between clearing 2 floors and 3 was massive. To put it into perspective, it was akin to the difference between dark gold equipment and epic equipment. Fine, then I have no choice but to send you back, Crow Bison said. Crow Bison's figure blurred immediately, and in the blink of an eye, he loomed above Shifeng, swinging his pitch-black greatsword in a downward arch. As the greatsword descended, Crow Bison split into 3 identical copies. As a result, 3 attacks soared toward Shifeng, converging toward a single point. The power of this attack tore apart space itself. It wasn't any weaker than a mythic monster's attack. Was he holding back? Shifeng wondered, his expression darkening as he watched the incoming blade. Crow Bison had perfectly incorporated a combat technique and skill in this attack. First, the hero had used the Tier 3 skill, Mountain Splitter. He then used an advanced combat technique to combine the 3 attacks, stacking each attack's strength. Not even Domain Realm experts could use this move. Mountain Splitter was an AoE skill. Thus, life-saving skills, such as Defensive Blade, couldn't block it. Only invulnerability skills could stop it. Unwilling to expose weakness, Shifeng executed Purgatory Pentaslash to counter the attack. Each of Purgatory Pentaslash's strikes was stronger than the last, and Shifeng executed the skill with a 104% completion rate, combining it with the Strength Combination technique. All 5 strikes merged perfectly as the cut through the convergence point of Crow Bison's 3 attacks. Boom. As the blades clashed, a massive explosion shook the arena. The resulting shockwave threw Crow Bison, who had been suspended in the air. Although Shifeng hadn't taken damage, he had depleted a huge chunk of his concentration due to the difficulty of combining the skill and the combat technique, leaving him sluggish. If he hadn't evolved the Frost Iron bloodline to advance rank, pulling off that move would have been impossible. Fortunately, Shifeng was currently in the Tower of Four Gods, which was full of eternal energy. As a result, he had recovered a significant portion of the lost concentration before Crow Bison had even hit the ground. Just before the NPC hero landed, Shifeng executed Wind Blade and charged forth. It wasn't easy to move while suspended in the air, leaving one vulnerable to attack. Naturally, Shifeng wouldn't miss this opportunity. Achieving a 105% completion rate with Windblade, Shifeng only needed an instant to cross the 20 or so yards between them. As soon as Shifeng reached Crow Bison, he brandished Killing Ray and executed Lightning Flash. Since Lightning Flash was a combat technique, he didn't need any preparation time to use the attack. As Shifeng swung Killing Ray, his attack felt smoother than ever before. Previously, Shifeng hadn't been able to perform Lightning Flash's 16th slash, yet now, 16 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison like an all-encompassing net, each carrying enough raw power to force a Grand Lord to stumble backward. Crow Bison had reacted very quickly and performed a defensive combat technique. Unfortunately for the NPC, Lightning Flash was a full offensive technique. Even with only 15 slashes, the technique had enough power to rival ordinary bronze combat techniques. Now that Shifeng had performed the 16th slash, the hero could only nullify 5 of the sword lights when focusing on defense, and the remaining 11 attacks struck him squarely. Crow Bison immediately lost over 1 million HP. However, Crow Bison was not an easy opponent. The hero launched a counterattack the moment he landed, his black greatsword releasing an endless darkness that devoured all light around him. The NPC hero sent 9 slashes at Shifeng, and like the darkness around him, the attacks surrounded Shifeng. Even with his sharp senses, Shifeng couldn't sense the attack's trajectories and had to rely on Sword's orbit to protect himself. Even with the technique, however, 2 of the attacks struck, dealing more than -100,000 damage. With a maximum HP at 630,000, Shifeng could only afford to take 6 more of those hits. What an amazing move. Shocked, Shifeng stared at Crow Bison. As a domain realm expert, he no longer had to rely on his sight to sense incoming attacks. However, Crow Bison's previous move robbed him of more than his vision. His other senses had significantly weakened, as well. If he hadn't had the reaction speed of a Tier 3 player, he would have lost half of his HP from that attack. It seems this will be a battle of attrition. Shifeng adjusted his approach and activated Twilight of the Gods and Twilight's Shadow. Since these abilities would lower his basic attributes, Shifeng hadn't bothered to use them during the first fight with Crow Bison. Widening the gap between their basic attributes wouldn't help him defeat the Tier 3 hero. However, now that he had an edge with his strength, his doppelganger's strength wouldn't be as high as Crow Bison, but the difference wouldn't be so vast. They could, more or less, contend with the hero with the help of his doppelgangers. Shifeng focused on offense and traded blow for blow with Crow Bison. Crow Bison was just too powerful, however, and by the time he had finished off one doppelganger, Shifeng had only dealt a little over -800,000 damage in total. After another 2 minutes, the NPC hero still had 1/3 of his HP remaining. In contrast, Shifeng's HP was nearly at 0. At his current state, he'd only last 3 more moves against Crow Bison. It seems this is my limit. Looking at Crow Bison, Shifeng smiled and said, "Let's start the second round." He then activated the aura of Water's life domain, and he began to recover 20% of his HP each second. Unless Crow Bison could kill him in one hit, the hero couldn't defeat him while life domain was in effect. This was the final trump card Shifeng had saved throughout the fight. It would only last 30 seconds. After all, Shifeng charged at Crow Bison, repeatedly executing lightning flash and not giving the hero an opportunity to activate a skill. He rapidly shaved away the NPC's HP, but Crow Bison wasn't a fool, either. He focused on his defense, slowing his HP loss as life domain's 30-second duration was almost over. Crow Bison still had 7% of his HP remaining. Shifeng, however, adjusted his footwork as he activated Instant Strike. The Tier 2 taboo skill he had reserved. He gambled the last of his concentration to execute Lightning Flash. The massive attack speed boost Instant Strike provided allowed Shifeng to execute the combat technique perfectly. 17 sword lights flew toward Crow Bison with such speed that the Tier 3 hero had no time to defend himself while executing a bronze defensive combat technique. As a result, the combined power of the 17 sword lights slammed into Crow Bison, devouring the last of his HP. System. Congratulations. You have defeated the hero, Crow Bison, and cleared the Tower of Four Gods' third-floor trial. Chapter 2274, Level 100 Restriction Removed. The instant Crow Bison died, Shifeng's experience bar skyrocketed. He had already been very close to level 100, and in the end, his experience bar took less than 2 seconds to fill complete level 100. Suddenly, a faint purple glow enveloped Shifeng's body. The phenomenon wasn't like his previous level-ups, and as soon as the glow faded, invisible chains appeared around him. These chains then cracked and shattered, freeing Shifeng of his prior restrictions. IVE already reached level 100. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked at his level he both desired and detested. Level 100. Level 100 might not seem like much, but Shifeng understood that it was the greatest milestone in God's domain. The main God system didn't only release monsters and NPCs from their restrictions. Players would also undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching level 100. Unfortunately, they'd also lose the main God system's protection. The invisible chains that bound players were a form of restriction and protection. Not only would players' basic attributes rise by a large margin, but their sensitivity and reactions would also reach 100%. Of course, this meant they would also fully experience the pain when receiving damage, and their mental exhaustion would begin to affect their physical bodies. What everyone knew of God's domain before level 100 was an illusion. It was a watered-down simulation that allowed players to adapt to the actual game. As players continued to level up, they'd experience fewer restrictions, and once they hit level 100, the restrictions would be completely removed, and God's Domain's virtual world would truly begin to mimic reality. I've leveled far faster than I had expected. I'll have to complete my Tier 3 promotion as soon as possible, Shifeng thought after getting a feel for his level 100 body. Although combat would be more of a struggle after level 100, the hazy sensation he had felt all this time had finally disappeared. He had regained the body he had been so familiar with during his previous life. While his virtual body had been under the main god system's protection, he hadn't been able to exhibit 100% of his strength. Hence, he hadn't been able to immerse himself in battle fully. That also meant that he hadn't lost much concentration when taking damage. That body hadn't felt like it had truly belonged to him, but now, his concentration would decrease when he took damage. He could finally enjoy a true sense of realism. Although players gained massive improvements when they reached level 100, they would also be at their weakest in God's Domain. Monsters and NPCs would be liberated when they reached level 100, as well. An ordinary level 100, Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for a chieftain-ranked monster. In fact, the player would die the moment they entered a level 100 map. Even with a 6-man party, Tier 2 players had to be extremely careful in level 100+ maps. If players wanted to survive in level 100+ maps, they had to cross the Tier 3 threshold before Shifeng could grow accustomed to his new body. The scene around him blurred. This time, he was teleported to the top of a mountain. Ancient stone pillars decorated the area, and a large number of dragonkin roamed the mountain. Dragonkin looked a lot like humans, but they were covered in scales, and draconic heads, and rough, robust tails. These dragonkin were fully armed with weapons and armor, and they looked like an organized army, guarding these ruins. Black-scaled dragonkin, bloodline creature, Great Lord, level 100. HP 120 000 120 000. Although the black-scaled dragonkin were only Great Lords, they felt even more dangerous than the hero, Crow Bison, had, and the ruin Shifeng had teleported to was full of them. If he attacked a single dragonkin, at least 3 of its companions would come to its aid. System. Congratulations. You have cleared the 3rd floor's trials and arrived at the Tower of 4 Gods' 4th floor. You may choose to rest here for 1 day. You may also choose to start the 4th floor's trials immediately. The 4th floor really isn't a place for Tier 2 players. I'll need to reach Tier 3 to clear these trials. Shifeng watched the roaming dragonkin with a bitter smile. Dragonkin's life rating was considerably high, even surpassing inferior dragons and giants. Dragonkin had inherited a part of the dragon bloodline. Even ordinary Tier 3 players would have to flee from a level 100+, Great Lord ranked dragonkin. Although Shifeng could rival actual Tier 3 players, he wasn't an actual Tier 3 player. Furthermore, these black-scaled dragonkin had awakened their bloodline abilities initially. Shifeng had wanted to try his luck with the 4th floor's trials, but he dismissed the thought. He decided to give up on the challenge, throwing away his 2 remaining lives and leaving the Tower of 4 Gods. As he couldn't gain anything more from the tower, so there wasn't any reason to stay. Once Shifeng gave up on the challenge, the system teleported him to a temple. Various treasures were on display within the temple, all intensely dazzling. Every one of the treasures radiated an incredible pressure, and some had an aura that was even stronger than that of a mythic monster. Young adventurer, your success in clearing the 3rd floor is quite the achievement. Even the strongest of your 4 companions barely managed to clear the 2nd floor. The man that had first greeted Shifeng by the tower's golden doors congratulated. Smiling, the man continued, as your reward for clearing the 3rd floor, I will present 3 items to choose from. You may only take 1 item with you. After the man's statement, 3 brilliant treasures appeared before Shifeng. As soon as they did, eternal energy began to gather around them as expected of the Tower of 4 Gods. The rewards are amazing. Shifeng stared at the 3 items in shock. The first item was the Draconic Eagle's summoning flute. The Draconic Eagle was an advanced extraordinary flying mount with the dragon bloodline. Although it was only 1 rank higher than the Thunder Eagle, the difference between them was massive. The only flying mount stronger than this Draconic Eagle was legendary rank, and very few legendary flying mounts existed in God's Domain. As for the 2 other items, they were Dragon Blood Sacred Stone, consumable. Has a 20% chance to upgrade a piece of epic equipment to Fragmented legendary rank. There is a 50% chance that the Dragonblood Sacred Stone will mutate and strengthen the target equipment, Hero's Tome, special item. Sacrifice 50,000 magic crystals to summon a Tier 4 hero that is 20 levels higher than the user for 12 hours. Can only be used 3 times cooldown, 10 days. Although none of the items were fragmented legendary rank, they were no less valuable, and every one of the greatly tempted Shifeng upgrading an advanced extraordinary flying mount to Tier 4 would be a very simple task. On the other hand, he would have to invest a ton of resources in the Thunder Eagle to get it to Tier 4. The Dragonblood Sacred Stone's value went without saying. Even if it failed to upgrade the target epic equipment piece to the fragmented legendary rank, there was still a 50% chance for the piece would mutate. The Hero's Tome was also a priceless item. A bona fide Tier 4 hero would be many times stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. You have 10 minutes to decide. Then, you will be teleported to where you came from. Choose wisely. The majestic man said. I choose the Hero's Tome, Shifeng announced after giving the matter some thought. Although an advanced extraordinary flying mount was immensely powerful, he would need to invest a lot of time to nurture it. Furthermore, that item wasn't entirely out of his reach. As he grew stronger, he was bound to encounter an opportunity to obtain one. As for the Dragonblood Sacred Stone, it only had a chance of granting him a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. It wasn't a guarantee the Hero's Tome would be more helpful to him than the Draconic Eagle or Dragonblood Sacred Stone. He wouldn't be able to use external items during his Tier 3 promotion quest, but he could use a Tier 4 hero in response. The majestic man waved a hand, and an ancient, dilapidated tome appeared in Shifeng's grip. The sight of the book elated Shifeng. With this Hero's Tome, he was far more confident of completing the high-difficulty Tier 3 promotion quest. With Tier 3 being a major turning point in God's domain, his performance in the promotion quest would greatly affect his chances of reaching Tier 4 and 5 in the future. He could not afford to be careless. Since you've received your reward, you may leave now. The majestic man waved a hand again, and Shifeng transformed into a streak of light as he was evicted from the temple. Chapter 2275, Black Flame Reappears. After leaving the Tower of Four Gods, Shifeng found himself on an island enveloped in death energy. Not only was the atmosphere chilling, but it also reduced Shifeng's reaction speed, and level 90+ Lord-ranked undead roamed all around him. The Buried Bones ruin? Looking around, Shifeng quickly recognized where he was. The system really knows how to teleport people. To think it would send me to such a dangerous location. The Buried Bones ruin was located in the Sea of Death's core area. Although the island wasn't as dangerous as the tidal vortex, it was still a risky place for current players. Ordinary level 90 experts would almost certainly die if they visited this place alone. Not only was flight unallowed in the Buried Bones ruin, but all means of teleportation were also prohibited. Players had to rely on their own 2 feet to venture in and out of the ruin. Because of this, players had a difficult time escaping dangerous situations in the area. Only 20-man teams or greater would have any chance of exploring the ruin safely. However, Shifeng was powerful enough to come and go as he pleased. Once he had his bearings, Shifeng made his way to the Buried Bones ruin's entrance. Although the Buried Bones ruin was a small, isolated island, it was unique. Docking on the island's shore was akin to entering a miniature world. The island wasn't any smaller than large-scale grinding maps on the main continent. After over 20 minutes of running, Shifeng finally found the exit of the canyon that housed the Buried Bones ruin. As he arrived, he encountered over 1,000 players crowding the exit. These players were split into 2 different teams. One only had 100 players, while the team that blocked the exit consisted of more than 1,000. These were high-leveled players, with the lowest among them at level 86, and quite a few at level 87. The weakest equipment they wore was level 85 secret silver rank. At this stage of the game, a guild would have to be first-rate at the very least to arm their experts with such high-quality equipment. Shifeng, however, was more surprised by their identities than their levels and items. The members of the 100-man team sported the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild emblem, and the team's leader was none other than Phoenix Rain's trusted aide, Blue Phoenix. In contrast, every member of the 1,000-man team blocking the canyon's exit was an independent player, and they all wore the same Adventurer Team logo, sewn into their capes. Interesting. An Adventurer Team dares to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? The matter piqued Shifeng's curiosity. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. With the exception of other superpowers, no one would dare provoke it, and yet, an adventurer team had ambushed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members. Nobody would believe this while Chiffon watched in surprise. A man broke away from the adventurer team. The atmosphere in the area intensified as he appeared. This man was a level 87 half-elf elementalist, and the weakest of his equipment was level 85 fine gold rank. He also carried 4 items that radiated with the epic glow effect, including the icy blue staff in the man's hand. Overall, the man's equipment standard was just as impressive as Blue Phoenix's Blue Phoenix, who had seemed quite calm, tense the moment this man appeared to think that you would come to deal with us as well, Vice Commander Autumn Plant. It seems War Blood thinks quite highly of us. Blue Phoenix sarcastically spat. War Blood was the publicly acknowledged, third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Although the adventurer team didn't have as many members as a first-rate guild, its overall strength and experts could rival that of an ordinary superpower. Everyone on Dragonheart Island knew War Blood's 4 great vice commanders, all of which possessed monstrous strength. Autumn Plant had earned the nickname Bloody Mage after destroying an entire fleet at sea by himself. Now, he had been recognized as one of the top 10 elementalists on Dragonheart Island. You can only blame yourself for your unwise decisions. Do you think you'll be safe here? Plant Autumn asked nonchalantly. Starlink and 13 Thrones have already captured a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, acquiring access to unimaginable resources. Despite the invitation guild leader Lu sent the Phoenix Pavilion to cooperate against Zero Wing, you people rejected the offer. Since you have made your decision, like Zero Wing, you will have no hope of surviving in the Sea of Death. First, we'll see if you have the power to keep us here, Blue Phoenix snarled as she revealed a purple-red crystal. Chanting an incantation, the crystal shattered and transformed into a crimson magic array before Blue Phoenix. A level 92 Great Lord ranked magma giant then emerged from the magic array. Moreover, the magma giant was an archaic species. The instant this magma giant arrived, the temperature in the area soared. This magma giant was Blue Phoenix's trump card. A level 92 Great Lord might not be a tough opponent for current players, but as an archaic species, it would give them a run for their money. Under a player's control, such a Great Lord could easily slaughter a 1,000-man team. Not even Autumn Plant would survive. However, War Blood's members didn't seem flustered. Rather, they all gave Blue Phoenix playful expressions. Do you think we came here unprepared, Blue Phoenix? Autumn Plant said. I already knew about this summoning crystal of yours, but I suppose that since you've revealed your trump card, we should show you what we've prepared. As soon as Autumn Plant said so, 60 War Blood members each took a magic array scroll from their bags and activated it. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array appeared, enveloping the canyon's exit. A lightning bolt then struck the exit, shattering the ground before a colossal hand emerged. The hand belonged to a gigantic skeletal warrior that pulled itself free of the rubble. This skeletal warrior was fully geared in magical armor and wielded a 2-handed battle axe. Eerie flames burned in its hallowed eye sockets. Hell's Guardian, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 96. HP 150 000 150 000. A Grand Lord. Blue Phoenix's expression darkened when she saw the Hell's Guardian. A Great Lord ranked archaic species might be very powerful, but it wasn't as strong as an actual Grand Lord. Moreover, the Hell's Guardian was level 96. Not even their entire 100-man team would last more than 5 moves against it. What do you think? Our adventurer team has gone to great lengths to obtain this summoning array, Autumn Plant said, sneering at Blue Phoenix. I thought you were so confident. Where did that confidence go? Do you think you can get away from me now? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were instantly disheartened. War Blood had an overwhelming advantage both in terms of numbers and trump cards. The outcome was obvious even before the fight began. As Autumn Plant spoke, the Hell's Guardian raised its battle axe and swung the weapon at Blue Phoenix, catching the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members off guard. The Hell's Guardian's axe felt like a small mountain as it descended, generating an immense amount of wind pressure. Every player within 8 yards of the weapon struggled to move. With this added effect, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't even defend themselves, let alone dodge the incoming attack. Suddenly, a sword light flashed between the teams, striking the side of the colossal axe. As if it had been struck by a massive boulder, The axe's trajectory drastically deviated, and the blade landed 8 yards away from Blue Phoenix, hitting nothing but the ground. Who's there? Autumn Plant spun toward the origin of the sword light. With a dark look, he growled, "Are you so desperate to die in the sea of death, daring to interfere with Warblood's matters?" A figure then emerged from the nearby forest, fully clad in pitch-black armor and wielding a light blue sword surrounded by faint arcs of electricity. As this figure approached the battlefield, a deep voice reached everyone's ears. Zero Wings Black Flame. Chapter 2276, Difference Between Tier 3. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, everyone present could not help but gape at him in astonishment. Even Blue Phoenix was surprised. Guild leader Black Flame? After Blue Phoenix confirmed that the person who had emerged from the forest was Shifeng, her eyes filled with even greater shock. After the Storm Serpent King raid, Shifeng had disappeared from the public eye. Despite launching a frantic manhunt, the various major powers of Dragonheart Island failed to find any traces of him even after searching relentlessly for 20 days. It was as if he had disappeared completely from God's domain. This situation had caused quite the commotion in the game. Due to this situation, many had rumored that Shifeng had hidden himself out of fear of retaliation by the various superpowers. Gossip was that he had stopped logging into the game completely. It was even bruited about that a superpower had secretly taken action against Shifeng in the real world. Already she never thought that Shifeng would actually appear in this place. So, it is Guild leader Black Flame. When Autumn Plant saw Shifeng approaching the battlefield, he revealed an excited expression. Guild leader Black Flame, the Sea of Death's various major powers have constantly been searching for you these days. I never thought you would be here in the Buried Bones ruin. I really am fortunate today. Before Autumn Plant had even finished speaking, for level 87 players standing behind him suddenly moved to surround Shifeng. Guild leader Black Flame, be careful. They are Warblood's 4 naval generals. They all possess a naval legacy and can form a natural battle array. Blue Phoenix warned hurriedly. Every one of the 4 naval generals was a team leader level individual in Warblood. Unlike other adventurer teams, those capable of becoming team leaders in Warblood were either peak experts or players strong enough to rival peak experts. Among them, the 4 naval generals were veteran team leaders of Warblood, all bona fide peak experts. Moreover, all 4 of them possessed naval legacies. Out at sea, they could contend against even domain realm experts. Meanwhile, under circumstances where they were further strengthened by a battle array, even domain realm experts would fall to them quickly. Too late, Autumn Plant said, smirking. He had deliberately spoken so much and so slowly before in order to buy the 4 naval generals time to activate the legacy battle array they possessed. In the next moment, the 4 naval generals appeared at Shifeng's 4 corners, a dark blue magic array forming beneath each of them. Suddenly, a dark blue pillar rose into the air, creating a battle array with a 300-yard radius. Immediately after, the intensity of the 4 naval generals' auras burgeoned. Their physical appearances started transforming as well. After just 3 short seconds, all 4 of them had become 6-meter-tall giants lavished with mysterious, dark blue runes. The Sea Giant Legacy. Shifeng concluded as he looked at the 4 naval generals. Although the Sea Giant Legacy was not a peak legacy, it was still a very rare advanced legacy, which had been very famous in Shifeng's previous life. Upon activating the Sea Giant Hidden Classes Legacy Battle Array, players would transform into a sea giant and have their life rating increased until it was only slightly inferior to that of archaic species. If the battlefield was out at sea, a Tier 2 sea giant would even be capable of fighting an ordinary Tier 3 player. At this moment, Shifeng more or less understood why Warblood ranked 3rd among the numerous adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, and that its naval strength could rival even that of superpowers. Warblood daring to send a team to target Blue Phoenix was also natural. With such strength, Phoenix Rain's faction alone was no match for Warblood. Phoenix Rain would have to become the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master and unite the entire pavilion to be able to contend with the adventurer team. I never thought that you would know about this Sea Giant legacy. Guild leader Black Flame. You really are a knowledgeable person. Autumn Plant was slightly surprised when he heard Shifeng's words. At this point, most people only knew that the 4 naval generals had obtained a naval legacy but not what it was exactly. Since you know about the Sea Giant legacy, then you should know of its capabilities. I won't trouble you too much, Guild leader Black Flame. If you hand over the fragmented legendary item you got from the Storm Serpent King, Then I can let you all leave this place safely. You think you can stop me with just 4 sea giants? Shifeng asked, smiling. How would I dare underestimate you, Guild Leader Black Flame? The 4 naval generals would indeed have a very difficult time stopping you, but I'm afraid that you aren't aware that the current era has already changed, Autumn Plant said, looking at Shifeng with a playful expression. What do you mean? Shifeng asked, unsure what Autumn Plant was talking about. What I mean is that you are already outdated, Autumn Plant said as he suddenly fished a dark blue crystal from his bag, the crystal looking somewhat similar to the one Blue Phoenix took out earlier. He then squeezed and shattered the crystal. While you were hiding here in the Buried Bones ruin, Starlink led the various major powers to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's Gravity Temple and secured the ancient civilization's strength. In the next moment, a 3-fold magic array formed on Autumn Plant, then rapidly absorbed the surrounding mana and condensed it on him. As a result, the intensity of Autumn Plant's aura skyrocketed. His aura became so strong that it even surpassed the 4 naval generals and now stifled those who were bathed in it. Not good. That's a deification crystal. Blue Phoenix revealed a look of despair when she saw Autumn Plant's transformation. That's right. This deification crystal is the ancient civilization's power, Autumn Plant stated proudly as he looked at Shifeng. Thanks to the deification crystal's power, I am now a bona fide Tier 3 player. Do you think you can still escape me? After saying so, Autumn Plant raised his staff and cast a spell. Suddenly, a 2-fold magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping a 50-yard radius. Immediately, Shifeng, Blue Phoenix, and the other members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion felt intense pressure assaulting their bodies. At the same time, their basic attributes also decreased by 20% and movement speed by 30%. Tier 3 legacy spell, Oceanic Sky Domain. Domain skills and spells were incredibly powerful. A domain spell might not seem very powerful at Tier 2, but after reaching the Tier 3 standard, it would allow a magical class's combat power to undergo a qualitative transformation. Moreover, players would no longer have to stand still while channeling the domain and could move around freely. In addition, all mana within the domain's AoE would be under the caster's control, allowing Chantless spellcasting Guild Leader Black Flame run away quickly. The deification crystal not only transforms him into a Tier 3 player but also allows him to enter the Nothingness realm, which greatly increases his spell's completion rate. Blue Phoenix hurriedly warned when she saw Autumn Plant getting ready to take action. An increase in spell completion rate would provide instantaneous improvements to a magical class player's combat power. In addition, Autumn Plant owned a naval legacy, so his current combat power was far superior to that of an ordinary Tier 3 player. Run away? Do you think that's possible? Autumn Plant sneered. In the next moment, the level 96 Hell's Guardian appeared behind Shifeng, cutting off his path of retreat completely. With the Oceanic Sky Domain in effect, there was no way he could surpass the Hell's Guardian in terms of movement speed. Now, just the Hell's Guardian alone would be more than enough to finish him off. Not to mention, Autumn Plant could also control the elemental mana inside his domain to attack Shifeng. After speaking, Autumn Plant directed the drifting mana to create 6 water torrents and sent them shooting at Shifeng. Each of the 6 water torrents carried strength rivaling that of a level 87 Grand Lord. Under Autumn Plant's control, the water torrents were like nimble snakes, their attack trajectories simply unpredictable. If these 6 water torrents coordinated with the Hell's Guardian, killing a domain realm expert would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the 4 naval generals were still patiently waiting for an opportunity to strike at Shifeng from the sidelines. So long as Shifeng suffered an attack and revealed an opening in his defense, they would immediately move in to deal him a fatal blow. However, even when the Hell's Guardian's battle axe and the 6 water torrents were about to devour Shifeng, he did not activate a life-saving skill, contrary to everyone's expectations. Instead, he simply unsheathed the Twilight Blade and started brandishing it together with Killing Ray Sword's transmigration. After the arduous training in the Tower of 4 Gods, Shifeng had further perfected and simplified Sword's transmigration. When he executed the technique now, the descending battle axe and the approaching water torrents all seemingly avoided him, as they merely brushed past his body without harming him in the slightest. Impossible. Autumn Plant gasped involuntarily. Autumn Plant had thought that Shifeng might defend against his attacks with a life-saving skill. He had also considered the possibility of him using a berserk skill. However, He never imagined that Shifeng could actually defend against such a powerful assault with just his 2 swords. Shifeng didn't even use a skill throughout this process. Before Autumn Plant could snap out of his daze, Shifeng executed Wind Blade with a 103% completion rate, disappearing from his original location and arriving before Autumn Plant in the blink of an eye. Shifeng's movement speed far surpassed even that of the Hell's Guardian secret technique, Lightning Flash. In the next moment, an all-encompassing net of sword lights flew toward Autumn Plant. In response, Autumn Plant activated Blink and instantly appeared 20 yards away from Shifeng. However, before Autumn Plant could do anything else, his body suddenly crumpled forward powerlessly because, at this moment, his HP had already reached 0. Chapter 2277, Fragmented Legendary Item. The instant Autumn Plant collapsed to the ground, silence descended across the entire battlefield. War Blood's members, who originally wore playful expressions on their faces, were thoroughly stupefied, gaping at Autumn Plant's motionless corpse vice commander. The 4 naval generals, who were poised to help Autumn Plant, were similarly dumbfounded by this scene, their bodies petrified from shock. Autumn Plant died. The man nicknamed the Bloody Mage was killed, just like that. Despite having used a deification crystal to upgrade himself into a Tier 3 player temporarily, Autumn Plant still died so decisively, without even a chance to retaliate. This situation was simply unbelievable. A Tier 3 player. That was a bona fide Tier 3 player they were talking about. That was not something pseudo-Tier 3 players like themselves could hope to contend with. The 4 naval generals simply could not fathom how Shifeng had pulled off such a straightforward victory over Autumn Plant. Could the rumor be true? During the time everyone was shocked over Autumn Plant's death, someone among War Blood's members suddenly remembered the rumor that had been circulating in the outside world for quite some time now. Right. Black Flame must have gained the strength of a fragmented legendary item. That's why he's able to instantly kill the vice commander. A fragmented legendary item? At this moment, aside from War Blood's members, even the distant Blue Phoenix entertained such thoughts. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not seen a fragmented legendary item before. Although one was rumored to have been among the Storm Serpent King's loot, as a member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon, she knew that this remained only a rumor. After all, even now, she had not heard of any superpower obtaining a fragmented legendary item. However, seeing how Shifeng could kill Autumn Plant instantly, she could not help wondering whether the rumors were actually true. Otherwise, she had no way to explain this situation previously. The concept of Tier 3 classes was still very foreign to everyone. However, as players continuously leveled up and got increasingly closer to level 100, they became more aware of just how frightening Tier 3 classes were. A Tier 3 class was something mere Tier 2 classes could not hope to compete against, standing already on a whole different level. Meanwhile, even being fully geared in epic equipment was not sufficient for one to cross the divide while still Tier 2. The only possibility of doing so was by relying on the rumored fragmented legendary items. After all, according to God's Domain's information, fragmented legendary items granted its users the ability to transcend tiers. Aren't fragmented legendary items a little too powerful? Blue Phoenix was filled with an indescribable sense of shock and envy as she gazed at Autumn Plant's corpse on the ground. The deification crystal was a consumable with a short duration of 3 hours. Obtaining even one such crystal was incredibly difficult. A fragmented legendary item, on the other hand, could be used forever. Most importantly, fragmented legendary items could actually grant a Tier 2 player combat power superior to even ordinary Tier 3 players. Suddenly, aside from Blue Phoenix, everyone else present started eyeing Shifeng with a different type of gaze. Rather than fear and awe, they looked at him with admiration and envy instead. It seems I've shown off too much. Shifeng quickly picked up the sudden change in the atmosphere and could not help revealing a bitter smile at this situation. Originally, he had thought to shock War Blood's members by instantly killing their vice commander. He never thought that his actions would give rise to a misunderstanding. Part of the reason why Shifeng could kill Autumn Plant was indeed because he possessed fragmented legendary items. However, a larger part of the reason for this was his having reached level 100 already. With all of his restrictions removed, his reaction speed naturally surpassed Autumn Plant's, who was only a level 87 player and still had his body restricted. If Autumn Plant had been level 100 as well, then Shifeng would not have had such an easy time killing the elementalist. At the very least, Autumn Plant would have evaded his lightning flash. Disregarding the envious gazes he was receiving, Shifeng turned to the 4 naval generals, who were similarly looking at him with a trace of greed in their eyes. What? You still want to continue? Shifeng asked, smirking. Shifeng's words were spoken very calmly. However, an invisible killing intent suddenly spread across the entire battlefield. Upon sensing this killing intent, the 4 naval generals shuddered involuntarily, the greed in their eyes instantly disappearing without a trace as they realized that their lives and deaths now lay in Shifeng's hands. No. We'll retreat. We'll retreat immediately, the 4 naval generals said hurriedly. Shortly after, all of War Blood's members disappeared from the Buried Bones ruin, leaving behind only Blue Phoenix and the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members. Guild leader Blackflame, even if you let them leave now, I'm afraid the War Blood adventurer team will not let this matter rest. Moreover, War Blood will definitely spread the news about your fragmented legendary item. At that time, Blue Phoenix said worriedly after Shifeng allowed War Blood's members to leave with their lives previously, everyone was still dubious about the rumor of Shifeng owning a fragmented legendary item. Even so, the various major powers and experts of dark forces had put in quite a lot of effort to search for Shifeng. Now that the rumor was verified, countless powers and experts would definitely go crazy. If news about it is going to spread, so be it. Even if I kill them, the news will still be spread. Why should I waste my time killing them? When the time comes, anyone who wishes to take action against me can try as much as they want, Shifeng said, chuckling. He paid no heed to this matter at all. Right, why are you grinding here? This place is very dangerous for players of your level. Shifeng's words rendered Blue Phoenix speechless. Although he was indeed frighteningly strong, he was still susceptible to ambushes and assassinations. Even the guild leader of a super guild would lose his life at some point if so many powers and experts targeted him. She never thought that Shifeng would actually treat this matter so lightly. Although fragmented legendary items had a low probability of dropping and Shifeng surely wouldn't lose his after dying just once or twice, he was bound to lose his fragmented legendary item eventually, the more he got killed. Not to mention, there were many tools in God's domain that could be used to increase the death penalty of players. However, Blue Phoenix could only sigh in regard to this situation. After all, this was Shifeng's problem. It was not her place to tell him how he should handle it. We are here for a quest. Originally, Big Sis Rain had already secured an advantage in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, due to Nine Dragons Emperor's close relationship with Starlink, he received a large number of resources from Starlink as support. Now, his side is prospering on Dragonheart Island while we can only run to this dangerous place. Recently, Nine Dragons Emperor even worked with Lu Xingluo to secure an ancient civilization's ruin in the Gravity Mountain range. A short while ago, Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly called for an emergency elders meeting on Dragonheart Island. By the looks of it, he plans on taking action against Big Sis Rain. After receiving news about this, I tried to hurry back to Dragonheart Island, but ran into War Blood's members as you saw just now, Blue Phoenix explained helplessly. It seems Nine Dragons Emperor plans on snatching the position of Great Pavilion Master, Shifeng said. I think so as well. In a slightly anxious tone, Blue Phoenix continued, Guild leader Black Flame, I need to return as quickly as possible. I won't be able to continue chatting with you. No, I'll go with you, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Blue Phoenix simply nodded in agreement. After all, he represented Zero Wing. Having him present would undoubtedly give Phoenix Rain more authority at the meeting, following which, Shifeng led Blue Phoenix to the canyon's exit and summoned the Thunder Eagle, the appearance of the flying mount filling the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members with envy. Let's go, Shifeng said as he hopped onto the Thunder Eagle's back. He planned on bringing Blue Phoenix back to Dragonheart Island first. As for the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members, they would have to slowly sail back to the island on their ships. While Shifeng was flying toward Dragonheart Island, news of his appearance in the Buried Bones ruin as well as his possession of a fragmented legendary item spread rapidly throughout the Sea of Death. For a time, the entire Sea of Death was in an uproar. Chapter 2278, Shocking Dragonheart City. Dragonheart Island, Dragonheart City. The streets of the city were currently full of traffic, especially at the city's port. Ship after ship could be seen docking at the port and offloading numerous carts of cargo into the city. Most of the merchandise being transported into Dragonheart City belonged to players, aside from a portion belonging to NPCs. Meanwhile, of the player merchandise transported, a large majority consisted of the various neutral races' specialty products, such as Thunder Wood, Primordial Magic Stone, and Magic Steel. Items that could not be stored in a player's bag space. Every one of these items was something the various major powers needed. Thunder Wood was the main material needed to produce advanced speedboats and even bronze speedboats. It possessed very high magic resistance, and the ships made with this type of timber were insusceptible to magic attacks. The Primordial Magic Stone, on the other hand, was an ideal material for tool production due to its toughness and the mana it contained. If made into a test bench, it could increase the production success rate of lifestyle players by a large margin. As for Magic Steel, it could be used to strengthen ship cannons. Cannons strengthened by Magic Steel could enhance their cannonballs with mana, significantly increasing the cannonball's power and attack speed. Due to the properties of these rare items, they were in high demand among players, yet they were all very difficult to procure in human kingdoms and empires. However, since Dragonheart City was a neutral trade city, many neutral races would ship their specialty products here to sell and earn ancient coins to exchange for other resources. Moreover, the appearance of an ancient civilization in the Gravity Mountain range was attracting an increasingly larger number of neutral players to Dragonheart City. This situation served to boost the city's prosperity, allowing Dragonheart City to cast even imperial capitals in the shade. During the time everyone was busy traveling in and out of Dragonheart City's port, a figure suddenly popped into view on the horizon. In the next few moments, this figure could be seen approaching Dragonheart City. After just 8 short seconds, a gigantic eagle with a wingspan of 20 meters appeared before everyone. Faint, blue arcs of electricity crackled around this giant eagle's body. The frightening aura the bird gave off plunged the horse carriages moving about at the port into chaos. Players that were below level 70 even felt an intense, stifling pressure on their bodies. For a time, the entire port went into an uproar. Crap. That's a flying mount. A flying mount is actually this powerful? Doesn't that eagle look like Black Flame's mount? What? Black Flame actually came to Dragonheart Island? Is he tired of living? As the giant eagle descended before Dragonheart City's entrance, everyone quickly recognized the eagle's identity. A heated discussion immediately broke out as they looked at the black-armored man riding the giant eagle. Nowadays, everybody operating in the Sea of Death knew Black Flame's name. After all, there was nobody who would not pay attention to a fragmented legendary item. Previously, when Starlink announced that Black Flame had obtained a fragmented legendary item from the Serpent King, everyone was skeptical. However, after news of Black Flame's performance in the Buried Bones ruin spread, people changed their minds. This situation ignited a burning desire in countless players. This reaction was because Black Flame's fragmented legendary item was the sole fragmented legendary item known to exist thus far. If they could get their hands on it, then their future would be limitless. After all, the strength of a fragmented legendary item enabled Black Flame to kill Autumn Plant, one of Warblood's vice commanders, without breaking a sweat. At that time, Autumn Plant had even used a deification crystal to forcibly upgrade himself into a bona fide Tier 3 player. One could easily imagine how much improvement a fragmented legendary item provided players. Due to this reason, every expert and power operating in the Sea of Death was frantically searching for Shifeng's whereabouts. Hence, his arrival in Dragonheart Island was no different from him walking straight into the tiger's den. While Dragonheart Island's security level might surpass that of imperial capitals and rival even that of Blackwing City, it did not stop players from tracking Shifeng's movements. After all, there were many tracking magic in God's domain that would not alarm NPCs. Then, so long as Shifeng dared leave the safe zones of God's domain, he would face endless pursuit and ambush. After Shifeng alighted from the Thunder Eagle, the various major powers members at the port quickly relayed this information to their superiors. What? Black Flame actually appeared in Dragonheart City? Keep an eye on him. I'll send experts to track him right away. Do not let him get away, no matter what. That fragmented legendary item is mine. Upon receiving news of Shifeng's arrival in Dragonheart City, the various major powers promptly dispatched all their expert trackers to Dragonheart City. Some powers even cancelled set plans in order to head over to Dragonheart City immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, are you really fine with this? Blue Phoenix asked worriedly as she looked at Shifeng. From the moment she alighted from the Thunder Eagle, she already sensed several hundred players staring at Shifeng. Despite not being the focus of this attention, she still could not help but feel her scalp tingle. Moreover, this was only the beginning. There would definitely be more people keeping track of Shifeng's movements later. Relax. Right now, the most they can do is stare at me, Shifeng said, utterly unperturbed by this situation. Letting out a chuckle, he set off into Dragonheart City. During his previous life, all known owners of fragmented legendary items had frequently received such stares, so this kind of trouble right now was only natural. Not to mention, he was currently the only person known to own a fragmented legendary item. This was also the reason why he constantly reminded Fire Dance and the others to keep their fragmented legendary items secret. If it were before he had reached level 100, the exposure of this secret of his would indeed have brought him a lot of trouble. However, now that he had reached level 100, nobody in God's domain could do anything against him. Even if he went out into the fields, he would not have to worry about getting ambushed by players. After all, the maps he would be visiting would be level 100 plus maps. To players below level 100, level 100 plus maps were no different from Forbidden Lands. Let alone targeting him, they wouldn't even be able to guarantee their own survival there. This was also the reason why Shifeng dared to arrive boldly at Dragonheart City using the Thunder Eagle. Blue Phoenix fell speechless at Shifeng's confident behavior. However, her evaluation of Shifeng had also risen considerably as a result. Very few people would willingly put themselves in danger to help Phoenix reign during her time of need, particularly when a fragmented legendary item was at stake. Even the guild leaders of super guilds would not dare take such a risk. Afterward, Blue Phoenix led Shifeng toward the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Dragonheart City bustled, as various guild upper echelon members, who were rarely seen, had all gathered here. Moreover, aside from the guild's upper echelon, the pavilion's elders were also present. These people were normally scattered across the various kingdoms and empires. Their assembly here greatly excited the members in the residence. Nowadays, with the increasing popularity of God's domain in the real world, it was almost impossible for people to avoid talking about the game during their free time. Meanwhile, members of the upper echelons of large guilds were akin to celebrities. For ordinary players, just getting to see them was already worthy of conversation. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon and elders, these people were all unreachable existences to ordinary players. During the time the players in the residence were chatting, a majestic woman with shoulder-length hair strode into the residence. The woman was clad in light blue armor and possessed a beauty that was in no way inferior to Zhao Yueru's. Upon seeing this woman's appearance, the players inside the residence gasped. Quick, look! Even the Heavenly Knight is here. I heard that she's never been interested in the guild's internal affairs. Why is she here now? At this moment, aside from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's normal members, even the pavilion's upper echelon was surprised by this majestic woman's arrival. The reason for their reactions was this beauty's extraordinary status in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Titled as the Heavenly Knight by the Secret Pavilion, Windy Moon was originally Phoenix Reign's greatest competitor for the position of Phoenix Pavilion Master. However, as Windy Moon was not interested in the position, she had withdrawn from the competition and shifted her development to a neutral kingdom. As a result, Phoenix Reign became the new Phoenix Pavilion Master without any difficulty. Meanwhile, Windy Moon had defeated the various superpowers operating in the neutral kingdom she had shifted to and taken control of the entire neutral kingdom. It was only thanks to her achievements that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was able to secure a large number of resources unique to neutral races. Just recently, she had even broken through to the domain realm, becoming one of the true pillars of the guild. Nobody had anticipated that she would actually appear in Dragonheart City's residence today. While everyone was discussing Windy Moon's purpose here, the Heavenly Knight headed straight for Nine Dragons Emperor. Seeing this situation further amplified everyone's shock. Nine Dragons, I hope you stick to your word. I'll let you know the consequences otherwise, Windy Moon said coldly as she approached Nine Dragons Emperor. Of course, Nine Dragons Emperor said, chuckling. He then gestured to the two men beside him. Let me introduce you. This person here is Starlink's guild leader, Lu Xingluo. This other person here is the War Blood Adventurer Team's commander, Blood Oath. I believe you should be able to rest assured with this. So that's the case. No wonder you are so confident. After Windy Moon sent a glance at Lu Xingluo and Blood Oath, she did not say anything more. With Windy Moon's arrival, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion upper echelon present could not help but start to pity Phoenix Rain. Although the normal members of the guild were unaware of the purpose of today's meeting, those in the upper echelon like themselves were not. Today was the day when the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's next great pavilion master would be chosen now. However, not only did Nine Dragons Emperor have the support of 2 superpowers, but even Windy Moon was standing on his side. Even if Ku Rong, the current great pavilion master, personally favored Phoenix Rain over Nine Dragons Emperor, he was most likely powerless to do anything about the situation. While the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelon were having a quiet discussion among themselves, a commotion suddenly occurred at the entrance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. In the next moment, a man and a woman came into sight, walking toward the residence. Meanwhile, following behind this man and woman were actually several thousand other players. All of these players eyed the pair like ravenous wolves. Moreover, these players were all relatively powerful experts. Some of them were even refinement realm experts. Upon seeing this crowd of experts, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's top brass got goosebumps. Meanwhile, as these experts strode increasingly closer to the residence, many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members recognized the pair walking at the forefront. Black Flame. This man and woman were none other than Shifeng and Blue Phoenix. What? Zero Wings Black Flame is here. He actually dares to show his face here? Chapter 2279, shocking everyone with one sentence. Shifeng's arrival caused an uproar in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence as every player discussed his arrival. Black Flame's gone insane. He actually dares to show up here. If so many people stared at me like this, I wouldn't even have the courage to get near Dragonheart City. Isn't he worried that someone will try to take his fragmented legendary item? As far as the public was concerned, the rumor of Shifeng holding a fragmented legendary item had been verified. However, not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members had thought such an item would earn such a passionate reaction. Several thousand players followed after Shifeng, and none of them bothered to hide their intentions. There were even refinement realm experts among the crowd, and even the pavilion's experts felt goosebumps on their skin as they stared at the massive crowd of experts. Black Flame is too arrogant. He just killed one of our adventurer team's members, yet he dares to stand before us now. He's not taking war blood seriously. A female ranger beside Blood Oath said grimly. She wore silvery white chainmail and carried an ancient, crystalline longbow across her back. Although this female ranger looked ordinary, barely considered a beauty, a faint, bloody mist circulated her body, adding to her appearance. Many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't seem to pull their eyes off of her. However, they only dared to stare for a short moment before averting their gazes. This female ranger was Ink Feather, one of Warblood's 4 great vice guild leaders. Although she hadn't reached the domain realm yet, her combat power was just as great as an ordinary domain realm expert's due to her half-elf bloodline and ancient legacy. When it came to hunting and sniping players, she ranked among the top 5 on Dragonheart Island. She had sniped countless experts out at sea thus far, including a few domain realm experts. Feather, leave the matter be for now, Blood Oath said as he glanced at Shifeng. We're still in Dragonheart City. Lock onto his soul for now, and we'll take care of him properly later. Blood Oath had already learned about Autumn Plant's battle with Shifeng from a subordinate. Shifeng was quite powerful, but since the man had dared to kill one of Warblood's vice-commander, and news of the event had spread throughout Dragonheart City, Shifeng was a dead man in Blood Oath's eyes. I understand. Ink Feather nodded and fell silent when Lu Xingluo overheard Blood Oath's conversation. A joyful glimmer flashed in his eyes. Starlink was frantically exploring the ancient civilization's ruins in the Gravity Mountain range, so he had no spare manpower to send after Shifeng. Thus, he couldn't be any more pleased to hear that the War Blood Adventurer team wanted to go after the man. Very few powers on Dragonheart Island were a match for War Blood's prowess at sea, which was why Lu Xingluo wanted to form an alliance with the adventurer team. When Shifeng had entered the residence, Nine Dragons Emperor had shifted his gaze toward the distant Phoenix Rain. Several influential guild upper echelons stood by her side, as well as 2 first-rate guild leaders, yet despite such powerful allies, Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes held nothing but pity and ridicule. Phoenix Rain, your investments might have earned great returns, but those same investments will drag you down. Nine Dragons Emperor thought. He hadn't expected Shifeng to make an appearance, but now that Dragonheart Island's major powers were targeting Zero Wing, the guild couldn't help Phoenix Rain. In fact, it had become a burden. So, he is the rumored Black Flame? After glancing at Shifeng, Cloudy Moon turned her gaze to Phoenix Rain. Shaking her head, she thought, it seems this will be as far as you rise. Cloudy Moon felt an immense pressure from Shifeng, proving that he wielded great strength, but the title of Great Pavilion Master couldn't be won due to a single player. This would be a competition of foundation and influence. Cloudy Moon knew that Phoenix Rain had refused to cooperate with Starlink against Zero Wing, and as a result, Nine Dragons Emperor had taken advantage of the opportunity instead. In her opinion, abandoning a chance to cooperate with a superpower like Starlink over a lesser guild was simply foolish. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders pitted Phoenix Rain. As well, it seems there won't be any suspense in the competition for the Great Pavilion Master's position. What a pity. Phoenix Rain is clearly more capable than Nine Dragons Emperor. There's Zero Wing on one side, which had become Dragonheart City's public enemy, and on the other, we have the rapidly growing Starlink and War-Blood Adventurer team. The Great Pavilion Master wouldn't choose Phoenix Rain as his successor even if he'd lost his mind. In truth, the pavilion's upper echelons and elders had a favorable opinion of Phoenix Rain's abilities, but the difference between the two pavilion masters' overall strength was too great. This meeting was practically a farce, and it was obvious who would become the next Great Pavilion Master. While everyone discussed the matter in hushed tones, Shifeng arrived before Phoenix Rain. "Have really caused you some trouble this time, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Phoenix Rain was both ecstatic and grateful to see Shifeng here. Shifeng had taken a huge risk to show up here to support her. Not everyone would have the mental fortitude to do so, especially after obtaining a fragmented legendary item. A fragmented legendary item would be immensely helpful when exploring high-level maps and completing high-ranked quests. It could even help one complete their Tier 3 promotion quest. Losing a fragmented legendary item would be a huge setback for both Shifeng and Zero Wing's development. Nonsense. You've helped Zero Wing plenty of times, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Now that you are fighting for the Great Pavilion Master's position, I had to come, Shifeng said. If not for the capital and assistance Phoenix Rain had provided early on, Zero Wing wouldn't have become the guild it was today. Thank you for your support, Guild Leader Black Flame. The meeting will begin soon, so we should head inside, Phoenix Rain said as she gave Shifeng a grateful look. However, she had already abandoned any hope of winning this competition and the position. She was merely putting up her final struggle. Phoenix Rain then led Shifeng and her other supporters into the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Guild Hall, and the pavilion's elders and upper echelons followed shortly after. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Guild Hall in Dragonheart City was a 4-story tall advanced guild hall. It might not be a match for the pavilion's other guild halls in the various NPC cities, but in Dragonheart City, it was quite extravagant. Very few first-rate guilds could afford a guild residence on Dragonheart Island, much less an advanced guild hall. By the time Phoenix Rain and her entourage entered the top-floor meeting room, several hundred players had already taken their places inside. The lowest-leveled player here was level 87 and fully geared in level 85 fine gold equipment. Every one of the players in the room was a refinement realm or above expert, as well, and quite a few of them were peak experts in 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment. The sight was a testament to how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's foundations were. Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor supporters had split the room, sitting on opposite sides. After a short moment, the doors that connected this meeting room to a lounge next door opened, and an elderly man entered the meeting room. This elderly man was a level 88 summoner, wearing robes that resembled a nebula. The epic staff in the man's hand was a replica of the legendary staff, Spirit Caller, and the elder's aura was no weaker than Blood Oath's, War-Blood's commander. As this elderly man entered the room, silence fell. This elderly man was none other than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's current Great Pavilion Master, Ku Rong. 2 men, both radiating extraordinary auras, followed behind Ku Rong. Although they were only level 87, both of the men were bona fide domain realm experts. As Ku Rong lowered himself in the seat of honor, the 2 men guarded his sides. The guild upper echelons and elders didn't dare to speak or display any of their usual arrogance, merely waiting for Ku Rong to speak. I believe that you all know why I called you here for this meeting. I am getting old and can no longer take charge of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Hence, I am going to choose my successor for the Great Pavilion Master position today, Ku Rong slowly explained. My successor will have to contribute greatly to the guild, providing a better future than I have. You all know this. Hence, I recommend Nine Dragons Emperor to be my successor. If there are no objections, we will consider this matter settled. None of the guild upper echelons or elders seemed surprised by Ku Rong's decision, and Nine Dragons Emperor revealed an ecstatic expression. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Suddenly, however, a low voice filled the meeting room. I have an objection. Although the words hadn't been very loud, a deathly silence had followed them, enveloping the meeting room as everyone turned toward their origin. When everyone saw who had spoken, they were shocked. The person that had objected to the decision was Black Flay. Chapter 2280, Qualification. With Shifeng's statement, silence descended over the meeting room. Nobody had expected Shifeng to stand up and object to the Great Pavilion Master's decision. Blue Phoenix and the other guild upper echelons by Phoenix Rain's side were particularly surprised, and the blood drained from their faces. In contrast, Nine Dragon Emperor's supporters couldn't help but grin. It's over. Blue Phoenix stared at Shifeng, speechless. Although Ku Rong had chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as his successor in this meeting, Nine Dragons Emperor couldn't take the position for another 10 days, during which time, Phoenix Rain had the right to call another meeting with the elders. If more than half of the guild's elders decided that Nine Dragons Emperor was unfit for the position, someone stronger would be chosen. A meeting of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders was of the utmost importance in the pavilion. Not even the guild's ordinary upper echelons would qualify to participate, much less the core members. Normally, outsiders like Shifeng shouldn't have been allowed in today's meeting, but since they had been invited by the two pavilion masters to show their support, everyone had turned a blind eye. At most, Shifeng and the others were allowed to listen, nothing more. Since Ku Rong had chosen a successor, not even a guild upper echelon like Blue Phoenix could object, much less Shifeng. Only the pavilion masters and the guild elders were allowed to speak up. Since Shifeng had objected to the decision, not only would the guild elders look unfavorably on Phoenix Rain, but Ku Rong's opinion would likely fall, as well. Shifeng was a member of Phoenix Rain's entourage, after all. If she couldn't control her supporters, ensuring that they'd respect the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the guild elders and Ku Rong would doubt her power. Trying to replace Nine Dragons Emperor as the Great Pavilion Master would become a pipe dream. Guild leader Black Flame. This is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. You are but an outsider. You do not qualify to object. Even as the Phoenix Pavilion Master's guest, we will remove you from this meeting if you wish to cause a scene. Martial Dragon, who sat beside Nine Dragons Emperor, snarled, sneering at Shifeng. Although Martial Dragon's statement had been a warning for Shifeng, his words reminded the guild elders and Great Pavilion Master that he was Phoenix Rain's supporter. This implied that this disruption was due to Phoenix Rain's inability to control her people. Ku Rong frowned in response. Shifeng's interruption had soured his mood, and the guild elders chatted quietly amongst themselves. What does Black Flame think the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is? Zero Wing can barely rival a superpower, yet he dares to show such arrogance before us. How does Phoenix Rain normally manage her pavilion? I can't believe she brought such a disruptive supporter to such an important meeting. I had thought she was quite capable, but it seems that Nine Dragons Emperor is more suited for the position. I know, right? Nine Dragons Emperor has managed to ally himself with Starlink and War Blood. With such success, Phoenix Rain has no hope of catching up. For a time, the various guild elders began to question Phoenix Rain's authority and re-evaluate their criticisms of Nine Dragons Emperor. Even Cloudy Moon, who had remained indifferent, turned to look at Phoenix Rain. Cloudy Moon had previously been impressed by Phoenix Rain's judgment of others, but it seemed that she had been severely mistaken. Shifeng was a courageous fool, all brawn and no brains. First, he had provoked Dragonheart Island's various major powers. Then, ignorantly, he returned to Dragonheart Island, revealing himself. Now, he had even upset the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders. But despite the opinions everyone in the room expressed about him, Shifeng didn't react in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned to Martial Dragon. Everyone is aware that Zero Wing has allied with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Thus far, Our guilds have enjoyed a good working relationship with the Phoenix Pavilion Master on Thunder Island. Why can't Zero Wing object since it is uncomfortable with the proposed successor? Shifeng asked, chuckling. If he is to become the Great Pavilion Master, Zero Wing will have to reconsider selling the pavilion 100 bronze speedboats. As Shifeng finished speaking, the meeting room's occupants gasped. What? 100 bronze speedboats? Impossible. Even our guild doesn't have 100 bronze speedboats in total. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were flabbergasted by the idea of 100 bronze speedboats. Their reaction wasn't due to a lack of experience, but because Shifeng had mentioned such a frightening number. Although the various superpowers had constructed powerful fleets, they mostly consisted of advanced and ordinary speedboats. Most fleets had less than a handful of bronze speedboats. Even the superpowers' top fleets only had a dozen or so. Even Starlink and War Blood, organizations that had the most powerful naval forces in the Sea of Death, only had 30 or so bronze speedboats. Not even a super guild like 13 Thrones could form a force of nothing but bronze speedboats, much less Starlink. Superpowers needed to consider their average strength. They couldn't just assign all of their bronze speedboats to a single force, much less sell an entire fleet of such ships to another power. Only a lunatic would do something like that. Bronze speedboats were a power's main combatants at sea. The number of bronze speedboats a power owned determined how much influence it commanded, and the greater one's influence was at sea, the more naval resources they could obtain. Needless to say, they would also wield far greater authority. Rome turned toward Phoenix Rain, and although he said nothing, his intentions were clear. He wanted to know what was going on. Why hadn't he been made aware of such a monumental deal before this meeting? Unfortunately, Phoenix Rain didn't have an answer for her Great Pavilion Master. Shifeng's declaration had shocked her just as much as it had stunned him. She didn't remember discussing a massive transaction, involving 100 bronze speedboats, with Shifeng. If she had, she wouldn't have acted as passively as she was. Fortunately, Phoenix Rain hid her emotions and adjusted her shocked expression. She then gave Ku Rong a look that confirmed Shifeng's claim. However, she was still confused. She did not know what Shifeng was trying to do, and she felt that he was playing with fire. In contrast, Nine Dragons Emperor's expression had darkened. Impossible. There is no way Zero Wing can produce 100 bronze speedboat. Nine Dragons Emperor instinctively stood to deny Shifeng's words. If Zero Wing has so many bronze speedboats, it would have prospered on Dragonheart Island, yet Zero Wing doesn't even have a guild residence in the city. That's right. Guild leader Black Flame, this behavior is shameless. You spout lies just to prevent the Dragon Pavilion Master from becoming the Great Pavilion Master, Lu Xingluo added. Everyone in the room agreed with Nine Dragons Emperor's statement. If Zero Wing had so many bronze speedboats under its command, it would have become an overlord in the Sea of Death. Is that so? Shifeng asked, flashing Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xingluo a confident look. He then pulled an ancient, dilapidated tome from his bag, sharing its details on the meeting room's holographic screen. What is this, then? When the room's occupants saw the information displayed, they were dumbfounded. It was the design for the bronze-ranked Storm speedboat. May I know if I qualify to object, now? Shifeng asked as he surveyed the people in the room. Chapter 2281, Going Too Far? Shifeng's voice echoed throughout the quiet meeting room for a long time. No one dared to question or complain about his presence. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who had wanted to silence the man, couldn't find the strength to open his mouth. While Shifeng might not have 100 bronze speedboats right now, he could produce them without a problem with the bronze speedboat design in his hand. Even if securing the necessary materials were a challenge, crafting the bronze speedboats would be much easier than questing or grinding powerful field bosses for them with the necessary materials. One was guaranteed to obtain a bronze speedboat. In comparison, quests that awarded bronze speedboats were extremely rare, and their drop rate from field bosses was abysmally low. To the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, 100 bronze speedboats were immeasurably valuable. With another 100 bronze speedboats, the pavilion could instantly become a top-ranked superpower in the Sea of Death. Would the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dare to slight Shifeng when he had such a card? Nine Dragons Emperor was very familiar with the pavilion's upper echelons and elders, and God's domain only respected the strong. It was far more important to grow stronger as an individual, rather than rely on others. Blue Phoenix and her companions, who sat opposite of Nine Dragons' Emperor, only snapped out of their daze after losing themselves to the holographic projection. They immediately turned to Shafong with an intense excitement in their eyes. Black Flame is too awesome. Big Sis Rain. Not even Starlink and War Blood support can help Nine Dragons' Emperor now. Blue Phoenix whispered to Phoenix Rain. Blue Phoenix had never thought that Shafong would have such an amazing trump card. The Storm speedboat design was a priceless treasure that could strongly influence the status quo in the Sea of Death if the Storm speedboat design hadn't been in Shafong's bag space, essentially reducing its chances of dropping to zero. Blue Phoenix had no doubt that everyone in the room would have pounced on him. Don't get too excited. We still need to hear the Great Pavilion Master and Guild Elders' thoughts on this. I don't think they would have chosen Nine Dragons' Emperor as the next Great Pavilion Master so quickly simply because he's gained Starlink and War Blood support. Phoenix Rain quietly replied the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wasn't as powerful as Starlink, and its naval strength was no match for War Blood. However, it was still a super first-rate guild. Moreover, the pavilion had been growing stronger recently. Hence, Nine Dragons' Emperor's alliance with Starlink and War Blood wasn't that surprising. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wanted to, it could easily form alliances with various super guilds, let alone these two organizations. Ku Rong knew that Phoenix Rain could only assume that Nine Dragons' Emperor had revealed some reason or item that forced Ku Rong to make such a hasty decision. There was also the fact that Cloudy Moon had joined them to show her support for Nine Dragons' Emperor. Cloudy Moon had never cared about who would become the next Great Pavilion Master. The decision simply wouldn't affect her standing in the pavilion, especially since she'd reached the domain realm. Her position in the guild was practically unshakable, but not even the Great Pavilion Master can ignore how tempting 100 bronze speedboats are, right? Blue Phoenix said. Phoenix Rain's statement had helped her realize how peculiar this meeting was, but she couldn't help her excitement. Shafong had clearly stated that if Ku Rong chose Nine Dragons' Emperor as the next Great Pavilion Master, the matter of the 100 bronze speedboats was moot. This was an opportunity for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to rise to the top out at sea. There was no way the offer wouldn't tempt Ku Rong. After the silence stretched on for a moment, Ku Rong, who hadn't said a word, finally spoke. Guild leader Black Flame, as an invited guest and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's ally, of course, you qualify to express your opinions in this meeting. Since Marshal Dragon was unaware of our rules, I ask that you forgive him, Ku Rong stated, giving Shafong a friendly smile. The guild elders and upper echelons stared at their Great Pavilion Master in astonishment. None of them had thought that Ku Rong would admonish Marshal Dragon. Marshal Dragon was Nine Dragons' Emperor's capable and trusted aide, as well as the commander of Nine Dragon Emperor's main force. He took care of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master's normal affairs. As a domain realm expert, he was also a pillar of strength in the guild. Marshal Dragon would know the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's rules more intimately than most people in the guild. Ku Rong's statement only proved how much he valued the 100 bronze speedboats I see, so he didn't know of the rules. If that's the case, I can understand. Revealing a faint smile, Shafong turned to Marshal Dragon and said, I11 forgive him with an apology. Shafong hadn't minded Marshal Dragon's rudeness, but he wanted the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders and upper echelons to understand what Zero Wing was. Otherwise, these people continue to take his guild lightly, and they wouldn't recognize the significance of Zero Wing's alliance with Phoenix Rain. Marshal Dragon had just made himself the best tool to get this point across. Don't go overboard, Black Flame. Marshal Dragon bellowed as veins popped across his forehead. The room's temperature dropped several degrees as his cold killing intent swept toward Shafong. Marshal Dragon commanded the War Dragon Legion, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's main force. He was also a domain realm expert. Only the Great Pavilion Master, the guild founders, and the two Pavilion Masters held a higher position than he did in the guild. A public apology to Shafong would ruin his reputation in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He would not be able to show his face in the guild ever again. Even the pavilion's guild elders and upper echelons thought that Shafong was going a little overboard. The Great Pavilion Master had taken a step back and acknowledged Shafong's qualifications to express his opinion in this meeting, yet Shafong refused to let the matter rest, pushing the envelope. Even Ku Rong's expression darkened slightly. Phoenix Rain wanted to advise Shafong against this tactic. Since Ku Rong had recognized Zero Wing's position, this meeting would likely conclude without a victor. There was no need to arouse everyone's disgust and aversion, but Shafong didn't give her the chance. Going too far? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Martial Dragon, his gaze turned cold as he said, "You know you've erred, yet you refuse to apologize. Do you think I, Black Flame, am a pushover? Or does the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion think that Zero Wing's guild leader is of no importance?" Shifeng then released his horrific aura, which spread throughout the room as if some primordial beast had woken from its slumber. Everyone in the room felt an immense pressure bear down on them, resulting from the considerable difference in life rating and basic attributes. This pressure felt even more powerful than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Some of the Refinement Realm experts even felt their legs tremble. Fortunately, everyone was currently seated. Otherwise, many of them would have caved in, collapsing. Furthermore, Shifeng exposed his true level for all to see, level 100. When they saw the eye-catching number, the room's occupants felt as if a mountain had fallen on their heads. 2,282 insane. Level 100? How is this possible? Even the highest leveled player on Dragonheart Island is only level 89, and he only reached that level yesterday. How could Black Flame have already reached level 100? Since Shifeng had revealed his level, anyone who took a close look could see his statistics. Chaos tore through the meeting room as its occupants saw his level. All of these players were Refinement Realm experts or stronger, so they knew just how difficult it was to level up as one progressed in the game. At their levels, acquiring 2 or 3 levels more than ordinary experts was an amazing feat. They might have been able to earn 5 or 6 levels more than ordinary experts around level 50, but the gap would shrink as they leveled up. For example, current ordinary experts on Dragonheart Island had only reached level 85, while even these Refinement Realm experts were only 2 or 3 levels higher than that, and yet, they had just learned that Shifeng was more than 10 levels higher than they were. How is his level so high? The revelation even surprised Phoenix Rain. She knew that Shifeng was mysterious and powerful, but the fact that he had reached level 100 at this stage of the game was too much of a shock for her. The fact that Shifeng had reached level 100 when no one had even climbed to level 90 not only proved that his leveling speed was superior, but he was also far stronger as an individual. It was common knowledge that not all experts were high-level players, but all high-level players were undoubtedly experts. Ignoring all else, Shifeng's level meant that his basic attributes were far ahead of everyone else's. Moreover, as a level 100 player, he qualified to explore level 100+ maps, which no one else could set foot in at this stage of the game. This meant that he could get his hands on resources that none of God's domain's current powers even knew existed, giving Zero Wing a huge advantage. Ordinary powers might not have realized it yet, but the various superpowers knew that the higher-leveled a map was, the more precious its resources would be. Some high-level maps even contained unimaginably powerful items. Take the ancient civilizations tools that players had recently discovered, for example. Players had only encountered these tools after they had started to explore level 90 maps. In other words, Zero Wing could obtain resources that the various superpowers had no access to yet. Once he saw Shifeng's level and realized the implications of it, Martial Dragon, who had wanted to berate Shifeng further, kept his mouth shut. He only dared to glare at the swordsman. Nothing more the bronze speedboat design Shifeng had revealed earlier would, at most, for the guild upper echelons and elders to forgive his transgressions and treat Zero Wing as a valuable asset. However, now that they knew Shifeng had reached level 100, they had no choice but to treat Zero Wing like an equal. At the very least, Zero Wing had the capital and strength to stand up to the various superpowers in the Sea of Death. A design was just that, after all. Mass-producing the Storm speedboat required an astronomical amount of precious resources, and obtaining these resources would be a challenge, even for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Shifeng had the strength to do so. Including Zero Wing's already formidable naval strength, the guild would likely have an easier time collecting the necessary resources to mass-produce the Storm speedboats. Even without other powers' support, Zero Wing could produce 100 bronze speedboats, becoming one of the Sea of Death's apex overlords. Now that the various upper echelons and elders understood Zero Wing's status, they'd have to treat Shifeng and his guild seriously. How is this possible? How is his level so high? Nine Dragons Emperor was dazed when he saw Shifeng's level. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even Cloudy Moon, who sat beside the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master, stared at Shifeng in astonishment. Level 100. Phoenix Rain really knows how to take people by surprise. She actually recruited such a powerful ally. It's no wonder why she's remained calm throughout the meeting. Cloudy Moon glanced at Phoenix Rain, who, in reality, had gone stiff with shock, in admiration. After the commotion continued for a moment, Ku Rong, who had maintained his light smile, hesitated as he said, "Marshal, how about you just?" After giving the matter some thought, Ku Rong thought it was wisest to make Marshal Dragon apologize for his earlier slight. Shi Feng was Zero Wing's guild leader, and Marshal Dragon had provoked him first. Suddenly, however, a rough voice echoed throughout the meeting room. "You really have a bad temper, guild leader Black Flame. Commander Marshal has merely misspoken, yet you're demanding an apology from one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pillars of strength. If I didn't know any better, I would have assumed you were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master." The rough, middle-aged man beside Nine Dragons Emperor spoke up, poking fun at Shi Feng. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders nodded in agreement. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, and Marshal Dragon commanded one of its two main forces. He was a domain realm expert, a true pillar in the guild. Demanding a public apology was too much. This person certainly knows how to counter. Not only has he suppressed Black Flame, but has also minimized the severity of Marshal Dragon's insult. Phoenix Rain turned to the rough man as the guild upper echelons and elders began to discuss the situation amongst themselves. Phoenix Rain could tell that Shi Feng was trying to improve the upper echelons and elders' opinion of Zero Wing. It would give her a better chance of undermining Nine Dragons Emperor and replacing him as the next great pavilion master. However, this middle-aged man had elevated the conflict between Shi Feng and Marshal Dragon to one between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, even if the upper echelons and elders hadn't seen a problem with pushing Marshal Dragon to apologize, they'd have to support Marshal Dragon. If this insult concerned the guild's reputation, they couldn't afford to concede. "And you are?" Shi Feng asked as he turned to the rough, middle-aged man. "Blood Oath, commander of the War Blood Adventurer team," the man responded, smiling faintly. The many guild upper echelons and elders that supported Nine Dragons Emperor mimicked the grin. Shi Feng had only been allowed to act so arrogantly because he had an item that could tempt the pavilion, and Marshal Dragon's status wasn't as high as his. However, Blood Oath was a different story. Blood Oath commanded War Blood, the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. The adventurer team had just as many experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and its naval prowess was even slightly stronger than the pavilion's. Even Ku Rong had to treat Blood Oath with respect, and now that he had spoken, Shi Feng could no longer suppress Nine Dragons Emperor's position. "So, you're War Blood's commander," Shi Feng said nonchalantly. "Your adventurer team ambushed Commander Blue Phoenix's people in the Buried Bones ruin and nearly to her life. She's a friend of mine, you know. I had planned to seek you out, but since you're here, things have become a lot simpler. Compensate for the damage and apologize to my friend." As Shi Feng finished speaking, a deathly silence descended upon the room again, and everyone turned to stare at him with stupefied expressions. Insane. He was insane. Chapter 2283, Power of Level 100. What is Black Flame trying to do? Is he trying to start a war? Is he insane? Doesn't he know who Blood Oath is? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders couldn't bring themselves to look at Blood Oath. None of them had thought Shi Feng would go so far as to provoke the man. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat across from Phoenix Rain, stared at Shi Feng in shock. They were all aware that Blood Oath had targeted Blue Phoenix. Ku Rong, in particular, must have watched the battle multiple times, but what difference did that make? It was common for the various powers to attack their rivals in the fields. With War Blood supporting Nine Dragons Emperor, its assault against Phoenix Rain's aid wasn't unusual. However, there was a limit to how far the various powers would go. As long as they kept the situation in the dark, everyone involved would turn a blind eye. And yet, Shi Feng had brought the attack into the light. He refused to conform, and because of this, the pavilions and War Blood's members wore ugly expressions. It would have been fine if Shi Feng had simply insisted on an apology from Marshal Dragon. He was, after all, a guild leader, while Marshal Dragon was merely an upper echelon. It was understandable to expect Marshal Dragon to apologize, but it was an entirely different story to demand an apology from Blood Oath. Setting aside War Blood's attack on Blue Phoenix, very few people on Dragonheart Island dared to disrespect Blood Oath. Even Ku Rong feared the man in the Sea of Death. Yet, not only did Shi Feng demand an apology from Blood Oath, but he also wanted Blood Oath to apologize to Blue Phoenix, not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not even melancholy, 13 Thrones Guild leader, would dare to do such a thing. The meeting room was frighteningly silent, and the temperature seemed to drop steadily. Even the Void Realm experts in the room felt stifled, not to mention the Refinement Realm experts. Their reactions weren't a result of the powerful pressure in the room, but because the meeting room's atmosphere had become oppressive. They had no doubt that the slightest movement would spark a fight. After a long period of silence, Blood Oath opened his mouth and asked, "What if I refuse? What will you do about it?" Blood Oath's questions were simple and straightforward. Not only did his statement blatantly provoke Chiffon, the smile he wore and his frosty tone made the room feel even colder. Even the guild upper echelons around Phoenix Rain struggled to breathe, their vision fading. Their heartbeats grew increasingly louder, as if their hearts would jump out of their chests. The killing intent and pressure they felt from Blood Oath was almost 10 times stronger than that of mythic monsters. Ku Rong's expression twisted into something unpleasant. He had never thought that Chiffon would be this bold. Blood Oath was a murderous god in the Sea of Death. He didn't even respect Super Guild's guild leaders, let alone the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Trying to force a public apology out of this murderous god was suicidal. Even if Ku Rong stepped forward to ease the tension, he'd be powerless to calm Blood Oath's fury. It's simple. Chiffon could not help his grin after hearing Blood Oath's statement. "I'll just drag you over here to apologize." The room's occupants nearly collapsed with shock after listening to Chiffon's reply. They stared at him in astonishment, with no idea of what he was trying to accomplish. That was War Blood's commander they were talking about. As an individual, Blood Oath was the third-ranked berserker on Dragonheart Island. Not only did he wear 6 pieces of epic equipment, but he also wielded the magic dragon spear, a well-known magic weapon in the Sea of Death. Moreover, he had a special bloodline related to the sea god. He was basically invincible at sea. On top of that, at least 1 vice-guild leader and 3 bodyguards were constantly by his side. Although the bodyguards couldn't rival domain realm experts, they had a mysterious item that allowed them to manifest a special domain. This domain could suppress their enemies in every aspect, as well as form a barrier around specific targets. This barrier could even withstand mythic monsters' attacks. Blood Oath was practically impossible to kill, much less capture. "Good. Very good." Blood Oath laughed, his killing intent so intense that it even made Phoenix Rain shudder. "It's been a long time since anybody has dared to joke with me in the Sea of Death. If you don't mind, Great Pavilion Master Ku Rong, I'd like to take Guild Leader Black Flame to War Blood's headquarters and teach him the rules on Dragonheart Island." Inkfeather and Blood Oath's 3 bodyguards moved as soon as the words left their commander's mouth. Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers would kill anyone who attacked another player within the city, but the guild residences, which were private property, were an exception. Players were free to do whatever they wished within their own guild residence. Ku Rong's expression darkened when he heard Blood Oath's request. The commander might sound like he was asking for permission, but he was merely notifying the room of his intentions. Each of Blood Oath's bodyguards retrieved a crystalline totem from their bags, sacrificing 1,000 magic crystals to the items. The crystalline totems then formed a domain that enveloped the meeting room, and everyone felt as if a weight had dropped on their shoulders. Not only had the domain reduced their basic attributes by 15%, but their physiques had also weakened by 20%. To make matters worse, the gravitational force they experienced had significantly increased, making movement inconvenient. The moment the domain took form, Inkfeather squeezed and shattered a deification crystal, forcibly upgrading herself to Tier 3. She then pulled multiple purple, crystalline arrows from her bag. Many of the players in the room gasped when they saw the arrow starburst arrows. These arrows had been created by an ancient civilization that had lived in the Gravity Mountain range. Each arrow contained incredible power and could elevate its user's attack by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 4. Because of this, the starburst arrows cost an exorbitant sum on the market. One could even trade 20 starburst arrows for a piece of ordinary epic equipment. What truly surprised the meeting room's occupants was the act that Inkfeather had 12 of these arrows. "Don't think that you're unstoppable just because you're level 100. I will ensure that you suffer the consequences for provoking War Blood," Inkfeather said, her lips curling slightly as she glared at Chiffon. She pulled back the string of her ancient bow and activated the Tier 3 skill, Heart-Seeking Arrow. Heart-Seeking Arrow gave players full control over the arrow they fired during the skill's activation and allowed the player to control a maximum of 36 arrows at once. Although Inkfeather couldn't yet control all 36 arrows, she'd have no problems controlling 12 with perfect precision. 12 starburst arrows flew toward Chiffong, each with enough power to knock back a mythic monster. All 12 arrows could even instant kill a true Tier 3 player. Everyone in the room squeezed their eyes shut as the arrows flew. A level 100 player might be very strong, but not all fights in God's domain required a frontal confrontation. One could use tools to end a fight. However, just before the 12 arrows found their target, Chiffong brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Immediately, 12 sword lights flashed as Chiffong achieved a 100% completion rate with Shadow Blade. Each sword light slammed into one of Inkfeather's starburst arrows, altering their trajectories. You have quite a bit of power behind your attacks. Unfortunately, raw power isn't enough to win all battles in God's domain, Chiffong said, glancing at the starburst arrows as they brushed past him. Although he was not a Tier 3 player, the difference between a level 100 player and a lower-leveled player wasn't easy to make up. Chiffong then activated Wind Blade and charged at Blood Oath. Don't think I'll let you get close to the commander so easily. As Chiffong approached, the 3 bodyguards formed a barrier before Blood Oath, separating the two. In response, Chiffong swung Killing Ray again. Lightning Slash. A massive thunderbolt tore through the magic barrier, stupefying the bodyguards. At the same time, Blood Oath reacted, lifting his magic dragon spear to counterattack. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to keep up with Chiffong, even with the domain suppressing the swordsman. Chiffong's twilight blade pushed aside the spear, and his sacred sword stopped right before it touched Blood Oath's throat. Less than 3 seconds had passed since Inkfeather had attacked. Chapter 2284, Confounding the Venue. When Chiffong's Killing Ray stopped at Blood Oath's throat, astonished silence filled the meeting room, and not a single player could pull their eyes away from the sight. None of them could have dreamed that this meeting would turn out like this. Despite Warblood's vice guild leader and 3 bodyguards by his side, Blood Oath had ended up at the end of Chiffong's blade. Nobody would believe them even if they retold this tale to others. This is some trick, right? Blood Oath couldn't actually stop Black Flame? So strong. How high are Black Flame's basic attributes? Even with a domain suppressing him, he still pushed away Blood Oath's 2-handed weapon so easily. No. Black Flame's reaction speed is far more frightening than his basic attribute. If it weren't, Blood Oath would have been able to use a defensive skill and wouldn't have had to rely on his weapon. None of these players were ordinary experts. Some of them had even reached the Void Realm. Although Chiffong was very fast and imperceptible to the naked eye, his movement couldn't escape a Void Realm expert's notice. Thus, many of the room's occupants had caught a clear glimpse of what had just happened. Of course, witnessing that exchange was the very reason for their shock. The domain realm experts in the room evaluated Chiffong with a far more serious gaze than before. They had watched the recording of Chiffong killing Autumn Plant, and they had assumed the swordsman only had high basic attributes, combat techniques, and reaction speed. They had assumed that these factors were the only reason that Chiffong had been able to instant kill Autumn Plant. However, this display made it clear that they had been severely mistaken. The fluidity of Chiffong's movements was the true reason that he was so frightening. They had no doubt that even if Chiffong's basic attributes were on par with Blood Oath's, the result of this exchange would have been the same. If not even Blood Oath was a match for Chiffong, they, who were weaker than the Warblood's commander, had no hope against Zero Wing's guild leader. Stop messing around, Black Flame. Blood Oath is the War-Blood Adventurer team's commander. Inkfeather coldly warned Chiffong. Watching him hold Blood Oath captive, Chiffong's strength was far beyond her expectations. She had never expected an outcome like this. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree. Although players could view details that weren't available in the real world, there was little difference between the two. Unlike monsters, players didn't have thick hides and powerful life forces, and because of that, players had to don armor to protect their vulnerable bodies. Even an ordinary Tier 2 player could deal an absurd amount of damage if they attacked Blood Oath's unprotected neck, not to mention Chiffong, who had incredible basic attributes and wielded an epic weapon with Chiffong's blade against his throat. Blood Oath's life was in Chiffong's hands, although a player would only lose 1 level if they died. In God's Domain, the significance of 1 leveled differed from player to player. An ordinary expert would have no problem coming back from the loss. They couldn't catch up to God's Domain's frontline players, to begin with, and they weren't strong enough to contest for resources in new, unexplored maps. However, Dying and losing a level was an immense loss to a frontline player like Blood Oath. With Ink Feather's warning, the meeting room fell silent again as everyone stared at Shafong. Even Phoenix Rain was extraordinarily tense. Shafong might have control of Blood Oath's life, showing off his strength before every player in the room, but he had also grievously offended the War Blood adventurer team for War Blood. Allowing its commander to be taken captive in such a public setting was immensely embarrassing. To save its reputation from this blow, the adventurer team couldn't allow Shafong to get away with this. You really know how to dig your own grave, Black Flame. I won't even need to lift a finger to deal with you now. As Lu Xingluo watched Shafong, he silently celebrated the swordsman's folly. After all was said and done, War Blood's relationship with Starlink was only one of cooperation. Lu Xingluo didn't have the authority to command the adventurer team, but now that Shafong had humiliated War Blood, the adventure team would find a variety of ways to kill the man. If War Blood were hell-bent on killing someone, even a super guild's guild leader would have a headache trying to stop the adventurer team messing around. Why would I be messing around? Shafong laughed. I told Commander Blood Oath that if he's unwilling to apologize, I'll have to drag him to Commander Blue Phoenix and make him do it. Shafong extended a hand to grip the back of Blood Oath's neck. Black Flame. Blood Oath understood what Shafong intended the moment the swordsman moved. He immediately activated his berserk skill, disregarding the blade pressed against his throat. However, Blood Oath did not stop with just one berserk skill. Following which, he activated his legacy berserk skill, the intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketing to the standard of a mythic monster of the same level. Tier 2 taboo skill, Storm Ray. With the power to rip apart space itself, Blood Oath thrust his magic dragon spear at Shafong. However, golden, divine runes began to appear across the swordsman's body, and his aura's intensity skyrocketed heavenly dragon's power. Shafong then pulled back Killing Ray, swinging it at the incoming spearboom. The collision's shockwave was so powerful that it threw the spectating players back against their chairs. The magic dragon spear, which had far more power than Ink Feather's starburst arrows, came to an abrupt halt, unable to harm Shafong in the slightest. Blood Oath's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that, even after activating twofold berserk, he'd still be helpless against Shafong. He quickly activated another skill to put some distance between him and Shafong. Unfortunately for Blood Oath, Shafong was a step ahead. Tugging Killing Ray sharply, he dragged the magic dragon spear, and Blood Oath with it, forward. Taking advantage of the momentum, he snatched the back of Blood Oath's neck. Blood Oath had seen Shafong's movements, yet he failed to react in time. The instant he felt Shafong's hand on the back of his neck, Blood Oath felt as if a dragon had grabbed him. He couldn't move at all. Shafong jumped into the air with his burden, dodging Ink Feather's attacks and landing before Blue Phoenix. He then tightened his grip on the back of Blood Oath's neck and pressed down. Boom. 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 Shafong smashed Blood Oath's head into the ground 3 times, the marble floor shattering and shaking the meeting room with his strength. Blood Oath rapidly lost HP before it eventually hit 0. The scene even dumbfounded 9 Dragons Emperor and Lu Xingluo, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders. Ink Feather, who had been preparing to launch another attack, was utterly dazed. As if time had stopped. Everyone in the room froze. For a moment, they even forgot to breathe. Chapter 2285, Dragonheart shaken. Blood Oath's dead. How dare he? As they stared at Shafong, everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines. He stood nonchalantly before the meeting table with Blood Oath at his feet, the man's head buried in the broken marble floor. Blood Oath's death didn't shock the meeting room's occupants overmuch. What truly shocked them was the method Shafong had used to kill him. Shafong had dragged Blood Oath to Blue Phoenix and forced War Blood's commander to kowtow and apologize. Not even 9 Dragons Emperor and Lu Xingluo had thought the swordsman would be so vicious, let alone Blue Phoenix. Definitely crazy. War Blood definitely won't rest until Zero Wing is destroyed. 9 Dragons Emperor thought, flabbergasted as he watched Shafong. Had Shafong simply killed Blood Oath out of rage, War Blood would, at most, target Shafong, but since the situation had devolved, the adventurer team would become a laughingstock if it didn't annihilate Zero Wing as a whole. Even the major corporations that supported War Blood would support their vengeance, and there would be no hope for reconciliation between the two organizations in an era where every second mattered. 2 powers would suffer tremendous losses if they went to war against each other, regardless of who won in the end. Only a lunatic would start a war with a superpower like War Blood. You re-dead, Black Flame. Our adventurer team won't let this matter rest. So what if you're strong? From this moment, War Blood declares war against Zero Wing. We will hunt Zero Wing's members relentlessly if they set foot in the Sea of Death. Inkfeather bellowed when she saw her commander's corpse with such powerful killing intent that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members shuddered. It felt as if some hellish curse had echoed throughout the room. Inkfeather and Bloodoath's bodyguards stormed out of the room. Clearly, she intended to relay these events to War Blood's other upper echelons and prepare to move against Zero Wing. This is going to be troublesome. Phoenix Rain watched Inkfeather and her companions leave with a heavy expression. She felt that Shafong had been too impulsive. Unlike on land, the status quo between adventurer teams and guilds had more balance in the Sea of Death. Naval travel was incredibly inconvenient, and because of this, guilds couldn't rely on their large armies. That wasn't the case for adventurer teams, however. Adventurer teams were small organizations that operated in multiple locations. Would be able to take out an adventurer team regardless of the provocation. Naval adventurer teams had many methods to deal with small groups of players, as well. This was especially true for an adventurer team like Warblood. As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, many adventurer teams had subjected themselves to Warblood's rule. One word from Warblood was all it would take to ensure that Zero Wing's members had no place in the Sea of Death. Moreover, Warblood had Starlink's support. Starlink's progress in the ancient civilization's ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range was impressive, and as a result, both the Guild and Warblood's naval prowess grew with each passing day. This was the reason Ku Rong had chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as his successor. In comparison, Zero Wing's naval strength was infantile. Even with the bronze speedboat design, Zero Wing would need a lot of time and materials to construct a full fleet. Furthermore, adventurer teams supplied 80% of the naval resources on the market, and after today, not a single adventurer team would dare sell their resources to Zero Wing. With one of Zero Wing's main supply lines severed, Warblood and Starlink would occupy a large number of shops and resources in Dragonheart City by the time Zero Wing developed its naval forces. If they purchased Dragonheart City's large shipyard, they'd become unimaginably powerful at sea. How, exactly, was Zero Wing supposed to fight Warblood? Zero Wing wasn't even guaranteed to survive this war, let alone prosper in the Sea of Death. However, Phoenix Rain had to admit that Shafong's performance had been effective. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders had a newfound respect and fear of Zero Wing. Shafong had followed through with his threat of dragging Warblood's commander to Blue Phoenix and forcing him to apologize. Not even a super guild's guild leader would dare to pull such a stunt. For a time, everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion re-evaluated their opinions of Phoenix Rain. Shafong might be a lunatic, but he was a powerful lunatic. Moreover, he had a bronze speedboat design. Because of this, Ku Rong decided to postpone the matter of his successor. At the very least, he'd wait to announce a decision until the war between Zero Wing and Warblood had reached a conclusion. Fortunately, this meant that Nine Dragons Emperor's plans had gone to waste. It seems Black Flame is quite capable after all, Cloudy Moon, who was about to leave the meeting room, said, smiling gently as she glanced at Shafong. His good luck will only last a short moment, Nine Dragons Emperor hissed with a sneer. You're new to the Sea of Death, so you might not understand what kind of power Warblood is. Not even Starlink is a match for the adventurer team's naval prowess, much less the pavilion. Not only has Warblood secured a stable source of naval legacies, but it has also acquired a source for hidden bloodline legacies. It can nurture experts with horrific combat power at sea. Moreover, I've heard that Warblood has gained a large number of deification crystals and ancient contract scrolls that allow players to tame sea monsters as mounts due to its partnership with Starlink. Even 13 Thrones shows Warblood some respect at sea. Why else would the great pavilion master choose me as his successor so quickly? Black Flame doesn't realize who he just provoked. He thinks everything will be fine just because he's so powerful as an individual. If Warblood goes all out, Dragonheart City will tremble at its might. There's no guarantee that Zero Wing will even be able to enter Dragonheart City, much less gain any standing. Nine Dragons Emperor's explanation surprised Cloudy Moon. She hadn't thought that an adventurer team could be so powerful, even having the ability to tame sea monsters as mounts. It was no wonder why Ku Rong had been so lenient about Blood Oath's disrespect and arrogance. Although her main activities were on land, she knew a little about sea monsters. With a sea monster as a mount, a player's combat power at sea would be impressive. If a power had enough sea monster mounts, it would usher in a new era in the Sea of Death. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's efforts to keep the incident quiet, news quickly reached Dragonheart City's various major powers. It caused an uproar in the city as Zero Wing trying to dig an early grave. This is going to be an interesting show. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain worried as she read the report on Warblood's declaration of war in an office in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall. Guild leader Blackflame, I'm afraid that Warblood is already on the move. If you need any resources, I'll try to get you as many as I can from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Phoenix Rain offered. Watching Shifeng as he prepared to leave the office. Shifeng had only started a war with Warblood on her behalf, so she couldn't just sit aside and do nothing. But she couldn't help but feel powerless with their opponent being the Warblood adventurer team. That's wonderful. In that case, I'd like to borrow some of your people, Shifeng said, nodding. He wouldn't refuse the help. Zero Wing's foundations in Dragonheart City were just too fragile. Borrow some of my people? What are you planning? Shifeng's request confused Phoenix Rain. I want to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, Shifeng calmly stated. Chapter 2286, Size Upgraded. Capture the northern fortress? Phoenix Rain stared at Shifeng with wide eyes. There were quite a few fortresses in the Gravity Mountain Range, with over a dozen of varying sizes scattered across the map. The northern fortress was a medium fortress in the map's northern region, the largest in the area. Even working together, 13 Thrones and Starlink had gone to great lengths to capture a small fortress. While that might not seem like a great feat, they were the only superpower to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range, and Shifeng intended to capture a medium fortress. No matter how Phoenix Rain considered the idea, she had little hope of the operation succeeding. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing went all out, working together, their chances of capturing a small fortress were less than 10%. That's right. Zero Wing isn't quite strong enough to succeed, so I'd like to borrow 30,000 elites and experts for the operation, Shifeng said, nodding. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. If we succeed, I'll give you 20% of the fortress's shares. The majority of Zero Wing's forces were stationed in the Bottomless Abyss and/or Empire. There were barely any members in Dragonheart City. Although the guild could gather its members here, it would take a long time to do so, and he couldn't afford to wait. The main reason that the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses were so difficult to capture was the level 100+ mythic monsters that guarded each of them. The fortresses were also full of level 100+ Great Lords and Grand Lords. Medium fortresses, in particular, were guarded by significantly more monsters, and these monsters operated like a well-trained armor. Zero Wing hadn't previously had the strength to capture a medium fortress, but that had changed while Shifeng had been in the Tower of Four Gods. Both Anna and Kite had reached level 100 and completed their Tier 3 promotion quests. Including the level 100+ demons Shifeng could summon with the Bible of Darkness. Zero Wing qualified to challenge a medium fortress. It would be less risky to challenge a small fortress, but the northern fortress was near the Gravity Mountain Range's vein area. Not only could the rare ores in the area be used when crafting ships, but they would also be useful for producing level 100+ weapons and equipment. After level 100, the system reduced equipment drop rates even further. One would already be quite lucky to obtain a piece of mysterious iron equipment from a Great Lord, and Lord-ranked monsters had practically no chance of dropping level 100+ bronze equipment. Hence, demand for player-made weapons and equipment would skyrocket after level 100. Since no one was paying attention to the northern fortress, he had to secure it as quickly as possible. If he waited until this fortress attracted attention, not only would he have to deal with the monsters that guarded the northern fortress, but he'd also have to deal with player interference, which would significantly reduce his chances of capturing ITIS 30,000. Enough. Phoenix Rain gave Shifeng a skeptical look. Although gathering 30,000 elites and experts on Dragonheart Island would be difficult, it wasn't impossible for her. However, 13 Thrones and Starlink had sent a massive, 150,000 player army to capture a small fortress, and over 70% of their forces had been slaughtered by the end of the battle. And yet, Shifeng only asked for a fraction of that. There'll be enough, but we'll need to move quickly. Shifeng said the most important factor when attempting to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range was whether or not one could hold their ground against the monsters. If an army could stand strong, even 10,000 players would be enough to capture a fortress, not to mention 30,000. However, they would need a lot more time to succeed. That won't be a problem. I'll contact them immediately. I should be able to get 30,000 players here within a day, Phoenix Rain said. She knew that Shifeng was no fool. If he thought it was possible to capture a medium fortress, she had to take the risk. Starlink and 13 Thrones had gained massive advantages in Dragonheart City due to the small fortress they had captured. If she could get her hands on a medium fortress's shares, Nine Dragons Emperor would have an extremely difficult time shaking her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the future, Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix got to work contacting the necessary players. They called in the pavilion's various elite and expert players scattered in the Sea of Death and various countries on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed toward the Wanderer's shop after leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Since he had been stuck in the Tower of Four Gods, he hadn't been able to manage the Wanderer's shop, allowing it to operate itself. After so many days, the shop should have accumulated a fortune. According to Shifeng's estimates, his share should amount to at least 10,000 ancient gold. More customers had been visiting the shop, and as a result, its sales continued to improve, especially those of the black market's entry slots. With 10,000 ancient gold, Shifeng could purchase a plot of land and construct an ordinary guild residence in Dragonheart City's outermost area. This would allow Zero Wings members to rest and recover in the residence for free, rather than waste their money on hotels. But as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, an uproar rose through the crowd outside. He's out. And here I thought he would hide in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for the rest of his life. I didn't expect him to show himself so soon. Keep an eye on him, everyone. The higher-ups have announced that we'll earn 3 pieces of epic equipment if we can kill Black Flame. Notify the boss. Black Flame has left the residence. By now, everyone had heard of Bloodoath's death, and Blood's declaration of war had caused a sensation in Dragonheart City. Moreover, Blood had offered the highest bounty ever seen in God's domain for Black Flame's head. 3 pieces of epic equipment. An ordinary player's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation if they acquired 3 pieces of epic equipment, let alone an expert's strength. Thus, every player in Dragonheart City was going mad over the news. Even if they had killed Shifeng before this, he wasn't guaranteed to drop his fragmented legendary item, but now, they were promised epic equipment if they killed the swordsman. Not a single player in the Sea of Death could ignore such temptation. Shifeng finally reached the Wanderer's shop after half an hour, utterly ignoring the crowd of experts and Blood members that followed him. None of them would dare attack him in Dragonheart City. However, when he saw the Wanderer's shop, Shifeng had wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. The originally tattered Wanderer's shop looked completely different. Now, it was a 4-story tall building with an extravagantly decorated exterior. An endless stream of players entered and exited the building, and they were all level 85 plus experts. The Wanderer's shop looked more like a guild hall than a shop. The shop's size upgraded automatically. Shifeng could not help his shock. Just how popular is the Wanderer's shop right now? It wasn't particularly unusual for independent shops to upgrade automatically, but fulfilling the conditions for such an upgrade was immensely difficult. Not only did the shop require enough popularity and traffic, but it also needed to reach a certain sales volume. Shifeng entered the shop, only to find that the first-floor hall had more than doubled in size. There were also more than 100 types of items available for sale, and they were all treasures that were rarely seen on the market. However, Shifeng didn't pay these details much mind. He immediately opened the shop's interface to learn how much ancient gold he had earned. Is this real? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the numbers 27,615 ancient gold. Chapter 2287, Special Area. Shifeng had earned a lot more ancient gold than he had expected from the Wanderer's shop. He still couldn't shake off the shock after staring at the numbers for a long time. It's no wonder why the powers that secured a Wanderer's shop in the past developed so rapidly. This shop is a gold mine. Realization dawned on Shifeng after seeing his share of the profits. Many first- and second-rate guilds had mingled in independent cities in Shifeng's previous life, and despite not occupying high-resource maps, they had established themselves among the many superpowers, with some eventually becoming superpowers themselves. Meanwhile, a large part of the reason for these guilds' success was likely the Wanderers' shops they had owned. Shafong had only spent a little over 20 days in the Tower of Four Gods, yet he had earned over 27,000 ancient gold through the Wanderers' shop. This meant that the shop generated more than 1,000 ancient gold per day. No shop in Dragonheart City earned as much income. Only the fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range could surpass the Wanderers' shop's profits. Moreover, the Wanderers' shop had earned so much income despite being a 2-star shop. Once he promoted it to 3-star status, the shop would sell items that would even tempt superpowers. Most importantly, the Wanderers' shop would undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching 3-star status, periodically hosting a miniature black marketplace. The items available in this marketplace couldn't compare to those in the actual black market, but there were looser entry restrictions. Players could participate as long as they had the Wanderers' shop's customer membership. The Wanderers' shop's income would significantly increase after withdrawing the 27,615 ancient gold. Shafong made his way to the city hall. He had originally planned to construct a guild residence for Zero Wings members on Dragonheart Island, but since he had more ancient gold than he had expected, his plans had changed. Dragonheart City was split between its inner and outer areas, but there was also a special location within the city. It was the area closest to the World Tower. Not only did this special area provide more convenient access to the World Tower, but the mana density there was also incredible. Moreover, this secret area had a hidden secret: the World Power Tolerance value. As players roamed the World Tower's first underground floor, they might not notice a difference, sensing an ever-present malicious energy in the underground world. This malicious energy was world power, and it discriminated against and rejected all outsiders. Not only would this world power weaken players' physiques, but it would also interfere with their 5 senses, severely affecting their combat power. Of course, one could counter these negative effects by consuming the food and drink available in Dragonheart City, but doing so carried a high price. Even ordinary experts would blow through their savings if they relied on this method. However, after a long investigation, some players had discovered that one could reduce the world power's suppression by resting in an area near the World Tower. It wouldn't make them immune to the world power's effects, but it could reduce them by half. With this reduction, players could continue to explore the World Tower without relying on Dragonheart City's expensive consumables. Because of this, the shops around the World Tower had been incredibly popular in the past. The various superpowers had spared no expense to purchase these shops, modifying them into hotels. If players had been allowed to construct guild residences in the area, such buildings would have surrounded the World Tower in the past. Even so, the area around the World Tower had become something of a famous tourist spot during Shafong's previous life due to its many hotels. Unfortunately, first-rate guilds hadn't had a chance to build a hotel of their own. In fact, many superpowers had gone without, as well. There were only 34 plots of land around the World Tower, and these plot sizes were fixed. Guilds didn't have the option of expanding their hotels, regardless of their desire to do just that. Since none of Dragonheart City's various powers had figured this out yet, Shafong couldn't miss this opportunity. When he had first visited Dragonheart City in search of a shop, he had only had 10,000 ancient gold on hand. It hadn't even been enough to purchase the shops in the city's outer area, much less those near the World Tower. Now that he had over 27,000 ancient gold, however, he should be able to afford a shop around the World Tower. After waiting for some time in one of the City Hall's second-floor reception rooms, Shafong watched an elven beauty with a crescent moon insignia enter the room. Unlike the City Hall's ordinary administrators, this female elf was the City Hall's senior administrator and responsible for selling the shops around the World Tower. She was a level 180, Tier 4 Great Wizard. Ordinary players wouldn't even have the chance to meet and speak with this senior administrator, much less purchase the shops near the World Tower. Fortunately, Shafong was a bronze legatee, so his rank was high enough to earn her attention. Lord Bronze Legatee, here is the information on the 34 shops around the World Tower. May I know which one you wish to purchase? Senior Administrator Irene Lauren asked. Shafong fell speechless as he read down the list he had been given. Although he had known that these shops and lands would be very expensive, he hadn't expected them to cost this much. Even a barren plot of land cost 24,000 ancient gold, and it was a considerably small plot. A medium-sized plot of land cost 45,000 ancient gold, and of the lands that already had shops, the cheapest was a small-size, 1-star restaurant, costing a total of 40,000 ancient gold. To purchase a medium-size, 2-star hotel, Shifeng would have to pay a whopping 128,000 ancient gold. Suddenly, Shifeng felt like a pauper in Dragonheart City, even with the Wanderer's shop. "I want this small-sized land," Shifeng said, gritting his teeth as he chose the small-sized plot closest to the World Tower. These shops and lands were no less rare than the Wanderer's shop. Not only could one earn a fortune through one of these plots of land, but it would also help accelerate a guild's growth very well. "That will be 26,500 ancient gold coins," Irene Lauren said, nodding. Shifeng struggled with the decision as he handed the money over, leaving him with little over 1,000 ancient gold. Irene Lauren, however, didn't care about Shifeng's struggles, and as soon as she received the payment, she handed Shifeng an ancient contract. Shifeng felt his chest tighten for a moment when he saw the information on the contract. Although the plot of land had nothing on it, he was required to pay 10,000 ancient gold in monthly maintenance fees. The monthly fees were even more exorbitant than the Wanderer's shop's. Forget it. You can't make money without losing money. Besides, the various superpowers in the past were willing to pay over 1 million ancient gold to purchase a plot near the World Tower. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng felt that he had still gained a huge advantage. "Next, I'll have to collect 4,000 ancient gold to construct an advanced hotel. Then, I can open for business." After signing the contract and preparing to leave the city hall, Shifeng received a call request. He answered the call as soon as he saw it was from Gentle Snow Guild leader. "We've arrived in Dragonheart City," Gentle Snow reported. Chapter 2288, Zero Wings Team. "You guys sure are fast." Shifeng was a little surprised to see Gentle Snow's smile so soon. He had only notified Gentle Snow and the others to travel to Dragonheart City a few hours ago. He hadn't expected them to reach the city so quickly. The tidal vortex was located in the Sea of Death's core region. Even with a flying mount, it would take some time to return to Dragonheart City. Furthermore, there were 100 players in Zero Wings' main force. Gentle Snow would need several trips to fly everyone back to the city. It would have taken a few more hours to get everyone back to Dragonheart City, but the last level 95 mythic boss we killed dropped a twin-headed flying dragon. Cola won the bid for the mount, and it substantially reduced our travel time, Gentle Snow said excitedly. She had already enjoyed the benefits of having a flying mount, and now that another Zero Wing main force member had one, the team's overall strength and leveling speed had significantly increased. "A twin-headed flying dragon? Aren't you guys a little too lucky? That thing only has a 1% drop rate." The news stunned Shifeng. The tidal vortex's mythic bosses did have a chance of dropping flying mounts. Grinding these bosses was one of the few ways players could obtain an extraordinary flying mount, but the 1% drop rate made it incredibly difficult. Shifeng had never thought that Gentle Snow and her team would acquire one on their first trip. "We have to thank Blackie's luck to thank for it," Gentle Snow said, smiling. "Guild leader, I've heard that the War Blood Adventurer team has declared war on Zero Wing. Should we prepare for an offensive?" Dealing with the War Blood Adventurer team would have likely given her a huge headache before they had explored the tidal vortex, but now, Cola had the twin-headed flying dragon, bringing Zero Wings' total to 3 flying mounts. Flying mounts already had a massive advantage at sea, and if 3 flying mounts worked together, their team could take on any fleet. 3 flying mounts could carry up to 60 players, and with such a force, annihilating players on 3 bronze speedboats wouldn't be a problem. Most fleets currently in the Sea of Death only had a few bronze speedboats. They could easily destroy any fleet's core combat power with a few rounds of attack. Zero Wing might not be able to establish itself in the Sea of Death, but they wouldn't give the War Blood Adventurer team an easy time, either. "No. Our current priority is to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Make your way to the World Tower's entrance for now. I'll meet you there." Although they could rely on the flying mount's mobility to cause trouble for War Blood, doing so would slow their development speed. It wasn't a worthwhile trade. The struggle between powers required resources and experts. Securing the northern fortress was the best way to defeat War Blood. "We're capturing a fortress?" Shifeng's statement stunned Gentle Snow, but after a moment, a grin spread across her face. Everyone on the team, including her and Cola, were eager to show Shifeng how strong they had grown. "All right, we'll head over immediately." Shifeng then disconnected the call and made his way to the World Tower. World Tower's underground first floor. Due to Phoenix Rain's summons, A large number of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experts had gathered near the first underground floor's entrance. Visiting players were shocked to see so many experts. Why are so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts here? Amazing. Even the lowest leveled player among them is level 86. Our adventurer team has several thousand members, but fewer than 10 have reached such a high level, yet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has more than 7,000 of them. That's nothing. Look at their equipment. They're all wearing level 85 equipment. Moreover, even the lowest quality piece is secret silver rank. Some of them even have level 85 dark gold equipment. I thought I've been doing quite well in my guild, but I only have a few pieces of level 85 secret silver equipment, while the rest is level 80 equipment. I wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has gathered so many experts. Are they planning to complete a quest, maybe? The various players nearby couldn't help but wonder why so many of the pavilion's experts had gathered. They rarely saw so many in one place. Big sis Rain, 9,000 people have arrived thus far. It'll take another 2 or 3 hours for the rest to get here, Blue Phoenix reported as Phoenix Rain examined the supplies she had prepared for the operation. Worriedly, she continued, however, 9 Dragons Emperor has found out about the operation. So be it. How could such a large-scale operation escape the notice of 9 Dragons Emperor's men? Phoenix Rain nodded. The news didn't affect her in the slightest. We just need to take down the northern fortress before 9 Dragons Emperor can gather enough players to do anything about it. It was too easy for information about such large-scale operations to reach other powers. There was no way to ensure that there weren't any spies among their people. Now, they were in a race against time. Meanwhile, a report stating that Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain intended to capture the northern fortress sat on the guild leader's desk in 13 Thrones Dragonheart city residence. Black Flame never ceases to surprise me, Melancholy said, smiling at the report before him. He then turned to Happy Art and asked, Art, what do you think of this matter? His favorable opinion of Shifeng was the reason he had invited Zero Wing to participate in the mission to capture a small fortress. Unfortunately, he was forced to go back on his word. Zero Wing should have some confidence in succeeding, Happy Art said, uncertain. While capturing the northern fortress might be extremely challenging, she didn't think that Shifeng was foolhardy. Since he had decided to attempt the capture, he was confident of succeeding. Confidence. Do you think capturing a fortress is so easy? The masked woman beside Elder Wu commented disdainfully. In my opinion, this is simply the guild's death throes. It's run out of moves. After all, Black Flame so foolishly provoked war blood. 13 Thrones had gone all out, even cooperating with Starlink, to secure a small fortress. What, exactly, did Zero Wing have to rely on to capture the northern fortress, a medium fortress? Little Melancholy, are you planning to help this Zero Wing? Elder Wu, who sat quietly in a corner, asked. I had considered it. Zero Wing has a lot of potential. It could become a formidable ally in the future, Melancholy answered truthfully. He had no reason to hide his thoughts. More major corporations continued to invest in God's domain, and as a result, the competition between the game's powers grew more intense. Even a super guild like 13 Thrones would have to consider alliances if it wished to continue its smooth development in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's development speed had been quite impressive. It was an optimal candidate as an ally. Moreover, if 13 Thrones lent aid during Zero Wing's time of need, the guild would have a more friendly view of 13 Thrones. I understand what you're thinking. That kid certainly knows how to get things done, but you need to understand that war blood isn't the only power Zero Wing has provoked. Starlink is hell-bent to see the guild destroyed. If you help Zero Wing, our relationship with Starlink will become complicated, Elder Wu said calmly. Moreover, we already have plans to capture another fortress with Starlink, and the guild has something crucial for the siege. As 13 Thrones guild leader, you need to consider the guild's benefit carefully. With Elder Wu's warning, Melancholy had no choice but to dismiss the thought. Elder Wu was one of the 13 Thrones founders, and the old man had immense influence in the guild. He wasn't wrong, either, and Melancholy didn't have a good enough reason to move against the old man's advice. While the various superpowers in Dragonheart City discussed the news, Shifeng and the rest of Zero Wing's main force arrived in the main hall of the World Tower's first underground floor. The instant Shifeng appeared, A commotion erupted throughout the Halley's Black Flame. Stupid? He actually dares to visit the Gravity Mountain range. Doesn't he know how many experts want his head? He's probably betting on the fact that no one will mess with him with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members here. I guess you're right, but the moment he wanders off from the Pavilion's group, he's dead. The players in the main hall watched Chiffon with admiration and ridicule. They all wondered what the swordsman would do next. Once he left the main hall, he wouldn't have a safe zone to protect him. Many people would likely try to take his life to claim Warblood's bounty, and not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could guarantee his safety. Guild leader Blackflame, over 23,000 of the 30,000 players you've requested have arrived. The rest should be here in another hour or so. How are the preparations on your side coming along? Phoenix Rain asked as Chiffon entered the main hall. Based on the information I've received, several thousand players are camped outside the main hall, all aiming for your life. Although they won't dare attack with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around you, more people will gather as time passes. Once there are enough players, I can't be sure that they won't make a move. Completing this mission as quickly as possible was crucial. The various major powers experts were targeting Chiffon, and if the battle dragged on for too long, there was a high likelihood that other powers would try to interfere, and the operation would fail. All of my players have arrived already, Chiffon said, smiling as he gestured to Gentle Snow and the others behind Hema 100-man team. Phoenix Rain was stunned when she saw the cloaked figures of Gentle Snow and the rest of Zero Wing's main force. Although she had known that Zero Wing couldn't dispatch a lot of players for this operation, she hadn't expected Chiffon to only bring a 100-man team to capture the northern fortress. This had to be a joke. While Phoenix Rain was silent, Aqua Rose spoke up. These people dare to target you, guild leader. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll likely think that Zero Wing is just a pushover, Aqua Rose coldly stated as she glanced at the players outside the main hall. That's right. We might as well take care of these fools since we're still waiting on some of the others. It'll save us some trouble, Cola insisted. Alright, let's take care of them first. Then, Chiffon agreed, nodding after giving the matter some thought. He did not want to deal with unceasing stalkers, either. They'd constantly pose a problem. You guys shouldn't mess around. Those aren't ordinary players. There are quite a few Refinement Realm experts among the group, including some experts from Dragonheart Island's top adventurer teams. Phoenix Rain interjected. Phoenix thought that Aqua Rose and her companions were insane. Naturally, Chiffon was even more mad to agree to the suggestion. Although Phoenix Rain was aware that Aqua Rose and the others were incredibly powerful, even her forces would have a hard time taking down these experts. Even if her forces won the battle, they'd suffer grievously for it. Furthermore, there were only 100 of these experts. As Phoenix Rain was about to continue, Aqua Rose and the other removed their black cloaks, revealing every one of them had reached level 95 and 96. Chapter 2289, Zero Wing's Blade. The instant Aqua Rose and the others removed their black cloaks, the players in the hall, who had been busy talking about Chiffon, gasped in shock. They stared at Zero Wing's players as if they were horrifying monsters. Level 95. How is that possible? How are they so high-leveled? Haven't the Superpow's peak experts just reached level 87? Are they monsters in disguise? Everyone was confused over Aqua Rose and her companions' levels. The fact that Chiffon had already reached level 100 was shocking enough. They all knew how difficult it was to level up from such a high level. The fact that Chiffon had reached level 100 wasn't entirely unbelievable. God's domain had many special opportunities to offer, and it wasn't strange for these opportunities to grant players tremendous amounts of EXP now. However, Zero Wing revealed that it had 100 players at level 95 and 96. How were they so powerful? After a brief moment of shock, a terrifying pressure washed over them. Even Phoenix Rain, who stood near Aqua Rose, shuddered, not to mention the ordinary experts in the room. After this display, Phoenix Rain gave up trying to dissuade Aqua Rose and her companions from attacking the group of hostile players. She could only smile bitterly about the situation. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing possess? This thought echoed in Phoenix Rain's mind for a long time. She couldn't understand how Chiffon had helped Aqua Rose and the rest of his main force level up so quickly. Of course, she also understood why Chiffon had so fearlessly provoked the War-Blood adventurer team in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Although Chiffon had previously revealed his level, There was a limit to how much an individual could accomplish, especially when exploring new maps. Shifeng could only secure so many resources by himself, and he could clear team dungeons alone, which were one of the largest resource sources for a guild. However, he wouldn't have that problem with a 100-man team that was almost as high-leveled as he was after Aqua Rose and the other exposed their levels. Many of the players in the hall that had considered targeting Shifeng abandoned the idea. Teams with fewer than 50 members, in particular, immediately abandoned their plans to move against Shifeng. If Shifeng were the only powerhouse they had to worry about, they could rely on special tools to restrain him, preventing him from exhibiting his full strength. But since such a group of high-leveled experts guarded him, what was the point in restraining Shifeng? They couldn't even get close to the swordsman, much less attack him. I hadn't thought that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its strength. Targeting Black Flame will no longer be possible. With so many high-leveled expert guards, even assassination experts will be powerless against him. That's right. I doubt War Blood expected Zero Wing to have a card like this. The adventurer team's plan to send everyone in the city after him is likely moot. That might not necessarily be the case. Small teams like ours might not have a chance, but those large adventurer teams could succeed. Zero Wing's members might be very high-leveled, but a team can bridge that gap by outnumbering them. With enough experts, the various adventurer teams might be able to suppress Zero Wing's members long enough to kill Black Flame. I guess you're right. Ordinary experts won't have high enough basic attributes to make a difference, but peak experts could do it if they rely on external items. Besides, even if they have high levels, it means nothing if their weapons and equipment can't keep up. I heard that the Heavenly Beast adventurer team has dispatched all of its experts to kill Black Flame and steal his fragmented legendary item. Heavenly Beast is quite famous among the Dark Forces. I don't think it's a match for Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams in an open battle, but its ability to kill individual players is likely even stronger than those adventurer teams. Heavenly Beast is powerful, but Black Flame is no fool. As long as he sticks with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army, Heavenly Beast's members won't get near him. At this point, only the various major powers have any hope of taking out Black Flame. Many of the independent players in the hall sighed and turned to leave after seeing Zero Wing's high-level team. With such powerful players around him, a small team didn't have a chance of taking Shifeng down. The various major powers experts, on the other hand, chose to stay and continue stalking after him. Unlike independent players, major powers would have no problem sending several thousand experts after the Swordsman A level 95,100-man team. Black Flame sure has a lot of trump cards. So, this is why Black Flame's so confident. Remember to keep a close eye on Black Flame. Report back as soon as you see him leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's protection. I refuse to believe that the pavilion is willing to protect him forever. It took no time for every major power on Dragonheart Island to hear about the levels of Zero Wing's main force members, but although they were shocked by the news, they had no intention of giving up on the bounty. A fragmented legendary item was simply too tempting. Not to mention the 3 pieces of epic equipment and Warblood's favor. However, they had decided to avoid taking direct action against Shifeng for now. He was, after all, protected by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army. When the major powers experts received the commands from their upper echelons, they prepared to follow Shifeng further into the World Tower. However, they were shocked by what they saw as they passed through the main hall's exit. Corpses littered the ground outside the main hall, every one of them a slain expert. Many experts from Dragonheart Island's well-known and top adventurer teams lay among them. These players had all planned to ambush Shifeng as soon as he left the main hall. What shocked the newcomers more, though, was Aqua Rose's team, which was busy fighting several thousand players. A 10-level difference wasn't insurmountable, yet Zero Wing's 100-man team slaughtered the several thousand players before them as if they were slicing vegetables. Despite facing dozens of experts' frenzied attacks, Cola, who led Zero Wing's team in the battle, didn't even try to dodge. He took every hit with his shield, and none of the attacks from the enemy Tier 2 experts dealt more than -500 damage. To Cola, who had a total of 520,000 HP after reaching level 95, the damage was practically negligible. A single healing spell was more than enough to restore his lost HP. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud acted as mobile turrets. Every spell they cast claimed at least a dozen experts' lives. Sometimes, their spells even blew apart several dozen experts at once. One of Zhao Yueru's spells even took out a level 87 shield warrior with an epic shield and 2 pieces of epic equipment in an instant. The two forces' basic attributes were on entirely different levels. Gentle Snow's team hadn't just gained EXP while they were grinding in the tidal vortex. They had also acquired plenty of high-level items. The tidal vortex's bosses all dropped level 90 and 95 equipment, and as a result, they were all armed with level 95 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Gentle Snow and the others had frequently hunted the tidal vortex mythic bosses, as well. In addition, the team had been the first players to slay these mythic bosses, which increased the bosses' drop rates. Overall, Zero Wing's main force members had also acquired quite a few pieces of epic equipment. Even the weakest piece, Gentle Snow and her companions wore, was level 95 fine gold equipment. Their combat power was on an entirely different level compared to the level 85+ experts they fought. Moreover, Gentle Snow and the others had improved their combat standards. Most of the players attacking them hadn't even reached the refinement realm yet. To Zero Wing's main force, these players were easier to defeat than the level 95 sea monsters in the tidal vortex. Over 95% of the 4,000+ experts that had planned to ambush Shifeng outside the main hall were dead in less than 15 minutes, while the rest tried to escape with special tools. The valley's ground was dyed red with blood, and weapons and equipment littered the ground. In contrast, Zero Wing's team hadn't lost a single player. They had only lost a little stamina and concentration. Chapter 2290, Fame spreads across Dragonheart. The various major powers experts, who had intended to follow Shifeng, came to a halt when they saw the remains of the army that had tried to ambush the swordsman. As if the main hall's exit were the entrance to hell, none of them dared to cross the threshold. They killed so many players so easily. Are they even human? This won't do. I need to report this to the boss immediately. They had assumed that Zero Wing wouldn't dare retaliate since they had such a massive numerical advantage. Hence, they had boldly followed after Shifeng, but seeing the thousands of corpses on the ground, none of the various major powers experts dared to leave the main hall. If Zero Wing's members could kill several thousand experts so effortlessly, then they, with only several hundred players, would only meet their doom by leaving. They needed to re-evaluate their plans. As long as Shifeng had Zero Wing's main force by his side, several thousand players wouldn't be enough to take him down. They would need, at least, an army of 10,000 players, perhaps even several tens of thousands, to take him down. Otherwise, they'd merely be giving their equipment to Zero Wing. However, Phoenix Rain was even more shocked by the results than the major powers experts. They already obtained level 95 equipment. Phoenix Rain was no ordinary expert. Not only was she the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master, but she was also very nearly a domain realm expert. She could discern a lot of information that ordinary experts could not. Although Aqua Rose and the others had considerably high combat standards, their incredibly high basic attributes were a larger part of the reason for their overwhelming victory. The experts that had tried to ambush Shifeng weren't weaklings. Many of them were even experts from Dragonheart Island's various well-known and top adventurer teams. Their equipment standards were quite high, with even the weakest piece they wore at level 85 fine gold rank. If Aqua Rose and the others had worn level 90 dark gold equipment, they wouldn't have achieved such a one-sided victory. Their only explanation was that Aqua Rose and her team wore level 95 fine gold equipment or better. Upgrading one's weapons and equipment was far harder than leveling up. A team could only raid team dungeons, obtaining weapons and equipment that corresponded to their levels, after reaching a high enough level, and although it was possible to grind for higher level weapons and equipment, the cost was so immense that it wasn't worth the effort. Most of the time, players' weapons and equipment couldn't keep up with their levels. In some cases, players would wear items that were of a far lower level. However, not only had Aqua Rose and her companions reached level 95 or higher, but their weapons and equipment were also level 95 fine gold rank or better. Their equipment standard was at least 2 realms higher than the various major powers experts. Meanwhile, news of the slaughter soon spread throughout Dragonheart Island. Zero Wing is amazing. Not even the various major powers will dare target Black Flame now. I know, right? I've heard that many adventurer teams have already given up the hunt. War Blood will likely have to act on its own to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing. The various major powers had been shocked to learn that Zero Wing's main force members had reached level 95 and 96, but after hearing about the slaughter of several thousand experts in the Gravity Mountain range, that shock transformed into fear. Many of them had given up on Shifeng's fragmented legendary item after witnessing the incident. After this display, Zero Wing had proven that it could no longer be taken out by a few major powers working together. Even some of Dragonheart Island's ordinary superpowers grew wary of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges of 13 Thrones Guild residents, Elder Wu, according to our estimates, Zero Wing's main force members should be wearing level 95 Feingold equipment. The masked, middle-aged man beside Elder Wu reported after examining the data a subordinate had sent him. Not even 13 Thrones could fully gear a 100-man team in such high-quality equipment. So, is this why that kid is so confident? Elder Wu muttered as he shut his eyes. Zero Wing is indeed impressive if it has such solid foundations. Unfortunately, Starlink's foundations are much sturdier. Notify our teams that we'll be raiding another fortress with Starlink soon. Have them prepare. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, the masked, middle-aged man said, nodding. He then left the lounge. As Melancholy had said, Zero Wing was an excellent choice for an ally, but in God's domain, nothing was more important than resources. Securing a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range offered far more benefits than having a level 95,100-man team. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, Shifeng and his army had arrived at the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. As the most important fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, not only was the northern fortress situated at the top of a mountain range, which made it easy to defend, but it also had far more powerful defenses than a small fortress. Over 30 defense turrets and heavy ballistas had been lined up along the fortress's walls, and plenty of level 90. Plus Lord-ranked undead soldiers stood guard beside the war weapons. Not only were these undead soldiers Lord-ranked monsters, but they also had weapons and armor that had been enchanted with magic runes. These undead soldiers' defense and destructive power could even rival that of great lords of the same level. Guild leader Blackflame, 4 defensive magic towers have formed a magic barrier around the northern fortress. Do you have any ideas on how to take it down? Phoenix Rain asked with a grim expression as she read the scout's report. She had known that the northern fortress would be difficult to capture, but after seeing the details on the fortress's defenses, she finally understood how difficult it would be. Ignoring the number of undead monsters inside the fortress, her forces were incapable of overcoming the magic barrier around it. 4 defensive magic towers created that barrier, and not only did these towers have a massive reserve of mana, but they could also reform the magic barrier in a short time after it had been destroyed. Unless they could destroy the 4 defensive magic towers quickly after destroying the magic barrier, the fortress would gain another barrier. If they relied on Tier 4 magic scrolls and war weapons, they could destroy the northern fortress's magic barrier, but it would cost an astronomical number of resources to destroy the barrier once. It would also require a lot of time. By doing so, they'd risk losing their war weapons under the bombardment from the fortress's defense turrets and heavy ballistas. To make matters worse, all 4 defensive magic towers were located within the well-fortified fortress and protected by guardian bosses. Those guardian bosses were level 100+ mythic monsters. Simple. We just need to destroy the magic barrier as quickly as possible and charge into the fortress to destroy the defensive magic towers, Shifeng casually responded. Phoenix Rain stared at Shifeng, speechless. She knew that they could take down the barrier by destroying the towers, but how were they supposed to do that? This problem wasn't one that could be solved with enough players and war weapons. However, while Phoenix Rain racked her brain to come up with a plan, Shifeng took out the Hero's Tome and sacrificed 50,000 magic crystals to it. He then began to chant the summoning incantation. Chapter 2291, Tier 4 Hero. As Shifeng chanted the summoning incantation some distance below the northern fortress's mountain peak, a pillar of golden light rose from the ground beneath him, shooting toward the sky. The light pillar had a 400-yard radius and was even visible from several thousand yards away. Mana from across the mountainside surged toward the light pillar, condensing until it became liquid before Shifeng. After 20 seconds of this, the mana finally took on a humanoid form. A moment later, a knight in white clothing and carrying a sacred, golden sword stood before the player army. Although this white-clad knight only stood 2 meters tall, nowhere near the size of a mythic monster, his appearance made everyone shudder. Arslet, hero, Tier 4, Sword Saint, Level 120. HP 55 000 00055 000. A Tier 4 hero? Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes as she stared at Arslet. NPCs were originally already far more powerful than players. Only peak experts had any hope of defeating ordinary NPCs. Heroes, on the other hand, were peak combatants among NPCs, treated as kingdoms and empires' absolute pillars and protectors. They were treated as the absolute pillars and protectors of kingdoms and empires. She had suspected that Shifeng's trump card would be a Tier 4 combatant. A fighter of that power would be crucial when capturing a fortress, especially the well-fortified northern fortress. Current players simply didn't have the strength to succeed, considering that Zero Wing had relied on the Tier 4 divine magic dragons in defensive and offensive sieges in the past. Phoenix Rain had assumed Shifeng would rely on one this time. 2. She had never expected Shifeng to summon a hero, and a Tier 4 hero, at that. The NPC could single-handedly crush an entire NPC city. Shifeng had considered using a divine magic dragon, but the materials needed to summon one were incredibly rare and valuable. Collecting them would not be easy. Moreover, the divine magic dragons were only really useful against players. They wouldn't be particularly effective against monsters since monsters had such high basic attributes. They did not fear a frontal confrontation. Furthermore, the divine magic dragons had an obvious weakness: the players that managed the summoning array. If a single one of these players died, the array would quickly crumble. The mythic monsters that defended these fortresses generally had relatively high intellect. The moment they noticed the divine magic dragon's summoning array, they'd do anything to destroy it. While Shifeng was confident of standing against an all-out assault from players, trying to stop powerful monsters hell-bent on getting near the array would be impossible. When sieging a monster-protected fortress, very few players would rely on summoning arrays. He wouldn't have waited until now to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range until now, otherwise Phoenix Pavilion Master, have your men get ready, Shifeng said. Now that he had summoned Arslet, he couldn't afford to waste time. He continued, once the magic barrier is down, I want everyone to push into the fortress. Leave the mini-bosses to Zero Wing. Your team just needs to clear out the mobs inside and don't let them get close to the mini-bosses. Alright, leave it to us, Phoenix Rain said, a trace of excitement flashing in her eyes. The bosses were the most troublesome aspect of sieging a fortress. If Arslet were merely an ordinary Tier 4 combatant, this upcoming battle would be a tough one. The Tier 4 bosses in the northern fortress were much stronger than ordinary Tier 4 monsters since their power was reinforced by the fortress's magic array. An ordinary Tier 4 combatant would be little more than a punching bag for the bosses. Bosses also had far higher intellect than ordinary monsters. They might not be as intelligent as players, but they weren't stupid. They would try to kill as many invaders as possible, rather than focus on one target. Unless one had enough strength to overwhelm the bosses, capturing the northern fortress was a pipe dream. This was why, even now, 13 Thrones and Starlink were the only powers to capture a fortress successfully. Fortunately, Shifeng's army had a Tier 4 hero, so suppressing the northern fortress's bosses shouldn't be a problem. As Phoenix Rain began to bark out orders, Shifeng sent Arslet after the magic barrier. The northern fortress's magic barrier was extraordinarily powerful. Even an ordinary Tier 4 combatant would have to attack for a long time to deplete its mana reserve. However, the magic barrier was incredibly fragile to Arslet. Once the hero struck it with his Tier 4 taboo skill, Spatial Rend, it shattered. When Phoenix Rain saw this, she was dumbfounded. She had never thought that a Tier 4 hero would be this formidable charge. Shifeng shouted. The outcome didn't faze him in the least. NPC heroes were considered invincible among those of the same tier, and they were the humans' final trump card against dragons. How could a measly medium fortress's defensive magic array sustain an attack from such a being? Hearing Shifeng's command, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 30,000-strong army and Zero Wing's main force charged into the fortress. At the same time, the northern fortress's undead army spilled out of the fortress's entrance, while the undead soldiers on the walls began to attack the invading players. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, who had defeated plenty of powerful monsters before, couldn't help but shudder as they watched the undead army charge to meet them. Undead soldier, undead, lord. Level 94. HP 22-000-00022-000-000 Undead Captain, Undead, Great Lord, Level 96. HP 63-000-000-63-000-000 Undead Warrior, Undead, Grand Lord, Level 101. HP 260-000-000-260-000-000 Undead General, Undead, Mythic, Level 102. HP 580-000-580-000-000. Although most of the monsters leaving the fortress were undead soldiers and undead captains, the undead warriors and the general were quite eye-catching. These bosses' frightening auras were even more powerful than the Grand Lords and mythic monsters they typically faced. Why are there so many mini-bosses? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she saw the dozen or so massive undead warriors, and the undead general dealing with the undead soldiers and captains was within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's capabilities. But the undead warriors and the general were beyond them. There were more than a dozen undead warriors among the army and a single undead general. These were only the monsters stationed at the fortress's entrance, the weakest of the monsters within the northern fortress. Just getting into the fortress was likely impossible, much less capturing it. Not even a Tier 4 hero could stop the undead general and his dozen or so undead warriors at once. Guild leader Black Flame, the situation is direr than we expected. We should retreat, Phoenix Rain called out to Chiffon. There were more undead warriors protecting the northern fortress's entrance than their scouts had reported. To make matters worse, there was a mythic-ranked undead general among these monsters. The players would be at a severe disadvantage if they tried to face this undead army head-on. She was very familiar with just how powerful level 100+ monsters were. 13 Thrones had contained a lot of information regarding the fortress it had captured from ordinary guilds and powers, but hiding such details from superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was impossible. One level 100 Great Lord could easily annihilate a 1,000-man legion of current players, not to mention level 100+ Grand Lords. Not even Tier 3 players had the strength to contend with these monsters. By the time Arslet defeated the undead general, the undead warriors would have wiped out half of their forces as expected of the northern fortress. The force protecting its entrance is already so powerful. It's no wonder why the northern fortress had been the last captured in the Gravity Mountain range. The situation even surprised Chiffon. It seems I can't hide them any longer, following which, Chiffon took out 2 summon guard scrolls and called forth Kite and Anna. Chapter 2292, One-Man Army. His summoning his personal guards. Phoenix Rain watched Chiffon. A little surprised. Personal guards were powerful beings, but unlike players, they were incredibly difficult to resurrect. Thus, the various powers avoided risking their personal guards and would never use them to siege a fortress. And with how powerful this undead army was, what could a few personal guards possibly accomplish? 2 figures appeared before Chiffon, a man carrying 2 long swords, and a woman in luxurious, purple-gold robes with a staff. The instant these NPCs appeared, all of the mana within 50 yards began to gather toward them. Is this for real? Both of those personal guards are over level 100. Even the strongest personal guard in our guild is only level 96. Crap. Those personal guards are actually Tier 3 NPCs. When they saw Anna and Kite, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members gasped, feeling a little jealous. Chiffon's 2 Tier 3 personal guards shocked them even more than the Tier 4 hero had. Chiffon had relied on a special tool to summon the Tier 4 hero, which meant he couldn't casually summon the NPC, but that wasn't the case for personal guards. So long as the personal guards in question were alive, he could summon them at any time, and he could continue to nurture them, growing their strengths. There was also the fact that completing the Tier 3 promotion quests wasn't easy for personal guards. Although personal guards could reach Tier 3, they couldn't necessarily be promoted as soon as they hit level 100. Like players, personal guards had to complete a promotion quest, but the promotion quests for these NPCs were actually easier than the ones players had to face. Personal guards could complete their Tier 3 promotion quests in a short time. Bronze guards only had a 20% chance of clearing their Tier 3 promotion quests, and if they failed, they'd have to wait 7 days before challenging the quest again. Without enough luck, it was practically impossible for a bronze guard to complete their promotion quest as soon as they reached level 100. Fine gold guards, on the other hand, had a 50% success rate. Once a personal guard reached Tier 3, they'd be significantly more helpful to their player. Personal guards were NPCs and considerably more powerful than Tier 3 players. With a Tier 3 personal guard, a player would have an easier time grinding, questing, and raiding field bosses. This was why the various powers desperately nurtured their personal guards while protecting them from harm as much as possible. Now that they had seen Shifeng's 2 Tier 3 personal guards, these players couldn't even imagine how fast Shifeng would develop in the future. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but feel a little envious. With 2 Tier 3 personal guards, Shifeng could explore level 100 neutral maps immediately and start preparing for his Tier 3 promotion quest. However, the 2 Tier 3 personal guards did nothing to alter their current predicament. There were still over a dozen Grand Lord-ranked undead warriors to contend with. While the rest of the pavilion's members worried about the same issue, Shifeng commanded Anna and Kite to distract the undead warriors. The level 102 Anna and level 101 Kite then charged at the 15 approaching Grand Lords. Black Flame has gone insane, Big Sis Ray. Blue Phoenix watched the scene with wide, shocked eyes. Sending 2 Tier 3 personal guards against 15 undead warriors was suicidal. Tier 3 personal guards were exceedingly valuable. If they died in battle, resurrecting them would cost tens of thousands of gold. Blue, get ready to use our Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays. Phoenix Rain hadn't thought that Shifeng would be so maddeningly bold, either. She had no choice but to rely on the Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays she had prepared. Great Lord-ranked summoned creatures wouldn't be a match for the undead warriors, but with their high HP, they should last for some time. If they included the magic array suppression, the summoned creatures could survive even longer. However, as Phoenix Rain finished her command, Anna, who had reached the undead army, began to chant an incantation. Swinging her staff gracefully under her command, 18 magic arrays appeared around Anna. Level 102 Great Lord-ranked rock guardians emerged from each array, stupefying Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. They had prepared 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls for this siege, and that was Phoenix Rain's limit. She wasn't the Great Pavilion Master, so she only had access to a fraction of the guild's resources. Even so, this fraction was far more than what any ordinary first-rate guild possessed, and yet, not even the 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls were a match for one of Anna's summoning spells. Anna began to chant another incantation before Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix had time to snap out of their daze. Golden runes began to appear on the rock guardians' bodies, increasing their basic attributes and defense significantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were utterly flabbergasted. Summoning 18 Great Lords was already ridiculous, yet Anna could strengthen every one of her Great Lords. Her very existence was beyond absurd. However, Anna hadn't finished her spellcasting. She then began to cast her third spell. This time, her chant lasted for 5 seconds. When she completed her spell, a magic array with a 40-yard radius appeared above the two armies. After a short moment, a golden-armored warrior with a shield and long sword fell from the array. Holy Knight, elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 102. HP 320 000 320 000. Crap. Is she really just a Tier 3 personal guard? Many players nearly cursed when they saw the Holy Knight. Anna was practically a one-man army. Only Shifeng maintained his composure. After all, he knew just how powerful Anna was. Anna was an epic guard with a 113 growth potential. He hadn't even heard of a personal guard with such high growth potential in his previous life. Moreover, magical classes were more suited to large-scale combat. Anna would perform even better than a Tier 4 melee class hero in a group battle. In truth, Anna's performance had exceeded Shifeng's expectations. Anna had only used her summoner class spells thus far. She hadn't even begun to use her yin-yang saint class spells. With Anna at their side, the players regained their advantage on the battlefield. Of the 18 rock guardians Anna had summoned, 15 rushed forth to distract the undead warriors. The remaining rock guardians worked with the Holy Knight and Zero Wing's main force to target each undead warrior, one by one. Meanwhile, Kite worked with Arslet against the undead general. Although he wasn't as proficient in large-scale combat as Anna, his one-on-one combat power was superior to Anna's. With Arslet suppressing the mythic monster, Kite could attack, unobstructed. All 15 undead warriors were dead in less than half an hour, and facing both Kite and Arslet, the undead general had fallen, too, leaving behind a pile of loot by its now still corpse. Chapter 2293, Capturing the Northern Fortress. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members gaped in shock when they saw the undead general and 15 undead warriors die. We won, just like that. Even Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. She had read the report on 13 Thrones' attempt to capture the small fortress. Both 13 Thrones and Starlink had suffered over 10,000 casualties just to get through the fortress's entrance. Moreover, they had only faced level 100+ Grandlords, not a level 100+ mythic monster, during that battle, and yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only lost a few hundred players, and Zero Wing's forces had already slain the undead warriors and undead general that served as the Northern Fortress's gatekeepers. All it had taken was one Tier 4 hero and 2 personal guards. Moreover, the hero wasn't as responsible for their success as the personal guard, Anna. No one would believe her if she told this tale. The undead general and undead warriors had also dropped better loot than any of them had expected. Not only had they dropped a lot of level 100 secret silver equipment, but several pieces of level 100 fine gold equipment had also dropped. The sight of their harvest even excited Phoenix Rain. Their equipment's attributes were awe-inspiring. It was no exaggeration to say that a player in full level 100 secret silver equipment could easily defeat a player in level 90 dark gold set equipment. Furthermore, the loot included the Mountain Copper set, a level 100 secret silver set equipment. Everyone, get into the fortress. Ignore the mobs. Shifeng hurriedly commanded once the mini-bosses had died. We need to destroy the defensive magic towers before they repair the magic barrier. As long as the Northern Fortress's 4 defensive magic towers remained, they would automatically reconstruct the defensive magic barrier around the fortress. If they wanted this operation to succeed, they had to be extremely fast. Although destroying each defensive magic tower would significantly increase the time needed to reconstruct the array, the towers weren't easy to take down. As soon as players entered the fortress, they'd encounter an endless stream of monsters trying to stop them, and it wouldn't be long before the fortress's guardian boss joined the battle. With how large and spacious the Northern Fortress was, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to destroy the towers while keeping the guardian boss and mobs at bay. With Shifeng's command, the players swarmed toward the fortress's entrance, with everyone following the Tier 4 hero as Arslet opened a path beyond the walls. The Northern Fortress was organized like a town. As soon as they entered, the players were greeted by the sight of tattered houses. Undead filled the streets, and the defensive magic towers stood in the fortress's 4 corners, looking inconspicuous. Once the players crossed the entrance's threshold, they gasped. Numerous Grand Lord-ranked undead warriors roamed the streets, and when they saw the invaders, 2 mythic-ranked undead warlords emerged from the undead army's ranks. A 6-meter-tall undead followed behind the 2 undead warlords, wearing black armor and a crown on its head. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts sensed the crowned undead's horrific pressure and death energy, they couldn't help but shudder. Some of them even struggled to move. Undead Warlord, Undead, Mythic. Level 102. HP 630 000 630 000. Undead King, Undead Creature, Ancient Fiend, Mythic. Level 103. HP 1 420 000 0001 420 000. Why does it have to be an Ancient Fiend? Even Shifeng was shocked when he saw the Undead King's statistics. He had known the Northern Fortress would be immensely difficult to capture, but he had never dreamed that the challenge would be this great. Based on what he remembered from his previous life, the Northern Fortress's Guardian boss should only have been a mythic-ranked Realm Lord, yet the Guardian boss before him was a mythic-ranked Ancient Fiend. Once it crossed the level 100 threshold, and its restrictions had been removed, a mythic-ranked Ancient Fiend could nearly rival a dragon before anyone could react. The Undead King vanished. It reappeared above the player army, swinging down its skeletal greatsword. Overwhelming death energy poured down on the player army, so powerful that it cracked the space around it. Not good. Shifeng's expression turned grim at the sight. The Undead King's intellect was far higher than the undead general they had faced moments ago. Once the Guardian boss sensed the invaders, it launched an attack, targeting the most densely packed area. If they allowed the Undead King to land its AoE attack, several thousand players would die instantly. However, just as the wave of dark energy was about to land on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above them. This figure belonged to none other than Arslet. Arslet had activated a skill, sending a towering pillar of light crashing into the wave of dark energy. The light pillar neutralized the attack in the collision, and the resulting shockwave devoured a significant portion of the players' HPs. Some of them hadn't been able to cope at all and died. Although Arslet had the upper hand against the Undead King, he couldn't suppress the Ancient Fiend completely. As a result, the Undead King attacked the player army from time to time, each blow reaping several hundred lives and devastating the surrounding terrain. The pavilion's players began to despair. The difference between their strength and the Undead King's was too massive. This was no longer a fight Tier 2 players had any hope of surviving. If the Undead King was so terrifying, even while it was distracted, how were they supposed to deal with the 2 undead warlords and numerous undead warriors? Phoenix Pavilion Master, leave the bosses to us. Your team should try to destroy the defensive magic towers as quickly as possible, Chiffon quickly reminded Phoenix Rain. Not only could the defensive magic towers regenerate the defensive magic array around the northern fortress, but they could also reinforce the Guardian boss. Without those towers, the Undead King, which was 17 levels lower than Arslet, wouldn't be able to attack the surrounding players while fighting the hero. The only hope they had of defeating the Undead King relied on the defensive magic tower's destruction. If that failed, the fortress's undead would slay every player, regardless of whether or not Arslet could survive against the Ancient Fiend. But those 2 undead warlords, Phoenix Rain insisted, worried as she glanced at the mythic monsters that guarded the path to the defensive magic towers. The 2 undead warlords were no trivial opponents. They might not be as strong as the Undead King, but if they ambushed her army's healers, the rest of her players would fall. Don't worry about them. We'll keep those 2 undead warlords busy. Feng shouted back. Feng then retrieved the Ring of Gospel, sacrificing 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Within a 5,000-yard radius, space froze, and all enemies' physiques and basic attributes dropped. At the same time, all allies within 2,000 yards of Chiffon received a boost to their physiques and basic attributes. Everyone immediately sensed the gap between themselves and the undead army shortening significantly. Once that was done, Chiffon sent Anna and Kite after the 2 undead warlords. Although the undead warlords were powerful, the 2 mythic bosses would need quite some time to deal with the players when faced with the strengthened Holy Knight, Kite, and the suppressing barrier. The 18 Rock Guardians had formed. When she saw this, Phoenix Rain stopped holding back, activating all of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared to open a path to the defensive magic towers. She also used quite a few defensive magic arrays and Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. Once the force had reached one of the towers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members bombarded it with their attacks. Time passed quickly as each defensive magic tower fell. The Undead King's attacks became more powerful. As a result, the player armor suffered more casualties. When only one defensive magic tower remained, the Undead King began to attack the Rock Guardian's magic barrier to free the undead warriors. Hurry. That barrier won't last much longer, Feng urged Phoenix Rain and the others as he watched the barrier's mana reserves rapidly deplete. Just before the magic barrier shattered, the sound of a collapsing building echoed throughout the fortress. After fighting for more than an hour, suffering over 10,000 casualties, and expending all of their Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members had finally destroyed all 4 defensive magic towers. As the 4th and final defensive magic tower fell, the death energy and mana within the northern fortress substantially decreased. The Undead King's basic attributes also fell by as much as 20%, instantly giving Arslet an overwhelming advantage. With Arslet suppressing the Ancient Fiend, the players were able to attack the undead warlords without interruption. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, the Undead King and the 2 undead warlords died. We did it. We won. The surviving players cheered as the Undead King collapsed to the ground. Even Phoenix Rain was immensely excited. She hadn't actually thought that they'd successfully capture the northern fortress. Feng stepped up to the Undead King's corpse, quickly locating a dark gold token and picking it up. The moment Feng touched the token, the sound of a system notification reached every player's ears. Gravity Mountain Range Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for capturing the northern fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 10,000.